Naruto, God Rewards Hard Work, Chapter 1. The smoke was vast and the water was jagged. A figure appeared on the calm lake. It looked like a child, because he was only about 1 meter tall. He had 6 whiskers on his face. His thin face was full of indifference, but his eyes were very bright, and his sky-blue pupils revealed depth. Yellow hair was reflected in the water. Suddenly, a small fish broke this seemingly peaceful scene. Swish! Suddenly, a wooden stick stabbed in. It was sharpened towards the water. Soon, blood stained the lake. The fish that was jumping just now was stabbed by the sharpened wooden stick. After struggling violently for 2 seconds, the breath of life began to weaken and finally disappeared. The size is not bad. It seems that we can have another good meal. It was the boy who was standing by the water just now. The boy's name was Uzumaki Naruto, and the place where he was called Konaha village. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind, fishing proficiency +10. Naruto was no longer surprised by the voice in his mind. When he came to this world, he seemed to have obtained the ability of God's reward for hard work. As long as he did it, he could gain proficiency or other aspects of anything. For example, fishing may also include a very small strength bonus and agility bonus, but the voice in his mind did not prompt it. In fact, he was not the original Uzumaki Naruto in this world, but he did not know whether he was in his second life or reborn, because when he just became conscious, what echoed in his mind was the earth-shaking Nine-Tails rebellion. He also clearly remembered that a red-haired woman had admonished him in his ear and told him to follow the 3 ninja prohibitions. He knew that this woman, the princess of the Whirlpool country, his current mother, Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the 4th Hokage and the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He confirmed that the reason he traveled through time was mainly because of his innate powerful soul talent. It was impossible for a child to have such a powerful soul power, or it could be said that the souls of both had merged into one. This instantly gave him a sense of belonging to this place. It also made Naruto shed tears unconsciously when he heard the woman's words. Listening to the woman's sincere voice, as an orphan in his previous life, he rarely experienced the preciousness of family affection, but all of this was ruined. But as a baby at the time, he was almost sleepy, and when he came to his senses, the Nine-Tails rebellion had already passed. His previous name was meaningless, and he is now called Uzumaki Naruto. Life after that was even worse than he had imagined. He thought that the original work had already shown a terrible appearance, but the reality was far more cruel than he had imagined. There was no real treatment for the son of a hero, and even he himself, the son of the 4th generation, was not treated as a hero. All news was blocked. When Naruto was a child, he was left to a nanny. At some point, rumors of a demon fox started to spread in the village. The scary thing was that soon his appearance became well known, and he became a demon fox that everyone in the village wanted to kill. The nanny abused him in every way, and the Anbu who was actually protecting him and monitoring him in secret turned a blind eye to this, and even revealed hatred and murderous intent towards him, but they quickly restrained themselves. As for why Naruto knew this, it was actually thanks to Naruto's powerful mental power. After 2 lives as a human, Naruto's mental power is much stronger than in the original work, which allowed him to awaken a talent that few people in the Uzumaki clan have awakened, the Kagura Heart's Eye. This is the strongest perception talent in the Uzumaki clan. Naruto can easily feel the outside world's investigations and the Anbu hidden around him. And at the age of 3, Naruto relied on the god's reward for hard work, ability, and took the initiative to apply for a person to live. This may be an incredible thing in the previous life, but in this world where life is worthless and even 6-year-old children have to go to the battlefield, nothing is impossible. After a period of persuasion, the 3rd generation agreed to Naruto's request. The physical fitness of people in the ninja world is relatively good, and the body cells are several times that of people in the previous life. When he was 3 years old, the 3rd generation sent people to teach Naruto literacy and some basic knowledge. Under Naruto's deliberate rhetoric, he wanted to get the chakra practice method. He knew that only strength could keep him alive. However, The third generation did not agree, because the body was too small, and refining chakra too early would squeeze the body's potential. Naruto thought about it and didn't say it, because he didn't want to squeeze the potential too early. Although the life in Konaha was full of malice towards him in the early stage, the danger was not very great. And the third generation would not deceive him in this regard. Relying on the ability of God rewarding hard work, Naruto also has power far beyond that of ordinary peers, and he will not be bullied like in the original. Every time Naruto does something, a voice will sound in his mind, and he has become accustomed to its existence over the years. When Naruto runs, a reminder will sound in his mind: physical strength +2, strength +1, constitution +1. This also makes Naruto more keen on running, but the villagers are very malicious towards him, and Naruto does not want to go to the village, but goes to the woods behind the mountain. In the eyes of the Anbu, this is a very active boy, but also very strong. Naruto is very excited while running, and the sense of power that keeps coming from his body makes him feel very safe. This may be the golden finger for his survival, although it is not as systematic as the legendary colleagues of the time traveler, who can beat the sky, the earth, and the air in seconds. From time to time, he completes a task, draws a prize from time to time, and reaches the peak of his life early. Naruto is already very satisfied. After all, with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, plus a large power bank in his body, plus the ability of God's reward for hard work, as long as he does not commit suicide, he will sooner or later reach the peak of his life. But Naruto found that the ability of God's reward for hard work is not without limit. It mainly depends on him to do it to get the bonus. Doing it once is equivalent to the gains that others can get after doing it 10 or even dozens of times. Naruto had also tried to silently call for things like the system interface, but obviously, there was nothing, except for a prompt tone that only he could hear. However, it also allowed Naruto to gain physical fitness far beyond that of children of the same age. In order to gain more growth, Naruto tried to do many things, but in the eyes of others, he was a more active type. The Anbu also reported Naruto's reaction to the third Hokage. The third Hokage did not doubt anything, but just sighed that Naruto inherited the vitality of his mother Uzumaki Kushina, worthy of the physique of the Uzumaki clan. The third Hokage also often appeared beside Naruto to ask about his well-being. Whenever this happened, Naruto acted very happy. Of course, half true and half false. It was really Naruto who took the opportunity to ask the third Hokage for living expenses every time. His monthly living expenses were only 1,500 yuan. What could this money do? How much did a bowl of Ichiraku ramen cost? 60 taels, but it was indeed worth the money. As for other places, Naruto had no chance to buy food at all. The uncle of Ichiraku ramen and his daughter Ayame were rarely people who had no ill will towards him. The current Naruto is not the original Naruto. He knows how much money the fourth Hokage had when he was alive. Although he doesn't know the exact amount, it is definitely a lot. Now all of it has been taken away by Konaha, the third Hokage. Every month, it is not even enough for his living security. Although it is to show his presence in front of him from time to time, Naruto knows what the third Hokage is thinking. He often preaches the will of fire in front of him, trying to play the family card with him, and finally holding his trump card of the 9 tails Jinchuriki tightly in his hand. Chapter 2. In the process of getting along with the third generation, Naruto relied on his ability of God's law to reward hard work and actually improved his acting skills to a very high level. But I didn't expect that the third generation was actually a cunning old man. Every time Naruto asked for money, he would always refuse, and every time he brought Naruto some food and small things to make Naruto grateful. If the original Naruto really thought that the third generation of Hokage was really good to him, he would probably shed a few tears and said, "Grandpa, third generation is the best to me." But how could the current Naruto be fooled? He was pretending, which made the third generation very satisfied, thinking that he could hold Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, in his hands. As for why Naruto showed this look, it was mainly to guard against Danzo. Naruto knew that in the early stage, Danzo had never given up on taking Uzumaki Naruto into the root. If Naruto showed dissatisfaction with the third generation of Hokage in the early stage, or was very indifferent, if Naruto did not meet the expectations of the third generation, it would really be possible for Danzo to succeed. After all, it was necessary to ensure the absolute loyalty of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki to the village. The third generation of Hokage in the early stage could be regarded as Naruto's umbrella. When he was 4 years old, Naruto asked the third Hokage again to learn how to refine chakra. This time, the third Hokage did not refuse, because at this time, most of the big families had already begun to teach the younger generations in the family to practice. And in the heart of the third Hokage, teaching Naruto to become a ninja would surely deepen Naruto's feelings for him. However, the third Hokage did not teach Naruto anything else except teaching him to practice. But Naruto was already very satisfied. Mastering the method of refining chakra meant mastering the key to power. After teaching Naruto, the third Hokage returned to the Hokage building, looking at the prosperous scene outside the window, with a smile on his face. This is his era. He is the greatest Hokage. Suddenly, the third Hokage seemed to have thought of something and took out the crystal ball. Suddenly, some pictures appeared on the crystal ball, which turned out to be a women's bathhouse. Looking at the pictures inside, the third Hokage Yuanfei Hiruzen's face couldn't help but turn red. Ding! The sound of a door opening violently was heard, and the Sandai quickly closed the screen on the crystal ball. When he saw the person coming, he said with a slightly angry look, "Danzo. Why didn't you knock on the door? Haven't I always been like this? Hiruzen, hand over the nine-tails Jinchuriki to me, and I will train him to be a ninja who is absolutely loyal to Konaha." Danzo slapped his hands on the table and said loudly, "Danzo, Naruto will never be handed over to you, so forget it." The third generation sternly rejected Danzo. "Hiruzen, you have to know that I am doing all this for Konaha. If you hand over the nine-tails Jinchuriki to me, I will definitely train him into a qualified weapon of war." Danzo's eyes were sharp, staring at the third Hokage. "He is Minato's child, don't forget that. Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage." The third Hokage looked at Danzo and said in a deep voice, "Humph, you will regret this, Hiruzen." Danzo looked at the third Hokage deeply, then turned away and left. "That's right, close the door." The voice of the third Hokage suddenly came, and Danzo was stunned for a moment. Humph. With a cold snort, Danzo left without closing the door. After walking out of the Hokage building, Danzo's heart was already filled with anger. "Hiruzen, I will definitely become the Hokage. Only I can lead Konaha to glory. You wait and see." On the other hand, after learning the chakra refining technique, Naruto was ecstatic and couldn't wait to experiment. To Naruto's surprise, his ability of hard work was also effective in refining chakra. Chakra +3, chakra +5. He just tried it once according to the third Hokage's explanation. According to the third Hokage, if one can extract chakra within 1 day, he has a talent for cultivation, and if one can extract chakra within a few hours, he is a genius. And Naruto, with the ability of God's reward for hard work, actually extracted chakra in 1 time, which is incredible. After refining it a few times again, Naruto stopped refining chakra, because the chakra scroll given by the third Hokage was marked that chakra cannot be extracted excessively. It said that it can be refined up to 10 times a day, of course, based on his current age, but Naruto stopped after a few times. Because God's reward for hard work has given him a lot of chakra, plus the physique of the Uzumaki clan, there is no need to refine chakra too much. Too abnormal chakra will arouse suspicion. Now the most important thing is to try to control the chakra in the body. Naruto tried to condense the chakra in his body in his hands, but it was not as easy as he imagined, and it was even a little difficult. Naruto frowned. Although it was his first time to mobilize chakra, it shouldn't be so difficult. With his spiritual power, it shouldn't be that difficult to mobilize chakra. Suddenly, Naruto seemed to think of something. Yes, it should be the Nine Tails. The original work mentioned that the Nine Tails chakra would interfere with Naruto's control of chakra. Suddenly, Naruto was a little awakened. He was still under the surveillance of the Anbu. At this moment, Naruto suddenly woke up. Genius is a good thing. After all, he is the son of the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, but at this time, it is not a good thing to behave like a demon. Genius is normal. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, but it is not normal to behave too demonically. Naruto pretended to be still trying to refine chakra. After an hour, Naruto pretended to be very excited. The Anbu in the dark looked at Naruto's excitement and couldn't help but sigh that Naruto is really a genius. There are 4 Anbu monitoring Naruto. In Naruto's perception, there are 2 on the tree outside the window, 1 in the corner of the room, and 1 on the roof. One of them showed malice towards Naruto. Naruto didn't know why. It might be because of his identity as a demon fox. After refining the chakra, Naruto tried to mobilize the chakra in his body and attach it to his hands. He failed several times, but the sound coming from his body surprised Naruto. Chakra control +1, chakra control +2. After the sound appeared, Naruto felt as if he had practiced dozens of times. Although he still felt very sluggish, he was extremely happy. This was a guarantee for his success. As time passed, the 3rd generation was very satisfied with Naruto's performance when he heard the reports from his subordinates. He fully inherited the 4th generation's talent and Kushina's physique, plus the existence of the 9 tails in his body. As long as Naruto fully trusted himself, the future would be promising. Danzo. This is the true way to control people. This reminds the 3rd generation of the talented boy Uchiha Shisui. It's a pity that he is a member of the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha clan must be eliminated. All this is for Konaha. The 3rd generation took a puff of the pipe in his hand and exhaled thick smoke. Ellipsis. Chapter 3. Half a year has passed slowly. Naruto looked at the fish in the bucket and swallowed his saliva. The living expenses given by the 3rd generation were not enough for his daily life, and the people in the village hated him. Although the owner of Ichiraku Ramen often helped him, he could not get enough nutrition by eating ramen alone. After learning chakra, coupled with his ability of God's reward for hard work, Naruto's physical strength far exceeded that of his peers, but Naruto did not show all his strength. The strength he usually showed was only about 1/10 of his full strength. This has already made the Anbu in the dark sigh at his genius. Fire escape, small fireball technique. He skillfully performed an E-level ninjutsu. Although it was a ninjutsu, it was only the size of a fist and was simply used for comedy. In fact, Naruto begged the 3rd Hokage for it. The 3rd Hokage only gave Naruto this ninjutsu, which was similar to a play, on the grounds that ninjutsu was too dangerous, and required that only after attending the ninja school would there be a special teacher to teach Naruto. However, Naruto, through the ability of God rewarding hard work, has become extremely proficient in this small fireball technique. Naruto has even improved it to form a large fireball technique, which is slightly weaker than the Great Fireball. Although he has never seen a Great Fireball, he has seen the Great Fireball technique from the scenes of his previous life. This fire escape, which is said to never burn people to death, actually can only burn masters. The Great Fireball technique of the Uchiha clan is still very famous on the battlefield. Naruto also slowly came to understand this world. More cruel than imagined, not all ninjas are the same as those seen in the original work, but more are some genin. Using Kagura's mind's eye, he can feel many sources of chakra. The chakra of some genin and chunin is not even as good as Naruto's, and this is because Naruto has not refined the chakra much, but Naruto can already control the chakra in the body very easily. If the Nine Tails does not make trouble, Naruto estimates that his control over chakra is not less than that of Sakura when she just graduated. As for Naruto's desire to conduct more in-depth chakra training, such as treading water and climbing trees, it is not realistic because Naruto has no one to teach him, but Naruto can do some simple control without being discovered by the Anbu. Just like Naruto is now using the small fireball technique to grill fish, and sprinkled with a little homemade condiment from the knowledge of his previous life, it is simply delicious after taking a bite. Grilled fish skills +5. Thanks to the frequent hunting during this period, Naruto's body has grown very fast. Now he is nearly 5 years old and looks like a 6 or 7-year-old child. However, Naruto probably has more ability that is rewarded by hard work. In the original work, Naruto was thin and short in the early stage, mainly because he often ate insufficient food and ate expired food. Now Naruto, who has an adult mind, naturally will not eat expired food. Naruto, who was eating grilled fish, suddenly saw the third Hokage coming over. With a happy look on his face, he said, "Grandpa Third, are you here to give me living expenses?" The third Hokage. "I came to see how you are doing, Naruto. Are you grilling fish?" The third Hokage tried his best to show a kind face. Looking at the face of the third Hokage, Naruto felt it was fake. "Since he didn't come to give me living expenses, what are you doing here?" "Come to eat my food." "Humph. Don't think I don't know. I'm afraid my whereabouts here have been reported to you a long time ago. You even pretended to find me here by accident." The third Hokage grabbed the fish that Naruto was grilling without hesitation and took a bite. Well, it tasted quite good. I didn't expect Naruto to have such a skill. "Naruto, why don't you go to the village and play with the kids?" The third generation said with a kind look. "Third generation Grandpa, the children in the village don't like me, and they call me a demon fox, so I don't like to go to the village to play. Third generation Grandpa is the best, he always gives me money and delicious food." Third generation. Is this targeting my wallet? Cough cough. "Naruto, how about I send you to ninja school next year? That way you can make a lot of friends." "Really? Can I make a lot of friends?" "Forget it, I have a third generation grandfather, which is enough. I want to be a great Hokage like the third generation grandfather." Naruto's face suddenly turned red, as if he was very excited. "Ha ha ha, Naruto, it's very difficult to become a Hokage. Where the leaves of Konaha fly, the fire will never stop. After the leaves fall to the ground, they will nourish the roots and finally grow new buds." Hearing the third Hokage say this, Naruto snorted inwardly. "Why have you, an old man, never been to the battlefield? You didn't make any moves after the Nine Tails Rebellion was pushed out of Konaha. You are afraid of death. You said you were protecting the villagers and your offspring, so why did you send a few-year-old child to the battlefield? Naruto, this is your living expenses. You must spend it sparingly. I will come to see you again after I leave." The third generation left with a kind face, and before leaving, he gave the living expenses to Naruto. After all, he was Minato's child. There are actually 2,000 yuan. Naruto was a little happy. With the previous 1,500 yuan, he already had 3,500 yuan, and he could eat a few bowls of Ichiraku ramen. After all, apart from Ichiraku ramen, he had little use for his money. After finishing the rest of the fish, Naruto happily picked up the bucket and went home. He went home very late because there were few people at this time, and he didn't want to see the disgusted eyes and deep malice of those ignorant villagers in the village. It was really hard for him to imagine how Naruto in the original work faced the tide of malice without turning evil. The following days were spent in constant practice. As he grew older, Naruto began to try to develop some physical skills. Of course, most of them were hidden. He wanted to try and see if he could. Being able to develop the 6 styles of the Navy like in the pirate world, relying on the ability of God rewarding hard work, it is very likely to succeed. Although it has not succeeded yet, his own strength has become much stronger. But the proficiency in his mind is proving that his practice is possible. Naruto guessed that the 6 styles requires a very strong physical foundation, which is why he cannot succeed. His current physical strength is not enough. Soon it was the end of the year, and Naruto went home after training as usual. It was already winter, and heavy snow covered the entire Konaha. The sky seemed a little dim, and it was already evening. Suddenly several voices came into Naruto's ears. Look, this monster, the eyes are actually white. Let's hit her with stones, this white-eyed monster. Naruto looked in the direction of the voice, and saw 3 or 4 little boys surrounding a little girl. This scene seemed strangely familiar to Naruto. Isn't this the scene in the original novel where Naruto was beaten badly when he was the hero saving the beauty? Hey, stop it, all of you. Naruto ran up to them and said, he had to take care of this, after all, she was his future wife. It's this demon fox. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? These 2 monsters are really a perfect match, one is a white-eyed monster and the other is a fox demon. Let's teach this fox demon a lesson. Several others also echoed. I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Naruto grinned and said. His strong physical fitness made it easy for him to knock down these children who were 2 or 3 years older than him. Woo 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 tilde don't hit me, I give up. I'm looking for my mother tilde tilde tilde. The demon fox is going to eat people. A cry rang out, and several people ran away tumbling. Chapter 4. No longer caring about the child who ran away, most likely he would go to his mother to complain about himself. This was not the first time, and he was no longer the original Naruto. After possessing the ability of God's reward for hard work, how could these ordinary children bully him? Naruto turned his head and looked at Hinata, the existence who was called the White Eyes Princess in the previous life. What a face, delicate as a porcelain doll, with pupils without any color, coupled with that cute face, instantly hit Naruto's soft heart. It's not that Naruto likes Hinata, but Hinata's face and heart that seemed to be pure. She looked like a blank sheet of paper when she was young, pure and flawless. Thinking of the girl who loved Naruto deeply in the previous life, Naruto suddenly felt that the original Naruto would actually like Sakura, the girl who hated him at the beginning. Even if her perception of Naruto improved later, it was just that she wanted to use Naruto's power to get Sasuke back, and she basically just shouted Naruto when she was desperate. Naruto quickly shook his head, expelling the thought from his mind, and looked at the girl in front of him and said, Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, what's your name? Although he knew her name, after all, they had never met before. If he directly said that he knew Hinata, it might arouse the suspicion of the 3rd generation. Looking at the boy who stretched out his hand, Hinata's watery eyes suddenly lowered, and her hand kept scratching her fingers. This was her habit. Whenever she was nervous, she would click her fingers. My name is Hinata, hatchling, Hinata. Hinata said her name hesitantly, and her face turned red instantly. Puff. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Naruto burst into laughter. This is really a shy girl. He directly grabbed Hinata's hand and said, Where is your home? I'll take you back. Hinata gently raised her hand and pointed in a direction. When Naruto walked forward, he found a resistance on his hand. Hinata stood there blankly, her face became more and more rosy, as if she was about to faint. Naruto was shocked at this time and said, Sorry, I didn't mean it. Naruto then remembered that Hinata seemed to be like this when she was shy. In the original anime, Hinata would even have steam coming out of her head, and she was given the title of Steam Princess. However, this is a real world, Hinata's head does not have steam coming out, but her face is the same as in the original. Without, it doesn't matter. Seeing Hinata's cautious look, Naruto raised a smile and said, Let's go. This time Naruto did not hold Hinata's hand again, otherwise Naruto was afraid that Hinata might faint. The 2 walked on the dim snow, and they did not speak to each other. Hinata was still looking at Naruto with her peripheral vision. The whole Konaha is larger than a county town in the previous life, and it is much more comprehensive than what is seen in the original book. After Hinata pointed the way several times, Naruto and Hinata finally arrived at where Hinata was. The place is very large, and it is distinguished from the houses of the surrounding residents. It looks very imposing. This is where the Hyuga clan lives. Naruto took off the scarf from his neck and put it on Hinata. Hinata did not refuse, but her face began to turn red again. While Naruto was helping Hinata put on the scarf, one of Hinata's feet kept drawing circles on the ground, constantly scratching her fingers, and she did not dare to look at Naruto. Well, it's getting late, let's go in early. After giving a warning, Naruto watched Hinata walk towards the gate of the Hyuga clan and knocked on the door gently. After a while, a figure came out and was startled when he saw Hinata outside the door. "Miss Hinata, why are you here?" When she saw Naruto, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. "Miss Hinata, that's a little fox demon, don't get in touch with him." Seeing Hinata walk into the door, Naruto turned and left, but the maid's words reached Naruto's ears, making him pause. But soon he heard a voice that made him very happy. "Naruto-kun is not a monster." The maid was shocked. She saw Hinata raise her head with a stubborn look. She was actually defending the little fox demon. Although Hinata was very cowardly and did not look like an heir to the main family, the maid was still scared. If Hinata's words were heard by the steward, she didn't know what kind of punishment she would receive. "I'm sorry, Miss Hinata." The maid quickly bent down to apologize. Naruto quickened his pace and left here, but his steps were exceptionally brisk. Naruto is in a very good mood now. Not only did he meet his future wife, but in his perception, Hinata did not have the deep malice towards him like others. And what makes people happy is that Naruto's strength has made great progress. According to Naruto's guess, he should be at the level of a genin, and with the help of the ability of God rewards hard work, he successfully developed the small fireball technique into a chain of large fireball techniques. It should not be weaker than Uchiha's great fireball technique. His current strength should be stronger than Kakashi of the same period, but he doesn't have any plugins. If he hadn't been decadent in the later period, he would have been a monster and pervert. There is a long way to go. What happened to Naruto today was passed on to the desk of the third Hokage the next day. "Go down." "Yes." The masked Anbu knelt on one knee, and the next moment he turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. The third generation looked at the report submitted by the Anbu. Naruto still trained his body and studied the useless little fireball technique every day. It was useless except for turning it into the size of a human head, but it also showed Naruto's talent in ninjutsu. When thinking of another thing mentioned in it, Hinata, maybe it would be nice to find a bond for Naruto. The third Hokage's mumbling voice echoed in the air. Although Naruto was very sunny when facing him, he thought so, he was still a little cold when facing others. Yes, anyone who was called a demon fox would probably be like this. After thinking about Naruto's dependence on him, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel satisfied. Danzo, this is why I am the Hokage. A year has passed in a flash. This day was the day for ninja school registration, and the third generation personally sent Naruto to school. "Naruto, when you go to the ninja school, you must study hard and strive to become a glorious ninja." "Yes, I will, Grandpa Sandame." Looking at the kind face of Sandame, Naruto nodded. Sandame is old, no longer the great ninja hero he once was. Power has corrupted his mind. The uproarious incident of Hyuga Hiyashi a year ago shows the weakness of Konaha now. Konaha has really declined under the leadership of F4. White Fang died, the three ninjas left, and Uchiha was about to be forced to rebel. It was simply a hand of bad luck. Chapter 5. After Naruto said goodbye to the third generation, he entered the ninja school. Seeing many children being sent to school by their parents, the warm scene chilled Naruto's heart. They seemed to have forgotten how their peaceful life came about. It was his father's life that bought it. When the villagers saw Naruto, they showed disgust without hiding it, and whispered to the children around them, "You have to be careful of that child, it's a demon fox." Looking at the Konaha villagers whispering, Naruto ignored them, his eyes were full of indifference, and he walked to a corner alone. "Shikaku, is that the child?" At this time, a fat figure next to him said. "He is Cho among the Ino Shika Cho, and also the father of Akamichi Choji, one of the 12 little warriors of Konaha. The person he just asked is Shikaku Nara, the father of Nara Shikamaru, who is also one of the 12 little warriors. Well, the third Hokage went too far. A soft sigh was heard. With Shikaku's wisdom, how could he not guess Naruto's identity? The golden hair, the dark blue pupils, the new generation of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Naruto's age. If he still couldn't guess Naruto's identity, then his so-called Konoha think tank would have lived in vain. Although the third Hokage blocked the information, they knew that the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze's wife Kushina Uzumaki was pregnant. Even if the third Hokage released the news that Kushina Uzumaki and her unborn child died in the Nine-Tails Rebellion, how could Naruto explain it? It's just that he couldn't interfere with all this, he could only let nature take its course. Soon, after the entrance ceremony after the third Hokage's lecture, the class division process soon arrived. The third Hokage he is indeed very good at capturing people's hearts. He personally serves as the principal of the ninja school and promotes Sarutobi Hiruzen's Will of Fire every year. What makes Naruto most ashamed is that the third generation also tampered with the textbooks and claimed to be the strongest Hokage. Although these textbooks were not written by him, they were definitely instructed by him. Even now when children are playing ninja games, they all say that the third generation is the strongest Hokage. The brainwashing really starts from children. However, his soul is the thinking of an adult, otherwise he would really be fooled by the third generation like the original Naruto, and do his best to sacrifice his life for Konoha. In the words of the great Toad Sage, Naruto is the son of prophecy who will save the ninja world, but Naruto knows that if he wants to truly change the ninja world, he can only change it from beginning to end and change the class of this world. Composition. There was a saying in the previous life, when a country prospers, the people suffer, and when a country perishes, the people suffer. In the wars in the ninja world, the ones who suffer are the lowest level civilians and some civilian ninjas who are thrown into the battlefield as cannon fodder. And those high-ranking rulers are still living a life of luxury and dissipation. Who would have thought that the rulers of this world are the daimyo who are ordinary people? The first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, started a system of one country and one village, thinking that this was the real way to achieve peace, but these were just his wishful thinking. This is just to elevate the war from small villages, small tribes and family-style wars to a larger level. In general, most of the wars in the ninja world are for resources, just like the Sand Village. Why do they always want to capture the Land of Fire? Isn't it because of the Fire Country? The Kingdom of Fire is rich in resources, while the Kingdom of Wind is located in the desert and is short of resources. The water resources that are ubiquitous in the Kingdom of Fire are scarce in the Kingdom of Wind. The same is true for several other ninja villages, but unfortunately, the geniuses in Konaha village in the Kingdom of Fire are endless. After the death of Hashirama Senju, there have been constant stream of geniuses emerging to protect Konoha. Naruto is more inclined to Uchiha Madara's way, to directly push forward and unify the ninja world, but Uchiha Madara did not form a community of interests with others, which led to others being unwilling to follow Uchiha Madara to break this seemingly peaceful tranquility. But now is not the time to think about these issues. The most important thing for him now is to master the strength to survive, so that he will be qualified to change this sick world. Suddenly a voice broke Naruto's thoughts. The class division begins now. If you hear your name, please go to the class and wait for your teacher. Ono Jiro, Class C. Shiranui Shueni, Class B. Uchiha Takashi, Class B. Inazuka Kiba, Class A. Haruno Sakura, Class A. As the names were read one by one, Naruto also heard many familiar people. It's not that Class A is the best class, but it is definitely the most special class. Almost all the people from the big families of Konoha are in Class A, of course. There are a few children from ordinary families who got in by luck. For example, Haruno Sakura and a few extras. Uchiha Sasuke, Class A. Uzumaki Naruto, Class A. Naruto also heard his own name. As expected, he was also in Class A. When he heard Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto looked at the Uchiha Sasuke, who was wearing the Uchiha clan emblem and had a proud face. He looked like a little boy. The second pillar of the Uchiha clan before the extermination was still quite cute. Now he looks like a child pretending to be calm. It must be said that the genes of the Uchiha family are really good. Uchiha Sasuke has shown a good appearance since he was a child. No wonder he was so attractive to girls later. When hearing the name Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke also looked at Naruto, this person who seemed very strange to him. Why did those people call him a demon fox, when he was obviously no different from us? Well, I'm different. I'm from the Uchiha clan. Under the influence of his clan members, the young Sasuke is also proud of the Uchiha. However, he has not yet been stained with the arrogance of the Uchiha. Now, there are indeed some arrogant and domineering Uchiha people, but this is not all. The crowd found themselves the class was quietly waiting for their teacher, but there were always a few who couldn't sit still, looking around. Naruto looked at the classmates in front of him who he would live and practice with for 6 years in the future. The one with oil paint on his face should be Inuzuka Kiba, but he was still young and his only friend was not around. If Naruto remembered correctly, it should be Akamaru. There was also a fat man eating potato chips, who seemed indifferent to everything, as if the potato chips in his hand were the whole world. And next to him, there was a pineapple head, who looked listless, lying on the table, wondering what he was thinking. Next to them, there was also a beautiful blonde little loli, who should be Ino, who was looking at Uchiha Sasuke with other little girls. People can't help but sigh that the children in the Naruto world are really precocious. Nowadays, girls basically know what they should know. Unlike him in his previous life, he didn't know anything about love at this age. Naruto also saw Hinata, walked over, sat directly next to Hinata, and greeted her happily. Naruto, sir, it's been a long time, not see. Hinata responded to Naruto in a halting manner, and Naruto couldn't help but smile as he saw her face gradually turning red. Chapter 6. While everyone was chattering, a few long-legged little girls gathered in front of Uchiha Sasuke, and no one even knew when they came in. Uruka, who pushed open the door and came in, was still in the principal's office listening to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. Uruka, I plan to put Uzumaki Naruto in your class. I think you are the most suitable person to teach him. The voice of the third Hokage came slowly, and Uruka was a little stunned, because the third Hokage told him that Uzumaki Naruto was the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which made him a little upset. His parents died at the hands of the Nine-Tails, which made him a little overwhelmed and even a little hateful towards this boy who was called a demon fox by the villagers. Uruka sighed deeply and said, Third Hokage, I understand. This is their information, take a look. The third generation pushed a document to Uruka with his hand. Uruka flipped it open and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, because the names on the list were basically all the disciples of the big families in Konaha. The heirs of the Uchiha clan, the main family of the Hyuga clan, and even the descendants of the Ino Shikacho, as well as members of some families in Konaha, only a few civilians were mixed in. Lord Third Hokage, can I really do this? Uruka, don't belittle yourself. I've seen your achievements. You can definitely do it. I'll leave those kids to you. Sandai said softly, then turned and walked out of the office, leaving Uruka in a daze. After a while, Uruka, with a slightly apprehensive mood, took the file bags of several people to the classroom where Class A was located, walked through 2 corridors, walked to a door with the sign of Class A printed on it, slowly opened the door, and saw the scene that made Uruka a little angry. Bang! He threw the file bag in his hand on the table, and the sudden sound scared everyone. When they saw who was coming, they knew that the teacher had come, and they quickly sat up. After seeing everyone sitting down, Uruka breathed a sigh of relief and said, Next, let's get to know each other. Those whose names are called, introduce their dreams and hobbies. Uruka opened the roster prepared by Sandai before, and called out the name on it, Sano Delang. At this time, a little fat man who looked a little sturdy stood up and said loudly, "Hello everyone. My name is Sano Dairo, and my dream is to become a Hokage. My hobbies are fitness and food." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. No wonder he looks fat and a little strong, but this is just a strong fat man. Okay, everyone, stop laughing. Delang's hobbies and dreams are all good. The next classmate is Haruno Sakura. The second classmate is someone Naruto is familiar with. A girl wearing a cheongsam, with pink hair and a slightly broad forehead stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Haruno Sakura, my best friend is Ino, and my dream is to become a great female ninja like Tsunade-sama." Sakura is still a freshman, she hasn't had a falling out with Ino, and she hasn't completely fallen in love with Sasuke, but she is one of the girls who just surrounded Sasuke. The next classmates all introduced themselves as becoming Hokage or something like that. Uzumaki Naruto. Is it my turn? Naruto slowly stood up from Hinata's side and said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like Ichiraku ramen, and my dream is to bring nuclear peace to the world and study the mysteries of all things in the world." This can be regarded as Naruto's dream. Anyway, in the end he decided to embark on the path of being an enemy of the world and finally bring nuclear peace to the world. Since he has the ability of God's reward for hard work, Naruto has also become interested in studying the mysteries of the world. No matter what he does, it is an easy thing for Naruto. Because if you do it, you will gain something. However, Naruto discovered that the deeper his knowledge and cognition, the stronger his ability of God's reward for hard work. This made Naruto try every means to acquire knowledge. Naruto's idea is very good. World peace, right? What a great idea. In the ninja world, peace is simply unimaginable, but Iruka did not refute any child's dream, even if the child in front of him was the object of his hatred. However, when he heard Naruto's dream, Iruka's heart was still touched, and his hatred for Naruto inexplicably weakened a bit. The child in front of him is just the carrier of the 9 tails, and he is also a poor child. Maybe he should not be prejudiced against him, but Iruka can't untie his knot for him now. When Naruto introduced himself, Uchiha Sasuke also looked at this guy who was a little strange to him. He was even more arrogant than him. But he was still a little shocked by Naruto's dream. Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing his name being called, Sasuke stood up quickly and said loudly, "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. My favorite person is my brother. I hate people who disturb me and my brother. I like tricolor balls, and my dream is to let the glory of Uchiha resound throughout the village." The children who heard Sasuke's introduction praised him one after another, mostly girls. Naruto looked at the boy who was introduced in front of him. Now he is not the boy in the original book who is full of hatred and revenge all the time. Now he is just a slightly arrogant boy. However, Sasuke was still influenced by Uchiha. He kept talking about the glory of Uchiha. He was still too naive. Next, all the classmates introduced themselves one by one. When it was Hinata's turn, Naruto found that she was a little nervous. Naruto pulled Hinata's hand and then let go, but Hinata's face still blushed. Looking at Naruto's encouraging eyes, Hinata slowly said, "Hello everyone. My name is Hyuga Hinata. My dream is to become a gentle and virtuous woman like my mother." Hinata sat down quickly after she finished speaking, lowering her head. Naruto saw that Hinata's fair neck suddenly turned pink. Naruto thought Hinata was nervous, but in fact, Hinata was nervous. Naruto-kun shook my hand. Shake my hand. Iruka saw Hinata's look and sighed in his heart. As the heir of the Hyuga family, he couldn't be so weak. With Iruka's calls, all the classmates introduced themselves soon, and then recorded each classmate's hobbies and dreams. These were to be reviewed by the 3rd generation, because a person's dreams and hobbies can show what kind of person he is. Of course, it may not be comprehensive, but it is also very important information. After the introduction, Iruka closed the booklet he had just written. "Hello everyone, today is our first day of school. we won't do too much, the formal teaching will start tomorrow, you can go home after the bell rings. As Uruka's voice fell, everyone quieted down and waited quietly for the end of school. Nowadays, many children are still restless. Haruno Sakura came to Ino's side and whispered something, and her eyes were glancing at Sasuke obscurely. As for Narashikamaru, he looked bored and began to sleep on the table. Choji was still eating the potato chips in his hand carefully, as if the potato chips in his hand were the most important. Uchiha Sasuke pretended to be cold, but in fact he was still paying attention to when the class would end. He wanted to go home and share his today's events with his brother. Ding 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 tilde tilde tilde. After a while, the bell rang in the slightly agonizing wait of the crowd. Naruto said hello to Hinata and left. Uchiha Sasuke watched this strange guy in front of him walk through the crowd without any hesitation. This direction. It seems to be the back mountain. Why is he going there? Sasuke looked at this strange man, and he didn't know why he paid attention to this person who didn't seem to be special. If there was anything special, it was that his eyes were very deep. Naruto didn't know at this time that he had been regarded as a strange person, but even if he knew, Naruto would not have any thoughts. The most important thing for him now is to practice and strive to become stronger as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Naruto found that when he was in school, the Anbu who was monitoring him disappeared. They probably didn't worry about any danger in the ninja school. Also, the class he was in was a class where all the heirs of the major families were present. If someone dared to do something about it, they would die without knowing how. After leaving the school gate, the feeling of being monitored came to his mind again. After Naruto used Kagura's mind eye to check, he found that the number of Anbu monitoring him had been reduced from 4 to 2. The Anbu who hated him before had disappeared. Maybe he was afraid that the Anbu would hurt him. Naruto came to the place where he usually practiced as usual. This was an open space. Few people came here. It was a good place for practice. What came into view was a stream, which was clear to the bottom, and the pebbles were clearly visible. You could even see some fish poking their heads out. There were several tall trees around, dozens of meters high, with lush leaves. Next to the stream was a very tall rock wall, which looked very dangerous. The distance of dozens of meters was nothing for a ninja. Naruto usually used this rock to practice rock climbing and climb up the high slope above. There are several wooden stakes near the big tree. These were made by Naruto for training. In the eyes of professionals, it may be just a very simple training ground, but for Naruto, this is the only condition. With the power of God rewarding hard work, the progress is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just like when Naruto was training, he was not afraid of being observed by the Anbu in the dark. Although Naruto only showed the normal progress of a genius in training, his overall strength improvement was not as shown. Naruto walked to the front of the wooden stakes and began to practice as usual, and began to kick the wooden stakes continuously. A voice began to come intermittently in his mind. Physical strength +2, power +1. Physical strength +3, strength +2. Naruto could feel his body getting stronger. As he sweated and his muscles became more tired, he gained more as God rewarded his hard work. After kicking the wooden stake, Naruto began to challenge the cliff in front of him. He could not use chakra to attach, and had to rely on his physical fitness to complete the challenge. This was undoubtedly a challenging thing for a 6-year-old child. But it was no longer a difficult thing for Naruto now, because day after day, Naruto had mastered the master-level rock climbing skills. As Naruto continued to climb, a voice continued to come from Naruto's mind. Rock climbing skills +1. Strength +2. Physical fitness +1. Spirit +0.1. That's right, rock climbing training will not only increase Naruto's strength and physical strength, but also strengthen Naruto's mental strength. It may be because training is a matter of tempering the spirit, but now the training is not as difficult for Naruto as before. Therefore, the tempering of the spirit has been reduced, but it will still increase a little mental strength, and Naruto does not dislike it. After all, a little bit adds up to a lot. Naruto can now reach the level of elite genin with just physical skills. It seems that he is not as good as the 6-year-old Kakashi in the original work, but Naruto is higher than Kakashi in overall level. This is mainly because Naruto has no one to teach him, and even his training cannot be fully relaxed. Who taught Kakashi when he was a child? Konaha White Fang. Even the 3 ninjas were not as famous as White Fang at that time. They were considered strong among the Kage level. However, Naruto also knows his shortcomings, that is, ninjutsu. If there are ninjutsu now, with Naruto's chakra, Naruto can become a chunin, and his combat power can even reach the level of elite chunin. The reason why combat power is reached is mainly because the knowledge required by ninjas is not only combat power, but also combat experience, intelligence gathering, trap skills, assassination skills, etc. However, Naruto is confident that he can become a strong man with the ability of God's reward for hard work. Naruto has not refined too much chakra now, and he knows the importance of foundation. Besides, there are still 6 years before the start of the plot, so there is no need to rush. If his true strength is exposed, it will be more trouble than gain. Even the 3rd Hokage and Danzo didn't care about Naruto's training in taijutsu. In their eyes, taijutsu was just a minor skill. The achievements that could be achieved were limited. If it weren't for the fact that during the Third World War, Might Guy's father Might Dai used the 8 gates to kick the 7 ninja swordsmen to pieces, they might have paid less attention to taijutsu. Even if Might Dai shone with a moment of light, it was only a moment of brilliance gained by using his life. He was just one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and in front of a Kage-level powerhouse, he was no more than that. As for the current Might Guy, he is just an ordinary jonin. Except for Kakashi, no one knows his potential. Naruto climbed up and down the cliffs again and again, and then lay on the ground, sweat streaming down his cheeks. In fact, Naruto still had 1/3 of his physical strength. My current strength should be able to support my development of the 6 styles. I didn't consider the issue of chakra before. Perhaps I can use the combination of chakra and the 6 styles to practice. It may be easier. Maybe I can even develop my own ninjutsu. At present, my strength is taijutsu, and I only have taijutsu. As for ninjutsu, there is only one, which is the continuous fireball technique. It is quite powerful among the middle and lower ninjas, but it is not powerful enough for the special jonins and above. My mental strength is very strong because I have been a human in 2 lifetimes, and I must master illusions in the future. Although in the original work I relied on the 9-tailed fox to not be afraid of illusions, that was just an ordinary illusion. Now that I have the ability of God rewards hard work, my mental strength in the future will be very terrifying, and I may not be afraid of the kaleidoscope's illusions. Illusion is also a development direction. Besides, I didn't know any other ninjutsu except for the ball rolling technique and the multiple shadow clone technique. It was a complete waste of my own chakra. The other is medical ninjutsu, which can not only heal oneself, but also teammates. It is simply like a nurse. If one can reach Tsunade's level, it is equivalent to being half immortal. My chakra is no less than Tsunade's. Maybe it would be nice to get in touch with Tsunade in the future. Naruto slowly thought about his future development in his mind. Oh, there is also a sealing technique. The sealing technique is very magical in Naruto's eyes. Its role has been shown many times in the original work. The barrier is related to the seal. There is also a sealing seal that can create a scroll to store items. It is simply a storage ring in the world of immortal cultivation. If it were someone else, they would probably choose one path, but for me, I can become omnipotent. Naruto thought proudly that the reward from God for hard work gave him the power to do things, and it was no longer twice the result with half the effort, but 10 times the result with 1 effort, or even more, because the reward from God for hard work could also force Naruto to increase his proficiency in a direction that he didn't understand at all. Even if Naruto had thought about the principle of sealing techniques, he would think, understanding of sealing techniques plus 0.0001. Naruto didn't understand sealing techniques at all. Although the reward from God for hard work could help him understand the existence of sealing techniques, the increased proficiency was pitifully small. Naruto probably thought it was because he knew nothing about sealing techniques. It was a complete blank sheet of paper, so before he got some knowledge of sealing techniques, Naruto didn't plan to study sealing techniques too much. And Naruto's future direction is to focus on physical techniques and ninjutsu, supplemented by illusion techniques and medical ninjutsu. Chapter 8. After resting, Naruto did not press his body, but took out the fishing rod that he had hidden long ago, ran to the upstream 100 meters to fish. According to Naruto's observation, the fish here are the most abundant. With Naruto's almost full-level fishing skills, Naruto soon harvested a lot. Looking at the few fish caught in the bucket, Naruto smiled a little, and carried the bucket to the bottom of a cliff a few dozen meters away from the river. There was a small cave inside. This was the hole that Naruto had dug before. It was not big, but it could prevent rainwater from penetrating on rainy days. Putting the bucket near the hole in the wall, Naruto walked out of the cave and came to the woods at a speed beyond ordinary people. There was a trap he left yesterday, a simple hunting trap, a trap figured out for survival, with no technical difficulty, and the third generation did not doubt it. When Naruto came here, there was already a trapped rabbit here. Naruto picked up the rabbit's ears, shook the weight, smiled and said, "Not bad luck." If he didn't catch the prey, Naruto would have to eat the fish he had caught before. He carried the rabbit back to the outside of the cave and took out a kunai from the ninja bag in his pants. This was a gift from the third generation to Naruto on the eve of Naruto's ninja school. He scraped the scales of the fish and cleaned the rabbit skillfully. With the ability of God's way of rewarding hard work and the cooking skills that Naruto had cultivated over the years, he could easily handle these. He skillfully used the kunai to cut a few branches and quickly roasted the rabbit. The fish was cooked in a pot. This was what Naruto asked the third generation for before. The third generation also knew that Naruto often practiced here and cooked for himself, so he purchased an extra set of tableware for Naruto. And because of Naruto's cooking skills, the third generation would also come to eat Naruto's dinner. In fact, the third generation's purpose was to deepen Naruto's feelings for him, and eating was still incidental. However, because of Naruto's superb cooking skills, the third generation was happy to come here. In his mind, Naruto has become very dependent on him, but in fact, Naruto is not interested in his emotional card at all. Isn't it the third Hokage who forced Naruto to become what he is now? If Naruto hadn't come out to be independent, he might still be drinking expired milk and eating poor quality food bought by others. He has the ability to return his parents' house and the assets saved by his parents. As the fourth Hokage, why would he live in a small house? As parents, how could they not leave some assets for him? He originally wanted to make himself a hero of the village, but now, if it were according to his mother's temper, if she knew his life, she would probably want to tear down Konaha. The food was soon finished. Well, my cooking skills have improved again. Licking his lips, Naruto patted his belly, stood up with satisfaction, and began to run towards home. The sun was no longer visible, and the moon was already out. Tomorrow, there were only a few people running fast on the street. Naruto ran quickly and felt a few disgusted looks. He didn't pay much attention to it. He had already gotten used to these looks over the years. Naruto soon returned to his hut. Although it was small, Naruto had tidied it up very cleanly, and it was no longer as messy as in the original book. After returning, Naruto washed off the stinky sweat caused by today's training and soon fell asleep. Sunrise in the morning. Naruto straightened his clothes. There were many kinds of clothes in Naruto's wardrobe. They were no longer the same few sets of clothes in the original work. He asked the third generation to buy them for him because no one would sell him clothes. Of course, the third generation paid for it and occupied his parents' assets. He only had a small amount of pension, so he had to be thick-skinned. Naruto looked in the mirror. Well, he was still very handsome. Now Naruto looked very strong because of sufficient food and training, and his mental outlook was much better. He set out on the road to the ninja school. When Naruto arrived, only some of them had arrived, but Hinata had already arrived. Naruto-kun. Hearing Hinata greet him, Naruto smiled and said, "Hello, Hinata." Hinata's heart was beating fast. Naruto smiled at me. Naruto smiled at me. Seeing Hinata's face turn red again, Naruto's mouth curled up a little smile again. Isn't Hinata attractive? I really don't know how Naruto in the original novel could fall in love with Sakura. After a while, people arrived one after another. As the bell rang, Iruka entered the classroom on time. "Hello everyone, this is our first class, so I won't waste any time. Does anyone know what it takes to become a ninja?" Iruka kept looking at the students in the class, watching them whispering. "Uchiha Sasuke, you tell me something." Sasuke stood up, like a peacock, raised his head and glanced at everyone proudly, then said, "It's chakra." Chakra is a kind of energy extracted from 130 trillion human cells in a specific ratio of mental and physical energy. After that, Uchiha Sasuke sat down proudly, causing a group of crazy women to exclaim. "Very good. Sasuke is right. If you want to become a ninja, the most important thing is chakra. Chakra is the foundation of becoming a ninja. Next, I will teach you how to refine chakra." Iruka's voice was very stable, and he spoke in detail. In this world, even physical ninjas have chakra in their bodies, just like Might Guy and Rock Lee, who also have chakra in their bodies, but their ninjutsu talent is too poor. Everyone listened to Iruka's explanation, and the civilian children listened with fascination and were very serious. After all, this is the foundation of their existence in this world. People in the Naruto world mature early, and children of a few years old have basically the same cognition as teenagers in their previous lives. Naruto looked at the people around him. Shikamaru still looked careless, and Sasuke did not refine chakra. It seems that the children of several large families have practiced chakra in their families. Their foundation has long been different from those ordinary children. The morning time is basically to refine chakra. After all, chakra is the foundation, and in the afternoon it is to conduct theory. Wow, open the book, it is the book of the will of fire. The opening is where the leaves of Konaha fly, the fire is also endless, the flames will illuminate the village and grow new buds. After that, the history of Konaha and the deeds of the first Hokage were introduced, but they were different from what he knew. The third Hokage was really shameless to portray himself as the strongest Hokage in history. There were also some theories that were full of the flavor of pyramid schemes. After being influenced by modern times, Naruto felt that this teaching material was not mature at all. After several days, he was on the way to learn theories, and Naruto went to his small base for training after school as usual. But today Iruka suddenly announced that there would be a practical class today. The practical class is divided into kunai throwing and combat training. This made everyone present very excited. After all, they have been learning boring theoretical knowledge for several days. Naruto didn't think it was difficult. Although his memory has not reached the level of photographic memory, it is not much worse. Even Naruto himself doesn't know how strong his mental strength is now. Chapter 9. Following Iruka, we came to the training ground. Although it was a small training ground, it was enough for the students of the ninja school. Next, let's do the kunai throwing training, Iruka said loudly. He asked everyone to line up. There were a total of 10 targets in this training ground. 10 people were in a group and they were throwing kunai. There were about 20 people in their whole class, which meant that 2.5 groups could do one round. Uchiha Sasuke was in the first group and stood side by side. After Iruka gave the order, everyone threw the kunai in their hands at the target. Swish, swish, swish. A few slight sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and soon the kunai was thrown onto the target. It can be clearly observed that Uchiha Sasuke slightly pressed down his wrist when throwing the kunai. Obviously, he had specially trained the kunai training. Uchiha throwing technique. I didn't expect Sasuke to start training now. As for the others, none of them missed the target. The worst was One Ring. Some people seem to be training kunai throwing for the first time. It seems that they are still a little talented. They are worthy of being Class A. The most dazzling one is Uchiha Sasuke, who actually hit the bullseye. Uchiha Sasuke, 10 rings. Early Spring Ui, 3 rings. Inuzuka Kiba, 7 rings. Fuji Itsuki, 2 rings. Iruka kept announcing everyone's results, while Uchiha Sasuke raised his proud head again and looked at everyone. Naruto found it funny. After all, he was still a child, with a competitive mentality. Especially Inuzuka Kiba, seeing Sasuke being warmly welcomed by the girls, he couldn't help but sneer. Huh. What's so great? I just made a mistake just now. Although Inuzuka Kiba had been exposed to the practice of kunai throwing several times in the family, he was not interested at all. He was more interested in the family's ninja dogs. In a few years, he would get his own ninja dog. Naruto was in the second group, and Hinata was there too. He smiled and encouraged Hinata. He knew that the girl needed encouragement. Soon, another round of kunai was thrown, and Naruto deliberately threw 8 rings. With the ability of God rewarding hard work, Naruto quickly mastered the throwing skills and reached the level of proficiency. Now he can throw as many rings as he wants. After all, it is just a dead object that can't move. When he got the kunai, he also used the big tree to practice accuracy. Uzumaki Naruto, 8th ring. Nara Shikamaru, 9th ring. Haruno Sakura, 5 rings. Surprisingly, Haruno Sakura, who had never thrown a kunai, actually threw 5 rings. No wonder she was able to become Tsunade's apprentice later. It seems that she is talented. Although Naruto dislikes Haruno Sakura a little, he has never found any ill will towards him in Haruno Sakura. This may be the reason why Naruto likes Haruno Sakura in the original work. In fact, Haruno Sakura is not ugly, with pink hair and big eyes. She looks quite cute, except that her forehead is a little wide. Basically, she is a kawaii loli. Almost everyone in this class has no ill will towards Naruto, which makes Naruto wonder if they were specially selected. Hyuga Hinata, 9 rings. Soon everyone finished throwing, and 2 people in the last group missed the target. This was normal, but being able to throw accurately for the first time still showed that some people had talent in this area. In the following time, Iruka asked everyone to practice on their own. The first time was just to see how talented everyone was. Of course, it was just to test the talent for kunai. He also knew that some of the family members must have been exposed to kunai training when they were in the family. Naruto was a little bored. It would be better to let him train himself than to let him train this. Practicing these things was simply a waste of his time. After training for more than 2 hours, most people's arms were sore. As for a few people who were lazy, such as Shikamaru, these trainings were too simple for him. As for Choji, I don't know when he took out a bag of snacks and started eating. At this time, Iruka suddenly asked everyone to take a break and conduct actual combat training later. For a while, several people screamed, especially Inuzuka Kiba, who already disliked Uchiha Sasuke. Always stealing his limelight. Half an hour passed quickly. Fuji Itsuki vs. Ono Jiro, Seal of Opposition. Soon the 2 students came to the middle. After forming the Seal of Opposition, they looked at each other warily, and then rushed towards each other at the same time. There was no beauty in their fight, but both of them used chakra, attached to their hands and feet to make simple attacks. Although they looked small, with the help of chakra, the damage caused by their punches and kicks actually made a dent in the ground. With the help of chakra, the power of the 2 was even more terrifying than that of ordinary adults. It must be said that ordinary people, even children, are more respectful in front of ninjas, because the power of ninjas is like that of gods in their eyes. After the 2 fought for a few minutes, the chakra was almost exhausted. The amount of chakra of the 2 was still too little. After that, the 2 relied on physical strength to fight, and finally Fujiatsuki slightly defeated Onojiro with his physique. Make the Seal of Reconciliation. After the two made the Seal of Reconciliation, it meant that the previous grudges were wiped out. Soon, the groups of people fought. During the battle, Inuzuka Kiba protested because he was fighting others. He wanted to challenge Uchiha Sasuke. But Iruka refused. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Seal of Opposition. After the two of them made the Seal of Opposition, Naruto had a headache. He knew he couldn't win, otherwise it would definitely attract attention. The news of defeating the son of the Uchiha clan leader would spread everywhere the next day. When Naruto was thinking about how much strength to use, Uchiha Sasuke seized the opportunity and attacked. It must be said that Uchiha Sasuke's attack was much faster than the previous attacks of Fujiatsuki and Onojiro. Naruto quickly counterattacked and punched Sasuke. So fast. Sasuke sighed, and their fists collided tightly together. Suddenly, a huge force came from his arm. Sasuke endured the numbness of his arm and continued to attack. Naruto felt the power of his attack on Sasuke, and saw that Sasuke could actually bear it. Well, as expected of the second pillar, he can actually withstand 1/20th of his own power. I must survive. I must not expose my strength. The two kept moving around and attacking, and Naruto suddenly found that Sasuke's arm was trembling a little. Damn. Second pillar. What are you pretending to be when you can't hold on? Naruto suddenly pretended to be physically exhausted. After fighting with Sasuke for a few minutes, he was kicked by Sasuke and flew out with the force. With Naruto's current superb acting skills, others can't see the problem at all. As for Sasuke, he was a little confused. Is it really physically exhausted? How can he have such great strength? Humph. After all, he is physically weak. The arrogant Sasuke trembled again. Yeah, Sasuke won. Sasuke is awesome. Sasuke's girl group started cheering, causing the boys to gnash their teeth, wondering why they were not as popular. Chapter 10. Make the Seal of Reconciliation. The two made the Seal of Reconciliation with each other. Although Sasuke's hands were still shaking slightly, he couldn't stop the excitement on his face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the two were very strong. If things went as expected, the top student of this class would be born in their hands. The afternoon passed quickly, and when it was time to go home from school, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't wait to pack his school bag and ran home, without even looking at Naruto before leaving. As for Naruto, he did not go to his training ground as usual, but prepared to go to the school library to read some professional books. Because he had learned from Iruka that the school library would be open today. Uchiha Sasuke ran back home at a fast pace. When he reached a telephone pole, a voice suddenly rang out, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke looked up and a look of joy instantly appeared on his little face. Brother, why are you here? Seeing Sasuke's happy look, Itachi jumped down from the electric pole. He wanted to wait for Sasuke at home, but his longing for him made him want to wait for him on the road that Sasuke must pass. He stood on the electric pole just to see Sasuke enter his field of vision faster and more clearly. I have completed my mission. I will wait for you here. I have just arrived for a while. Itachi rarely smiled. At this moment, in front of his brother, Itachi smiled particularly happily. I will always protect you, Sasuke. Brother, I won the first place in the practical class today. How is it? Awesome, right? Sasuke said excitedly. I also met a powerful guy today. If it weren't for his lack of physical strength, I might have lost. Our Sasuke is so awesome. Itachi pinched Sasuke's nose. Itachi touched Sasuke's head, and then said, come on up. I'll carry you. Squatting down slowly, Itachi carried Sasuke on his back. Itachi accidentally touched Sasuke's arm, and Sasuke suddenly gasped. Itachi quickly noticed Sasuke's abnormality, and hurriedly put Sasuke down, lifted Sasuke's sleeves, and clearly saw that Sasuke's arms were a little bruised and red and swollen. This was due to the huge external force. And the only thing that could make Sasuke become like this was the practical class that Sasuke mentioned. To have such strength, it shouldn't be due to physical exhaustion. It seems that your classmate is not simple. Itachi squatted down carefully and took out a bottle of swelling spray and a roll of bandage from the ninja bag. Ninjas have to face many things outside, and necessary first aid measures and equipment may save their lives. Brother, I'm fine. Dad will be unhappy if he sees it. Sasuke pouted. He thought that a night's rest would be enough. It was totally unnecessary. Suddenly Sasuke was stunned for a moment and said, "Brother, how do you know that my classmate is not simple?" "Sasuke, look at your arm, it has become like this. It means his strength is greater than yours. You probably took his attack. You can still win. It means your opponent must be hiding his weakness." Itachi said with a smile, but in fact he was a little confused as to who could beat Sasuke like this. HMPH. Damn it. Sasuke was a little angry at the moment. No wonder he felt that his victory was a little strange. It turned out that Uzumaki Naruto was pretending to be exhausted. His brother was right. People's physical fitness is proportional. Basically, there is no weak guy with strong strength. That guy has a strong body. Obviously, he exercises regularly and his physical strength must be good. Damn it, that guy really lost to me on purpose. I will definitely beat him next time. Brother, you have to teach me how to practice. Sasuke clenched his fists. Good, good. Itachi carried Sasuke on his back again, and the two of them left with laughter. Their shadows were very long against the backdrop of the evening sun. On the other hand, Naruto has taken the books he borrowed from the library home and will return them after a week. In the ninja school, it is not like in the village. Although the ninjas in the library hate him, they still give him the books. Naruto borrowed 3 books in total. One is a detailed explanation of illusions, which is a book that specifically introduces illusions and some basic illusion principles. It also records some hand seals related to illusions and countermeasures when encountering illusions. It does not record some methods of practicing illusions. The essence of illusions is to mobilize chakra through hand seals to deceive the enemy's senses. Those who are strong in mental strength and have a talent for illusions basically go the illusion route, such as Yuhi Kurenai. His illusions can even compete with the Sharingan. Of course, it refers to illusions below the Mangekyo. However, the Uchiha family does not rely solely on illusions. It is estimated that they are not the opponent of the Uchiha in a fight. Of course, it refers to the same level. As for the other book, it is a detailed explanation of physical skills, which contains many training methods for basic physical skills. Naruto felt that he had gained a lot. In his mind, Principles of Illusion +5. Principles of Illusion +6. Basic Physical Technique Understanding +3. Basic Physical Technique Understanding +2. Naruto felt that voices kept coming out of his mind after just flipping through the book a few times. His own understanding of illusions also instantly deepened. As for the small increase in physical techniques, Naruto guessed that it might be because he had included some basic physical techniques in his usual training. As for the other book, it was about elementary trap making. Most of the books in the library are basic, and it is estimated that most of the truly valuable ones are hidden in the professional book collections of major families in Konaha. But Naruto is already very satisfied. Basics are sometimes very important. Naruto also saw a very good book, but the maximum he can borrow is 3. The name of the book is called Chakra Properties and Detailed Explanation of Hand Seals. Naruto couldn't wait to borrow it. Then he started flipping through the books. With Naruto's current memory and comprehension, and with the help of the ability of God's reward for hard work, Naruto easily absorbed the contents of the book. Naruto was immersed in the world of the book. When Naruto raised his head, he twisted his neck, which was a little sore, and looked again. It was already midnight. Although Naruto read very quickly, he still finished the book at midnight. After reading 3 books, Naruto felt that his knowledge of illusion, physical skills and trap layout had deepened a lot, and he felt like a person who had been immersed in this for many years. Naruto felt that his knowledge of traps had improved greatly, and the manufacturing of traps and the improvement methods of previous traps involuntarily emerged in his mind. The reason why Naruto chose this elementary trap-making book was because he wanted to use most of his time to practice. Learning trap manufacturing would make hunting easier. Slowly closing the textbook, Naruto was ready to go to bed. Although he had mastered all the knowledge in it, his understanding even exceeded the content in the book. Naruto did not plan to return the books in his hand to the library tomorrow. After all, remembering and understanding 3 books in one night was too much. Most people had a photographic memory, which was already very good. Unlike him, he not only had a nearly photographic memory, but also had a cheating ability like God rewards hard work. Chapter 11. In the early morning of the rising sun, Naruto dressed neatly and prepared to go to the ninja school. He glanced at his hut and planned to go out. Although he went to bed very late, Naruto was quite excited now. He had made another step forward on the road to becoming stronger. With Naruto's current mental strength, he might feel mentally uncomfortable if he didn't sleep for 3 days. 4 hours of rest a day was enough for Naruto to recuperate. Although Naruto only slept for 2 hours last night, he couldn't stop the joy in his heart. Naruto walked out of the door. He was the only one living around. The villagers who lived here before had moved away because he was a so-called demon fox. Naruto was happy to have some peace and quiet. Naruto ran quickly on the road and soon arrived at the school. As always, he greeted Hinata, who blushed slightly. Naruto took out the book in his hand again to review. Although he had basically mastered the content of the book, reviewing would also bring different gains. Principles of Illusion +2. Principles of Illusion +2. Spirit +1. Smells good. The voice that slowly came from his mind made Naruto feel like the sound of nature. Hinata looked at Naruto with a slightly curious look, and her eyes fell on the book that Naruto was reading. The book explained the content of illusion. According to Hinata's knowledge, it should be content that will be taught next year. Unexpectedly, Naruto started to learn this knowledge so early. Hinata couldn't help but look at Naruto's profile and was a little dazed. The serious Naruto was really handsome. After an unknown amount of time, Naruto suddenly saw Hinata staring at him in a daze. Naruto waved his hand in front of Hinata and said, "Hinata, is there a flower on my face?" Hinata suddenly came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she said in a low voice, "No, it's just that Naruto-kun today. Somewhat handsome. Ha ha ha, Hinata is also very cute today." Naruto touched Hinata's head happily, and Hinata's face immediately turned ruddy, as if she was about to faint. Naruto let go of his hand quickly. In the past few days, Naruto basically touched Hinata's head every day. After all, feelings should be cultivated from childhood. As for Haruno Sakura, is she as fragrant as Hinata? After a few days of getting used to it, Hinata's reaction was much smaller. After all, there is only a difference between once and countless times in this kind of thing. Uchiha Sasuke entered the classroom at some point and stared at Naruto inadvertently. Sasuke, who was a little chubby, pretended to have a cold look, which caused several nymphomaniacs to scream again and again. Sasuke looked at Naruto secretly, and saw that Naruto was still flirting with Hinata, and then he started reading the book on the table again. Due to the distance and angle, Sasuke did not see clearly what was written on Naruto's book, but it was certain that it was not the few books that were sent before. Ahem. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. Next, open the textbooks and open the first chapter, Konaha and the Will of Fire. Iruka interrupted everyone's playfulness with the sound of a bell. Naruto also closed the book that explained the principles of illusion and carefully put it into the drawer of his school bag. He took out the book that Naruto felt had no ideological effect, but there was no way, these were all going to be tested and counted into the liberal arts score. But Naruto didn't care. The liberal arts score only accounted for 20%, and the rest was martial arts, including combat. But Naruto still quickly read it several times and memorized it. With Naruto's memory, Even Shikamaru couldn't compare to it, but Shikamaru's memory was not much worse, and it was also at the level of almost photographic memory. Sasuke was still quietly looking at Naruto, and suddenly he seemed to have discovered something. Naruto's body was shaking slightly, Sasuke's eyes moved down, and he could vaguely see Naruto's hands were shaking constantly. What is he doing? Sasuke suddenly became curious. No, he is practicing hand seals. Sasuke suddenly discovered Naruto's intention. This guy is still practicing hand seals at this time, damn guy. He is trying to gain as much time as possible to become stronger at this time. Then this guy is so powerful, how could he ignore his shortcomings? Sasuke is referring to physical strength. Sasuke's physical strength has not actually been trained much. Naruto is working so hard that he should not be weaker than himself in physical strength. It's just like what my brother said, this guy is hiding his abilities. If Sasuke had been influenced by real culture, he would understand that Naruto is hiding his abilities. Sasuke angrily took out another book from the drawer. It contained some brief hand seals, and Naruto was practicing exactly what was on it. After learning, Naruto planned to borrow the advanced version of the chakra properties and hand seals he saw in the library last time. What is recorded in this book is enough for the students of the ninja school to study for a year. Next year, as the amount of chakra increases, the school will teach students the three-body technique. Sasuke took out the book and started practicing according to it. But before, Sasuke having never practiced hand seals, he now seems a little clumsy. He can only make 2 hand seals in 1 second, and sometimes he makes mistakes. Sasuke's slightly violent movements and the fact that he kept his head down attracted Iruka's attention. Although Iruka is a chunin, he is not as good as a chunin who specializes in combat, but he can still easily see what Sasuke is doing. Seeing Sasuke reading a book on hand seals, I was secretly surprised. As expected of a member of the Uchiha family, he now knows the importance of hand seals. Quick hand seals can save time in launching ninjutsu. Sometimes in battle, a moment of time means life. What he didn't know was that Sasuke just didn't want to fall behind Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke-san, please don't do anything that is not related to this class. The content above will be taught later. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke was not making trouble, Iruka also reminded him, just like before Naruto traveled through time, the teacher in class always didn't like students to learn other courses in his class. Sasuke heard Iruka's voice and his face turned red. Seeing Sasuke nodded and closed the book of hand seals, Iruka slowly explained again. As for Sasuke, he glanced at Naruto. Naruto also saw Sasuke's eyes and couldn't help but smile at Sasuke. He saw Sasuke's movements and guessed that Sasuke might be learning to practice hand seals from him. But he has long been able to do 2 things at the same time, and it is no problem to do hand seals and listen to the class at the same time. What's more, theoretical classes the process was very simple for Naruto. Naruto's smile seemed to be mocking him in Sasuke's eyes. Damn Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke was roaring in his heart. Sasuke's face, which was a little chubby, looked a little ferocious. Naruto was also a little stunned when he saw Sasuke's appearance. He didn't know how he had offended him. Sure enough, the second pillar still lacks the beating of society. No longer caring about Sasuke, Naruto concentrated on practicing hand seals. Now Naruto can already do about 4.5 hand seals per second without making mistakes, although it is still not as good as Uchiha Itachi's 6 hand seals per second. But with the help of God's reward for hard work, it should not be a problem to surpass Uchiha Itachi in the future. Chapter 12. The reason why Naruto learned to make hand seals was because he wanted to understand the principles of hand seal ninjutsu. Only by understanding it can he simplify it in the future. Naruto doesn't want to be like the original who can only make a panacea of rolling balls. Although rolling balls is also very powerful, the shortcomings are also very obvious. If it weren't for the 9 tails and the protagonist's halo, I don't know how many times he would have died. Hitaki Kakashi in the original work is also known as Hitaki 50-50. It is precisely because he knows a lot of ninjutsu that he can basically formulate strategies and attack in a variety of ways when facing any kind of enemy. He was a genin at the age of 5, a chunin at the age of 6, a jonin at the age of 12, and developed the Reikiri that cuts off lightning at the age of 13. This is an S-level ninjutsu, and there was also an A-level Chidori before. From this point of view, Hitaki Kakashi is simply a super genius, but later because of Obito's incident, he directly fell, and then he didn't advance to the level of Kage for so many years. It was mainly due to the Sharingan. The Sharingan could not be closed on foreigners, and would even absorb their own chakra. This also caused Kakashi to become a mana-consuming user. However, Kakashi's slow progress in strength was not entirely due to the Sharingan. It was mainly due to his addiction to pornographic texts and his numbness to the death of his friends. Even Hitaki's swordsmanship was put down. But Kakashi's talent could not be denied. As for chakra, Naruto said, "Is this chakra? It's called chatanla in his case." There is also a power bank in the body, although it cannot be used yet. Naruto was also very strange about the 9 tails. It stands to reason that with his mental power, it should be enough to enter the mental space, but I don't know why he has not entered the mental space for a long time. It should be that the 9 tails is still unwilling to see Naruto. Naruto didn't care, and worked hard to improve his strength. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Soon Iruka's theory class ended. The next class was a class called Mizuki Teacher, which was also a theory class. Compared with Iruka's class, Mizuki's class was more boring, which directly made the people headed by Shikamaru fall asleep. Mizuki is not Iruka, and dares to reprimand everyone. Many of the little ancestors here are heirs of big families, and he can't afford to offend them. However, he looked at Naruto with fierce eyes. But he couldn't find any faults, because Naruto behaved very well and listened attentively throughout the whole process. In fact, he was practicing hand seals and thinking about the knowledge in his mind. There is no problem with hand seal training as long as chakra is not mobilized, but if chakra is mobilized randomly, it will also cause big problems. At the least, you need to rest for a few days, and at the worst, your tendons and veins will be damaged. Even worse, you may lose arms and legs. The afternoon class is still a practical class, which is simple for Naruto. Kunai throwing training and shuriken training, Naruto performed well. The best performer is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't know why, Naruto always feels that Sasuke is staring at him. Could he be? Naruto shook his head quickly, and drove the terrible idea out of his mind. During the battle training, Naruto fought against Inuzuka Kiba. At the beginning, Inuzuka Kiba was still determined to defeat Naruto. A few minutes later, Naruto defeated Inuzuka Kiba and won Inuzuka Kiba's respect. In his opinion, Naruto's attack and defense were flawless. He estimated that Naruto's strength should be stronger than this. He probably saved face for himself. This made Inuzuka Kiba inexplicably more favorable to Naruto. Even Iruka couldn't help but nod his head after seeing it. There was nothing wrong with Naruto's attack and defense, but his physical strength was still a little lacking. In fact, this was just what Naruto showed deliberately. Even so, it was already very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he exposed a little bit of his strength when fighting with Sasuke, Naruto would have to disguise his strength and barely maintain the appearance of being in the top 5 in the class. Naruto was not afraid of the suspicion of the 3rd generation. After all, it was a great thing for him to be in the forefront among many family children without anyone teaching him. The Anbu members who were secretly monitoring him would not doubt him. Who made the ability of God's reward for hard work really abnormal. Although Naruto did not have any system, he enjoyed the process of becoming stronger, just like opening 10 times the experience points. So cool. After finishing the afternoon class, Naruto went to his training ground again, and the feeling of being monitored came to his mind again. Naruto used Kagura's mind eye to sense it. To Naruto's surprise, there was only one person monitoring him now. Did he gain some trust in the heart of the 3rd generation? Naruto didn't care much, but this was a good thing. Running quickly on the road to the back mountain, Naruto was ready to practice as usual. Suddenly, Naruto heard a voice. He couldn't help but be a little curious. Naruto walked to the location of the voice. 200 meters away from his training place, there was a little kid practicing here. The reason why it is called a little kid is that the man in front of him is not very old. He looks about 6 or 7 years old. At this moment, sweat has soaked his whole body. But the training did not stop, and finally kept shouting, 1397. 1398. 13. It was as if the sound was his motivation. Looking at the boy who was working hard in front of him, let's call him a boy. The pot-covered hair, thick eyebrows, and white shirt with a slight grayish yellow, although it was a little different from the figure in Naruto's mind, Naruto still recognized him. He was Rock Lee in the original work, also known as Rock Lee. Now he hasn't put on the strange green tights, but his hard training life has already begun. Naruto still has some admiration for this boy. Every hard-working person should not be underestimated. In the original work, Shaoli actually beat Sasuke when he first appeared. When he opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninja, Duman, he had the ability to rival ordinary Jonin in a short period of time. But in the end, he was defeated by Gaara. Although Gaara was only 12 years old, he had killed several ordinary Jonin. At that time, Naruto and Sasuke made rapid progress. Naruto grew from an ordinary genin to an elite chunin in half a year. With the help of rolling balls, he could reach the level of a special jonin. Uchiha Sasuke was similar. With the help of Sharingan and Chidori, he also exceeded the average elite chunin. But it only refers to pure strength. Other aspects are far behind. Of course, this refers to the original work. Now with Naruto's arrival, the butterfly's wings have been flapping. After practicing squats, Shaoli began to punch in front of him. In Naruto's opinion, this kind of exercise is a bit inefficient. With the passive growth of God's reward for hard work and the basic physical skills that he mastered last night, Naruto still has some insights into the practice of physical skills. Hello, can I interrupt you for a moment? Naruto's voice was clear and loud. Shaoli, who was interrupted, looked up and saw a boy who looked about the same as himself standing in front of him, with deep eyes and an indescribable temperament. Chapter 13. Looking at Naruto in front of him, Shaoli was a little surprised, but he still stopped. Looking at Naruto puzzledly, he said, "Hello. What can I do for you? Are you practicing taijutsu?" Naruto said softly. "That's right. I firmly believe that even if I don't know any ninjutsu or illusion, I can still reach the top with my physical skills. Become a great ninja." The eyes of Rock Lee with the pot-covered hair radiated a dazzling light. "I also believe that you can become a great taijutsu ninja." Naruto smiled and praised. "Hey, do you also think that you can become a real ninja by relying on physical skills?" Rock Lee thought that he would be laughed at by Naruto, but he didn't expect that Naruto actually recognized his ninja way. For a moment, he couldn't help but burst into tears. This was the first time he got recognition from his peers. Although he had long been accustomed to being laughed at by others, he still felt a sense of joy from the heart when he got recognition from others. "Well, I think taijutsu is very promising." Naruto's words are not false. In the later era, after the Otsutsuki clan appeared, ninjutsu was almost useless. They could only rely on senjutsu and taijutsu. Naruto and Sasuke's taijutsu were also honed to a very high level in the battle with the Otsutsuki. But the Otsutsuki not only possessed taijutsu, but also the ability of eye techniques. So Naruto would not give up practicing taijutsu. If possible, Naruto would also develop related taijutsu moves, such as the 6 styles that Naruto is conceiving. In addition, the power of senjutsu is also what Naruto wants. Getting the power of senjutsu means having with the keys to the Super Cage level and the 6 Paths level. In the world of Naruto, there are always several ways to become a 6 Paths level. Gather the tailed beasts to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and condense the truth-seeking jade. Become a 6 paths level powerhouse. The lifespan and life level of this level of powerhouse have been transformed, but there is still a limit on the lifespan. The second is that the Sage of 6 Paths personally comes down and bestows the power of the 6 paths, which can temporarily become the level of the 6 paths. This is the case with Naruto and Sasuke in the original work, but Naruto now does not prefer this method. Another way is to practice the celestial arts to an extremely high level. Although the masters of the 3 sacred places have never taken action, her strength is definitely extraordinary. She fooled the 6 Paths Sage into attacking Kaguya in front of the Great Toad Sage, and even taught the 6 Paths Sage to practice magic. She also survived after the 6 Paths Sage's physical body died. She is probably also a 6 Paths level existence, but she should not be a match for the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, magic can be regarded as the real native power of the ninja world. The chakra was actually brought by Kaguya, so Kaguya is also called the ancestor of chakra. There is also a bloodstain net, which integrates the chakra attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin and yang. However, no one in the original work has been able to achieve this level in this way without any external force. Reach the 6 paths mode. The last one is the Samsara Eye mode, but Naruto doesn't know yet whether the power of the Samsara Eye has reached the real 6 paths level, but he thinks it should have reached it, because the truth-seeking jade appeared on Tonari in the original work. However, it may be because of the trick, Tonari was defeated by Naruto and the 9 tails before his power reached the peak. And judging from the different levels of the 6 paths in the original work, the 6 paths level should also be divided into strong and weak. Coming back to his senses, Naruto looked at Shaoli in front of him and said, although you can rely on physical skills to achieve the peak, physical skills are not practiced like this. You have been practicing basic movements such as running, kicking, push-ups, squats, and straight punches. Although these movements can help you improve your physical fitness, as time goes by, it is extremely difficult to maintain this progress. Not everyone has the ability to work hard. Naruto silently added in his heart. Naruto picked and chose the basics of physical skills that he had summarized and told Shaoli. Shaoli was shocked when he heard Naruto's methods of practicing physical skills, because in Shaoli's opinion, these methods were simply linked together and had never been heard of in the ninja school. He had practiced what the school teacher taught before. After years of practice, he could improve his physical fitness, and even had weight training afterwards. However, he was still young and should not bear weights, otherwise he might not grow tall. Physical skills in this world are not taken seriously, because physical training requires not only talent, but also huge financial support and years of time. Few people can persist. Learning an advanced ninjutsu is equivalent to several years of practice. In this world where fighting may break out at any time, who will concentrate on learning physical skills? Might Guy and Shaoli can achieve achievements that ordinary people cannot because they can only learn physical skills and persevere. This is also the reason why Naruto is willing to mention because of Shaoli. Naruto did not have any hope that he could become Naruto's helper in the future. In fact, Naruto has slowly formed a set of physical training in his mind, which can further strengthen his physical fitness, but Naruto dare not give this to Shaoli now. What he just told Shaoli is actually enough for Shaoli to practice for 2 years. If the contents taught in the school are practiced for many years, they may cause hidden injuries. This is also the reason why there are fewer physical ninjas. After mastering the basic physical training, you can start to learn the practice of force techniques, but these contents are hidden and basically will not be taught to students in the ninja school. As for Naruto's thoughts on physical training, Naruto dare not reveal them at this stage. These can also be understood as Naruto's extraordinary talent and his own summary. In addition, the third-generation Hokage does not pay much attention to physical training. If Naruto's physical training can lead to the overall strengthening of physical ninjas, then Naruto will definitely fall into a heavy arrow. No matter how evil you are, if you behave in an unreasonable way, there may be problems. Wow, Tilda. You are so kind. Tell me such a precious training method. Rock Lee rushed over excitedly, grabbed Naruto's legs, and rubbed his snot and tears on Naruto's body. Fuck. Get out of here, I'm not gay. Naruto suddenly felt a chill and kicked Xiaoli away. Xiaoli was kicked to the side of the tree and was shocked to find that he didn't feel any pain. This made Xiaoli think that Naruto was a genius in physical skills. Although Naruto's words made him a little confused, what is my grass, what is the old chicken? I want to eat grass. The chicken is old. Although it may not be this meaning, Xiaoli knew that he had offended Naruto. Xiaoli hurriedly stood up, bowed deeply, and said, I'm very sorry. I'm just too excited. Thank you for teaching me such a precious training method. Rock Lee's eyes seemed to be shining when he looked at Naruto. Naruto was not only the first man who recognized his endurance, but also the first person to teach him physical training. Naturally, there was also a strange uncle in green clothes who recognized him before, saying that he could consider accepting him as a disciple after observing for a period of time. But Xiaoli hoped to get recognition from his peers. After hearing Naruto's insights on physical skills, Xiaoli looked at Naruto with admiration. Chapter 14. Hello. May I ask your name? Xiaoli unconsciously added a respectful word to Naruto's address. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. You don't have to be so polite, this is just my humble opinion. Naruto also responded with a smile. Indeed, his physical skills are not so shocking, but they are much better than what he taught in school. Naruto-kun, can I train with you? Xiaoli asked again, his eyes full of desire. Of course, you can come with me. Naruto brought Xiaoli to his previous training ground. Xiaoli was a little surprised to see this simple but well-equipped training ground. Is this your training ground, Naruto-kun? Xiaoli couldn't help but take a closer look at the surrounding layout and environment, and found that this place was much better than the place where he practiced. Just call me Naruto, you're welcome. I usually practice here. Naruto said as he walked towards the direction where he usually set traps. Xiaoli didn't say anything, just followed Naruto, his eyes flashing with curiosity. After a while, the two walked to the side of the trap. There was no prey in the trap. It seemed that the prey had also learned it. Naruto looked at the trap he had made before again. After learning how to set the trap, Naruto suddenly felt that the trap in front of him was so simple. He dismantled it directly. Naruto used the knowledge he had learned before to make a few traps and arrange them around, which looked a bit hidden. After doing this, Naruto turned around and said to Xiaoli, Xiaoli, be careful of the traps when you come here next time. There are usually no one here except me. Naruto-kun. Naruto, what are you doing with these traps? Xiaoli wanted to call Naruto-kun, but suddenly remembered that Naruto asked him to call him by his name. This is the trap I use for hunting, and it is also the source of my meat. Only sufficient meat can ensure better training. Naruto's firm words made Xiaoliu a little hesitant. Seeing Xiaoli's hesitation, Naruto said, You don't think I'm a family member or something, I'm an orphan. Ah, sorry, Naruto, I didn't know you were an orphan. Xiaoli was a little surprised and apologized quickly. He didn't expect Naruto to be an orphan like himself. It's okay, Xiaoli. I'm going to start training next. Naruto started training as usual. His training intensity was no less than Xiaoli's, and he finished faster. There were also some training methods that Xiaoli didn't know. Some were the training methods that Naruto had told Xiaoli before. Xiaoli started training according to the method Naruto had told him before. For a while, there were only two figures who were training hard under the morning sun. Time passed slowly. Since the last time, Xiaoli often waited for Naruto at the place where Naruto practiced. After inquiring about some news about Naruto, Xiaoli was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Naruto was 1 year younger than him. Naruto's maturity, hard work and strength were deeply imprinted in Xiaoli's heart. Although Naruto was younger than him, Xiaoli had already regarded Naruto as an elder brother. After learning about Naruto's treatment in the village, Xiaoli took the initiative to help Naruto buy food. It was mainly some green vegetables and the like. As an orphan, Shaoli didn't have much money to buy meat, and he didn't have it often. On the contrary, after following Naruto, he had enough meat every day. Coupled with the exercise methods taught by Naruto, Shaoli obviously felt his own progress. After saying goodbye to Shaoli, Naruto returned home and lay on the bed. Looking at the ceiling, should I develop a way to communicate without being discovered by the Anbu? Naruto felt deeply troubled by the Anbu. Every time he didn't dare to let go of his training, it was because of the existence of the Anbu. Even the training methods he sorted out during this period, he didn't dare to teach Shaoli, for fear of attracting the attention of the third-generation old fox and the Nabekage Danzo. If it weren't for the ability of God's reward for hard work, these physical trainings would be useless to Naruto. Naruto needs more intensive training. However, if the intensity of training is increased, Naruto will inevitably expose his physical fitness close to that of a Chunin. If he adds sufficient chakra and ninjutsu, Naruto will be extremely dazzling. Naruto began to think of ways to communicate without making any sound. Code. No, don't underestimate the qualities of being a ninja. It would be great if there was a phone. Naruto suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yes. Why not make a phone? Chakra is a fusion of human spirit and life energy, and has the ability to transmit information. Naruto's body even has the chakra consciousness of the fourth generation Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, which shows that chakra is a carrier that can carry information very well. If I can convert sound into chakra, and then into sound, it can appear in another person's mind, and even form my own consciousness in the mind of others, so that communication will not be difficult at all. Naruto sat cross-legged, making the Anbu who was monitoring him mistakenly think that Naruto was refining chakra. In fact, Naruto was constantly thinking in his mind. If Naruto developed it himself, it would probably take several years, but Naruto had a cheat. Chakra sound transmission concept +2. Chakra sound transmission concept +3. From time to time, a sound like the sound of nature came from Naruto's mind. The next day, Naruto, who had been thinking all night, was unable to fully materialize his ideas. Either the signal was unstable or the sentences were unclear. Naruto kept experimenting in his mind. Naruto built a place to store information in his mind, using chakra as a carrier. The sound was transmitted from it and then transmitted to the brain. This is to prevent damage to the brain. After several failures, Naruto felt that if he was given a few more days, he should be able to successfully develop it. Naruto was still constantly thinking about the ideas in his mind at school. 2 more days passed, and Naruto felt that his spirit was already very exhausted. Hinata, you help me keep an eye on him for a while, I'm going to take a break. Naruto said to Hinata next to him, and then he fell asleep on the table. Sasuke, who often paid attention to Naruto, had been practicing hard for a while and could practice his seals while listening to the class. Seeing Naruto sleeping on the table, Sasuke didn't think Naruto was being lazy. In his mind, he kept thinking about Naruto's exhaustion from practicing every day after he returned. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke felt that he had to work harder. Although he had always been the best in everyone's eyes, he felt that if Uzumaki Naruto didn't hide his strength, he might not be able to defeat him. Another 2 days passed. Naruto showed a surprised expression. He finally succeeded. He even upgraded it. He called the move he developed the Chakra Dialogue Room or Chakra Chat Room. Not only can it transmit sound, but after Naruto established a chakra consciousness space, he can let different people show their appearance in it through chakra links. It can support single and multiple people. The communication between the two people takes place in their minds and will not be noticed by outsiders at all. This was created by Naruto with reference to the chat group in his previous life. Chakra acts as a signal and a carrier. There is still room for improvement in the future. Chapter 15. In classrooms. Naruto looked at Hinata who was listening to the class attentively, and suddenly wanted to try out the chakra dialogue room he developed. He carefully connected the chakra to it. Hinata, can you hear my voice? Hinata was listening to the teacher's lecture attentively. In this class, the one with the best theoretical performance was Haruno Sakura, followed by Hinata. Hinata was a little surprised, because she actually heard Naruto's voice in her mind. She was very sure that Naruto did not speak. She tilted her head to look at Naruto, who looked directly at the blackboard and did not speak. Am I hallucinating? I was actually thinking about Naruto-kun during class. Hinata's face instantly turned red, and her fair neck and face were stained with a touch of bright red. Ha ha ha, Hinata is so cute today. Hinata, you heard it right, it was me who was speaking in your mind. Don't be surprised, this is a new technique I developed, you have to keep it secret. Naruto's voice sounded in her mind again, and Hinata was surprised. It was Naruto who could develop such a magical ninjutsu. Try to use your chakra to touch the light spot in your mind. Hinata felt it and found that there was indeed a light spot. She slowly mobilized her chakra and touched the light spot. Hinata felt a suction force taking her chakra to somewhere. At this moment, Hinata's consciousness carrier has been formed with the help of the chakra dialogue room, and Hinata feels that the chakra in her body seems to be a little less, but there is basically no impact. When she came to this space, Naruto was already standing in front of Hinata, and Hinata could still feel the situation outside, but she would be slightly distracted. There should be no problem after adapting. In front of Naruto was an open space, green and with blue sky and white clouds. This was just a consciousness space. These scenes were actually thought up by Naruto and could be changed at any time. But now only Naruto has the authority to change the background. But it is very simple to obtain the authority to change. As long as Naruto records the nature of the other party's chakra and allows the authority to change, it will be fine. Naruto-kun, it's so magical. Hinata looked at everything in front of her and felt very magical. She gently touched the surrounding scene and felt that it was real. In fact, this is because Hinata is now a conscious body. Naruto-kun, how did you do this? Ha ha ha, I worked hard to research this for a long time. Chakra is a very magical energy, and it is composed of human spirit and life energy in cells. Because of the existence of human spirit, it can naturally become a carrier for spreading information and... Naruto talked a lot. Hinata felt that Naruto was so powerful. Although she didn't understand what Naruto was saying, she thought Naruto was so powerful. The two of them exchanged several times in the conversation room and then exited the consciousness space. Naruto also told Hinata how to enter the consciousness space. Naruto built a chakra conversation room in his mind, which was equivalent to the server in his previous life. As long as he connected to the server through chakra, he would be connected to the consciousness space. Now Naruto is the only one who maintains the consciousness space. If other people also learn this ninjutsu, they can build a larger consciousness space together. Naruto can achieve this level thanks to his strong mental strength. Soon, this class was over, and the next class was to refine chakra. After all, chakra is the foundation. There are not extracurricular practical classes every day. For example, today, the whole day is theoretical courses. However, this course also passed quickly. After school, Naruto said goodbye to Hinata and hurried to his training ground. On the way, Naruto, who had a strong sense, suddenly found a small tail. Naruto used his perception to check, and a familiar chakra appeared in Naruto's perception. It turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. For some reason, he actually followed him. Feeling Sasuke's poor tracking skills, Naruto almost couldn't help but expose him. There was also the Anbu who supervised him on a daily basis. Naruto ignored Sasuke, but in order to maintain his daily personality, Naruto continued to travel at the same speed as usual. When he arrived, Shaoli was already waiting here. Shaoli did not start practicing, but was quietly waiting for Naruto's arrival. However, there were 2 wild rabbits beside him, and there were several big fish in the bucket under his feet. Naruto saw Xiaoli and couldn't help but smile a little. Xiaoli and his friends had to finish school earlier than them. Naruto was used to this kind of thing. Naruto walked to Xiaoli's side, took the prey beside Xiaoli, and walked to the cave he had made before. The cave was now very different. With Xiaoli's arrival, Naruto widened the cave a little more. The two of them built this temporary camp together. There were some green vegetables in it, all bought by Xiaoli. Naruto gave Xiaoli his money to buy these ingredients. Before Xiaoli came, Naruto would find some wild vegetables in the mountains and forests by himself. With Naruto's cooking skills, even ordinary wild vegetables become delicious. The reason why Xiaoli is waiting for Naruto now is actually waiting for Naruto to cook. After a few times, Xiaoli was conquered by Naruto's cooking skills. Xiaoli, set up the pot. Yes. Xiaoli shouted seriously. Before training, replenish nutrition first, and then turn the nutrition into strength. A balanced diet can increase the effect of training. This is what Naruto said. Although Xiaoli didn't know how powerful it was, after a few days, the fatigue from training was not as strong as before. Sasuke in the dark just watched the two of them. He thought that Naruto was secretly training here, but he didn't expect that Naruto was having a picnic here. The aroma of food gradually drifted into Sasuke's nose, making Sasuke, who hadn't eaten, instantly hungry. The stomach made a sound unconsciously, which instantly attracted Xiaoli's attention. Who is it? Xiaoli's eyes instantly looked towards the bush where Sasuke was hiding. Seeing that he was discovered, Sasuke had no choice but to come out. This scene made him very embarrassed. I was just passing by, do you believe it? Seeing Naruto and Xiaoli looking at him like idiots, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said angrily, Uzumaki Naruto. Fight with me. Xiaoli, this is my classmate. Looking at the nervous Xiaoli, Naruto explained to Xiaoli, then turned his head to look at Sasuke and said, Sasuke classmate, don't be anxious, you haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together first. Sasuke swallowed his saliva, and the fragrant smell in front of the two of them reached Sasuke's nose again, and his stomach growled again. Humph, I'm just afraid that I'm not full and it affects my performance. Sasuke found an excuse for himself and sat down. Hearing Naruto say that Sasuke was his classmate, Xiaoli also relaxed. Naruto took a bowl and chopsticks to Sasuke, and Sasuke hurriedly began to try it, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Sasuke, who thought it was just a good taste, was instantly covered with a delicious taste. Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly. It was so delicious, could this be the reason why Uzumaki Naruto is so strong? Of course, this idea only lasted for a moment. In Sasuke's intuition, Naruto's strength must be very strong. Judging from his previous strength, the practice of seals in class, and the surrounding arrangements, Naruto's strength must be very strong. Chapter 16. Patting his stomach, Sasuke felt very satisfied. Although the food and equipment in front of him looked very simple, he felt that even if it was, well, even if the meatballs were fed to me by my brother himself, they would probably taste like this. Sasuke, who was full and satisfied, patted his stomach with satisfaction and said casually, Naruto, do you come here to practice every day? Of course. How can youth be easily slack? Sasuke. Xiaoli said suddenly. Looking at Xiaoli's shining teeth, Sasuke felt a little shocked. Sasuke, who was full, no longer had the idea of fighting with Naruto now. Instead, he became interested in the training ground where Naruto and Xiaoli were. This place was like a secret base for Naruto and Xiaoli. In fact, it was indeed a secret base belonging to the two of them. This was full of temptation for Sasuke, who was still a child. How cool it would be to have his own secret base. With the friendship of having eaten together, Sasuke consciously incorporated himself into Naruto's small group. Can I practice with you? Sasuke proposed his own idea. If he practiced with Naruto himself, he would definitely be able to clearly see Naruto's strength. This was Sasuke's inner thought. And for Sasuke, Although Naruto was a little strange, compared to other children, Naruto had an inexplicable sense of maturity, which made Sasuke a little convinced of Naruto. "Oh, do you want to practice with me too?" Naruto was a little surprised. Why did Uchiha Sasuke feel so clingy now? Ever since the last battle, Naruto found that Sasuke was always secretly paying attention to him. Naruto didn't think he was so attractive. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility, that is, the chakra of Ashura and Indra. They are like fate, making the two entangled, which can be seen from the original work. With more contact with Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto was worried that it would attract the attention of the third generation and Uchiha Itachi, which would not be in line with his low-key purpose. If he refused Sasuke, he was afraid that he would find a way to pester him. In this case, it would be better to accept Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly Naruto's eyes lit up and said, "Ahem. It's not impossible for you to join us, but I have a request, that is, if you can teach me your method of shadow clone technique, I will allow you to join us." Shaoli, show him what you can do. As Naruto winked at Shaoli also understood, stood up, and kicked at the wooden stakes they usually practiced with. Shaoli's speed was so fast that even Sasuke was a little slow to react. Snap, snap, snap. In Sasuke's surprised eyes, Shaoli directly kicked the wooden stakes on the ground and broke them. Although these wooden stakes were not the special wooden stakes used in the ninja training ground, Shaoli's level was also at the level of a senior grade since he could kick them. "See, you can reach my level as long as you train well with Naruto." Shaoli understood Naruto's eyes. It was obvious that Naruto was very concerned about the ninjutsu called Shadow Clone. "Naruto, you are really not simple," Sasuke said with a little surprise. The pot-cut kid in front of him obviously focused on Naruto, so Naruto's level was self-evident, at least not worse than the thick-browed kid in front of him. "Damn it. One day I will surpass you, Naruto." Sasuke was obviously very confident in his talent. As long as he practiced with Naruto and the others every day, he would definitely surpass Naruto soon with his talent. Sasuke, who had not been beaten by society, obviously had a lot of confidence in himself. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, and the expression on his face kept changing. The main reason he proposed to train with Naruto was to observe Naruto's strength at all times. But little did he know that his thoughts were basically on his face. After all, he was still a child. Itachi protected Sasuke very well. Unlike Itachi, he followed his father to the battlefield when he was a child and understood the cruelty of war early on. "Shadow clone technique. Just wait for me," Sasuke shouted in response. Then he started to run towards home. Shaoli looked at Sasuke who was running away in shame, and said strangely, "Naruto, do you want that shadow clone technique?" Naruto did not speak, turned and walked towards the training ground. Suddenly a voice sounded in Shaoli's mind. "Shaoli, don't be surprised, this is the ninjutsu I developed. In order to prevent ears on the other side of the wall, I will tell you some important things here to prevent our conversation from being leaked." Naruto did not tell Shaoli about the Anbu. It was not the right time. That's why he said this. "Next, I will tell you some advanced training methods for physical skills, as well as my training methods for the 6 styles," Naruto said in the consciousness space. At the same time, Naruto also inadvertently strengthened his mental strength to prevent Shaoli from making a sound because of his composure. Through the superficial knowledge of illusion learned before, coupled with Naruto's own exploration and huge mental power, Naruto can already mobilize the power of the mind. This made Shaoli almost no emotional waves. Although shocked, he accepted it in a short time. This magical consciousness space made him think that Naruto was a super genius. And now, Shaoli slowly accepted the physical skills knowledge passed on by Naruto. The moment he came into contact with this knowledge, Shaoli's body trembled involuntarily. The external bodies of the two did not stop. Only a small part of their consciousness was scattered in the consciousness space. In the meantime, it's like a person driving and talking on the phone at the same time. It's not that they can't do both at the same time, but their attention will be distracted. Xiaoli felt the knowledge passed on by Naruto. There were many ways to exert force in physical techniques and methods of physical training. At the same time, there were also Naruto's ideas and training methods about the 6 styles. Although they were not perfect yet, they could definitely be practiced. This made Xiaoli tremble greatly. Naruto shared such a precious thing with him without hesitation. Looking at the still immature conjecture about the 6 styles, Xiaoli knew that this was probably all of Naruto's knowledge of physical techniques. Although Xiaoli usually looks a bit innocent, Xiaoli knows what these mean. These are basically the core contents of the family. Naruto. At this moment, Xiaoli didn't know what to say, and his voice seemed a little choked. Stop being so hypocritical. Naruto punched Lee's shoulder lightly with his fist. Suddenly Lee saw Naruto was stunned, and Naruto said in a very serious tone, Lee. If one day, I will be the enemy of Konaha, or even the whole world, will you stand on my side? Lee was stunned for a moment when he heard Naruto's cold words. At this moment, he felt that Naruto had many secrets. Being the enemy of Konaha. Lee had never had this idea in his mind. He was shocked by what Naruto said. As for being the enemy of the world, this idea was too far-fetched. Naruto, why do you have this idea? Xiaoli hesitated for a moment and did not answer immediately. Lee, this world is not that simple, and Konaha is not purely peaceful. As for me, my identity is more than just an orphan. As for why, I can't answer you now. Naruto did not intend to tell Lee everything. He said this just to see if Lee could get his real training. If Lee insisted on standing on the side of Konaha, then what he gave Lee now was everything. Naruto had recorded this conversation with his mental power. If Lee leaked this, Naruto's tampered mental power would explode and turn Lee into an idiot. Based on Naruto's understanding of Lee, Lee would not tell anyone what he said, but Naruto took out an insurance policy. After all, it was for his own safety. Once exposed to Konaha, he would be doomed. Lee recalled everything in his mind, showing his iconic teeth, and said, I am very excited to be recognized by Naruto-kun. My ninja way is to bloom for my friends. If Naruto-kun is in danger one day, please step over my dead body first. Naruto smiled. He was very happy at this moment. Chapter 17. The two of them did not continue talking afterwards, and continued their previous training. Xiaoli felt that he was closer to Naruto. He could feel that Naruto had many secrets, just like Naruto was able to obtain so many training methods at his current age, and Naruto's deep eyes and maturity made Xiaoli feel that Naruto was carrying a lot. However, no matter what Naruto wants to do, I will just accompany Naruto firmly. My ninja way is always blooming for Naruto. Although Xiaoli is still young, Naruto's sincerity and the charm of Naruto conquered him. He is also willing to give everything for his friends. If Naruto is in danger one day, just step over my body first. In Xiaoli's heart, Naruto is like a beam of light, shining into his heart. The former Might Guy was a warm breeze, and the current Naruto is like a beam of sunshine, completely opening his heart. Might Guy and Xiaoli's relationship is not deep yet, because Xiaoli has not been officially accepted by Might Guy yet. Disciple, the relationship between the two has not yet been cultivated. Although Xiaoli has always said that he can become a great ninja with physical skills, he is also confused. Now, he sees the prospects of physical skills in the 6 styles given by Naruto. After knowing that Naruto has been carrying something, Xiaoli practiced even harder. People in the Naruto world mature early, and their awareness is also very high. People like Xiaoli even regard what they say as the way of ninja and implement it throughout their lives. The next day, classes were still the same as usual, but Naruto still felt a little relieved. After all, he was alone before, but now he has Xiaoli, and the feeling of being surrounded by enemies is finally less. Today, Uchiha Sasuke did not come to Naruto immediately. Maybe he has not learned how to practice Shadow Clone, or he chose to refuse. No matter which choice he makes, Naruto will not lose money, as it is a no-cost business. Naruto still practices as usual, and teasing Hinata on a daily basis is one of the few pleasures he has. On the 5th day, Sasuke caught up with Naruto again, but this time Naruto did not leave the ninja school, because after leaving the ninja school, the Anbu will catch up again. "Why are you following me?" Sasuke looked at Naruto and said hesitantly, "Don't you need the training method of shadow clone? I have learned it. Now I can follow you to practice, right?" "Oh, are you really going to practice with me? Let me make it clear first. You can practice with me, but don't reveal your relationship with me, and don't tell anyone about my strength at school," Naruto said softly. Sasuke listened to the conditions Naruto talked about. It was basically not an important matter. And wouldn't it be good to let others see your strength? Sasuke, who cared about the glory of Uchiha, didn't understand what Naruto was thinking now. In his opinion, they should perform well so that others know how powerful they are. Uchiha is the #1 family in Konaha. Then the two went to the training ground together. Shaoli had already started practicing. After getting Naruto's advanced version of training, Shaoli began to practice hard. Although he didn't know why Naruto said that revealing his true strength would only burst out 1/3 of his strength after training. Although puzzled, Shaoli still chose to listen to Naruto's words, and according to Naruto, a person must have at least multiple trump cards to survive in this world. After a period of brainwashing by Naruto, Shaoli also understood the importance of hiding his shortcomings. Shaoli, who saw Naruto coming, took the initiative. They stopped practicing and helped Naruto to prepare the ingredients. Even Sasuke helped. After the two patted their bellies contentedly, they began to practice after a while. Naruto summarized and improved the practice methods of these physical skills, which can help the body absorb nutrients and better improve strength. Naruto also told Sasuke the practice methods of the basic physical skills that the two had practiced before. After learning about these practice methods, Sasuke was a little surprised, because these were more comprehensive than what his brother taught him. Sasuke also told Naruto about the shadow clone technique he learned from his brother. Although Itachi was also very curious about why Sasuke wanted to learn this ninjutsu, under Sasuke's constant begging, Itachi still gave this ninjutsu to Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was 6.5 years old, and he had learned shadow clone when he was 5 years old. After Uchiha Sasuke told him the practice method, Naruto remembered a voice in his mind again, which made Naruto's mouth curl up. Shadow clone technique +5. Shadow clone technique +4. In the next few days, Naruto and the other two kept on practicing, and in school, Uchiha Sasuke's grades were getting better and better, especially in actual combat, with huge progress. And there was another book on Naruto's desk, which was the book on the nature of chakra and detailed explanation of hand seals that he wanted to borrow before. There was even knowledge on herbal medicine and medical introduction, which was very unpopular, and basically only those who were developing in the direction of medical ninja would consider borrowing it. Naruto felt that the book, Medical Introduction, was still very rewarding, especially the introduction to the human body and meridians, which Naruto felt was very helpful for his physical training. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Maple Leaf. Report it. The voice of the third generation came slowly. Yes. It was the Anbu who was monitoring Naruto. Apart from studying, Uzumaki Naruto has been practicing taijutsu with Rock Lee and Uchiha Fugaku's youngest son. In addition, Naruto has read a lot of books during this period, basically all kinds of books. And Uzumaki Naruto learned a shadow clone technique from Uchiha Sasuke. Sometimes he would even skip classes to practice in the woods. The report from the Anbu was very simple, basically what the third Hokage knew. As for Naruto and the others practicing physical skills, the third Hokage didn't take it seriously. No matter how powerful their physical skills were, how powerful could they be? Even Might Guy's physical skills, in the third Hokage's view, the elite Jonin was the limit of physical skills. This does not include ninjutsu. After all, ninjutsu is also a kind of ninjutsu. When mentioning Uchiha Sasuke, the third Hokage paused, and said dimly, the Uchiha clan. They seem a little restless lately. The Sanda waved his hand, and the Anbu disappeared instantly, leaving only the Sanda slowly puffing out smoke. It immediately filled the entire office. During this time, Naruto and Sasuke used their shadow clones to skip classes. As long as there were no practical classes, the two would use their shadow clones to attend classes, while they would go to their secret base for training. During this time, Sasuke's relationship with Naruto was getting better and better. But Sasuke was still upset about not surpassing Naruto. Naruto lost to him every time they fought. In fact, Sasuke also saw that Naruto clearly had a large part of his strength that had not been shown, because even Rock Lee could slightly suppress him in physical skills. Chapter 18. For some reason, Uchiha Itachi felt that Sasuke seemed to have changed a lot recently. Every time he ate, Sasuke would be very excited when he picked up food for him, but now Sasuke has become uninterested. But Itachi didn't think much about it, because Sasuke seemed to have become very hardworking recently. Looking at Sasuke's slightly chubby face, Itachi felt a warm current in his heart. Sasuke, I will definitely protect you. Sasuke, have you lost your appetite recently? Uchiha Makoto smiled sweetly at Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto had long black hair with two bangs falling on both sides of her cheeks. It can be seen that Sasuke almost inherited Uchiha Makoto's genes. He was wearing a gray shirt and a long skirt that was unique to housewives. Next to him was a serious young man wearing a Jonin vest. There was no emotion on his serious face. No, Mom, I just don't want to eat too much. Sasuke didn't dare to say that he had eaten at Naruto's place. He wanted to control himself and eat less, but the food Naruto made was so delicious that Sasuke couldn't control himself. After returning home, he basically couldn't eat much. Uchiha Makoto gently stroked Sasuke's head, her eyes full of doting. It was obvious that Makoto liked this son who looked like her very much. Sasuke, as a man of the Uchiha family, how have you been doing in school recently? Uchiha Fugaku rarely spoke, and he said in a calm tone. Well, it should be no problem to win the title of the top student this year. Sasuke said after thinking for a while. He said that it was probably because he considered that Naruto would not reveal his strength, which made him feel that he was picked up as the top student. At the end of each year, the school would conduct a test to select the top student of each grade. Sasuke did not think that anyone other than him and Naruto could win the position of the top student. And Naruto would most likely not compete for the position of the top student. Well, very good. Keep it up. Uchiha Fugaku's serious face rarely showed a little color. Although he was still very serious, his eyes flashed with satisfaction. Although he had always been strict with Sasuke, he did not ask Sasuke to be as good as Itachi. In fact, he still liked Sasuke very much in his heart, not just because he looked like Makoto. Well, this was also one of the reasons. Come with me, I will teach you a ninjutsu today. Fugaku put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked Sasuke to go out, while Uchiha Makoto quietly cleaned up the bowl and chopsticks on the table. Sasuke followed Fugaku outside, feeling very excited. I should be able to surpass Naruto after learning ninjutsu. In this world, ninjutsu is synonymous with power. The ninjutsu I want to teach you is called the Great Fireball Technique. This is the signature ninjutsu of our Uchiha family. Finally, Fugaku quickly formed seals with his hands, gathered his two fingers at his mouth and blew, and a huge ball of fire was instantly spit out by Fugaku. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sasuke was shocked again. Such power must be able to surpass Naruto. Next, Uchiha Fugaku introduced the specific method of forming seals to Sasuke again, and said, "This ninjutsu, your brother learned it in one go. Next, you try it." Because Sasuke has been secretly practicing seals with Naruto during this period of time, he has become more familiar with seals. When practicing physical skills with Naruto, he also inadvertently exercises some chakra control techniques. This makes Sasuke's performance much better than the original. In the original work, Sasuke released only the size of a basketball. Such power is simply weak and pitiful among ninjas. And now, the size of the fireball released by Sasuke's seal has reached the size of a water tank. After Sasuke released it, he looked at Fugaku with anticipation. Fugaku no longer had a cold face like in the original work, and said, "Well, it's great to be able to achieve this level for the first time, but you still need to keep working hard. When your brother first learned this ninjutsu, he released a fireball several meters long." Sasuke was a little disappointed, but when he heard about his brother's record, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother is so awesome. Keep practicing." After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku left directly. The reason why he was indifferent was because of the current conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. As his own son, he must carry the banner of Uchiha. That's why he was not satisfied with Sasuke's performance in the original work. Sasuke was still practicing the great fireball technique. Fugaku walked to the door of the room and said to Itachi, who was watching Sasuke practice, "Come to my room." When they arrived at Fugaku's room, they knelt on their knees. Itachi picked up the teapot on the table, made a cup of tea and put it in front of Fugaku. Fugaku didn't speak during this period. After Itachi finished these, Fugaku picked up the teacup and took a sip, then he slowly said, "Itachi, the recent impact between the family and Konaha has intensified again. You are the second Uchiha to join the Anbu. I heard that the previous Anbu captain has retired." After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku did not continue to speak, but stared at Itachi. Itachi was shocked. He knew that this was a warning from his father. As a member of the Uchiha, he became the Anbu captain but did not report it at all. Although he did not know where Fugaku got the information, it was obvious that Fugaku was dissatisfied with him now. "Father, the conflict between our Uchiha clan and Konaha is imminent. If our family clashes with Konaha, the entire Konaha will become very weak, and a new round of war may suddenly sweep across the ninja world. Please give me some time, I will definitely find a way for Uchiha and Konaha to coexist." Itachi said sincerely. "You should know, Itachi, that the Elders' Council has been putting pressure on me recently. We don't have much time left. If the time comes when I have to make a decision, I will have no choice." Hearing Fugaku's serious and cold voice, Itachi's heart trembled. "Father, I'll find a way." Itachi knelt on the ground and bowed to Fugaku. "All right, get out. I'll think about it for a while." Fugaku waved his hand, his tone full of helplessness. Facing his son, how could Fugaku not understand that Itachi had begun to rarely come to the clan meetings? "I wonder if it's right or wrong for me to let Itachi join the Anbu." Fugaku felt that he couldn't see through his son. You know, Itachi is not even 12 years old now. He has already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and become one of the few strong Jonins in the Uchiha clan. Not only Itachi, but even Shisui seems to have the intention of getting close to Konaha. The war faction even began to plan a war with Konaha, intending to rely on violence to gain power. But Fugaku knew what a war between Uchiha and Konaha meant. Konaha was not as simple as imagined. Even if the Uchiha clan won, could it still resist the other major countries? If Naruto knew what Fugaku was thinking, he would know that Fugaku was a rare rational person, but he was helpless because of his lack of ability and was controlled by the 3rd generation. He even hoped to rely on Itachi and Shisui to work in the Anbu to improve the relationship with the village, but he didn't know that he would lose both the wife and the army. Chapter 19. Uchiha Fugaku not only pushed Shisui to the Hokage faction, but also pushed his gifted son to Konaha. As the saying goes, the weaker you are, the more likely others will take advantage of you. If Uchiha Fugaku showed his Mangekyo, Shisui and Itachi, the 3 Mangekyos, would have shocked Konaha. How could Konaha finally exterminate the Uchiha clan? Itachi was too young to be sent to the 3rd generation to be an Anbu. He was seen through by the old fox early on and tried to confuse him. He inadvertently injected the collective consciousness of the village's supremacy into Itachi, which made Itachi start to think about the problem from the overall perspective. Over time, he thought that he belonged to Konaha, and the clan's thinking was too narrow. In addition, the Uchiha clan had extreme ideas, but not all Uchiha were like this. There was also a large part of the Uchiha clan's civilians, who were eventually slaughtered. It can only be said that Itachi, Shisui and the entire Uchiha clan were too naive in front of the third Hokage and Danzo, especially in politics. They were completely manipulated by the third Hokage. And Shisui was too naive, exposing Koto Amatsukami to Danzo. Is Danzo really obsessed with the stability of the village? Danzo just wanted the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to help him reconcile the power of the cells to seize the position of Hokage. I wonder how he would feel if he knew that the Uchiha clan he wanted to protect so much died at the hands of Itachi. Compared with the radical Itachi, Shisui is obviously more inclined to the peaceful coexistence of the village and the Uchiha. In the end, even if a war broke out between the Uchiha and the village, I am afraid that Shisui would rather the Uchiha defect than be slaughtered by Konaha. Naruto didn't know about all this, or he couldn't care about it now. He was very excited at the moment because the ninjutsu that Naruto had always wanted was finally successfully researched by him, or it was not entirely a ninjutsu. After Naruto knew that he was being monitored, he had been trying to escape the surveillance. In the end, Naruto's idea was to use something similar to illusion to hypnotize or control the Anbu who was monitoring in the dark. After knowing the principle of illusion, Naruto has been trying. Using his natural huge and hard-earned mental power, Naruto successfully developed a move on this day, which can be barely classified as an illusion. Naruto named this move Soul Capture. The principle is to use his huge mental power and slight chakra to control the target after looking at it. It is necessary to replenish mental power regularly to strengthen control. In fact, Naruto referred to Uchiha Obito's control over the Mizukage. The difference is that Uchiha Obito used the Sharingan illusion to control the Mizukage, so it is feasible to control people with illusion. With the help of the god of hard work, Naruto developed a method of controlling people with mental power. Naruto does not need to control a cage-level strongman like the Mizukage, he only needs to make the elites who monitor him tolerate his control. In this way, certain abilities that he has not dared to practice can be practiced, and in this way, Naruto's strength will usher in explosive growth. Naruto only needs to control the Anbu to pass his false information to the third generation. Naruto also knows that the third generation will not pin all his intelligence information on the Anbu. For example, the third generation once used the telescope technique to secretly observe Naruto when Naruto was in class. If it weren't for Naruto's strong perception ability, he might not know that the third generation used this trick to monitor him. Thinking that he could finally get some freedom, Naruto finally couldn't help but smile happily. Naruto, what good news do you have? Seeing Naruto's smile, Shaoli couldn't help but ask. Shaoli, this is indeed something worth celebrating. Naruto laughed loudly. For so many years, he has lived in this environment every day. If it weren't for hatred supporting him, he would have been driven crazy long ago. After all, he is not the original Naruto now. After encountering so many things, he can still stay sunny. Naruto gradually walked to the edge of the woods. Shaoli was a little confused. Come out. Seeing Naruto shouting at the woods, Shaoli was a little confused. Could it be that there was someone else in the woods? The Anbu hiding in the tree was also shocked. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto had discovered him? Fire-style chain fireball jutsu. Naruto used this fire-style ninjutsu that he had been constantly improving. It only had 2 seals, which was almost like instantaneous firing. However, Naruto now controlled the firing speed, as he was afraid that the ninja in the tree would be killed by this blow. The prerequisite for launching the Soul Stealer is that the two must look into each other's eyes. The Anbu were hiding in the woods, so there was no way for them to make eye contact, so they had to be forced out. The Anbu hiding in the tree were shocked. They didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto really found them, and that he had such a powerful strength. How on earth did he become so strong under their noses, and when did he learn the ninjutsu? At this critical moment, she didn't care so much. Seeing several fireballs coming at her at an astonishing speed, she hurriedly emerged from the tree. The substitution technique was activated, and Naruto's attack did not work, but the purpose had been achieved. The Soul Stealer was suddenly activated, and she felt as if her head was hit by a hammer, and then she gradually became dazed. What's going on? Xiao Li's expression gradually became serious. I'll tell you later. Naruto looked at the Anbu in front of him. She was wearing a cat-faced mask and had long purple hair that reached her waist. She looked like a woman. This made Naruto feel familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. He reached out and took off the Anbu's mask. Under the mask was a face that amazed Naruto. Her purple hair was like lacquer, her skin was like jade, and she was delicate. Incomparable, at the age of a teenager, he actually has a stunning appearance. This reminds Naruto of a person, Uchiha, an Anbu who appeared a few times in the original work. At this time, he should be at the level of an elite chunin. With his swordsmanship, he should be able to reach the level of a special jonin. What's your name? Naruto asked slowly. My name is Mao Shiyan. My code name is Mao Tu. What is your purpose? My purpose is to follow the orders of the third Hokage to monitor the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Listening to the fact that this extremely beautiful woman in front of him was here to monitor Naruto, Xiao Li couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Xiao Li didn't know what the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was, but he also understood that Naruto was being monitored, which made him extremely angry. What are the names of the ninjas who swap shifts with you every time? What are their code names? Naruto continued to ask. There were 2 other ninjas who took my shift, but I didn't know their names. They were all called by code names in the Anbu. Their code names were Maple Leaf and Black Tiger. Information about other Anbu slowly came out of the somewhat dazed Ujiyasu Yugao's mouth. She came to monitor Naruto 2 years ago. As for who was monitoring Naruto before, it is estimated that only the 3rd generation knows. Naruto is very satisfied with the effect of soul stealing, but there is still a flaw. Naruto really wants to use a super illusion ability similar to Koto Amatsukami, but being able to do this is already the limit. If Naruto now makes Ujiyasu Yugao do something that she is extremely unwilling to do in her heart, it may allow the person who is under the spell to break free directly, but at present, it seems that it is enough to get rid of the surveillance. Chapter 20. Naruto, your storm kick is so powerful. Xiao Li looked at Naruto who was constantly slashing out air waves, his eyes full of surprise. Without the restraint of the Anbu, Naruto's training has gradually become bolder, and his proficiency in the 6 styles, which had been progressing slowly before, has begun to rise rapidly. Of course, the most important thing is to rely on the ability of God to reward hard work. In Xiao Li's eyes, Naruto is a super genius. No matter what he learns, he will learn it quickly. I'm only just getting started with shaving. Xiao Li said a little distressed. Naruto didn't name the 6 styles the Navy 6 styles, but he still called it the 6 styles, which is simple and clear. You are already very good, okay. Naruto rolled his eyes at Xiao Li. He has the ability of cheating. Xiao Li relies entirely on his own efforts and talent. For example, his current physical ability is not inferior to that of a genin. Even with the basic 6 styles he has learned, Xiao Li's actual combat ability is not bad. After all, he is still in the stage of laying the foundation. Even for him, his current strength is estimated to be around that of a special jonin. Xiao Li, let me spar with you. Naruto, who has achieved a little success, is in a particularly good mood now. It just so happens that I also want to try out how good I am now. After hearing Naruto's words, Xiao Li, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, immediately said that it was a competition, but in fact it was Naruto's guidance to him. Who knew that every time Naruto fought, a voice would come from his body. Combat experience +5, 6 styles +2. This is the reason why Naruto can become stronger quickly. God rewards hard work and gives Naruto the method to become stronger, but Naruto still needs to hone his skills. Naruto also accumulates combat experience through fighting with Shaoli. Sometimes Naruto even calls out Azuki Yugao to help him train. However, during this process, Naruto has always been using the perception ability of Kagura's mind's eye. Shaoli stretched out one hand and put the other hand behind his back. This posture is exactly the posture of Shaoli in the original work. The two looked at each other, and for a moment there was an invisible momentum around them. The next moment, Shaoli disappeared directly from the spot, and his feet turned into countless afterimages. It was Shave. Shroud kick. Naruto jumped into the sky and kept kicking out crescent-shaped air waves in the direction where Lee was coming from. Lee kept dodging Naruto's attacks. Lee also learned a little bit of the shroud kick. Although he couldn't kick out a vacuum wave yet, he could strengthen his leg strength. Lee relied on the speed brought by shaving to keep approaching Naruto and kept kicking Naruto with the force of the shroud kick. Iron block. Bang, bang, bang. As Shaoli continued to kick Naruto, the sound of metal roaring broke out. Iron block proficiency +2. Naruto raised the corner of his mouth, and also moved quickly with the shaving. Shaoli's eyes shrank, and he crossed his hands in front of his head, tightly protecting his head. The next moment, Naruto kicked Shaoli's arm heavily, and Shaoli's whole body retreated immediately, leaving a 5-meter-long gully under his feet. Shaoli shook his arms and stepped out again. The speed of the whole person soared, and after spinning several times in the air, he kicked Naruto. A trace of praise flashed in Naruto's eyes. Use the inertia of rotation to strengthen your strength. Naruto raised the corner of his mouth and punched the sky. Shaoli's foot and Naruto's fist collided heavily, forming a circle of shock waves. Shaoli rolled behind him with the power transmitted, and then stepped on his feet and rushed directly towards Naruto. The two of them fought each other in an instant, and the sound of the two colliding was constantly heard around them. After a while, the two fought dozens of rounds. Shaoli was slightly panting, watching Naruto attack him. From the beginning to now, the strength and speed of the celebrity's attack have not decreased. Iron block. Shaoli could only use the iron block for defense, but because Shaoli's iron block was too weak, it was directly knocked out. Shaoli, who was knocked out, lay on the ground gasping for breath. Not bad this time, I lasted 2 more minutes. Naruto said to Shaoli with a smile, walked in front of Shaoli and pulled him up. This is youth. Shaoli gave Naruto a thumbs up, but Naruto thought that if Shaoli were to endorse toothpaste, it would definitely be a big hit. Tomorrow is the day to decide the top student, right? Naruto said meaningfully. Shaoli didn't notice anything wrong and said directly, yes. The annual top student battle has begun again. This is just like Naruto's final exam in his previous life. In fact, in this world, there are also exams. The first in that grade is called the top student. Are there any outstanding people in your class? Naruto said to Shaoli. At this point, Shaoli's eyes lit up and said, yes. There is a very strong person, a genius. When Shaoli talked about genius, there was no fluctuation at all, as if genius was nothing. There is a guy named Hyuga Neji, who is very strong in physical skills and is from the Hyuga family. Shaoli said slowly. If it was before, Shaoli would have emotional fluctuations towards Neji, but now, with the contrast of Naruto, the super pervert, Hyuga Neji does not seem so special. Even now, Shaoli's strength is above Hyuga Neji. After all, although Hyuga Neji is very talented, he is a member of a branch family after all, and the resources of the Hyuga clan are not much poured into Hyuga Neji. If Hyuga Neji had been trained by the main family from the beginning, he would at least be a Jonin-level existence when the original plot begins. Hyuga Neji was also the first one among the 12 to be promoted to a Jonin, and the only one among the 12 who died in battle. Naruto couldn't help but sigh when he remembered that Hyuga Neji died to save himself in the original work. He was just an object to be won over. He must be very disappointed with Konaha. Naruto planned to find a chance to contact Hyuga Neji, but the bird in the cage was a bit troublesome. If the seal of the bird in the cage could not be removed, Ningxi's talent might not be fully utilized. It seems that the knowledge of sealing techniques should also be put on the agenda. While Naruto was thinking, he then put the earth pit on the ground was filled up. He used the earth escape ninjutsu learned from Azuki Yugao. After successfully controlling Azuki Yugao, Naruto gained a lot of benefits from her. However, Azuki Yugao did not know many ninjutsu. Her chakra attributes were earth escape and wind escape. She usually focused on swordsmanship. However, Naruto still got a few ninjutsu from Azuki Yugao for free. One was wind escape wind cut, one was wind escape fierce wind palm, and wind escape big breakthrough. They were all very common C-level ninjutsu. But there was AB level ninjutsu, wind escape vacuum big ball. It was wind escape vacuum, an upgraded version of the Jade. It appeared in Danzo's hands in the original work, and its power was pretty good. However, it was far inferior to the Rasengan. After the threat of surveillance was gone, Naruto took the opportunity to learn this ninjutsu. After all, there was a method of learning in the original work. There are also 2 or 3 earth escape ninjutsu, such as earth escape earth formation wall, earth shield earth diving, earth escape earth spear, and earth escape earth splitting palm, which is also a very common earth escape ninjutsu. No wonder it is mainly based on swordsmanship. The power of Azuki Yugao's 3 moon dance is okay, and its power has almost reached the level of A-level ninjutsu. Naruto, God rewards hard work, Chapter 21. Not only that, Naruto also got a few other ninjutsu from the other 2 ninjas who were monitoring him, but those 2 Anbu didn't know many ninjutsu either, so they should be civilian ninjas. One was a fire-attributed ninja, and the other was a thunder and water-attributed ninja. Naruto got fire style, flame whirlwind from the fire-attributed ninja, which is AB level ninjutsu that can form a whirlwind of flames. The other one is fire style, dragon fire technique, which is AC level ninjutsu. The caster can spray out a straight line of flames, and then it's gone. He knows a little bit of physical skills, but it has no effect on Naruto. I don't know if it's because of the time travel, but Naruto's current chakra attributes are wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. The other ninja with both thunder and water attributes is very lucky. Thunder style combined with water style is extremely powerful. This ninja codenamed Black Tiger became a special jonin by relying on the thunder and water combination ninjutsu. As for Maple Leaf, he is an elite ninja at the level of Chunin. That lightning style ninja knows a few ninjutsu, including lightning style, ground walk, lightning style, thunder ranbu, and a few water style, water tornado. His famous ninjutsu is the combination of lightning style, thunder ranbu and water tornado. Lightning style, thunder ranbu can be combined with water style, water tornado to form a thunderstorm water hurricane dance. The next night, Naruto sat with Sasuke and Rock Lee to celebrate Sasuke becoming the top student of this class. The 3 of them squatted in front of the fire and were grilling meat, but Sasuke was obviously a little unhappy. After being with Naruto for a long time, his horizons have broadened a lot. He no longer compares himself with the group of students in the ninja school. In Naruto's words, if you compare yourself with them, then becoming a few senior ninjas in the future will be your limit. You are still a long way from becoming a truly strong person. Throughout history, famous ninjas have emerged at a very young age. Naruto cited many people's deeds. Sasuke and Rock Lee were shocked. From the first generation of Hokage, the second generation, the 3 ninjas, the 4th generation, a certain white-haired man with kidney deficiency, and even Uchiha Itachi. This instantly poured a basin of cold water on the 2 who were a little inflated, but Naruto asked Sasuke to keep it secret. Although some information can be found in the library, there are some contents that Naruto cannot know now. The 2 also knew that Naruto had many secrets, but they didn't ask. One day Naruto would tell them. Sasuke, it feels so good to be the chief student. Xiao Li said with a smile. Humph. If this guy hadn't hidden his strength, how could I have become the chief student? Sasuke snorted coldly and turned his head to the side. Xiao Li, how about you? How was your performance? Naruto smiled and handed the barbecue to the two of them. Woohoo, delicious. Xiao Li took the food handed over by Naruto, and then ate it with big mouthfuls, and then said, as for me, I am probably in the middle of the class. What? You are only at the middle level? Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. You know, Lee can fight him to a draw. Even in close combat, Lee can suppress Sasuke with his physical skills, so that Sasuke can't even use ninjutsu. Lee's talent in physical skills is still good, not just relying on hard work. If hard work can be considered a genius, then Lee is a hard-working genius. With the help of Naruto, Lee can indeed be called a genius in physical skills. Naruto said that you should hide your strength. As a ninja, you should hide your true strength so that others cannot obtain your information. You should be able to make the final decision at the critical moment, and you must have multiple trump cards. This is the guarantee for your survival. Maybe because he has been with Naruto for a long time, Xiao Li has also learned some of Naruto's strange ideas. For example, never let the enemy know how many trump cards you have. Xiao Li's combat power is usually less than a quarter of his own. All his strength is one trump card, but it is only in ordinary state. Xiao Li who uses the power technique is another trump card. At this time, Xiao Li can match the level of Hyuga Neji. Xiao Li's strongest state is Xiao Li who uses the 6 styles, which is his triple trump card, but in his opinion it is not enough, because Naruto may be hiding more. Sasuke was a little shocked, and couldn't help but start thinking. It doesn't seem excessive for a ninja to hide his strength and have several trump cards. This can't help but make he ponder deeply, his eyes flickering, and he decided that in the days to come, he would also hide his strength. After eating and drinking, the few of them started their daily training again. Soon Sasuke returned home early, and then the two of them began to go home one after another. Naruto walked on the road, shuttling back and forth quickly, and soon returned home. He opened the door with the key, threw his coat on the bed, and then slowly walked into the bathroom door. Soon after Naruto finished washing up, he lay on the bed. He was not calm at the moment, because he was already 7 years old this year. In another year, it would be the day when the Uchiha family would be destroyed. He didn't know what impact this would have on Sasuke. With his current strength, he was afraid that he could not do anything. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore, things will work out when the time comes. Naruto quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Little devil, come here. Naruto suddenly heard a voice, which made him alert instantly. He observed the scene around him and was a little surprised. It was as dark as an underground cell. It was like a sewer, which made Naruto a little familiar. Looking up, it was a huge face. Who was it? Seeing this, how could Naruto not know that he had come to the space where the Nine Tails was? Little brat, let me out, I can give you power. I have seen your performance in the past few years. Let me go, and you will have invincible power in the world. The Nine Tails' slightly bewitching voice came. Naruto frowned and looked at everything around him. This dark place made him a little unhappy. This was his spiritual space, and he was the master. Naruto began to mobilize the huge spiritual power in his body. As the spiritual power passed, the surroundings began to change. The blood-red underground dark prison began to become different. The only thing that did not change was the cage holding the Nine Tails. This brat. Kyuubi was a little shocked. This brat actually had such a strong mental power and control ability. This brat made him feel strange, which was why he didn't pull Naruto into the mental space before. Kuroma, don't waste your energy. If you could give me invincible power, you wouldn't be trapped in my body. Naruto said slowly. His tone was very calm, and there was no surprise at all. Kyuubi was instantly shocked. He was not shocked by Naruto's words, but by Naruto's shout of, Kuroma. Ding dang. Kyuubi's claws hit the iron fence that trapped him, making a loud noise. Little devil, How do you know my name? Juwei was extremely surprised at this moment, and was also very confused. He could say that this little devil grew up under his watch. Although he had many evildoers and some strange things about him, how did he know my name? Answer me. The nine-tailed fox hit the iron fence again, making a clanging sound. The nine-tailed fox's face became even more ferocious. Chapter 22. I have foreseen everything, Kurama. Naruto's sky-blue eyes revealed a gleam of wisdom. His white and red coat resembled the divine robe of the fourth Hokage, but the style was different. The divine robe was not only worn by the Hokage, but the divine robe used exclusively by the Hokage had special stripes on it. Naruto stood calmly in front of the Nine Tails. Even the Nine Tails was shocked by Naruto's calm and deep gaze. Could it be that Naruto had some trump card? Little brat, what do you know? What the Nine Tails didn't know was that Naruto was actually panicking, but he had to control his momentum, otherwise it would be difficult to negotiate. Seeing the Nine Tails' obviously suppressed arrogance, Naruto knew that the Nine Tails had started to make up his mind, and at this moment, Naruto knew that he had taken the initiative. Naruto did not answer the Nine Tails' words. Instead, he changed the subject and talked about another thing. Kurama, what do you think of this ninja world? The man and the fox stared at each other's eyes, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. Without waiting for the Nine Tails to speak, Naruto started talking to himself. This ninja world is in chaos, the ninja nobles are high above, and they are constantly fighting each other for their own interests. There are conspiracies everywhere, and this world is twisted and perverted. Naruto became excited in an instant. Young children are sent to the battlefield, and civilians have no power to resist. They are all poisoned by the war between ninjas. There are also some people who capture the tailed beasts in the name of peace, and they say it is for peace. In fact, it has nothing to do with the tailed beasts, and the tailed beasts have never harmed civilians. When Naruto said this, the Nine Tails couldn't hold it anymore, and slammed its two claws heavily on the fence, making a loud noise. This sentence really touched the heart of the Nine Tails. He was just resting when he met two powerful ninjas. His sleep was disturbed, and he was not allowed to resist as a person, no, beast. In the end, he was caught by a weirdo, who said in a beautiful name that the Nine Tails' power is too strong and he must be sealed. The Nine Tails' mentality was simply blown away. After witnessing the powerful power of the tailed beasts, other villages also fought against the power of the tailed beasts. In the end, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama captured all the other tailed beasts. The reason why Naruto said this was actually to gain the favor of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails did have a little affection for him as Naruto expected. The order of this world is in chaos. Ninjas do not produce anything. The nobles rule the world. The common people are the victims of this world. The tailed beasts have also become tools of some conspirators. Naruto was still talking about this sick world in his eyes. Kyuubi's expression gradually changed, and his claws slammed heavily on the fence. Enough, little brat. Who are you? After Naruto's words, the Nine Tails no longer regarded Naruto as a little brat who could be fooled at will. I was born with destiny. I am who I am, Uzumaki Naruto. I want to change the world. Kurama. Naruto took another step forward, looking at the Nine Tails with sharp eyes, without any fear. He really wanted to change the world. He was given the ability of God rewards hard work. Maybe he was destined to do something. Whether it is destruction or rebirth. The Nine Tails was stunned. At this moment, his thoughts drifted far away. He recalled when he was a little fox. A kind old man gently stroked his hair, and said, Kuruma, my time is running out. One day, you will be in a completely different way, with your own names, different from in my body. You will get the right guidance. What is the real power? Kurama, strength is not for fighting, but for making the world a better place. Naruto woke up the Nine Tails with a roar. At this moment, he recalled what the old man Six Paths said, which deeply shocked him. At this moment, Naruto's small figure seemed to overlap with the old man Six Paths, and the Nine Tails murmured, could he be the person the old man Six Paths was talking about? Ju-lama, you watched me grow up, why do I know these things? You may be very surprised, we are all blessed by fate. Since I was a child, I have had many pictures in my mind, and there are other pictures. These pictures tell me that this world is sick and I have foreseen the future. In the future war, I succeeded, or maybe I failed, because I didn't make much change in the ninja world. The world is still the same as before. The lives of civilians may be much better, but this is definitely not the credit of the ninja. Naruto said slowly. He did not explain his origins, because it was too shocking. This world was created by the author, which was too absurd. Naruto knew that if he wanted to succeed and change the world, he had to get the support of the Nine Tails. Kurama, we are partners, aren't we? We are one now. Naruto's words instantly made the Nine Tails' body tremble slightly. Does he regard me as a partner? Shut up, kid, we're not partners. Go out, I'm tired. Kyuubi lay down again and pretended to close his eyes. Naruto wanted to say something, but the next moment, Naruto was sent out of the spiritual space. Watching Naruto being sent out of the spiritual space, Kyuubi slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "This little ghost. Is he from the future? Or is it a prophecy?" Although he couldn't calm down for a long time, the nine-tailed fox was not so easily moved. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his expression was a little helpless. Except for not introducing that he was from Earth, he basically didn't hide anything in what he said, and he didn't have any ill will towards the nine-tailed fox. Naruto knew that the nine-tailed fox had the ability to sense goodwill. He could easily know whether you had any ill will towards him, and if you wanted to gain the power of the nine-tailed fox, you had to be open with the nine-tailed fox. Naruto also knew that it would take more than a day to influence the nine-tailed fox, and the nine-tailed fox should have been touched by him. At this moment, Naruto thought of Orochimaru, who was even more powerful than his own mouth-to-mouth, and could make his subordinates loyal. Although the previous words were a bit of a bluff, they were actually Naruto's inner thoughts. This world cannot achieve peace by fighting, and it must be solved from the root. Solve it from the perspective of ideology and social structure. The war in this world is essentially caused by the imbalance of resources. Realizing the rational allocation of resources is the correct way to reduce wars, but who will easily give up their own resources and damage their own interests? The peace of Senju Hashirama is too superficial, and so is Uzumaki Nagato. In essence, they are all using combat power to threaten the world, so that the world dare not have wars again. This is the case with distributing the tailed beasts, and the same is true for collecting the tailed beasts to form the 10 tails. They are all threats of combat power, but when the combat power disappears, what should be done? Never underestimate a person's desire. Chapter 23. Since he had been to the spiritual space once, Naruto could freely enter and exit the spiritual space where the Nine Tails was imprisoned with his huge spiritual power. During this period, Naruto kept fooling the Nine Tails in his thoughts. Oh no, how can this be called fooling? This should be called winning over comrades, so-called like-minded partners. During this period, Naruto also successfully transformed the Nine Tails living space. It was no longer a dark underground sewer, but looked sunny. However, it just couldn't get rid of the iron fence of the sealed space. However, Naruto still had a way. For example, Naruto used his huge spiritual power to successfully expand the iron cage where the Nine Tails was imprisoned many times. This made the Nine Tails activity space much larger. Although he had never made the Nine Tails return to his heart, the relationship between the two had also eased a lot. Naruto knew that it was difficult to build feelings for some things without experiencing them together. The relationship with the Nine Tails needed to be developed slowly. At least now, Naruto and the Nine Tails have reached an agreement to regularly replace the Nine Tails living pictures. This is simple, just like changing a theme. The benefit Naruto gained was that the Nine Tails no longer interfered with Naruto's chakra, which instantly increased Naruto's chakra by a large amount. Because Naruto usually had to divide a part of his chakra to prevent the Nine Tails from attacking, now that there was no Nine Tails' interference, the amount of chakra increased a lot. Naruto's control over chakra also increased a lot. Naruto tested that the power of his ninjutsu increased by 30%. Time is still passing slowly. After a vacation that was neither too long nor too short, Naruto was already a sophomore student, and Lee was now a third-year student. On this day, Lee happily ran to Naruto and said, "Naruto, Teacher Kai accepted me as his disciple." Naruto was also very happy to see Lee happy. As for Might Guy, the 8 gates of ninja in his hand was still good, but Naruto did not intend to go the path of pure physical skills. He was not like other time travelers who had to plan the 8 gates of ninja. He also knew that there was a reason why this technique was not popularized. Might Guy kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen to pieces, and the case was there, but the 8 gates of ninja was basically practiced by Might Guy alone, and the result was imaginable. Naruto's final idea was to combine the power of immortal arts to create an immortal version of ninjutsu. This was prepared to fight against the Otsutsuki clan, because in front of the Otsutsuki clan, ninjutsu basically did not work. In the later period, almost everyone in the Otsutsuki clan had a pair of samsara eyes, and the samsara eyes could absorb the chakra contained in the ninjutsu. Without the chakra, the ninjutsu basically disappeared. This is why the frequency of ninjutsu used in Boruto is so low. Xiao Li, Might Guy is a very good teacher. I think he is very suitable for you. Well, it should be suitable for you. Naruto was not worried that Xiao Li could not adapt to Might Guy's rhythm, because the two of them were simply cast in the same mold. Sasuke was a little silent at this time, holding his hands and wondering what he was thinking. It seems that the Uchiha family is in a recent situation. When that time comes, let's see if we can help Sasuke save some Uchiha civilians, which can be regarded as continuing the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, according to Sasuke's current personality, he may not even find a girlfriend. If it weren't for Sakura's final insistence, the Uchiha bloodline might be cut off. Uchiha Back Mountain River, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are talking. Brother Shisui, the tribe members are too ignorant now. They have already started to openly declare rebellion at the gathering. Itachi said worriedly, while also showing disdain for some of the tribe members. Itachi, you are the most talented person I have ever met. Uchiha needs guidance. Those people do not represent all Uchiha people. Our existence is the bridge between Uchiha and the village. I believe that as long as we work hard, we can find a way for the family and the village to coexist. You can also imagine Sasuke living happily in the village, right? Shisui said with a smile. The young man in front of him had too much on his shoulders. If the final situation was too bad, he could only rely on Koto Amatsukami. Shisui slowly touched his eyes. Uchiha Itachi saw it and said, Brother Shisui, do you want to use Koto Amatsukami? Itachi, it's not that step yet. If I really can't stop the family, I will ask Lord Hokage and Lord Danzo to use the power of Koto Amatsukami. Uchiha Shisui said slowly. Brother Shisui, some people are really too ignorant. Don't they know that doing this will get Konaha into bigger trouble? At that time, a war will break out and affect the peace of Konaha. Uchiha Itachi said coldly, with a fierce light in his eyes. Itachi has now been influenced by the 3rd generation, but Itachi was only affected by the will of the 3rd generation. All of this was instilled by the 3rd generation. Shisui did not notice Itachi's abnormality, and said comfortingly, maybe some people in the clan are ignorant, but this is what we have to work hard for. Everyone has an imperfect side, but most people in the family are still very good. There are many Uchiha ninjas, but there are more ordinary Uchiha people. They are not affected by the opening of the Sharingan. They are warm, generous, and kind, and are no different from ordinary villagers in Konoha. Just like Izumi and Sasuke, aren't they the ones we protect? Uchiha Shisui tried to use the existence of some people to prove that they were worthy of being protected. Shisui knew that Izumi and Sasuke were the most important people to him. Thinking of Sasuke, Itachi's face clearly showed a smile. Shisui was also very happy to see Itachi's smile, but he ignored the extent of brainwashing of Itachi by the third generation. In fact, Itachi was influenced by the third generation when he was very young. When the third generation commented that Itachi had the thinking of a Hokage, Itachi was only a few years old at that time. It was simply a flattery. Later, Itachi was sent to the Anbu when he was very young, and was inadvertently influenced by the third generation again. In the end, his entire thinking was influenced by the third generation. All methods are based on the direction of the village. This is the calculation of the shrewd third generation, even treating Naruto in this way, but Naruto's thoughts have long been fixed and it is difficult to be influenced by the third generation. This technique of controlling people is also the reason why the third generation thinks he has the upper hand over Danzo. Danzo will never know the power of human hearts. Danzo uses the power of cursed seals to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates, while he uses the power of human hearts. In the few years since he became Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has mastered this set to perfection. Only a few people know about the undercurrents in the village, and at this moment Naruto is happily experimenting with his new ninjutsu. He really liked the Earth-style ninjutsu, Earth Submarine, and with the help of God's reward for hard work, Naruto's transformation of the ninjutsu went very smoothly. He could use God's reward for hard work's ability to constantly modify the proficiency of the ninjutsu. After Naruto had some understanding of Earth style, the progress improved linearly, and finally formed this one that Naruto was satisfied with. Earth-style ninjutsu, Nuclear Submarine. The original Earth-style ninjutsu, Earth Submarine, used chakra to change the properties of the soil and move freely through the mud. In the original work, Naruto had drilled through the ground during the Chunin exam, but Naruto's understanding of Earth-style ninjutsu was too shallow, and the traces left were also very large. Naruto can now be regarded as a standard Earth Escape ninja. Earth Escape Nuclear Submarine, as the name implies, is to form an Earth Escape creation similar to a submarine, and finally lie in a nuclear submarine to freely shuttle underground. Of course, due to Naruto's transformation, this ninjutsu did not improve the level of ninjutsu, because although his speed has increased, the amount of chakra consumed has increased several times. This ninjutsu barely exceeds the scope of sea level, but it has no effect on actual combat, and it consumes a lot of chakra. But does chakra put pressure on Naruto? Do you really think Chatanla is joking? Chapter 24. Hokage Office. Konaha F4 is discussing the relationship between Uchiha and the village. Hiruzen, Uchiha problems must be solved quickly. Have you forgotten what your teacher taught you? Uchiha cannot be trusted. Danzo said loudly. He was wrapped in bandages all over his body. His other eye was also tightly wrapped in bandages. He exuded a gloomy aura. However, the three generations had already gotten used to Danzo's appearance. Danzo, don't be so intense, Uchiha is also a member of the village. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette, exhaled thick smoke, and said slowly. Yugatane Kaharu on the side walked up and said slowly, Danzo, the third Hokage has a lot to take into account, and the Uchiha issue still needs long-term consideration. Xiaochun, you can't say that. Danzo is also for the peace of Konoha, and Uchiha is a factor of instability. Seeing that Mitomen-en rarely supported him, Danzo's ugly face suddenly became much better. Hiruzen, I am the root of Konoha. Let me deal with these restless Uchiha guys. For the peace of the village, necessary measures are indispensable. Danzo continued to argue with reason, his voice dull. Danzo, please restrain yourself. Do you really think I don't know about your connection with Orochimaru? We can discuss the issue of the Uchiha clan later. Shisui and Itachi are already trying their best, and the Uchiha are also members of the village. The Sandai still looked like a good old man. Danzo slammed the door and left in dissatisfaction. He turned around and looked at the Sandai and said, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage said this lightly, and Danzo's inner anger and dissatisfaction rose again. Returning to the root, Danzo continued to vent his inner anger. The root ninja on the side saw Danzo's look and couldn't help but stepped forward to ask, Danzo-sama, what happened? Huh? Danzo glared at him with dissatisfied eyes, full of murderous intent, which instantly scared the inquiring root ninja. He felt cold all over, and the next moment Danzo's murderous intent instantly restrained. Call Uchiha Shisui. The root ninja swallowed and said tremblingly, yes. Then he retreated in a hurry. He was a newcomer. He had heard that Lord Danzo was a very strange person. Now it seems that he is really too young and does not believe the words of his predecessors. When there was no one around, Danzo continued to vent his inner dissatisfaction. Sarutobi, you old man, you are a whore and you still pretend to be a saint. Don't you just want me to take the blame? Humph. As long as I can get the power of the Mangekyo, I will become Hokage sooner or later. Don't be so proud for too long, Hiruzen. Danzo's red eyes slowly calmed down, and only Danzo's figure was left in the dark basement. He already knew that Uchiha Shisui had awakened the power of the Mangekyo. This is the power of that man. It is known as the power of God. He knows how powerful that power is. Danzo's dark voice came out softly from the darkness. Shisui, don't blame me, blame yourself for awakening this cursed power. Mirror, your grandson will be here to accompany you soon. Danzo's figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Uchiha Shisui, Lord Danzo wants to see you. A masked man appeared. He was a root ninja. He found Uchiha Shisui on the training ground. Danzo-sama, I know. Shisui stopped training and prepared to follow the root ninja to the root base. The two of them shuttled through the woods and finally came to a tree. They tapped it a few times in a regular manner, and suddenly a row of stairs appeared on the ground. The two walked down with ease, and it turned out to be a root base. After walking for a few minutes, the root ninja next to Shisui disappeared. After Shisui opened the door, he saw Danzo standing in front of him and hurriedly knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo. Shisui, how is the Uchiha situation recently? Danzo asked softly, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Shisui did not notice Danzo's abnormality. Sorry, Master Danzo, the Uchiha are now divided into two factions. One group suggests using force to seize power, while the other group is in favor of negotiating with the village. Just give me a little more time, and I believe the problem can be solved. Uchiha Shisui's three Magatama eyes spun rapidly, and finally the three Magatama merged together to form a four-cornered dart shape. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Master Danzo, if things get really bad, please allow me to use the most powerful illusion, Kotoamatsukami. I will use Kotoamatsukami to control Patriarch Fugaku and put an end to the rebellion. Uchiha will always be the village's Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui said in a deep voice, his tone full of determination and pleading. Shisui, I believe you, but, you better hand over your eyes. Danzo slowly approached Shisui. Shisui didn't expect that Danzo would attack him directly. Shisui was shocked instantly, but Danzo really underestimated Shisui's strength. Shisui still maintained the power of the Mangekyo and directly fixed Danzo with an illusion. I'm sorry, Master Danzo, Uchiha will not be a threat to the village. Although Shisui was shocked by Danzo's behavior, his blind loyalty made him have no hatred towards Danzo. Ah! Suddenly, Shisui covered his eyes. One of his eyes had been dug out by Danzo. Shisui, don't blame me. Blame Uchiha. I'm worried about you. Even if you stop this rebellion, there's no guarantee that Uchiha won't rebel next time. Your vision is still too narrow. I'll save your eyes. Shisui covered his eyes in pain. Root ninjas began to appear around Danzo. All of them were Jonin and Elite Jonin. Shisui was very shocked. He couldn't imagine how Danzo escaped from his illusion. This was an illusion blessed by the Mangekyo. But right now, the most important thing is to escape. Wind Style. Vacuum Big Ball. The powerful Wind Style ninjutsu was released from Danzo's hands. Danzo's Wind Style ninjutsu attainments were very high. He could be said to be the strongest Wind Style ninja. Wind Style. Vacuum Wave. Continuous Wind Style ninjutsu was released from Danzo's hands, and Uchiha Shisui's figure gradually turned into dozens of phantoms. This was Uchiha Shisui's famous ninjutsu, and it was also the origin of his instant body Shisui. He instantly turned into dozens of phantoms, and his real body changed between the phantoms. Very difficult. Wind style, Thousand Faces of Wind. Danzo released hundreds of small wind blades to hit Uchiha Shisui, hitting Shisui's clone. Danzo was very experienced and figured out a way in the blink of an eye to use the tiny wind blades to compress Shisui's space. Other root ninjas also launched attacks. But in front of Shisui, root ninjas were constantly killed. Shisui's ability to instantly move was simply too terrifying. A root ninja's sword slashed across Shisui, but it turned out to be a phantom. However, when the phantom slashed at him, it actually directly cut his shoulder. If he hadn't instinctively moved back 2 centimeters, his entire shoulder might have been chopped off. Be careful of his instant body. He shouted hurriedly. Danzo couldn't help but look ugly when he saw that so many people couldn't take down Shisui's one eye. Danzo put one hand on top of the other hand and pulled hard. The bandage tied on the hand was actually torn off. 3 scarlet Sharingan were revealed. There was also a mark on it that it had been closed. This moment made Shisui understand. Danzo's most fundamental purpose was to seize the blood limit of their Uchiha family. He also understood why Danzo could break his own Mangekyo illusion before. Izanagi. Chapter 25. How do you know the forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shisui questioned. This is a forbidden technique that only the elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan can master, and there are only a few elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan. There is no doubt that Danzo's Izanagi's forbidden technique must have been stolen. This also made Shisui understand that Danzo has been planning for the Uchiha clan for a long time. It's not like what Danzo said before, everything is for the peace of Konaha. Shisui, it's over now, don't struggle anymore. Wind style, vacuum wave. Dozens of wind-style whirlwinds hit Shisui. Shisui used his instant body illusion again and launched the ninjutsu Thunder Dance. Wind style restrains thunder style. Shisui took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement of the root ninja and ran outside. When passing by a forest, Shisui inadvertently left a secret code. Chase. Don't let him run away. Danzo said in a deep voice, Shisui must be kept here. The ninjas around Danzo turned into black shadows and chased after Shisui. When Uchiha Shisui was fighting the root, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. He used Kagura's mind's eye to sense that a large group of people were fighting. This dark chakra, is it the root? Did Shisui lose his eyes? Naruto created a shadow clone and stayed there. The real body used earth escape technique and submerged into the soil, and kept rushing towards the direction where the battle broke out. In a small forest, Shisui was finally caught up. Shisui, you can't leave today. Danzo said coldly. The Sharingan on his arm was particularly eye-catching. Danzo, does the third Hokage know about this? I won't let you succeed, you conspirator. Shisui looked at Danzo and said, every Sharingan on Danzo's arm represents the life of his family members. They did not die on the battlefield, but died at the hands of their own people in the village. How ironic. Feeling the remaining chakra in his body, Shisui's heart sank. Danzo was a cage-level warrior, and there were many Jonin around him. It seemed that he would be unable to escape this time. The remaining Sharingan must not fall into Danzo's hands. Suddenly, a powerful force rose from Shisui's body, and a green skeleton formed by chakra appeared in front of everyone. This is the exclusive ability of the Mangekyo, Susanoo. Danzo's heart sank, and he said, come on, all of you. He doesn't have much chakra left. After listening to Danzo's words, the remaining root ninjas calmed down a lot. They began to attack Shisui, but many people were still killed in front of Susanoo. Shisui's Susanoo has the ability to attack from a distance. Yashikani no Magatama. Continuously shooting out green attacks, every time being touched, either dead or injured. This instantly made the root ninja retreat. But there are still some who have been trained by Danzo to kill weapons, without the slightest fear, and are still consuming Shisui's chakra. The first stage of Susanoo cannot protect the whole body perfectly. Thinking of the belief in his heart, Shisui's remaining eye began to shed tears of blood. Susanoo suddenly began to change, becoming taller, and flesh and blood began to appear, and it actually reached the third stage of Susanoo in one fell swoop. The evolved Susanoo is even more terrifying, which makes Danzo unable to help but activate the power of Izanagi to exchange injuries with Shisui. But in front of the third stage of Susanoo, Danzo was a little restrained. Fruit fly! Danzo yelled, and then launched the wind ninjutsu again. The other ninjas also began to attack Shisui. At this time, a root ninja had approached Shisui without knowing when. Shisui directly knocked him away, and his arm was slightly scratched by the ninja just now. Poison. Shisui finally understood that the previous attacks were all foreshadowing for the ninja named Fruit Fly in front of him. Yasukani no Magatama swept away, causing a huge explosion in an instant. The place was instantly covered with smoke. When everyone reacted again, Shisui had disappeared. Don't chase him. He's been poisoned by the fruit fly. Unless Tsunade comes to rescue him personally, he's dead. Danzo looked at the root ninjas around him and couldn't help but feel distressed. He had trained these people with great difficulty, and now so many of them had been sacrificed in the encirclement and suppression of Shisui. They really underestimated him. But it was worth it. Shisui's Mangekyo ability was simply too powerful. At this time, Naruto, who had been hiding, also began to rush in another direction, but Uchiha Shisui did not get rid of his perception. Elsewhere, Uchiha Itachi had seen Shisui's secret code, which meant the old place. Itachi began to quickly rush to a place only he and Shisui knew. When Itachi arrived, Shisui was already waiting here. When Itachi saw Shisui's eyes, he was startled and said, "Brother Shisui. Are you okay?" "Itachi, I don't have much time. Listen to me, the conflict between Konaha and the family has reached an inevitable level. From now on, I will leave everything to you. I believe that if it is you, you should be able to resolve the conflict between the village and the family." Shisui directly dug out the remaining eye and handed it to me, Itachi. "Oh, Itachi, be careful of Danzo." Shisui decided to do one last thing for the boy. If he wanted to achieve his goal, strength was essential. This was also the truth he felt in this battle. Then he fell towards the river behind him. Water stop. Itachi felt a darkness coming, and a feeling of extreme grief rose in his heart. The three Magatama in his eyes suddenly turned into a dart shape. The great pain caused Itachi's Sharingan to begin to evolve, and a tear of blood dripped down Itachi's eyes. "I will inherit yours." Itachi then took a deep look at the turbulent river. He also knew that Shisui's body could not be left behind. On the other side, Naruto was already waiting downstream. He successfully fished Shisui's body out through his modified water-style nuclear submarine. Now he has fallen into a coma, and the toxins are destroying his body. "Ju Lama, help me save him. We need manpower if we want to change the world." Naruto hurriedly began to call the 9 tails in his body. "It's so noisy. You little brat. Please, Kurama." Naruto said again, feeling the sincerity in Naruto's tone. A force passed through Naruto's body to Shisui's body. Shisui's body instantly got better. This is only the young 9 tails in Naruto's body, which has a very strong healing ability. In the original work, Might Guy who turned into charcoal was saved by Naruto. In fact, because of a part of the power of the 6 paths, the simple 9 tails could not save Might Guy in that state. Now the power of the 9 tails directly killed the poisonous insects in Shisui's body, and began to repair Shisui's body with the power of Young. "Thank you, Kurama." Naruto laughed. During this period, Kurama did not completely agree with him. In addition to not interfering with his training, he occasionally helped him recover his strength, making him energetic after training. The 9-tailed fox always denied that he was helping Naruto, saying that he was only helping Naruto to regain his freedom as soon as possible. Naruto promised to set the 9-tailed fox free in 10 years. For the tailed beasts, 10 years might pass in a nap. In fact, the nine-tailed fox had begun to waver. Chapter 26. Well, where am I? I'm fine. Uchiha Shisui slowly opened his eyes, but they were empty, without any light. Suddenly he felt someone approaching, and he quickly became alert. With just a slight shake, his body began to ache. Although the nine tails helped to heal him, he had overdrawn too much before. Don't be afraid. I saved you. This is outside the village. Don't worry, I'm not Danzo's man. A clear voice sounded. It sounded like a young man, but now he can't see. Who are you? As a ninja, Shisui would not trust Naruto so easily. Who am I? I am just an orphan, or a demon fox. Naruto said self-deprecatingly. When Naruto said he was a demon fox, the nine tails in the sealed space snorted. Orphan, demon fox. Shisui murmured, and his mind began to recall the past. Suddenly, Shisui seemed to remember something, and said in horror, You are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto, how come you are here? Yes, I am the nine tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto laughed at himself. He should have been called Namikaze Naruto and enjoyed the rights of a hero, but now, he is just a demon fox that everyone wants to kill, an orphan. But I am also Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto suddenly raised his voice. What? You are the son of the fourth Hokage. This time it was Shisui's turn to be shocked. The boy in the village who was called the demon fox was actually the son of the fourth Hokage. All this made Shisui feel absurd, and at the same time, a feeling of disbelief rose in his heart. How could the village do this? Uchiha Shisui, do you really think that everyone in the village is really thinking about the village? Listening to Naruto's sarcastic question, Uchiha Shisui was also convinced. Yes, didn't he trust Danzo wrongly before? I know, but not all people are bad. I'm going to go back and report Danzo's evil deeds to the third Hokage. Shisui looked angry, ahem. But it caused severe discomfort. Now his body is still too weak and needs to rest. You are too naive. Do you really think there are any good people in Konaha's F4? Do you think the Sandai really doesn't know about Danzo's affairs? Naruto did not hide his contempt for the Sandai and others. Although Shisui didn't understand what Konaha's F4 was, he thought it should refer to the current high-level Konaha officials. When Naruto said this, Shisui was shocked and said, This is impossible. The Sandai can't be in cahoots with Danzo. Shisui was still defending the Sandai. He didn't dare to believe what Naruto said. Also, the image of the Sandai was deeply rooted in his heart. He didn't dare to believe that the Sandai was the same person as Danzo. You are so childish, Shisui. Do you really think the third Hokage knows nothing? Is the third Hokage really as great as you say? I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Although the rumor that I am a demon fox was spread by Danzo, without the permission of the third generation, would these rumors really last long? And now, the rumor that I am a demon fox has been spreading for several years, and your so-called third generation has not come out to defend it. Do you know what kind of life I lived when I was a child? As the orphan of the fourth Hokage, I was thrown to the care of a nanny when I was a child. She pricked me with needles, I couldn't stand the very hot milk powder, and I was often beaten. I was still a baby at that time. There were also Anbu surveillance around me, but they didn't care. When I was 3 years old, I lived in the jungle of Konaha and hunted for food. I had to feed myself. No one in the village was willing to sell food to me. I was just a child. What did I do wrong? Naruto's roar echoed in Uchiha Shisui's mind, which made Shisui feel a little bit sorry. What kind of life did Naruto live when he was a child? As the orphan of the fourth Hokage, could the third Hokage have? Shisui didn't dare to think about it. This would make his faith in the third generation collapse. Naruto's voice continued. Is your so-called will of fire really correct? Where the leaves of Konaha dance, the fire will never stop. Naruto did not talk about his own miserable situation, but talked about what Shisui had always insisted on. Naruto wanted to break Shisui's original beliefs, and then impose his own will and thoughts on Shisui. The third Hokage's will of fire was his own will of fire, not Konoha's will of fire. Didn't the will of fire say that we should protect the young sprouts of the village? Then why did you send young children to the battlefield again and again? You should know how old you were when you went to the battlefield. Naruto's words shook Shisui. He went to the battlefield when he was 6 years old. Yes, he had seen too many young children being sent to the battlefield. Why has no one ever thought of this? The third Hokage is known as the strongest Hokage, but he has never been on the battlefield. Think about it, how many times has he been on the battlefield since he became Hokage? How did he get the title of the strongest Hokage? Don't you see that each of these titles were earned through fighting? Naruto's voice was deafening. It stirred in Shisui's mind. Looking at the shaken Shisui, Naruto said again, Konoha is the strongest, wasn't it earned by the predecessors? The 3 ninjas, Konoha White Fang, my father. Including your title, which one of them was not earned on the battlefield? What did the third generation do? Look at the former glorious predecessors, who is left now? Naruto's voice pierced into Shisui's heart like a sharp sword. Senior White Fang was famous, but he committed suicide because of a mission. Can ordinary villagers really understand a top-secret mission? Senior White Fang, the Hokage half-sleeve. What a great reputation. If he doesn't die, who will die? If he doesn't die, the Hokage will fall on him. How can Danzo and the third generation be willing to accept this? Naruto's words were full of sarcasm. Feeling the fleeting chakra fluctuations in the distance, Naruto raised a smile. Naruto continued. Look, under the leadership of the third generation, Konoha has become so powerful. Senior Hyuga Hazashi also died a few years ago. Shisui has now adapted to Naruto's rhythm, but he still couldn't help twitching his mouth. But when he came to his senses, it seemed that Konoha was getting worse and worse under the leadership of the third generation. This further shattered his inner faith. Let's talk about the Senju clan, which was once as famous as the Uchiha clan. Think about it, is there anyone else in the Senju clan that you can remember the name of, except Tsunade-sama? This made Shisui's heart tremble again, as if there was really no impression of the Senju clan in his memory. What on earth is going on? After the third Hokage took office, if it weren't for the support of Grandmother Mito, he would never have been able to hold the position of Hokage. After Grandmother Mito died, the third Hokage began to purge the Senju clan, sending them to the battlefield to die, and even tricked them into going to the test bench to reproduce the glory of wood release. These were all conspiracies just to reduce the power of the Senju clan. The Senju clan followed the last wish of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and some of the clan members merged into Konoha. This was also the method that the second Hokage came up with to preserve the bloodline of the Senju clan. But who could have expected that he would have several filial sons and apprentices? Let's see how many civilians are talented. Would the talent of the Senju clan be concealed by integrating into the civilian population? Danzo helped a lot in this. It makes sense for Naruto to call Uzumaki Mito grandma. After all, his mother is the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto gradually revealed the darkness of Konoha to Shisui, and the faith in Shisui's heart was shattered step by step. Chapter 27. Naruto said slowly, revealing the darkness of Konoha step by step in front of Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui was silent. Is this the Konoha he wanted to protect? Naruto noticed the chakra fluctuations in the distance and rolled his eyes. This guy was really bad at hiding. If Shisui was not blind and was in a very weak state, he would have discovered the figure in the dark long ago. But this was intentional by Naruto. A white-haired ninja kid was shocked at this moment. He was still a little immature now, but he really underestimated Naruto's perception ability. The reason why Naruto chose to expose himself in front of Kakashi was to see what Kakashi would do after knowing the true darkness of Konoha, especially the matter of White Fang. Naruto was also gambling that Kakashi would not tell others about what happened this time. Even if he lost the bet, Naruto could just defect from Konoha directly. With the ability of the Nine Tails and his own strong earth escape ability, he could just drill hundreds of meters underground and escape from Konaha. After Naruto got the earth-style ninjutsu, he kept honing it. With the blessing of God's ability to work hard, Naruto developed the ability of earth-style submarine to a very abnormal degree. Naruto can not only expand the space of the submarine by strengthening chakra, but also consume chakra to speed up. Basically, no one can catch up with Naruto in earth style. Naruto continued slowly. This time he no longer talked about Konaha's problems, but asked about the ninja world. Shisui, what do you think of the ninja world? There are constant wars between each other, but do you know why the wars are constant? Are they really not afraid of death? Is it because of disputes? None of them. It's because of resources. The uneven distribution of resources has led to the signs of war pointing to Konaha. For example, the Kingdom of Wind is located in a desert area and lacks water resources. This is why he wants to go to war with foreign countries. It is not only to rob materials to feed the citizens of the Kingdom of Wind and the Sand Village, but also to consume the population and prevent more deaths. Isn't it ironic that some people die so that more people can live? Hearing this, Shisui's face changed, and Kakashi in the dark also looked very bad. He never thought that the war would break out like this. Isn't the war caused by hatred? Do you think the profession of ninja is important? Ninjas do not engage in production, but when war comes, who will suffer more? The civilians and the small ninja villages. What's wrong with the Rain Country? Several major ninja villages couldn't bear to have the battlefield on their own territory, so they put the battlefield in the Rain Country, just because the Rain Country is a small country, but the Rain Country has a Hanzo, otherwise the Rain Country might be destroyed. Do you think you are righteous? Is the Rain Country evil? In their eyes, you are the invaders. Naruto was silent for a while and stopped talking. Uchiha Shisui was also silent, constantly thinking about everything Naruto said. No one had ever been able to analyze the ninja world so clearly. He seemed to know the world for the first time. He always thought that others were bad people and were invading his homeland. Now it seems that war is not so easy to define. For a while, he felt that the world was gray. Naruto saw that he had reached the right time and slowly said, "Do you want to change the world?" Naruto slowly said some of his thoughts from his previous life. Naruto clearly felt that Uchiha's spirit seemed to rise. If he still had eyes now, I'm afraid his two eyes would glow. Some of the ideas Naruto talked about shocked him and even challenged his three views. Especially what Naruto said about the nobles are not the rulers of the world, but the people. The one country, one village system is not the most correct. The military and politics should be separated, and the state controls all rights. Why do ninjas have to engage in industries such as missions and battles? Why can't ninjas open mountains? Why can't they farm? Why can't water-style ninjas go to the Kingdom of Wind to create water? Why can't the big countries share what they have? People are selfish. What will happen if the whole world is unified into one empire? All people are the people of the empire. There will be no war if there is freedom. In the future, we can even gather hundreds of thousands of ninjas to change the terrain of each country, so that it can produce more food and make the road smoother. These ideas of Naruto shone into Shisui's heart like a beam of light. Although I don't know what Naruto said about building roads first to get rich, after everything Naruto said, Uchiha Shisui felt that Naruto's method was the way to save the world. At this time, Uchiha Shisui remembered that Naruto was only 7 or 8 years old. Why did Naruto know these things? Naruto is indeed the savior sent by the world. In addition, Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked by what Naruto said, and his blood boiled. He began to look forward to the world that Naruto said. Then, he reacted and left here in a flash. On the way, Kakashi couldn't calm down for a long time. The death of his father, the darkness of Konaha, and the world described by his teacher's son. He used to be muddle-headed, but now he wants to find out the truth about his father's death himself. In his heart, the third generation can no longer be trusted. He wants to see this world for himself. Here, Uchiha Shisui slowly calmed down. He said in an ambiguous tone, "Naruto-kun. What do you need me to do?" He exhaled deeply. Uchiha Shisui knew that Naruto must want to subdue him, and he was indeed moved by everything Naruto said. He wanted to see the world Naruto talked about. What Naruto said is indeed a good way to achieve peace. Even the illusion world described by Uchiha Madara has people who believe in it and fight for it. Isn't everything Naruto said closer to reality? And Naruto has a correct ideological leader. A leader with him as the core. Welcome to the organization, Shisui-kun. I plan to set up an organization to help us change the world. I want to set up an umbrella organization and become the umbrella of the world. Shisui, I need you to go to the ninja world to gather talents, train talents, take in some orphans, and spread our ideas. You have to know that ninjas are not necessarily just tools for killing people, ninjutsu has many uses as well. You can also launch projects in the ninja world and let the ninjas embark on another path. In addition, if you want to change the world, the so-called nobles must change, and if you want to successfully change the ninja world, necessary bloodshed is indispensable. Every drop of bloodshed in the future will be a symbol of the Red Revolution. Shisui, you have a long way to go. Naruto pointed with his finger, and then he passed his views on training, the 6 styles, and Naruto's thoughts on the outline of thought into Shisui's mind. Naruto-kun, you will live up to everyone's expectations. Shisui said with great respect. Naruto-kun, you are in Konaha now, your safety is essential. This is my practice of the instant body technique, I will give it to you, as well as some ninjutsu. Shisui passed on his ninjutsu and training summary to Naruto through illusion. Shisui knew more ninjutsu than the previous ones, which made Naruto overjoyed. I suggest you go to Wave Country, where there are no ninja villages and it is more suitable for development. There is another talent I can introduce to you, Momochi Zabuza, and the apprentice of the land shadow of the land of earth, who is a problem teenager, can also be absorbed. In addition, you should develop cautiously, remember that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and don't show it in public. You can recruit some scientists. Although they are not ninjas, they can have a great impact. For example, increasing food production is a relatively important issue. Naruto said slowly, and the two of them set some secret codes, and then Naruto began to return to Konaha. Chapter 28. Naruto went to class as usual, as if there was nothing different from usual, but the conflict between the village and Uchiha seemed to have intensified a bit. In addition, Naruto was surprised that he got a sealing technique from Shisui, which was a good thing. Naruto was still having a headache about the sealing technique before, because the sealing technique was knowledge that Naruto had never come into contact with. Fortunately, he found a sealing technique from Shisui's ninjutsu. The sealing technique is simply a panacea in Naruto. It has many uses and sometimes can even play an extraordinary role. The country of whirlpools was destroyed by several major countries because the sealing technique was too feared. Even Konaha was probably behind Danzo. In the original work, the country of whirlpools asked Konaha for help, but Konaha did not send a rescue. This may be because some people of the Uzumaki clan were unwilling to come to Konaha village. Later, they drifted in the ninja world. Nagato was a representative of this kind. The sealing technique that Naruto got from Shisui is called the seal of sealing objects. This is a sealing technique that can make storage scrolls, and it can also seal ninjutsu, but it is too troublesome. However, it is very useful, and is mostly used to make storage scrolls. Naruto was instantly very surprised. These days, Naruto no longer used the entity to go outside the village, but used the shadow clone to go there. There is still a sealing barrier around the village, but Uchiha Shisui was a member of the Anbu before, and he also knew how to enter and exit the barrier. It may be because they think Shisui is dead, Konaha did not change the barrier entry and exit method. It is very difficult to make a large barrier. These days, Uchiha Shisui is also constantly recovering from his injuries. During this period, he also constantly asked Naruto about the ideological program of their organization. After Naruto's brainwashing these days, Uchiha Shisui's desperate heart has turned to their recently established organization. Umbrella. Become the umbrella of the whole world. This is what Naruto told him. Umbrella will have the world's top talents in the future. A spark can start a prairie fire. For a few days, Naruto has been asking Shisui about the experience of practicing the sealing seal and Shisui's own instant body technique. These days, since Shisui can't see, Naruto specially developed a ninjutsu that can help Shisui. It is a perception ninjutsu that Naruto made with reference to the radar in his previous life. It was more due to the help of the ability of God rewards hard work, otherwise it would take a long time to study it with his own ability. But I don't know if it's because it's not a machine but humans who use it. The range is much smaller, and the detection is more accurate. Although it's not as good as his own Kagura's mind's eye, there is no chakra fluctuation at all, because it relies on ultrasound for detection. Thanks to this, Naruto also developed an infrasonic ninjutsu, which is similar to the sonic attack in the sound village established by Orochimaru. Naruto-kun, I'm really worried. You've entrusted me with such a great task. Can I do it well? At this moment, Uchiha Shisui said with some worry. Shisui, you have to believe in yourself. In the future, there will be many like-minded people to help you. Some things require someone to carry the burden forward. Naruto kept encouraging, and at the same time he also had the idea of looking for a think tank. Shisui's wisdom is actually not bad, but he still lacks a sense of the overall situation and some ruthlessness. However, the current manpower is really scarce, and Naruto himself has not grown up yet. Now Naruto's strength is barely equivalent to that of a Jonin. After all, he is still too young. Naruto also knows that the power of a person is small. Even if his strength is strong enough, he can't do everything by himself. This is not exhausting, which is why Orochimaru established the Sound Village. Speaking of Orochimaru, Naruto thinks Orochimaru is a very important character. Orochimaru's greatest strength is not his combat effectiveness, but his scientific research ability. At the same time, Orochimaru is a relatively versatile person. He is not bad in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the like. He has scientific research ability and is also a commander. Abilities, Orochimaru has them all. He is truly an all-rounder. You have to know that Orochimaru does not have any cheats. If Orochimaru has his own cheat-like abilities, I don't know how far he can go. There is another person, who is also a talent that Naruto is optimistic about, that is Tsunade, but she must not be recruited at the moment, and he will make plans for this later. Naruto thinks that the best thing to do now is to recruit talents, accumulate food, and slowly become king. At this time, he must hide. If he is exposed in the open, Danzo, the third generation, the Akatsuki organization, and even the Black Zetsu in the dark will find him. It will be difficult to deal with by then. He does not have the ability to overturn the chessboard yet. Moreover, it is still early to the time of the original work, and Naruto is not in a hurry, and slowly begins to return to normal. Every day he teases Hinata, practices with Shaoli and Sasuke, and so on. On this day, Naruto teased Hinata's face as usual. Naruto-kun. Naruto found it very amusing to see Hinata being shy, and he liked this girl more and more. At this time, Iruka, who was on the podium, was getting more and more angry, because the classroom in front of him was full of smoke, and Inuzuka Kiba was still playing with his ninja dog. This year, he successfully got his own ninja dog, who was the descendant of the ninja dog of an elite jonin in the family. The growth cycle is estimated to be several years. He will grow up with his master and build up enough tacit understanding and feelings. Needless to say, his potential is at the jonin level. As for Shikamaru, he was sleeping. These questions were too simple for him. It would be more interesting for him to go home and play a game of shogi with the old man. Naruto was teasing Hinata, and Sasuke was still training in hand seals. As for Shino, is there such a person? Not to mention Shino, Iruka can't even remember him. These guys, just because they know the lessons, won't they listen to the class properly? Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino. Don't make trouble for me, all of you, stand outside. Yamanaka-san, is the mirror good? Get out and stand. Uruka said angrily, his voice even echoing in the corridor. Several people looked at each other, then Naruto stood up, touched Hinata's head, and then walked out. Uchiha Sasuke followed closely behind. Shikamaru had sleepy eyes and looked listless, and Choji kept eating snacks in his hand, as if nothing was more important than eating snacks. When Naruto came out, he happened to meet Xiaoli. Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, and then greeted Naruto happily. Xiaoli often asked for leave to go out for training because he became a disciple of Might Guy, and the reason was that Might Guy gave him special training. In fact, Xiaoli went to their training ground to train, and then he would go to Might Guy to practice. The teacher of the ninja school was at most a chunin, so how could he go to Might Guy, an elite jonin, to ask if it was true? In the ninja world, the hierarchy between ninjas is also very strict. And the reason why Xiaoli worked so hard, in his words, was that Naruto was so talented and still worked so hard. If you want to keep up with Naruto's pace, you must work harder. Xiaoli's level of effort is not as good as Naruto. Chapter 29. Naruto greeted Lee happily, and then walked forward with Lee, followed by Sasuke. The others were a little surprised. They didn't expect Naruto and his friends to skip class. Teacher Uruka told us to stand here. Ino showed a surprised look on her face, and Shikamaru squinted his eyes and looked at Naruto and Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was very arrogant, but at this moment, they were walking beside each other, and Naruto was the leader. The boy in the ugly green tights next to them should be the third-year student, Rock Lee, who only knew physical skills. Shikamaru analyzed this information in a short time, worthy of being a member of the Nara family. Ino looked at Sasuke's figure, and suddenly a plan came to her mind. She suddenly ran between Naruto and Sasuke and said happily, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Choji and the others are going to treat us to a barbecue, let's go together. She looked at Naruto and Sasuke, and at this moment, she suddenly felt that Naruto, whom she had never noticed before, seemed to be very good looking, but the beard on his face blocked Naruto's appearance, and Naruto's performance was not as dazzling as Sasuke, so most of her attention was focused on Sasuke. At this time, Naruto, because of sufficient nutritional supplements, was not only physically strong, but also mentally much better. At this moment, Ino was a little stunned. Ah, Ino, you like Sasuke-kun, but Naruto-kun is so handsome. For a moment, it seemed that there was a little man rolling in Ino's mind. Shikamaru listened to Ino's speech. Women are troublesome. He couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought about his wallet being empty. When Choji heard about eating barbecue, his eyes lit up instantly, and he kept muttering, eat barbecue, eat barbecue. It was obvious that Choji also liked eating barbecue, and he was also happy to ask his classmates to share the delicious barbecue. Naruto looked at the sincere Ino, and for some reason, he agreed. Okay. Naruto said to Lee and Sasuke, you have been too tense recently. Why don't you go out and have some fun? You should know that too much is as bad as too little. Naruto's words were mainly for Lee. Excessive practice might leave Lee with hidden injuries. Sometimes, relaxing your mood will make it easier to improve your practice. Naruto said to Ino meaningfully, let's go, but maybe people don't welcome me very much. Ino was a little confused, but still invited a few people to go to the barbecue restaurant. After leaving the school, they soon came to a street. A few people crossed the street and soon saw the barbecue restaurant opposite. What accompanied them was the strange eyes of passers-by. Naruto smiled contemptuously, very disdainful. Lee and Sasuke's eyes became a little cold. Ino didn't notice anything unusual at all. His focus was not on passers-by. When several people were about to enter the barbecue restaurant, a voice suddenly stopped them. You can go in, but he can't. The one who spoke was a big man, who looked very strong, but was not a ninja. He was wearing chef's clothes and was obviously the owner of the place. Naruto had anticipated this matter, because in his previous experience, he knew that except for a few stores, other stores would not welcome him at all. There were only 2 stores. One was the store of a hand-fighting uncle that Naruto had a good impression of, and the other was a ninja tool store. This store belonged to Tenten, one of the 12 little strongmen of Konaha. Tenten's family was an outsider who moved in and finally settled in Konaha village. The family was not ninjas, but was in the ninja tool business, which allowed Tenten to develop a unique ninjutsu, the money scattering technique. A wave of attacks can make the sand ninja feel distressed. Of course, the money scattering technique was a joke, but in Naruto's impression, Tenten's ninjutsu twin dragons was to use ninja tools to cover the battlefield in order to achieve the purpose of lethality, and each attack would cost at least hundreds of thousands, so it was not wrong to call it the money scattering technique. The big man pointed at Naruto, which made Ino very dissatisfied. Why can't he come in? He's my classmate. Looking at the little loli arguing, Naruto inexplicably felt that she was a little cute. Hee hee. Why? My shop doesn't welcome foxes. You can go in, but he can't. The middle-aged man said again, his tone full of coldness. Naruto has not changed at all. Such a place makes him have no nostalgia, and he will not show any mercy in the future. He is not the original Naruto who will repay kindness with grievances. The performance of these villagers made him more determined in his mind. How about we go for a picnic? Naruto-kun is a great cook. Shaoli suggested at this time. Ino could only leave with a few people unhappily, with unhappiness written all over her cute little face. A few words faintly reached their ears. Uncle Chingzu, these kids are from a big family, you have to be careful. Little did they know that the man named Chingzu in front of him said disdainfully, my store does not welcome little fox demons. You should know that my son died at the hands of the 9-tailed fox. He had a bright future and was saved by the 4th generation, who called him a good ninja. His bright future was ruined like this. How can I not be angry? Uncle Chingzu is right, the little fox demon doesn't deserve to live in this world. If it weren't for the mercy of the 3rd generation master, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Ha ha ha. The teasing voices kept coming from the barbecue restaurant. What kind of person is that? Ino said unhappily. Shikamaru was thinking about it. Naruto looked at the reactions of several people. Several friends were indignant, while Shikamaru lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Did Shikamaru have any guesses? Looking at the smart boy in front of him, Naruto was thinking whether he should kidnap Shikamaru when leaving Konaha. Ahem, take him away. How can you kidnap a scholar? Shikamaru is very suitable to be a military advisor. Several people began to go to the wild. They did not go to their base, but went to another part of the forest. Naruto and the other 2 were busy throughout the process. Because of Naruto's cooking skills, the food was not worse than any food that Choji had ever eaten. Naruto, come to me if you need anything in the future. Choji patted his chest and pretended to be righteous. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and said, you are jealous of the food made by Naruto. However, Shikamaru was also surprised by Naruto's cooking skills, and seeing Naruto's skilled appearance, combined with the attitude of the villagers towards Naruto, Shikamaru also came to a shocking conclusion that Naruto had survived alone at a very young age. Combined with Sasuke's casual respectful attitude, Naruto was obviously not simple. Naruto kept inviting several people to eat barbecue, and the ingredients were produced by some wild plants in the woods that could be used as condiments. I had no idea that Shikamaru had thought of so much through a small piece of information, otherwise, he might want to kidnap him and hand him over to Shisui now. A smart person like Shikamaru is very suitable for developing an organization. Chapter 30. Rain Legs, Broken Wind Cutting. Naruto instantly jumped up more than 10 meters, kicking out dozens of arc-shaped crescent attacks, and the surrounding land was immediately cut into several deep gullies by the powerful attacks. At the same time, Naruto was floating in the sky. If someone saw it, they would be very surprised, because in the ninja world, flying ninjutsu and space ninjutsu are as rare as space ninjutsu. In fact, this is the effect of Naruto's moon step, not a ninjutsu. Naruto slowly landed on the ground, his palms on the ground, chakra surged, and the surrounding land instantly returned to its original state. This was Naruto's way to prevent anyone from discovering traces of his training. Naruto, you've become stronger again. Shaoli said with emotion, and at the same time, he had a desire to catch up. He had seen the power of physical skills on Naruto, which made him particularly yearning. Naruto's 6 styles can already develop his own moves, and Shaoli is still familiar with the practice of the 6 styles. The gap is not ordinary. However, Shaoli is not depressed, but more proud of Naruto. Shaoli, I am still far from being strong enough. Naruto said with a smile. In fact, Naruto was also very happy. His practice of the 6 styles was already very deep, and even the practice of ninjutsu had reached a very deep level. Just like the earth escape ninjutsu that Naruto had been practicing, Naruto had also developed it to a very deep level. Not only did the speed and power increase a lot, but even the hand seals became 2 seals. 1 starting seal and 1 ending seal. In the ninja world, the reason why ninjas need hand seals is that hand seals can help ninjas better release ninjutsu, and at the same time mobilize the flow of chakra to release ninjutsu. In fact, it is also possible not to make hand seals. To release ninjutsu, you need to have a higher understanding of ninjutsu and a more sophisticated control of chakra. Ninjutsu is like a program that is defined in advance, and the user activates the program by making hand seals, and chakra is the energy required for activation. Changing ninjutsu is equivalent to developing a program, which requires a deep understanding of ninjutsu. Developing a ninjutsu from scratch is equivalent to developing a program, and changing the form of ninjutsu is equivalent to adding modifications to the program. Similar to Sasuke's Chidori style in the original work, it was modified based on Kakashi's original program. Naruto, why do I feel like my storm leg training is always ineffective? Shaoli asked in a somewhat puzzled tone. Tell me, where do you feel problems when you are practicing? Naruto said to Shaoli. Shaoli also told Naruto about the problems he encountered. After listening to Shaoli's description, Naruto felt that he almost knew where Shaoli's problem was, so he said, when you are practicing, the storm kick must present a frequency process, so that you can successfully perform the storm kick. Naruto, there is also moon step. I always feel like there is something missing. Shaoli continued to ask. The celebrity smiled and said, in fact, your progress is also very good, but I suggest you practice shaving, storm kick and paper painting first, and then practice moon step after you have mastered these 3. There are also iron blocks and finger guns. Finger guns can enhance your attack power, and iron blocks can enhance your defense power. However, you should practice shaving better, and use iron blocks as a supplement. After all, why resist if you can dodge? But you still need to practice iron blocks. After all, there will always be times when you can't dodge, and that's when the role of iron blocks will be reflected. Naruto kept telling Shaoli how to practice the 6 styles, and also told Shaoli some precautions. In the world of pirates, how many people died because they couldn't withstand the iron blocks, so Naruto naturally suggested to dodge if you can, but in the world of Naruto, ninjas generally have high attacks and low defenses, and even have some strange ninjutsu and illusions. If you can't dodge, then the role of iron blocks will be reflected. That's all for today. Don't you still want to practice physical skills with Might Guy? Naruto said slowly. Might Guy is the master of Konaha steel fist style. Generally speaking, it has its merits, but he doesn't pay much attention to the maintenance of his body. In his old age, he will probably be dragged down by hidden injuries. However, in the world of ninjas where human life is worthless, who cares about hidden injuries? It's not certain whether he can live to that time. Might Guy should have some methods to prevent hidden injuries, but they must be very simple. Okay, that's all for today. Shaoli said a little disappointed, but he still walked towards the distance. After being influenced by Naruto, Shaoli now has mastered Naruto's way of life. Shaoli now only uses 1/3 of his strength at most in the hands of Might Guy, and only 1/4 of his strength in school. And Shaoli's real strength now has surpassed a large part of the genin. Shaoli is now nearly 9 years old, and Naruto is nearly 8 years old. After Shaoli left, Naruto showed a thoughtful expression. Shisui has established a base in the Land of Waves, but it is still secret, and has also found some rebel ninjas to join the organization, but they are only peripheral members, and they are not. And under the guidance of Naruto, Shisui also recruited some civilians. Although civilians have no combat power, they can sometimes play a big role. After all, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The ninja world is not full of ninjas, but more of them are civilians. The Land of Waves is also a country without a daimyo, which makes it easier for Shisui to spread his ideas here. As for Zabuza, Shisui is still looking for him. Although he didn't find Zabuza, he got an unexpected news. It seems that a coup has happened in the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water recently, and the Mizukage has become a woman. At the same time, the Blood Mist era of the Hidden Mist village has ended. Shisui searched around the Land of Water and found some news about Zabuza. The Land of Water. What a tragic country. Shisui witnessed many tragedies on the way. The life of the people of the Land of Water is far inferior to that of the Land of Fire. This made Shisui more determined to bring the civilians of the Land of Water into the umbrella of protection, and let the glory of the umbrella shine on the world. Shisui kept roaming in the villages around the Land of Water. He didn't know when his surroundings were covered with snow. He didn't care about the snow. What he cared about was the faces of the people of the Land of Water without any expression. In Naruto's words, it was numbness. His vision and pattern have transcended the country and the village. In his opinion, the people of every country will be a member of the umbrella in the future. Make every citizen happy, this is the goal that the umbrella strives for. Help Naruto become the direct master. Only the world under Naruto's dominance is happy and correct. This has penetrated into Shisui's heart. And he also portrayed Naruto as a spiritual leader. In fact, Naruto really became the spiritual leader in Shisui's heart. Shisui walked on the road, looking at the numb expressions of the people around him, and his heart ached. At this time, a voice came into Shisui's ears. Big brother. Your eyes are different from mine, there is light in your eyes. Shisui turned around and saw a little girl squatting on the ground, wearing thin clothes and even without shoes. She was huddled together because of the cold. Shisui was stunned and said, "Would you like to go with me? There is hope in our place. There is light for everyone in our place." Chapter 31. Wait, she's the one I'm looking for. A cold voice sounded, giving people a feeling that he couldn't be refused. Shisui turned around and saw a bandaged man in front of him, with a huge object wrapped in bandages behind him. Shisui was delighted. The bandaged man in front of him was exactly his target, the demon Zabuza. What he was carrying behind him should be the beheading sword. Shisui's current appearance is the figure after the transformation technique. Otherwise, with Shisui's reputation, how could Zabuza not recognize him? Shisui's eyes slowly turned, and his ordinary eyes had formed the appearance of 3 Magatama. This was stolen by Naruto at Danzo's base. It was only 1 Magatama before, but now it has been upgraded to 3 Magatama. What a genius! The theft of Danzo's base even made Danzo suspect Orochimaru, but he was about to do something big recently, so it was just a Magatama that was lost. However, Danzo still executed the root ninja who was guarding that day. When Shisui showed the 3 Magatama, Zabuza was shocked instantly, because the Uchiha clan was still very famous now, and a 3 Magatama was at least at the level of a Jonin. In the ninja world, the most difficult people were the Uchiha clan. When facing the Sharingan, the best thing was not to look into the other party's eyes, and he had just seen. Who are you? Zabuza, who is known as the Demon Man, wants to fight even if he faces a Sharingan ninja. He slowly drew out his beheading sword, and secretly he had formed a seal of the mist hidden technique. The diffuse mist began to cover the surroundings, and it was pitch dark. This not only avoids looking at the Sharingan, but also allows him to stand at home. It is indeed a good strategy. However, it depends on who it is. Ninjutsu radar detection. Shisui quietly made a seal. As a ninjutsu developed by Naruto, how could it have so many complicated seals? However, the ninjutsu he developed had a bit high requirements for the user. But for Shisui, who was a cage-level strongman, this was not a problem at all. Zabuza's position appeared clearly in Shisui's mind. Dozens of phantoms of Shisui appeared in an instant, and went straight to Zabuza. Feeling Shisui running towards him, Zabuza's face changed. How is it possible? He is not a Byakuyan, how could he find me in this thick fog? Without giving it much thought, Zabuza drew his sword and blocked it. His rich experience saved him from being pierced through the chest and killed. A spark lit up on the beheading sword, which turned out to be Shisui's short blade. Shisui swung his sword again and slashed at Zabuza, but the touch was wrong. Shisui hurriedly swung it behind him. The beheading sword and Shisui's short blade collided tightly with each other, and a bang-bang sounded. Zabuza, who was slashed just now, was just a water clone. Shisui smiled, and was obviously very satisfied with Zabuza. A ninja like Zabuza is an absolute pillar in any ninja village. Although Shisui can't open the Mangekyo now, his own chakra and fighting skills are still there, and even his physical skills have become stronger after being taught by Naruto. Open black lens bracket fire style. Great dragon fire technique. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wind style. Wind tornado. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combination ninjutsu. Wind and fire tornado. Shisui used two ninjutsu in an instant to form a powerful combination ninjutsu. The fog created by Zabuza was instantly burned away, and the powerful wind tornado enveloped everything around. Shisui came to the little girl and protected her. But suddenly he felt a chill coming, and the little girl was already wrapped in thick ice. Bloodline limit. As soon as this thought came up, Shisui couldn't help but feel happy. Bloodline limit. If you train well, you will at least be an elite Jonin. Even the potential of the ice release bloodline limit is more than that. Zabuza was knocked away by Shisui's combination ninjutsu at this time, and fell heavily to the ground. His body was charred black, and it was obvious that he had been seriously injured and fell into a coma. According to what Zabuza said later, he just wanted to find a potential subordinate, but he didn't expect that he would end up getting himself involved. From the memoirs of Zabuza. Konaha village. Naruto knew very well that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated in the next few days. He felt that he could do something. At least the Sharingan should not be wasted in the hands of Danzo and Obito. Danzo even used the Sharingan as a cheap resurrection coin. In the past few days, Naruto continued to attend classes as usual, without any abnormality. Today, Naruto suddenly heard a notice that the school would add a practical class today. Naruto instinctively caught something wrong, and turned around to see the pineapple-headed classmate who also looked unusual. It seems that he knew something from the family, but he didn't know much. Naruto took advantage of no one's attention and quietly replaced himself with a shadow clone. Naruto's body quietly rushed to the Uchiha clan's residence. The Uchiha clan was outside the Konaha village and was definitely in a remote corner. No wonder the Uchiha was dissatisfied with the village. The headquarters of wealthy families like the Hyuga clan and the three tribes of Ino, Deer and Cho are all in the more prosperous places in Konaha. Naruto kept using Earth Escape to shuttle back and forth. No one's Earth Escape could reach Naruto's depth. After Naruto's magic modification, the practicality of Earth Escape has greatly increased, but it is not affordable for ordinary people. At least chakra is a big problem. Who is sick enough to detect hundreds of meters underground? Naruto also used Kagura's mind eye to explore the underground. The difficulty of exploration and chakra doubled, but what Naruto lacked the least was chakra. Feeling that he had arrived at the underground where the Uchiha family was located, Naruto began to go to the ground. Around the Uchiha, there was a huge barrier wrapped around it, even going dozens of meters deep into the ground, but who would have thought that Naruto's earth escape was too abnormal? Naruto carefully hid around. This time, Naruto did not notify Shisui, because Naruto was worried that Shisui's chakra would be exposed in this operation, which would be very passive in the future. So Naruto chose to act alone. Feeling the fluctuations of life, Naruto began to rush to several places with smaller fluctuations of life. Naruto planned to rescue several younger people from the Uchiha family, because most of the thoughts of adults have been fixed, and most of the adult ninjas in the Uchiha family have red-eye disease, and most of those with red-eye disease have mental illness. And with the arrogant character of the Uchiha, it is difficult for them to obey their management. Not all of them are Shisui and Itachi's. Except for a few people, Naruto really looks down on the other Uchiha people. In Naruto's class, only Sasuke studied in the ninja school, and the others basically received teachings from specialists in the clan. But there were not many outstanding ones. He couldn't stop the Uchiha from doing this time, so he could only help Shisui retain the blood of several clan members and prevent the Uchiha bloodline from disappearing in the ninja world. Naruto soon came to the training area and found the training ground where the Uchiha little beans were being trained. There were more than a dozen little beans, and the ninjas being trained were also senior ninjas. They were obviously the little beans with better talents in the family. Naruto hid underground and pulled the Uchiha Jonin into the soil, leaving only his head. He knocked him unconscious directly, which was easier than Naruto imagined. This might be because he didn't expect someone to be able to do this in Uchiha. Killing in the family. In another place, Naruto already felt the murderous intent rising to the sky. He even smelled the scent of blood. Open black lens bracket Earth escape. Nuclear submarine, close black lens bracket. A submarine-shaped submarine made of earth swallowed up a few little kids. Naruto thought for a moment and swallowed up the Jonin in front of him. However, Naruto opened his eyelids and controlled him with soul stealing. Only then did he swallow him with confidence and then sent the nuclear submarine underground. Chapter 32. After Naruto sent several Uchiha children to the underground, he could not help but feel excited. These children would be the talents of the umbrella in the future. He must abduct more talents to return. Ahem, I am saving them, how can it be called abduction? Naruto thought shamelessly. Soon, Naruto heard a lot of wailing. It seems that not only Uchiha Itachi took action, but also the root. It is even possible that even the Anbu was involved. Otherwise, how could such a large Uchiha be slaughtered by Itachi alone? The round-robin battle alone can consume the chakra of Itachi, and some elite Jonin in the family are not so easy to kill. Naruto looked at the training ground in front of him. Not far from the training ground is the living area of the Uchiha family. In this area, Naruto felt a lot of life breath, some young, some strong, and some old breath. It should be the Uchiha children and family members. There are many ordinary Uchiha clansmen who are not ninjas here. If it were in Naruto's previous world, how could even these people be killed? Itachi has been brainwashed by the Konaha high-level officials. Who else would do such a thing? The guidance of the third Hokage and the lack of understanding of his clan members gradually made Itachi think that it was all the fault of the ignorant clan members. In order to prevent Konaha from falling into war, Itachi chose to bear the sin alone. What else can Naruto say about this? This world is sick. Naruto does not like Itachi's behavior, even though Itachi really has great talents. He arranged Sasuke's life without authorization, but he didn't know that Sasuke didn't want to follow the path he had arranged. As for Itachi, Naruto decided to let Sasuke decide in the future. Naruto tried his best to hide the chakra fluctuations on his body, and then his figure disappeared again, and the whole person hid in the ground. Inside the Uchiha clan's residence, there was a scene like purgatory. The elderly, children, and even women were brutally killed by masked ninjas. Itachi looked at these people in front of him, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and then the figure of Sasuke emerged in his mind. He originally had some compassion, but it was instantly suppressed by Itachi. He knew that he could not stop the demise of the Uchiha clan, and all he could do now was to save Sasuke's life. After several years, the name of the Uchiha clan would resound throughout this land. For this, he was willing to take on everything. A vortex appeared in the air, and a man wearing a spiral mask appeared in front of Itachi. A trace of fear flashed in Itachi's eyes. The space-time ninjutsu of the masked man in front of him was very difficult to deal with. "Dear Mr. Itachi, what's wrong? Can't bear to do it." The masked man laughed sarcastically. Itachi swung the blade in his hand again, and blood sprayed on Itachi's face, but Itachi's expression did not change at all, as if he was a killing god of death. Seeing Itachi's decisive move, the masked man laughed again. This young man was so cruel that he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he kept moving forward, killing and cursing. The strong anger of the Uchiha people even made the Sharingan evolve one by one. One Magatama became double Magatama, and double Magatama became three Magatama, but it was obvious that the Mangekyo was not so easy to open. In the original work, the second pillar saw the whole clan being slaughtered, and he only opened one Magatama. It was still quite useless to say, but a person's talent is not entirely linked to opening the eyes. Uchiha Itachi, you don't deserve the name of Uchiha. Ah! With Itachi's continuous slaughter, some ninjas of the Uchiha family finally reacted, but they were no match for Itachi. Itachi opened the Mangekyo, and his chakra surged again. With the help of the Mangekyo Eye technique, Itachi's strength has firmly stepped into the level of Kage. Not only that. Facing the ninjas of the Uchiha family, almost all of the roots were dispatched this time, and the Anbu were also involved. The ninjas of the Uchiha family were caught off guard, and when they were ready to face the enemy, they were facing enemies that were several times their number. With the cooperation, even the Uchiha ninjas would suffer a bitter defeat. Itachi kept killing all the way, and then gradually came to the residential area, where some root ninjas had already begun thinking of killing. Itachi couldn't help but think of a girl, and then Sasuke's figure gradually covered the girl. Nothing was more important than Sasuke. The blade in Itachi's hand swung down again. Itachi turned and left. A tear slowly left the corner of his eye, and then walked towards the clan leader's residence. He knew that this was what he had to face. Walking through the corridor, slowly into the yard, and then slowly into the room, two figures appeared in front of her. Their faces looked very calm. They were Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. The two just looked at Itachi quietly, as if they had no idea what Itachi had done. Uchiha Fugaku slowly picked up the teacup on the table, and his shaking hands clearly showed that he was not as calm as he looked. "It seems you have chosen Konaha. You are my son, I support you no matter what you do." Fugaku wanted to continue talking, but then he stopped talking. He knew the situation was over. He looked at the seemingly calm and indifferent boy in front of him, and he knew how much pressure he was under. Woo 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 tilde tilde tilde. "Itachi, please protect Sasuke, my dear Sasuke." Makoto's voice suddenly sounded, and tears could not help but flow from Makoto's eyes. "Mom, I'm sorry, I can't let Konaha get dragged into a bigger war." Itachi's voice slowly sounded, and then he drew out the short blade behind him. "Father, you should open your eyes too." Itachi's three Magatama quickly spun and then formed a dart shape. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he said, "You are my son, protect Sasuke." A trace of blood came out of the corner of Fugaku's mouth, and the same happened to Uchiha Makoto. Itachi looked closely and saw that the abdomens of the two were pierced by a kunai, and there were traces of powerful chakra bursts in their abdomens. It was obvious that the two used chakra to destroy their internal organs. Itachi turned his head reluctantly, then walked out of the room, and quickly formed seals with his hands, obviously not wanting his parents' remains to be obtained by the root ninjas. The powerful fire escape instantly caused a huge explosion, and then his eyes glared, and a trace of black flames appeared from his eyes. The building in front of him was covered by black flames and gradually dissipated. This is the flame of Amaterasu, which is known as the strongest flame. Even flames can be burned out. What Itachi didn't know was that just as he turned and left and released the flames, Naruto, who had been hiding underground for a long time, instantly used Earth Escape to wrap up the bodies of the two. He had this idea after seeing Itachi intend to cremate the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto. If the body is preserved, there may be hope for resurrection in the future. In the ninja world, resurrection is not an impossible thing. Chapter 33. After leaving, Naruto took the opportunity to grab a few pairs of Uchiha clan's Sharingan before the root ninja and then slipped away. Naruto has already discovered that the root ninja is collecting Sharingan, and Uchiha Obito, the masked man, is also collecting Sharingan. However, most of them have gone into Danzo's pocket. Naruto dare not stay for long, for fear that he will show his killing intention to Uchiha Obito and be discovered in advance. This will not be worth the loss. Naruto began to leave the Uchiha clan's residence from underground. Following Naruto, there were some Uchiha clan's little kids, a girl, and the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. If Itachi saw that girl, he would be very familiar with her, because this unconscious girl is Uchiha Izumi, the girl who loves Uchiha Itachi. The reason why Naruto saved this girl is because this girl is talented enough and has a similar status to Obito in the Uchiha clan. She is not a core disciple of Uchiha. However, at such a young age, he has already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and has not received many resources. If he is given to Shisui to train, he will probably be a good helper. After hastily settling them, Naruto suddenly had an idea. If all the root ninjas came out, then wouldn't Danzo's route be unguarded now? Danzo's route has a lot of good things. Open black lens bracket Earth Escape Technique, Nuclear Submarine. Naruto used Earth Escape Technique again and headed towards the root base. This time, Naruto found that the barrier of the root had become stronger. When Naruto came to the underground, he was a little dumbfounded. Because there was a sealing technique underground. Sealing technique, turning the ground into steel. It is a technique that can make the ground as strong as steel. Danzo, you are really going too far. Naruto was dumbfounded this time. He didn't expect Danzo to be so cruel and set up such a wide range of sealing techniques in such a large underground. Naruto made up his mind and made several seals in a row, all of which were very short. Open black lens bracket combined ninjutsu, lava flow. Naruto's powerful chakra increased the power of the combined ninjutsu, and Naruto changed the nature of the ninjutsu, forming a powerful impact flow. The strong high temperature continued to erode the almost steel ground. If there were people around, Naruto might not be able to enter the root base at all. Unfortunately, now almost all the root members have gone to the Uchiha station. However, a few root ninjas still found something unusual. Not good. Someone is forcibly breaking through the ground defense with a powerful ninjutsu. There were only a few root ninjas left behind, but the nearly inhumane training made them regain their composure quickly. Where Naruto attacked, molten iron continued to flow down, and it would soon break through the ground defense. Naruto also felt that there were ninjas gathering. According to the chakra strength, there were only 2 Jonins. This discovery made Naruto laugh. 2 Jonins, he was more than enough to deal with. Increasing the output of chakra, the ninjutsu released by Naruto began to rotate continuously, increasing the impact. This requires extremely strong chakra control. Open black lens bracket chakra control +5, ninjutsu proficiency +3, close black lens bracket. Before he could feel the voices that kept appearing in his mind, Naruto stared at the ground above. It was almost there. It was broken. Naruto suddenly drilled a big hole. At the moment when Naruto drilled up, several ninjutsu instantly hit Naruto. This powerful attack would instantly kill even a Jonin. Naruto had been on guard against them for a long time. With 2 seals, Naruto formed an upgraded version of the Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. After blocking the attack, Naruto slapped the ground with both hands, injected chakra, and a huge earth dragon suddenly emerged from the big hole that had just been broken. This was because Naruto spent a lot of effort to study and simplify this earth style, Super Earth Dragon Bullet to one that did not require seals, but only required contact with the ground. The powerful Earth Dragon instantly devoured the people in front of him. After the ninjutsu dissipated, Naruto looked at the ninjas again, and his body had been crushed to pieces. Naruto was relieved. In front of the enhanced version of the Earth Dragon Bullet, these root ninjas were vulnerable. Naruto walked in front of the people and then began to explore the root base. Having been here once before, Naruto walked into one of the rooms. What caught his eye were some glassware. It seemed that this was the research room of the root. Naruto quickly scanned everything in front of him. In the huge glassware, formalin was soaked in several bodies with extremely miserable deaths. On the table were some densely packed records, which seemed to be test records. Without much gain, Naruto came to another room. This room seemed to be an archive room. Naruto casually flipped through several folders, which recorded some mission records of the route. Naruto opened a folder again, which recorded Danzo's dark mission. After Naruto flipped through several folders again, he knew that Danzo would definitely not put top secret things here. Walking through another room, it turned out to be the library of the route. Naruto took out a scroll, which recorded the training experience of wind escape ninjutsu. Picking up another scroll, it was a wind escape ninjutsu. Naruto looked around, several shelves, it seemed that the ninjutsu on each shelf had been classified. Walking to another shelf, Naruto was delighted to find that it recorded the Encyclopedia of Sealing Technique Training. He looked at another scroll, which was a detailed explanation of sealing techniques and barriers. It seems that most of the information on this shelf is about the practice of sealing techniques. He picked up another scroll, which was a method of practicing sealing techniques, the limb sealing technique. It was a very common ninjutsu. Naruto kept looking for useful scrolls, and found that they were all very common sealing techniques. Precious sealing techniques are not placed here. However, the knowledge of sealing techniques in front of Naruto made his scalp numb. He didn't expect that he needed to know so much knowledge to master sealing techniques. What's exciting is that these are all basic sealing techniques and some sealing techniques principles, such as 108 types of sealing techniques. Naruto is happy that with these basic sealing technique scrolls, as long as he understands them thoroughly, Naruto can become a master of sealing techniques. With the ability of God's reward for hard work, can't he even deduce a sealing technique? Naruto didn't check the scrolls again, because he felt that Danzo might be back, and the movement here should have been discovered by Danzo. Take out the pre-prepared sealing scroll, which is the scroll made of the sealing seal that Naruto got from Shisui before. It comes in handy at this moment. Move them all away. Soon Naruto robbed all the scrolls, and Naruto was a little distressed because there were still some scrolls that he didn't take away, because the scrolls were full. Naruto didn't destroy the remaining ones, so he kept them for next time. This knowledge is very precious. Naruto really can't bear to destroy it. Just stay with Danzo for a few years. I hope Danzo won't vomit blood when he comes back. Naruto didn't use too many ninjutsu to identify his identity. All of them are Earth Escape ninjutsu. Let Danzo guess slowly. No wonder people say that robbery is the best way to get rich. It's true. Chapter 34. For several days, Naruto did not see Sasuke. He should have entered the hospital just like in the original story. When Naruto left the root base, the Uchiha kids who woke up were also extremely shocked. Most of them opened their Sharingan on the spot after learning that the Uchiha clan was exterminated. 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, and even some kids who had opened their Sharingan instantly became 3 Magatama Sharingan. Among these dozen people, the oldest was only 10 years old, but he had 3 Magatama Sharingan. His talent can be said to be very good. Unlike the second pillar, he opened 1 Magatama in anger when his clan was exterminated, and he didn't even know that he had opened his Sharingan for several years. He officially opened his Sharingan at the beginning of the original story. His parents and family were all killed, but he only opened 1 Magatama. After seeing Rin's death, Obito directly upgraded from 2 Magatama to Mangekyo. The gap between them is so big that the second pillar has become the object of ridicule by netizens. However, personal talent cannot be completely defined by opening the eyes. Sasuke's talent is still quite good, and the opening of the eyes of the Uchiha is more related to emotions. Naruto guessed that it was not entirely dependent on negative emotions to evolve, but it was difficult to have other strong emotional fluctuations except for negative emotions. After Naruto left the root base, Danzo returned to the root base and was immediately furious. His ninjutsu library was almost emptied, and the scene was almost full of traces of earth escape ninjutsu. Except for a few traces of ninjutsu, they should be the root ninjas who stayed behind. Such a strong earth escape attainment, basically only the ninjas of the rock village can have this ability. At this time, Danzo's good mood for obtaining the Sharingan was ruined a little. Regardless of whether he was a spy from the rock village, Danzo remembered that the only ninja who could have this earth escape attainment was the rock village, and there was no ninja in the ninja world who showed super strong earth escape attainments. Danzo looked at the messy root base. There were traces of fire escape and earth escape combined ninjutsu attacks on the surface. Although Sarutobi could also create the same attack, the third Hokage was with him at the time and it was impossible for him to come to the root to commit a crime. Investigate secretly. I will tear this thief into pieces. Danzo said to the root ninjas around him, his hands clenched so tightly that even his nails dug into the flesh. You can imagine how angry Danzo is now. Yes, Master Danzo. The root ninja knelt on one knee and said. These lost ninjutsu and some information, although not very important, are all important ninjutsu used to train ninjas. With these ninjutsu, more middle and upper level ninjas can be cultivated. It can increase the foundation of a ninja village. Although they can be rewritten, those ninjutsu are the collection of several generations of Konaha. How can he not be angry? The important ninjutsu and information were hidden by Danzo using sealing techniques. Danzo root also has a scroll similar to the Book of Sealing, which is used to collect some important ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. It can be regarded as a small book of sealing. As the Dark Ninja, someone actually stole it from him. Naruto faced the remaining little Uchiha clan members. After opening their Sharingan, they all shouted for revenge. They did not believe in Naruto at all, so Naruto could only convince them with virtue. After Naruto's Iron Fist, oh no. It was a sincere teaching, coupled with Naruto's ideological edification and spiritual suggestion, these little Uchiha clan members basically surrendered to Naruto. After that, Naruto sent these little Uchiha clan members to Shisui for ideological transformation again. After learning that the Uchiha clan was destroyed, especially when the murderer was Uchiha Itachi, Shisui remained silent. For the first time, he realized that it might be a mistake to give the hope of Uchiha to Itachi. Itachi was really instilled with will by the Konaha high-level officials, as Naruto said. Naruto-kun, you are right, this world is sick, and only you can save it. I will spread your ideas, and then gradually change the ninja world. Shisui said firmly again, his tone full of determination. Shisui, don't take too big a step. We still need to take it slow. We also need more talents to lead the development of the world. This world is not the world of one person, but the world of everyone. Our existence is to be a pioneer. One day, the world will change because of our ideas. Naruto felt as if he had become a big liar at this moment. It must be said that the people in the ninja world are really easy to fool. Almost none of them can be considered bad people. Of course, there is one exception, that is Danzo. Naruto thinks Danzo is a bad guy. Naruto knows that when the people in this world are exposed to new ideas and it triggers the beginning of ideological reform, then the ninja world will one day become what he wants it to be. Naruto looked at Shisui again and said, Shisui, how is the organization developing now? Hearing Naruto talking about the organization, Shisui slowly came back to his senses and said excitedly, Naruto, our organization now has 1 yellow talent, 5 green talents, 26 blue talents, 66 indigo talents, and a number of purple talents. Naruto created the umbrella organization, so naturally he had to design a complete framework. Naruto defined the levels of the organization with 7 colors. With red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple as the levels, Naruto is the top red umbrella, and the umbrella's ideology is also called red ideology. After that, it increases and decreases layer by layer. The lowest level purple is ordinary people. As long as you recognize the umbrella organization, you can join the umbrella and become the most basic purple talent. This is the lowest level of existence, equivalent to ordinary people. Indigo talents are some people with a skill or the level of genin. Blue is chunin, green is jonin, yellow is elite jonin, orange is cage level powerhouse, and red is the leader, that is, Naruto. The closer to Naruto's level, the higher the status, and the closer to the core. Naruto has also made some promotion systems. Some scientists can even be promoted to the orange level as long as they perform well. And for other ninjas, it is not only the combat effectiveness that can be promoted. Those with special talents can also be promoted to better treatment. Only with better treatment can the organization burst out better cohesion and development momentum. As long as you have talent, you can become a superior person, so Naruto feels that some necessary systems must exist. There is no order without rules. This is also the case in the world where Naruto lived in his previous life. From elementary school to junior high school, from junior high school to high school, and in the company, you can be promoted step by step. The same is true in society. After hearing Shisui's report, Naruto couldn't help but be a little satisfied. This force is no worse than some small ninja villages. There is even Shisui. There are no shadow-level strongmen in small ninja villages. And Naruto also gave some of the ninjutsu he got from Danzo to Shisui. It was the first time that Shisui saw so many ninjutsu. Naruto would not rob Konaha's ninjutsu. But he was more happy. With so many ninjutsu, more talents can be cultivated. They will not hide the ninjutsu. After the two discussed, they formulated a points system. Contributions to the organization can be exchanged for points, and points can be exchanged for most resources. How far you can do depends on yourself. Chapter 35. After that, after learning about Shisui's development again, Naruto directly disbanded the Shadow Clone. Naruto, who was in Konoha, naturally knew about Shisui's development, which was easier than Naruto imagined. It is very likely that Naruto's red thoughts have a huge impact on the people in the ninja world. The road that Naruto has described is basically a real road of peace that can be clearly seen. So Shisui was able to develop the organization to this extent in such a short period of time. Many wandering ninjas are basically persecuted, and some are pure bad guys. Shisui did not absorb them into the organization. And Shisui used the country of waves as a base and began to constantly promote the idea of umbrella protection, and included a wide range of civilians in the scope of absorption, because Naruto knew that these people were the foundation. After all, ninjas are a minority, and more are these ordinary people. And these ordinary people, when entering the umbrella, are basically the lowest purple level, and when they have a skill or a more important skill, they can be upgraded to a higher level of existence. The most common level basically does not participate in the affairs of the umbrella, which is equivalent to registering an identity here with the umbrella. However, in Shisui's eyes, the future umbrella will be the ruler of the entire ninja world, and these people are equivalent to the people of the umbrella. After Shisui was instructed by Naruto, he began to focus on the combination of ninjutsu and life, no longer pursuing huge lethality, reducing the power, and changing the form of ninjutsu. This is very simple. After that, some ninjutsu were completely transformed. If some earth escape ninjutsu can be used to cultivate the land. The ninjutsu is lightly launched, which is comparable to hundreds of people. Ninjutsu used for labor is really the liberation of productivity. Shisui also began to publish the chakra training method under his rule, and Naruto was ready to popularize chakra in the ninja world. He was even ready to industrialize chakra. In Naruto's view, chakra is not only an energy that can be used in war, but it can help the residents of the ninja world live better. For example, the earth escape and rice planting technique improved by Naruto and Shisui. Use earth escape to build a smoother road. In this world, ninjas basically do not produce and rely on task money to earn commissions. The daimyo is responsible for part of the expenses of the ninja village, and the ninja village also has the responsibility to protect the country. This is also the reason why the daimyo is above the ninja, because the daimyo holds the lifeblood of the ninja, and the ninja also needs to eat. This is the one country one village system formulated by the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The daimyo and other rulers had to support it because Hashirama Senju's power was too terrifying at the time. There are pros and cons for the daimyo. Especially in the island country of Wave Country, a ninja who acts as a fisherman with ninjutsu can make a lot of money. A sea-level water prison technique, after changing the chakra form, can directly cover the fish in the water, and the harvest is much more than that of ordinary fishermen. Chakra is divided into form change and property change. The important thing is the property change, but the property change is basically studied by the Jonin. In the original work, Naruto's wind escape Rasenshuriken is the nature change of chakra. After injecting the attributellus spiral into the wind attribute, it becomes a wind escape Rasenshuriken. The form change is much simpler. Like Chidori, Sasuke's Chidori flow is a ninjutsu after the form change. The power has not changed too much, but it can be more convenient to fight the enemy. A fireball can be made bigger or smaller, or even square. These are all changes in form, and the power has not changed much. Some will also increase the amount of chakra used. Therefore, it is much simpler to reduce the power of ninjutsu and combine it with life, because it does not require strong power. During this period, Shisui also witnessed the changes in the Land of Waves. The original Land of Waves was poor and destitute, and it was a country without a daimyo. Shisui walked slowly and saw many people who condensed chakra. Some people may be old and may only be a genin or chunin in this life. However, after having chakra, you can learn the revised life-related ninjutsu, which can be used for plowing fields, even transplanting rice, and other purposes. Not everyone can extract chakra. If you can't extract chakra, you can also practice physical skills. Although this may be much weaker, this world is not the end of the Law era in Naruto's previous life. The ninja world is not just about chakra, but more about the natural energy that permeates the air. In addition, the body cells of people in the ninja world are about 3 times more than in the previous life. After training, they can also obtain power far beyond Naruto's previous life. Master Shisui, you are here. At this time, a man came over and said to Shisui happily, and his behavior showed great respect for Shisui. His name is Keisha, and he was rescued by Shisui from a bad businessman named Cardo. When Shisui came to the Land of Waves, this man named Keisha was almost killed by Cardo. Shisui rescued Keisha and used this as a base to spread the red ideology. At the beginning, he encountered some difficulties and resistance. After getting the help of Keisha, Shisui felt at home in this village. The organization quickly grew and developed, especially after Zabuza joined. They also joined the organization one after another. After Shisui killed Cardo, he accepted him. After stopping the caravan and executing some bad guys, he began to guide the Kingdom of Waves to become prosperous. Because Naruto said that you can't just shout slogans without doing practical things. Only when others see that life has really improved, will they recognize you. Under Naruto's secret guidance, Shisui gradually had his own ideas about business and economic development. And he was also immersed in the smiles of others, which was the peace he expected. The Kingdom of Waves is not big. It only took Shisui a few months to take the Kingdom of Waves into his pocket. This was inseparable from the help of Keisha. Keisha was the stepfather of Inari in the original work, the one who was killed by Cardo. Keisha was previously killed by the people in this village. People call him a hero, and he is very popular. Now he is assisting Shisui in managing the affairs of the village. In the umbrella rating, his level has reached the blue level, which is equivalent to a chunin, because he has good management skills. As Shisui kept walking, more and more people kept greeting Shisui, because their lives now were all brought by Shisui. Shisui not only taught them to use ninjutsu to plow the land, plant rice, and use water escape to catch seafood. Establishing a caravan to sell goods, making the wave country rich, and hiring residents of the wave country to work. According to what Naruto said, this is called work for relief. And becoming a member of the umbrella can enjoy a salary that is 20% higher than that of ordinary people. Basically, all the people hired joined umbrella. Those who actually benefited from it increasingly agreed with umbrella, and coupled with the concept of umbrella, these people soon really threw themselves into the arms of umbrella. Even when Shisui was recruiting ninjas, after hearing what Shisui said, they burst into tears, claiming that this was the only way to truly bring peace to the world, that the people in the ninja world were not stupid, and that they had the thinking of adults very early on. They were just imprisoned by old ideas before, but after being exposed to Naruto's red ideas, they knew very well how big a storm this could cause, and they were willing to practice this path with their lives. Chapter 36. The next day after learning that Sasuke was hospitalized, Naruto took Lee to visit Sasuke. Not only them, but most of the classmates in the class came. At this moment, Sasuke had changed a lot, and his whole body exuded a cold breath. Sasuke's appearance scared the female classmates in the class and they dared not approach Sasuke. At the same time, they felt more sympathy for Sasuke. Sasuke must have become like this because of a big change in his family. They put down the flowers silently and stopped to look at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at his former classmates, and his face did not change at all. Only when he saw Naruto and Lee, his expression moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. Seeing Sasuke's appearance, Naruto began to say, "Everyone, don't gather around. Uchiha Sasuke needs to rest." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Iruka also said, "Classmates, go out and let Sasuke have a good rest." Everyone began to retreat, and Iruka gently closed the door of the room. The door clicked and then fell into silence. Sasuke hugged his knees blankly, his eyes were empty, no one knew what he was thinking, and finally he hung his head between his knees, tears slowly flowing down, his eyes full of resentment. The aura on his body also gradually began to become gloomy. Who knew that when he was told by the third generation that his brother had killed all the members of the clan, and even his parents were killed, Sasuke simply couldn't believe it. But he saw with his own eyes that Itachi was constantly slaughtering his own people, just to test his own capacity. How ridiculous. Can't the clan members be compared with the so-called capacity? A light of hatred slowly flashed in Sasuke's eyes, a touch of red jumped into his eye sockets, and a Magatama Sharingan. Suddenly a voice sounded in Sasuke's mind. Sasuke was sure that he was not mistaken. The voice sounded directly in his mind, not outside. Am I under an illusion? Sasuke looked around, and Naruto's figure slowly appeared. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Naruto's voice sounded in his mind. Don't talk, be careful, the wall has ears. Sasuke, please calm down, this matter is not that simple. Naruto's voice sounded in Sasuke's mind. Do you feel a chakra point in your mind? Touch that point with your chakra. Forget it, I'll pull you. A suction force appeared, and the next moment, Sasuke felt himself being pulled into a space, and Naruto's figure had appeared in the space. Naruto, what do you mean? What is going on? Sasuke's emotions soon became slightly unstable, and Naruto found that his consciousness space became unstable. This is the first time I have seen this, it seems that I need to continue studying. Sasuke, think about it. No matter how talented your brother is, can he really kill all your people in such a short time? As soon as Naruto finished speaking, his furious look soon froze. Naruto's words instantly hit Sasuke's heart. Could Uchiha Itachi really kill all the Uchiha so quickly? Although in his heart, Uchiha Itachi has always been the most powerful, but his father and even some elite jonin in the family were not so easily slaughtered. At this time Naruto said again, If it was really Uchiha Itachi alone, then how come not a single person escaped? Don't they have the ability to hold Uchiha Itachi back, or some to come and tip off? Naruto's words stunned Sasuke again. Yes, how could there not be even one person asking for help? As long as Uchiha Itachi was held back, others could come to Konaha for help. At this moment, he knew that there was a mystery in this matter that he could not understand. Tell me, what happened? Sasuke realized that this matter might not be as the third Hokage said. Calm down. You are too weak now. What will it matter if you know the truth? Naruto's slightly sarcastic words made Sasuke very unhappy. He threw a punch directly. Naruto stretched out his hand and held Sasuke's fist in his hand. With a light push, Sasuke was pushed back to the bed by Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widened instantly. He had always known Naruto's strength. Although he had always hidden his strength, he thought that the gap between them was not that big. At least he was not the kind of person who could be easily defeated by Naruto in one move. Don't show your emotions easily. Do you really think that Konoha has no support and really doesn't know what happened to Uchiha? Sasuke was stunned again. He didn't know why he didn't think of anything Naruto said. When Naruto mentioned it, he felt that everything was so weird. The case of his family's annihilation is really not that simple. Sasuke lowered his head instantly, and then said in the consciousness space, "What do I need to do?" Naruto nodded with satisfaction. He is worthy of being the second pillar. He just needs to be beaten. Otherwise, I always feel that the sky is clear and I am okay again. What you need to do is to become stronger and stronger, and then you will be qualified to explore the truth. Naruto said slowly, and then disappeared in the consciousness space. The two returned to reality and looked at each other. The half-open window blew the white curtains. The breeze brushed through Naruto's hair, and Naruto's sapphire-like eyes revealed a deep and mysterious. "I'll talk to you later, Sasuke-san." Naruto's figure flashed through the window. After Naruto left, a figure on the roof quickly disappeared. In the Hokage's office, the third generation exhaled a large cloud of smoke, then looked at the half-kneeling Anbu, and said, "Are you saying that Naruto went to visit Sasuke again later?" "Yes, third Hokage, but they didn't seem to be happy." Naruto defeated Sasuke with one punch. Uchiha Sasuke was very excited when he saw Uzumaki Naruto and suddenly hit Naruto. The Anbu continued. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to want to say something to Uchiha Sasuke, leaving only one sentence to talk to him later. The Anbu didn't know about the conversation between the two, so he told the third Hokage everything he saw. "Well, go down," the Sandaime ordered, and the Anbu used the instant body technique to leave the Hokage's office. It seems that Naruto's strength is hidden. The third generation blew out a huge smoke ring, and then said softly. Although Naruto hid his strength, it was not surprising. Naruto had so much training, and it was not incomprehensible that he was stronger than Uchiha Sasuke. As the descendant of the fourth generation Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, isn't it normal for him to have some talent? The third generation estimated that Naruto's strength should be around the elite genin. Well, if he knew a few more ninjutsu, he might be at the level of Chunin. Naruto is only 8 years old now. By the time he graduates, if he is taught carefully before, Naruto is likely to reach the level of Jonin before the age of 12. At the same time, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he will definitely be a cage-level existence in the future. And the third generation cannot let Naruto's strength improve too fast, otherwise it will be difficult to control. I haven't had a relationship with Naruto for a long time. The third generation murmured, with a smile on his face. It was effortless for Uchiha, the great threat, to disappear, and he just moved his lips. Chapter 37. The Land of Waves. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and a mountain was blown apart. Great. Finally blew up the mountain. This is simply the power of God. Is this the power of science that Lord Shisui talked about? The voices of discussion continued to ring out, and the surroundings were filled with people from the Land of Waves. Uchiha Shisui stood in the distance and looked at the scene in front of him. The Land of Waves is an island country. Under his leadership, a bridge had been built to build a gateway to the outside world. Standing next to Shisui were the Uchiha kids that Naruto had brought with him. Now, after being brainwashed by Shisui, they have regarded Naruto as the savior. Only Naruto can save the world. After being influenced by the Red ideology, more than a dozen Uchiha kids have become more fanatical and have become Naruto's loyal supporters. Even the Uchiha from before. Instructor, now everyone has accepted the reality. And he is deeply immersed in Naruto's red thoughts. The thoughts brought by Naruto are definitely impactful in the ninja world. If it was before, he would think that Naruto might be a lunatic, but after learning that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he felt that it didn't matter whether he was a lunatic or not. When he learned the news that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Grey World instantly enveloped him. It was Naruto and Shisui who gave him a new mission. That is to follow Naruto to change the world. It's a pity that his talent is not enough, and he didn't awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but his pupil power has become a lot stronger. His strength has also been promoted to the elite Jonin. Kisha, clear the rocks and build a passage. Shisui ordered. Shisui had already recruited some scientists. Although he didn't understand why Naruto recruited these ordinary people, after seeing the power of their so-called knowledge, Shisui's horizons were opened again. It turns out that ordinary people can also have the power to split mountains and rocks. The power that blew up the mountain just now was the power of explosives made by ordinary people. It is more powerful than the detonating talisman. You only need to increase the equivalent, and it can be made with some raw materials. No special techniques are required. Yes, Lord Shisui. Keisha answered enthusiastically. Keisha said to the people behind him, and then dozens of people stood up. Everyone clapped their hands, and the earth escape ninjutsu inherited from Naruto was used. Chakra was injected into the ground, and the blasted rocks and soil were immediately cleared by everyone. Shisui looked at everyone with satisfaction. This is the organization's infrastructure brigade. It is so easy to use it for construction. Shisui is now more and more familiar with using ninjutsu in people's livelihood, not just in war. Liberating productivity can strengthen economic development. Shisui now understands it almost. If a ninja is put in Naruto's previous life, one person can be used as dozens of people. Under Naruto's guidance, Shisui established a chamber of commerce through the ability of ninja. It is called the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. It mainly sells some aquatic products and food, weapons, and so on. Dozens of ninjas can easily catch a large number of aquatic products and sell them all over the ninja world. At the same time, there has been a breakthrough in the use of chakra to cultivate food. Not only has the output increased several times, but the growth time has also been shortened by nearly half. This made the wave country rich quickly, but under Shisui's development, the wave country is still a backward country in the eyes of other countries. In just half a year, the umbrella organization has grown again. After casting a wide net, they actually found several good chakra seedlings. Shisui put them into the school under the umbrella organization. The school is mainly under the charge of Zabuza. With the scroll that Naruto snatched from the roots, it is easy for him to set up a school. But Naruto will not hide his knowledge. As long as you have the ability, you can get what you want. Everything you want. In the Umbrella team, ability is paramount, which makes the Umbrella team full of enthusiasm, and the team cohesion is also extremely high. This time, Shisui is going to build a factory to manufacture weapons. After Naruto's guidance, he witnessed the power of the assembly line that Naruto mentioned, which was simply amazing. In the ninja world, technology exists, but the development of technology in the ninja world is extremely deformed. Some places are highly developed, while some places are extremely backward. For example, the Rain country already has high-rise buildings, and the style is a bit similar to cyberpunk. In the Fire country, most people still use horse-drawn carriages for travel. The Snow country already has trains. There are even computers in some places. But for some reason, technology in life is developing rapidly, but there is almost no development in combat. Maybe it's because of the existence of ninjas. When ordinary people encounter something, they basically pay ninjas to come forward. Ordinary people pay commissions. Ninjas are responsible for completing tasks, and in fact, the relationship between them is an employment relationship. In the past 6 months, the strength of the umbrella has been strengthened, and Shisui has absorbed some rebellious ninjas, and at the same time, some of the ninjas he has trained have also grown. However, among the rebellious ninjas, Shisui no longer intends to absorb them, because except for a few rebellious ninjas, some rebellious ninjas are often concerned by other major ninja villages, which may lead to early exposure. According to Naruto's development policy, they will accumulate food and slowly become kings. One day, they will burst out the power of the umbrella in the ninja world. They will eventually determine the direction of the world. After Keisha and everyone's cleanup, the mountain was soon razed to the ground. Although Keisha is old, his ninja talent is at the genius level, but it's a pity that he started practicing a little late. He has good leadership, so Shisui promoted him to be his deputy. Since the establishment of the assembly line, Shisui has also dumped some weapons and collected huge wealth. Previously, most of the ninja tools were supplied from the land of craftsmen, a small part was made by the ninja village, and some were made by families. The forging of ninja tools was very backward, and they were basically made by blacksmiths, with low production efficiency. The reason why Shisui was able to develop so fast was actually because he was not short of money. Under Naruto's guidance, it was too easy to make money. At present, the largest income is still seafood. After all, it is caught from the sea and has little cost. But what Shisui didn't know was that their development had attracted the attention of Meitarumi. Recently, the sales volume of seafood in the land of water has dropped rapidly. The Hidden Mist village, which had just survived the Blood Mist policy, has become the weakest among the 5 major countries. Meitarumi is of course eager to develop the Hidden Mist village, but she didn't expect that in addition to the missions, even the sales of seafood have decreased recently. The information on the table was collected by the Anbu. It was written on it that the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce not only established its own brand, but also had a series of promotional plans. What kind of membership system? Bundled sales, buy more, get more, and various marketing methods. Meitarumi had a headache. These twists and turns made her confused. How could there be so many ways to buy something? But Meitarumi could also see the huge crisis contained in it. If this continues, the seafood market in the land of water will be completely squeezed out by the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. The person who came up with these sales plans is simply a genius. Chapter 38. Check it for me. See who owns this seven-colored chamber of commerce. Meitarumi rubbed her head with a headache. Now the Kurigakure village has just abolished the Blood Mist policy, and everything is in ruins. Due to the previous Blood Mist policy, the number of ninjas in the Kurigakure village has dropped sharply, and even the number of missions has been reduced a lot. I wanted to rely on the unique seafood of the land of water to alleviate some of the Kurigakure village's economic burden, but I didn't expect that a seven-colored chamber of commerce would suddenly appear in the ninja world to snatch business. It's really not going well. Fortunately, it's not just my own ninja village, even Konaha is now in a recovery period. More than half a year ago, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, which shocked the ninja world. However, Kurigakure could not protect itself at that time, so even if Konaha declined again, Kurigakure would find it difficult to get some wool from Konaha. Other ninja villages are ready to move, but because the Third Ninja World War stopped for a few years, they are almost all in the recovery period. I heard that Kazekage Rasa went to Japan for gold in person to maintain finances. It's not much better than Kurigakure. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth are not much better, they are both in the recovery stage, and the ninjas in the village are also very war-weary. Otherwise the Fourth Reikage might have sent troops to Konaha again. However, Konaha is still a lean camel that is bigger than a horse. Even without the Uchiha clan and the three ninjas, there are still major families, Ino Shikacho, etc. Ellipsis. Time passed slowly. Two figures kept colliding, and one of them formed a seal with his hands at a very fast speed. Open black lens bracket fire style. Great dragon fire technique. Close black lens bracket. A huge fire dragon spewed out from Sasuke's mouth. Open black lens bracket wind style. Great breakthrough. Close black lens bracket. A powerful hurricane was spit out by Naruto, and AC level ninjutsu was used by Naruto with the power of AB level. And it was not just an ordinary B level. Wind style restrains lightning style, but fire style restrains wind style, and Naruto used C-level wind style to offset Sasuke's B-level fire style. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens were thrown over, and Naruto moved his feet and flew directly into the sky. Open black lens bracket, rain kick severed sky. Sasuke kept backing away and dodging the kicks. The air waves hit the ground and formed smoke. Naruto disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Sasuke. He formed a seal again, and Sasuke wanted to release the substitution technique. At some point, a hand stretched out from under his feet, grabbed his ankle, and pulled him into the ground. Is this the Earth Escape Heart Decapitation technique? When was it activated? Shadow Clone. Smoke. After a short period of thinking, Sasuke knew what happened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. During this time, he already knew how unfathomable Naruto's strength was. Shocking chakra. Super strong chakra control, and the terrifying attainments in physical skills, even the ninjutsu is terribly perverted. I don't know where Naruto learned the ninjutsu, and even he learned some from Naruto. Sasuke, I've told you before that ninjutsu doesn't necessarily require so many seals. You have to learn to simplify the seals. At this time, Naruto's laughter reached Sasuke's ears. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto. He really thought that everyone had such a strong chakra control ability as you. Sasuke can now do 5 seals per second. Sasuke has also learned a little bit of Naruto's reduced version of the seal ninjutsu. Sasuke found that he couldn't do it with his current chakra control. Half a year ago, after being discharged from the hospital, Sasuke came to find Naruto again to ask the truth, but was dragged into a fight by Naruto. The final result can be imagined. Sasuke was severely beaten up. In the end, Naruto told Sasuke that even if he knew the truth without strong strength, what could he do? In the end, Sasuke had to obediently ask Naruto to teach him to practice. Although he had practiced physical skills with Naruto before, he only practiced together occasionally, and most of the time he went home to practice. And now he finally saw how terrible Naruto's strength is. Sasuke estimated that even the teachers in the ninja school could not be Naruto's opponents. Do you think everyone is a pervert like you? Sasuke said unhappily. He had only practiced climbing trees and treading water for a short time, and his chakra control was no match for Naruto. Naruto walked over happily and ignored the voice in his head. Open black lens bracket, wind style great breakthrough proficiency +3. Naruto got Sasuke out, then hugged Sasuke and prepared to eat. This time Naruto did not plan to cook for himself. He smoothed out the traces of training around him, and then led Sasuke to the Seven Colors restaurant for dinner. That's right, the Seven Colors restaurant is also Naruto's property and belongs to the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, so naturally there is no situation where Naruto is not welcome. Compared with the original simple cuisine, the Seven Colors restaurant was passed down by Naruto using illusion. Naruto's cooking skills have long been practiced to a very advanced level. With some seasonings, although the taste is a little worse than what Naruto made himself, it quickly swept Konaha. Became comparable to Ichiraku ramen and barbecue. Ichiraku ramen and BBQ are only visited every now and then, and cannot be eaten as a staple food often, while the Seven Colors restaurant is almost full every day, which makes Naruto almost smile. Ellipsis. The Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village. Meitarumi looked at the information that the Anbu had found out. The seven-colored Chamber of Commerce had emerged more than half a year ago, and its products and sales model were very popular. People in every place would unconsciously maintain the existence of the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce, because wherever the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce went, it would bring development opportunities to the local area. Most of the people in the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce were ordinary people, and there were also ninjas. At the same time, in Mei Terumi's investigation, some ninjas respected the people of the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce very much, and it did not look like an employment relationship. Because in the ninja world, even if it was an employment relationship, the employer would respect the hired ninjas very much. What Mei Terumi did not know was that these were all ninjas under the umbrella. After being influenced by their thoughts, they would not look down on ordinary people, and even respect them because these people had unique abilities. Each of these people became Naruto's diehards. They were all people in distress. After being rescued by Shisui, they joined the umbrella and became a member of the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce to earn money for the organization. After Naruto's relationship with the Nine Tails became increasingly friendly, he shared the Nine Tails' ability to perceive good and evil from the Nine Tails. This ability allowed Naruto to easily find out those who had malicious intentions towards him. Only if he has good intentions towards him, Naruto will give him a high position. Mei Terumi carefully analyzed the information, and she deeply felt that the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce was not simple. These systems alone were enough to prove that there was a very wise man behind the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. These systems were simply a stroke of genius. This made Mei Terumi deeply interested in the person behind the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. Come here. Following Mei Terumi's order, an Anbu appeared in front of Mei Terumi. Continue investigating the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. I want to know more information about her. Yes. After the Anbu disappeared, Mei Terumi licked her rosy lips, her beautiful face revealed a hint of charm, and her eyes shone with a strange light. According to her current understanding of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce must make a lot of money. If the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce is taken under its control, the Hidden Mist Village will not lack funds for development. The Hidden Mist Village can also develop faster. The Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, Mei Terumi is determined to win. Chapter 39. Naruto went back and forth between training and the ninja school as usual. In daily life, he would tease Hinata. After Naruto's constant practice, Hinata no longer fainted when faced with some of Naruto's teasing. But she still showed a shy expression. Naruto also liked this girl more and more. Naruto stroked Hinata's hair and looked at Hinata as if no one was around. Naruto-kun, don't, there are so many people watching. Hinata whispered, her fair neck was already pink. The people around also looked at the two with ambiguous eyes. The relationship between Naruto and Hinata has long been known to everyone, and Naruto has never restrained himself. Hinata, don't be afraid, they are just jealous and envious. Naruto said with a smile, and then held the girl's hand. Naruto-kun. Hinata lowered her head again in embarrassment, not daring to speak. The other classmates also laughed when they saw this scene. In the past 2 years, Naruto has been very popular in Class A, and Naruto's strength is also ranked in the top 3 in the class. Naturally, he is respected by his classmates. After all, this world still respects the strong. After all, most of the people in this class are family members, and they don't have much hostility towards Naruto. Those who are born as civilian ninjas will naturally not be hostile to Naruto, because Naruto's performance is obvious to all. Naruto is no longer the last one, and he shows what a genius should show. Soon, Iruka walked into the classroom, and the noisy scene suddenly quieted down, and Naruto stopped flirting with Hinata. It was still the same old teaching, and Naruto was not interested at all, because he had mastered what Iruka taught. The courses in the ninja school are divided into theoretical courses and practical courses. Practice is, it was combat and kunai training, etc. In fact, there were many things to learn in the theoretical class, such as intelligence gathering, hand seals, riddles, will of fire, trap making, etc. It was no less than what he learned in his previous life. However, with Naruto's ability to remember everything he saw, he easily mastered these skills and mastered them with the help of God's reward for hard work. After school, Naruto said goodbye to Hinata again, and ran to the place where he practiced with Sasuke. After Naruto left, a forest shook slightly. Naruto and Sasuke moved forward quickly, but the speed was not very outrageous. The two looked at each other, and then ran forward again. When they arrived at their destination, Shaoli had already started practicing. Shaoli often used Might Guy to ask for leave to practice physical skills. This was still taught by Naruto. Shaoli's theoretical class was just a casual study, and Naruto did not need Shaoli to become a real ninja. It would be great to be the same as Might Guy. Naruto, Sasuke. After Shaoli greeted him, he started to practice again. The amount of training was so large that even Sasuke couldn't help but smack his lips. At this time, Naruto suddenly said, "Come out." After Naruto finished speaking, the figure in the dark was a little surprised, and then he came out when several people pointed at him. What surprised Naruto was that the person in front of him was actually his brother-in-law. Ninki, why are you here? Shaoli said in astonishment. The person who came was Hyuga Ninki. The reason why he came here was that he heard that Miss Hinata seemed to be close to someone called a demon fox recently. He came to see Naruto's ability, but he didn't expect that he was discovered directly. Rock Lee, humph. Hyuga Neji showed a disdainful expression. In his impression, Rock Lee was just a last-place guy. He only knew physical skills and would have limited achievements in the future. He was not a member of their Hyuga clan, and would only be a mediocre existence in the future. Rock Lee did not use his true strength in daily life, so now Hyuga Neji did not know Rock Lee's strength, and even Might Guy only knew a little about it. Naruto was probably the only one who knew Rock Lee's current strength best, and Sasuke also knew it almost. Hyuga Neji looked at Rock Lee with disdain, and stayed on Sasuke for a moment, and then looked at Naruto. Naruto was wearing a red and white divine robe. He looked stronger than an ordinary child, and his physical skills should be pretty good. His yellow hair was flowing, and his blue pupils revealed calmness, without the slightest fluctuation. No wonder he is so close to Miss Hinata. Naruto looks good now, and his performance in the ninja school is said to be okay. He knew about Uzumaki Naruto because one of their clan members told him that the boy was very close to Hinata. You are Uzumaki Naruto, right? Leave Miss Hinata, she is beyond your reach, the future heir to the main family. Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. His tone was full of unkindness. Naruto was a little stunned. This brother-in-law came here to threaten him. Is there such a thing in the original book? Oh, I almost forgot, it should be the butterfly effect caused by my contact with Hinata. But Naruto doesn't care about the plot, the world will be turned upside down by him in the future. With strong strength, he can naturally cope with the changes that will happen next. Naruto licked his lips and looked at Hyuga Neji with interest. Hyuga Neji was also the person Naruto wanted to win over. He should still be confused now. Shrouded in the despair of the caged bird. Originally, he wanted to wait until he had made some progress in the sealing technique before looking for Hyuga Neji, but he didn't expect that he would come to his doorstep now. Half a year later, Naruto should be able to make some progress in the sealing book from Danzo with the ability of God's reward for hard work. The more he studied the sealing technique, the more profound Naruto felt that the sealing technique was. However, with the ability of God's reward for hard work, Naruto's mastery of the sealing technique is no less than that of an average person in 10 years of study. But it is not enough to solve the sealing technique of the caged bird. Naruto raised the corner of his mouth, took a few steps forward, and said, "Why should I leave her? This is not something you can decide. You are just an ordinary person, and she is destined to be the future head of the Zong family, no matter how cowardly she is." This is what is destined. No one can resist the arrangement of fate. Your status is so different, please stop harassing Miss Hinata. Hyuga Neji suddenly became a little excited. He had learned the news before. How could an orphan get the favor of Miss Hinata? That's why he came out to stop Naruto and Hinata from being together. As a member of the branch family, it is his responsibility to protect the main family. And with Hinata's status as a member of the main family, how could the elders in the family and Hyuga Hiyashi allow them to be together? Interesting, interesting. You keep saying that fate is predetermined, but why are you so excited? If you don't think fate is predetermined, then why do you keep talking about it? Obviously, you are also fighting against fate, aren't you? Naruto said with a smile, and he found that Hyuga Neji had changed his expression. Shut up. What do you know? Hinata Neji roared fiercely. At the same time, his body rushed towards Naruto. Open black lens bracket gentle fist technique Bagua 36 palms. Close black lens bracket. Looking at Ninki who was coming straight at him, Naruto showed a strange look. Can Ninki use Bagua 36 palms at this time? Thinking of Hyuga Ninki in the original work, it's a pity that he was not trained by the main family. If the resources were in place, the achievements might be higher. In the original work, after Naruto's change, Ninki also changed, but Naruto did not like this change, and the original Naruto was not what he liked. A lot of empty words, but not much practical work was done. After all, it was a problem of vision and thinking. Although the ninja world was saved in the end, it did not fundamentally change the ninja world. This is just like Senju Hashirama. Chapter 40. Now Hyuga Neji is like a bird in a cage with broken wings. He wants to fight against fate, but he is extremely desperate. In the original work, he can turn the tide by understanding the unique skills of the clan. Isn't this his fight against fate? He always says that fate cannot be changed, but he has a glimmer of hope in his heart, eager to break free from the shackles of the caged bird. But this time, Naruto will not let him hurt Hinata again, even if it is his brother-in-law. Open black lens bracket iron block iron wall, close black lens bracket. Naruto did not dodge, but directly used the iron block to block Neji's attack. Neji's attacks kept hitting Naruto's body, just like hitting a stone. When the attack was over, Neji felt that his hands were shaking slightly. In fact, even a stone could not withstand Neji's attack, but Naruto directly used his body to block his attack. Neji's eyes widened immediately, looking at Naruto in disbelief. What's wrong with you? Neji said in a deep voice. At this time, he also realized that the boy in front of him was not as simple as he looked. Naruto's body suddenly became as hard as iron. Naruto did not answer Neji's question directly, but said slowly, Hyuga Neji. The #1 genius of the branch family. The son of Hyuga Hazashi, the younger brother of the current Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hiyashi. What a pity, it's just a branch family. Naruto shook his head and continued, it must be painful for you to be a bird in a cage. After Naruto said this, Ninki suddenly looked at Naruto, his eyes flashing with light, and gritted his teeth and said, how did you know? Such a core issue is not something that a student of a ninja school can know. You hate the Zong family. You hate the Zong family for killing your father, right? Naruto spoke again. Shut up. As if his fig leaf had been torn off, Neji rushed towards Naruto again, but was kicked back by Rock Lee. Don't hurt Naruto-kun. Without having time to think about why Rock Lee was so powerful, Neji rushed towards Naruto again. Don't block me. The last one. Chakra condensed in his hand, and he slapped it out, but it hit nothing. Rock Lee turned into an afterimage and hit Hyuga Neji heavily. Only then did Hyuga Neji realize that this existence, whom he regarded as the last one, actually defeated him. Do you know why your father died? Naruto asked the soul-searching question again, which stunned Neji. Then Nechi said angrily, this is all the fault of the main family. It's because of the main family that my father died. Neji's voice was a little broken and full of hatred. It's all because the main family made my father take the blame. That's why my father died. Hinata Neji is still young after all, and Naruto easily controlled the rhythm. Oh, do you think so? Is it really that simple? Naruto said with a hint of disdain. Your father was trying to prevent Konaha from being attacked by the hidden cloud village. At that time, Konaha was weak, the fourth Hokage had died, the three ninjas had left, and Konaha fell into an unprecedented period of weakness. In order to avoid causing a war, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the envoys from the hidden cloud village were also aggressive and kept forcing Konaha to hand over the murderer who killed their companions. They are a big family, and it was obviously the other party who wanted to kidnap Hinata, and Hyuga Heihachi killed the other party, but in the end it was the third Hokage who wanted Hinata to compromise and hand over Hyuga Heihachi, who is your uncle. Your father took the blame for Hyuga Heihachi in order to ensure that the Byakugan would not be obtained by the people of the hidden cloud village. Naruto slowly told the truth about the death of Hyuga Neji's father. Neji's eyes also began to change. Isn't it ridiculous? Although your father was not a member of the main family who was sent out to die, the old stubborn people in the main family would not allow Hinata Heihachi to be handed over, so your father became a victim of politics. It was clearly the fault of the hidden cloud village, but the third Hokage asked the Hyuga clan to compromise. The third Hokage is old and is no longer the ninja hero he used to be. Naruto's voice was deafening and passed into Hyuga Neji's mind. Konaha is far from being as simple as you think, and your father's death is not as simple as it seems. If Konaha insisted on going to war at that time, if the attitude of the third Hokage was tougher, maybe your father would not have been in trouble, and the hidden cloud village at that time would not have gone to war with Konaha. At that time, the fourth Raikage of the hidden cloud village had only been in office for a short time, and his strength was still in the recovery period, so naturally he would not go to war with Konaha, so your father died in vain. Naruto said again, and the strong words made Neji a little bit unacceptable. He punched Naruto, but was easily taken by Naruto. Naruto grabbed Hyuga Neji's hands, kicked him away, and continued. Konaha was so prosperous, but it ushered in the weakest period under the rule of Konaha F4. It was really a corrupt rule. Naruto looked at Hyuga Neji again, and it was obvious that Neji was very shocked now. Shaoli on the side completely filtered out what Naruto said, and Sasuke looked thoughtful. Neji collapsed on the ground, looking at Naruto in disbelief. Obviously, the guy opposite was about the same age as himself, but why did he know so much about the darkness of Konaha? Ninki. Destiny is never predetermined, you have to believe it. Man can conquer nature. Naruto smiled contemptuously. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto walked forward and looked down at Neji. A strong shock surged into Neji's heart. What? Unbelievable. Mixed feelings and other feelings floated into Neji's heart. My mother is Uzumaki Kushina, my father is Namikaze Minato, and I am the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I am also the demon fox that everyone in Konoha hates. Naruto said sarcastically. Sasuke and Rock Lee also didn't know why Naruto told this secret to Hyuga Neji. Was he trying to recruit Hyuga Neji? Ninki. The so-called fate is never unchangeable. If you want to change your destiny, come to me in 3 days. I will tell you what to do. Hyuga Ninki staggered away. He didn't know what his mood was. After Hyuga Ninki walked away, Sasuke walked to Naruto and said, Is it really appropriate for you to tell him all these things? Naruto glanced at Sasuke and said with a smile, Sasuke, I know your concerns, but if we want to take revenge on Konoha in the future, we need the power of more people. During the past 6 months, Naruto also told Sasuke about the Uchiha. After learning that it was an order from the top of Konoha, Sasuke went crazy, but was stopped by Naruto. If you don't have strength, you can't do anything. This sentence made Sasuke wake up. After being enlightened by Naruto, he decided to learn the way of hiding. Naruto, God rewards hard work. Chapter 41. Hyuga Neji had no idea how the past few days had passed. Naruto's words kept lingering in his mind. Destiny is never predetermined. We must believe that man can conquer nature, and my destiny is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Neji touched his forehead, and when he thought about what Naruto said, he felt that there seemed to be some mystery about the boy, and there was a temperament on him that made him a little convinced. Neji has been absent-minded these days, and his state was naturally discovered by the teacher in class, but Neji has always been the top student. His grades are also quite good, so he turned a blind eye. Ellipsis. Naruto once again sent out his shadow clones to Shisui's location, and even slightly changed them to increase their endurance. Shadow clones can replenish each other through chakra, which means that Naruto's other shadow clones can replenish chakra for other shadow clones to achieve the purpose of endurance. Naruto successfully met Shisui in the Land of Waves. Naruto, we seem to have been discovered, and there are ninjas investigating us recently. Shisui reported softly. Do you know where this ninja came from? If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the Hidden Mist Village, and some of them are from the rebellious ninjas. I have quietly dealt with the rebellious ninja, but I did not take action against the Kurigakure ninja to prevent our existence from being exposed in advance. Naruto nodded and said, you did a good job on this matter. We really cannot be exposed to them now. But they don't know much. At most they know that there is a complicated organization behind the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. Shisui said slowly. How is the expansion of our industry going? Naruto asked again. With the Fire Nation as the core, our industry has spread to the 5 major countries. We have bases in the 5 major ninja villages. The reason why it was so fast was that Shisui, under Naruto's signal, recruited many ordinary people to join the umbrella organization. Ordinary people can sometimes play an extraordinary role, which is also to prevent attracting the attention of ninjas. After all, Naruto's purpose now is just to make money. By the way, has the machine been manufactured yet? Naruto suddenly remembered something and asked. Are you talking about the tilling machine? It has already started trial use, and the effect is very good, comparable to a genin who uses Earth Escape, and can well liberate productivity. Shisui showed a happy smile. The emergence of the tilling machine allows a farmer to easily plow several acres of land. After they develop the tilling machine, combined with the high-yield crops they developed, they no longer lack food and grass. Naruto and Shisui talked about the planning of Umbrella as they walked. Naruto is now using the image after the transformation technique. After all, his real appearance is really not easy to walk in the ninja world. Although not many people may recognize him. Naruto walked on the Land of Waves, which was completely different from what he had in his mind. The people walking on the street had happy smiles on their faces, and they would greet Shisui politely when they saw him. And Shisui also responded with a smile. Shisui and Naruto smiled at each other and said in unison, one day, we will spread the glory of Umbrella to the entire ninja world. Naruto stopped talking and thought about what Shisui had said before. The Hidden Mist Village had targeted them, probably because of the previous large-scale fishing of seafood, which had attracted attention in this regard. After all, the Land of Water is a country surrounded by seawater, with rich marine resources, and it is not surprising that it mainly exports marine resources. It is reasonable to be targeted. Still too weak. Now in their umbrella organization, there is an estimated cage-level strongman and 3 elite jonin, namely Zabuza Momochi and Uchiha Yu, the instructor of the Uchiha family. It is worth mentioning that it was Uchiha Izumi who Naruto kidnapped. Ahem. Rescued. Uchiha Izumi is worthy of being able to easily open the 3 Magatama. After learning the news of the Uchiha clan's extermination, she actually opened the Mangekyo Sharingan on the spot. And her ability made Naruto was pleasantly surprised. The Uchiha's Sharingan is the Eye of Soul Reflection, and almost everyone has different abilities to open the Mangekyo. For example, Uchiha Obito witnessed Rin's death, so he felt that this was a false world, and wanted to escape from this world, and then he created the powerful Space Eye technique Kamui. And Shisui wanted to urgently change the situation between Konaha and Uchiha, so he created the strongest illusion, Koto Amatsukami. The same is true for Uchiha Izumi. Her Mangekyo ability is because she couldn't believe that it was Uchiha Itachi who wiped out the Uchiha clan, so she created a super ability, which is to erase all attacks or negative influences from others. It doesn't sound good, but in fact, this ability is very useful. Because he can erase illusions, ninjutsu, and even the tailed beast balls of the tailed beasts. It can even erase a mountain. The more difficult something is to erase, the more chakra is needed. Theoretically, even Susanoo can be erased, but the consumption is very large. However, it cannot erase living things, otherwise it would be against the will of heaven. This is the ability of Uchiha Izumi's left eye, called Illusion of Nothingness. The ability of the right eye is to increase all attributes. Her idea at the time was that if she was strong enough, had enough chakra, and had strong ninjutsu, then she could beat Uchiha Itachi herself. Therefore, such an ability was derived, which could increase all attributes by 1 to 5 times. It requires the consumption of pupil power and chakra. This ability also made Naruto marvel. A good girl is developing into a warrior. With this ability, Naruto is also envious. All attributes are increased. If she is at the level of Kage. If it increases 5 times, it may reach the ceiling of Kage level. If it is used at the peak of Kage level, it may reach the level of Super Kage. In short, this ability is more abnormal as it gets stronger. Uchiha Izumi's previous strength was around the elite Chunin level. After awakening the Mangekyo, his chakra skyrocketed, and his strength also reached the quasi-Kage level. The reason why it is said to be at this level is mainly because Uchiha Izumi's previous combat experience was really rubbish. He didn't know many ninjutsu and only 2 or 3 illusions. He was able to reach the elite Chunin before because of the blessing of 3 Magatama. In the Uchiha family, those who can reach 3 Magatama are generally at the Jonin level. It is mainly because Uchiha Izumi is a member of the Uchiha marginal family. Even the people of the Uchiha family don't know that Uchiha Izumi has quietly opened the Sharingan to 3 Magatama. However, after being baptized by Naruto's ninjutsu library, his strength is also improving rapidly, and it is estimated that he will soon be able to enter the Kage level. If Uchiha Izumi completes the basics and achieves the level of Kage, then the Umbrella organization will have 2 Kage level powerhouses and 2 elite Jonin. Add an Ice Shield bloodline Genkei, and Naruto, Sasuke, Neji and Rock Lee in the future will not be weak in strength. Chapter 42. Shisui, speed up the process. I heard that there is a ninja village in the snow country. I think you can control the entire ninja village. The people in that country should have a good technology. Naruto said to Shisui. What Naruto said was the chakra armor used by the snow ninja in the original work, and the snow country is also a country suitable as a base camp. The industry there is well developed. In terms of speeding up the snowy weather, it is remote and difficult to attract the attention of other countries. Snow country. I heard there is such a place, and the ninja villages there seem to be established by the country. Shisui thought for a while and frowned. It seems that there really is such a country and ninja villages, but compared to Konaha, they are just small ninja villages. Is there what Naruto-kun needs there? Shisui, don't underestimate them. Although it's a small ninja village, the chakra armor technology is what we need. It's not perfect yet, but it's good as a base camp. After all, the land of waves is still too small. Naruto said with a shining look in his eyes. It is difficult to build defense facilities in the land of waves, but the land of snow is easy to defend and difficult to attack, with heavy snow all year round. Although it is a little remote, it is very suitable as a base camp. Shisui nodded and said, I'll pay attention to it. Shisui was also constantly thinking about what Naruto said. Since it was Naruto who said it, then this land of snow must be good for us. Although I don't know how Naruto knew it, for so long, he has regarded Naruto's words as an imperial decree. Naruto's identity has many secrets, which he has already known. What's more, everyone has some secrets, right? We should not give up on other small countries either. We should spend some time to control them and replace those daimyo with our people. Naruto has no good feelings towards the daimyo of this world. He doesn't know why the people in this world are particularly respectful to these nobles. Sometimes even the appointment of a village's shadow requires the consent of the daimyo. Except for the 5 major countries, other small ninja villages are not allowed to have the title of shadow. And the star shadow that appeared in the original work is overestimating his own strength. It is ridiculous to rely on one star to rival the 5 major countries. Shisui was shocked by Naruto's words. This is a daimyo. Although he is only the daimyo of a small country, although he has been washed by Naruto's thoughts before, it has not been implemented now because it is a shock to the aristocratic system for thousands of years. This makes it difficult for Shisui to accept. After all, the previous Uchiha was also an aristocratic class and was deeply influenced by the aristocratic class. That's the daimyo. Isn't it a bit early? Shisui said. Naruto thought for a moment and said, that's right. Replacing the daimyo hastily may attract the attention of people around him, so let's use illusion to control him. Shisui. Is this what I'm talking about? Naruto chuckled. Of course he knew what Shisui was thinking. Shisui, you have to know that sometimes the nobles are the culprits that cause the common people's lives to fall into despair. The world is so chaotic, and those in power have a lot to do with it. Some nobles collect taxes indiscriminately, occupy the land of civilians, and annex a large amount of land, causing the people to be displaced. Although the war in the ninja world is huge, it only covers the people in some areas. The lives of civilians in other places are not good. What we need to do is to spread the glory of the umbrella to the entire ninja world. You also hope that the people in other places can be as happy as the land of waves. There is a long way to go. Naruto said meaningfully, and Shisui looked at Naruto thoughtfully, with the light in his eyes shining brighter. Konaha village. Hyuga Neji has been struggling these days. Naruto's words keep echoing in his mind, and every time they bring shock. Uzumaki Naruto, who looks about the same age as him, not only has strength far beyond ordinary people, but also has a more mature identity than his peers, and his identity also has an inexplicable temperament. There is no doubt that Naruto is not simple, coupled with his identity as the son of the 4th generation of Hokage. However, what Neji can't understand is why the top leaders don't announce Naruto's identity, but the legend of Naruto's demon fox is still circulating in the village. Although he doesn't pay much attention to this, Neji also knows the identity of Naruto's demon fox kid. Moreover, Naruto seems to have a lot of opinions about the village, and even knows that his father's death is related to the top leaders of Konoha. Does Naruto want to be a rebel ninja? Thinking of this, Neji's heart trembled instantly. Neji knew that when he learned about Naruto's identity, it meant that there was a gap between Naruto and Konoha. The identity of the son of a hero was actually called a demon fox that everyone wanted to beat. Neji touched the mark of the bird in the cage on his forehead. This is his shame and the cage that binds him. It is also a symbol of his resistance to fate. Uzumaki Naruto, can it really help me? Can fate really be controlled by myself? Ninki seemed a little confused. After a moment, Ninki strengthened his belief and murmured, I don't want to succumb to fate. Hyuga Neji slowly walked out of the room and began to walk towards the place where Naruto, Lee and Sasuke were training. Neji asked for leave today because this was the 3rd day as Naruto said. When Neji arrived at the training ground, Naruto and the other 2 were already there. Naruto and Sasuke used their shadow clones to skip classes, and Lee still used the name of Might Guy to skip classes. As soon as Neji approached, Naruto had already discovered Neji, but they did not stop. Sasuke quickly used fire escape to attack Lee, and Lee used physical skills to quickly dodge Lee's attack. Sasuke made a seal again. He knew that if he let Lee get close, he would probably be the one to fail. Open black lens bracket lightning release, earth walk. This is the lightning release ninjutsu that Sasuke learned from Naruto. The lightning release turned into an electric net and instantly paralyzed Lee. Sasuke squinted his eyes, revealing 2 pairs of red eyes, one with a 1 Magatama Sharingan and the other with a 2 Magatama Sharingan. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a fire dragon instantly spit out of Sasuke's mouth. Seeing this, Lee's eyes shrank, and he jumped into the sky, continuously throwing out 6 styles. Open black lens bracket Reishukyu, broken sky. Sasuke's fire dragon was suppressed immediately, but Sasuke was still outputting, continuing to maintain the scale of the fire dragon. At the same time, one hand touched the ninja bag, and several kunai were thrown out immediately. Seeing this, Shaoli had no choice but to dodge it with his shaving. The fire dragon immediately hit the ground, smashing a hole several meters deep. Throw out a few more kunai. The kunai flew towards Shaoli with a cold light. Shaoli immediately used the iron block to resist it. After several sounds of metal colliding, Sasuke's kunai was directly bounced away, and Shaoli felt a burning pain in his body. His iron block has not been practiced to a high level. Stop it, Sasuke, said Naruto on the side. Chapter 43. The 2 of them slowly stopped. Shaoli walked to Sasuke's side and said with a little disappointment, I lost. You are already very strong. Sasuke said lightly. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Lee, Naruto said, Lee, you don't have to belittle yourself. Sasuke's strength is due to ninjutsu, not because his physical skills are inferior to ninjutsu. You are still young, and you have not reached the explosive stage of a ninja yet. When you get there, you will find that your physical skills will improve rapidly. The power will also become greater. After Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke nodded. Shaoli's physical skills are not weak. If he is close to Sasuke, he can't beat him. Now he just relies on ninjutsu to deal with him. Sasuke has seen Naruto's physical skills. With a storm kick, he can easily break his Howlong Fire Jutsu. Well, welcome our new partner. Naruto said with a smile. Shaoli was also a little happy. Several people looked in the direction where Ninki came from. Ninki did not hide his figure when he came, so several people naturally found him. Ninki walked to the side of several people and looked at you. Sasuke took another look at the guy he thought was the last one, but the battle just now deeply shocked him. Rock Lee's physical skills were not inferior to his own, and it was a physical skill he had never seen before. Has he always been this strong? Ningji said in shock. He felt that the 2 people in front of him might be a little stronger than him. Then why do you look so weak in actual combat? Naruto did not answer, but Shaoli spoke first. Naruto-kun said that as a ninja, how can you expose all your cards? Youth is to give a heavy blow to the enemy when he thinks you are no longer capable. Naruto. When did I say that? Although they were speechless, they could understand some truths from it. Naruto felt that it must be Might Guy who led them astray. I hope it's not the green tights from before. Naruto slowly stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Ningji, welcome to join us. I know you have a lot of doubts, and I will answer them all for you in the future. I believe that we will get along very happily. Neji hesitated and held Naruto's hand, looked at Naruto deeply and said, I want to know, what method do you have to free me from this damn curse? Neji untied the bandage on his forehead, revealing the mark of his hatred, which was the symbol of a bird in a cage, the green X symbol. Neji, you should know that since the bird in the cage is a seal composed of a sealing technique, if he can plant it, then he can naturally remove it. But the Zong family has no way to remove the seal of the caged bird. He once wanted to remove the seal of the caged bird, but there was no way to remove the seal of the caged bird except the method of planting it. The caged bird was developed by the Zong family for generations to prevent the white eye from being taken away. At that time, no one thought of removing the seal of the caged bird, so the method of removing the seal of the caged bird was not studied. I know, but as long as it is a sealing technique, it means there is hope of removing it. Since it is a technique, I believe that as long as there is enough attainment in sealing techniques, the seal of the caged bird can be removed. After listening to what Naruto said, Nechi felt a sense of loss. He naturally knew this truth, but who has such a high attainment in sealing techniques and is willing to help him study the way to remove the caged bird curse? Naruto saw Nechi's loss and said, "Just give me some time, I believe I can remove the caged bird curse." After that, Naruto performed several sealing techniques in front of Nechi. In Nechi's shocked eyes, Naruto said again, "Although there is no way now, but if you give me a few days, I will develop a technique to isolate the control of the clan members. Although this does not remove the caged bird, it is enough for you to get rid of the control of the clan members." This is something Naruto had thought about before, and it is indeed feasible. With Naruto's current attainments in sealing techniques, plus the ability of God rewards hard work, it should not be a problem for him to research a method to isolate the curse seal in a short period of time. Perhaps it was Naruto's characteristics that touched Nechi, and Nechi said slowly, "How do you need me to cooperate with you?" "I need to investigate the structure of the bird seal in your cage and understand what type of seal it is before I can conduct a specialized study on it. But this requires your trust, because during the exploration process I can destroy your brain at any time and turn you into a vegetable." Naruto did not hide it, but told the hidden danger. Now Nechi hesitated. Is it really okay to put his life in Naruto's hands? If he has any bad intentions, then he will die without a burial place. Naruto saw Nechi's hesitation and didn't say anything. After all, if he put his life in the hands of others, he would also hesitate. After struggling for several times, Nechi shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I want to control my own destiny." Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you for your trust. But it's not safe here, come over tomorrow." Ninji nodded. He also knew that this was not something that could be done in one day. The next day, Naruto used the Earth-release nuclear submarine to bring Ninji to a depth of several dozen meters underground, which would make it easier for Naruto to study the caged bird. "Ready." Ninji took a deep breath and said, "Ready." Naruto slowly used his mental power to explore the caged bird seal. After seeing the caged bird in person, he felt that this sealing technique was really complicated. The caged bird is connected to the eyes and brain nerves of the person being cast, and can be controlled and the brain destroyed by the people of the main family. Hiss. Naruto took a breath of cold air. Although he had always known it, he still felt a chill after seeing it. The seal of the caged bird had penetrated deep into the soul. If he wanted to remove this technique, he had to study the soul. However, if the technique that made the main family control the caged bird seal invalid, he could still study it. In the next few days, Naruto began to study Neji's caged bird. There was a voice in Naruto's mind. Open black lens bracket caged bird seal +3. Caged bird seal removal +1.05. Sealing technique +5. Close black lens bracket. Naruto listened to the voice coming from his mind. The caged bird seal removal was only 1.05. Naruto suspected that the 0.05 was the proficiency given by his knowledge of sealing techniques, and the 1 was the effect of hard work. "It's really difficult," Naruto murmured, but he still showed a happy smile. God rewards hard work and brings Naruto a feeling of enlightenment. Sometimes it's not. Naruto just feels that his understanding of sealing techniques has risen a lot. A few days passed, and Naruto began to explore the curse seal of the bird in the cage almost frantically. The harvest was still remarkable. A week passed quickly. Looking at Naruto's red eyes, Neji knew that Naruto was very concerned about his own affairs. He couldn't help but feel that he would die for his confidant. "Ninki, although I haven't figured out a way to deal with the caged bird these days, I can free you from its control. But I can't do anything about your sealed perspective for now," Naruto said with a slightly regretful voice. "What? You already have a solution?" Neji seemed very shocked. Although he had discovered that Naruto had a high level of attainment in the art of sealing during these few days of contact, it shouldn't be so fast. However, no matter how much Neji thought about it, he couldn't figure out that Naruto was a man with a cheat. "Well, there are 2 methods in total. One is to activate the spell at the same time as the curse, and the other is for me to add a sealing technique for you again to isolate and control it. Naruto still didn't agree with the first method, because it was too troublesome to activate the spell at the same time as the main family's spell. It would be better to use a sealing technique to solve the problem once and for all. Both methods are similar to the principle of isolating signals. The sealing technique can cut off the connection between the two. In essence, it still exists, but it is blocked by the sealing technique. This creates a separation between the caged bird curse and the main family's spell. Therefore, it gets rid of the control of the main family. Chapter 44. Naruto told Neji the difference between the two methods, and Neji chose the latter without hesitation. At the same time, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Although the curse of the caged bird was not completely solved, he would no longer be threatened with death by the caged bird. For the first time, he felt that his destiny was in his own hands. Neji said in a trembling voice, "Naruto. Thank you." Looking at Neji, who was so excited that he was about to cry, Naruto patted his shoulder. "Next, let me cast another sealing technique on you. I will name it Flying Bird. This is also to hope that you can control your own destiny," Naruto said with a smile. And Neji was still trembling. Who could understand how excited he was at this moment? "Calm down, Neji," Naruto reminded him, and Neji hurriedly sat down. After performing a few spells, Naruto tapped Neji's forehead, and a pain suddenly surged into his mind, which came and went quickly, and there was even a heat current surging in his mind. Soon, the original green mark had something else, and two slanted patterns appeared on the forehead, which looked like a pair of wings. Feeling the end of the spell, an unprecedented feeling floated into Neji's heart. He knew that he would never be threatened by the main family again. "Thank you, Naruto." Ninki was so excited that he shed tears again. His face was full of joy, and with the tears on his face, it seemed a bit out of place. "Ha ha ha. Neji, do you feel like you are in control of your own destiny?" "Destiny is always in your own hands." Naruto said the second half of the sentence with a slightly emotional voice. "Okay, let's get out." Naruto clapped his hands, and after a slight shake, the two of them got out of the ground and walked out of the earthen hatch. He clapped his hands again, and the ground returned to its original state. "Congratulations, Ninki." Seeing that Ninchi's forehead looked a little different, Shaoli and Sasuke knew that Naruto's research must have been successful. Ninki nodded, and his excited expression had not yet dissipated. In the past few days, the two have also tested Ninchi's strength, and Sasuke has recognized Ninchi's existence. Ninchi's strength was cultivated by himself, which made the two have to admire him. Afterwards, Naruto also told Ninki about his own affairs, including some of Konaha's darkness and Naruto's red thoughts. "Ninki, we will leave Konaha one day. I think you can win over those branch families. You can exempt the control of the caged bird, which is equivalent to releasing the caged bird. This will drive the people in the branch family crazy. I guess they will support you even if you want to seize power," Naruto said slowly, and told Neji all his ideas. Listening to the carefully planned plan, Neji felt admiration. Naruto was 1 year younger than himself, but he was mature when doing things. Neji lowered his head and pondered. Naruto's method sounded so reasonable, but why didn't he recommend implementing it immediately? As if seeing Nechi's doubts, Naruto said, "It will take a few years for us to leave Konaha. There is no rush now. Let's improve our strength first. We can't rush the affairs of the branch family." In the days that followed, compared to the students of ordinary ninja schools, the training of several people was particularly hard. The strength of several people who had no shortage of ninja resources improved rapidly. Ellipsis. On the other hand, Naruto had deliberately let Hitaki Kakashi know about the darkness of Konaha. After he returned, he began to investigate secretly and found that things were not as simple as they seemed. First of all, his father was carrying out an S-level mission. It was impossible for a few people to know about such a mission. What's more, the whole Konaha knew about it, and under Kakashi's secret investigation, he actually found out that the one who carried out the mission with his father was actually a special jonin of the Shimura family. A mere special jonin, carrying out a mission with his father, wouldn't it be a drag? Later, he was the first to jump out and accuse his father. Kakashi felt that the whole thing was weird. He didn't think about it before, and he couldn't see through it when he was a child. Now looking back, the whole thing is not that simple. Was his father really calculated because he threatened the position of Hokage? In Kakashi's memory at that time, Konaha seemed to have won in the end, and the mission carried out by his father seemed to be to steal a confidential document. But the role of this confidential document doesn't seem to be that big. Kakashi has been studying the details of the 3 wars and important battle measures during this period of time. That confidential document didn't seem to play a big role. His father, a cage-level warrior, seemed to play a bigger role. Thinking of Naruto's conspiracy theory of Konoha's high-level officials, his will of fire that he had always insisted on began to waver. "Hi, Kakashi. Why do you seem listless recently?" A figure patted Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi turned around and saw a pale man with dark circles under his eyes standing in front of him. "Oh, it's Hayate. I'm fine, but you've been distracted lately." Kakashi said this, and Moonlight Hayate's face instantly fell. I don't know when, Azuki Yugao's relationship with him became more and more distant, and recently she even asked him not to pester her. "Hey, Senior Kakashi, I don't know why recently, Yugao. Hey." As if she didn't want to explain, Moonlight Gale sighed. Kakashi looked at Moonlight Gale and knew that he was trapped because of his feelings. He patted his shoulder and said, "I can't help you with this. When it comes to feelings, just let it go." In the original work, Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Gale became lovers, but due to Naruto's intervention and the soul stealing, the impression of the caster would be left in the mind of the caster without knowing it. This led to Azuki Yugao always treating Naruto as the most important thing, and under the subtle influence, Azuki Yugao even weakened the relationship with Moonlight Gale. Even Naruto will replace Moonlight Gale in her heart. Even Naruto doesn't know about this matter. He probably just smiled when he knew it. After all, it is good for him. If Moonlight Gale knew it, he would probably cry without tears. Who did he provoke? A good marriage was messed up. Senior Kakashi, is there such a comforting thing? Gekko Hayate was about to cry. This was asking him to give up his love for Azuki Yugao. How could this be possible? He and Yugao were childhood sweethearts. Maybe Yugao was in a bad mood recently. She would definitely change her mind after a while. I can't comfort you about this kind of thing, Kakashi said slowly. Moonlight Gale glanced at Kakashi and said, "That's right, after all, Senior Kakashi doesn't have a girlfriend either." Kakashi. Are you polite? No girlfriend will eat your rice. Kakashi was ready to roll his eyes at the moonlight wind. Chapter 45. Time passed quickly, and the annual competition for the top student undoubtedly fell into Sasuke's hands. As for Neji's level, he was still Neji's top student. Naruto and Rock Lee had no intention of showing off. After this time, there was a small vacation. This time, Naruto planned to take them to see blood. Only by seeing blood can one be a real ninja. In the ninja world, if you don't dare to kill even one person, what kind of person is that? What? See blood? You mean murder? Shaoli said in surprise, and then calmed down. After all, living in this world, they were just a little surprised before. They had already accepted the idea of killing people, and now it was just in advance. Let Neji and Sasuke use their shadow clones. As for Rock Lee, he and I are both orphans, so one day will not attract attention. You two are different. One is a genius boy from the Hyuga family, and the other is an orphan from the Uchiha family. Although no one will pay attention to you every day, it will be a bit troublesome if you are discovered. Naruto said softly. He had seen blood before, and he used a shadow clone. After all, it was not convenient for the main body to go out. At first, He felt a little uncomfortable, but later he got used to it. Even if blood splashed on his face, he just wiped it off gently. "Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you guys," Naruto said to the three of them. Then he took out 3 rings. Naruto, what is this?" The three looked at what Naruto took out with a little surprise. Naruto raised the corner of his mouth and said, "This is a space ring, and it also represents your identity. It can bind your chakra." This is a space ring made by Naruto using chakra metal. The cost is much higher than that of a space scroll. And even the space inside is not as big as a space scroll, but the space scroll is too inconvenient to carry. Compared with the scroll, Naruto prefers the ring. After all, this one is more stylish. Although there is only 10 cubic meters of space inside, it is enough. These chakra metals were sent by Uchiha Shisui. "Okay, let's go." Several people quickly followed Naruto and left Konaha from the hidden back mountain. Naruto's body stayed in the village. Naruto soon came to a contact point, which was the contact point for Shisui development. Lord Naruto. The one who received Naruto and his companions was a chunin, dressed in ordinary clothes and couldn't be seen as a ninja at all. He was also a person who was baptized by Naruto's red thoughts, and at this moment he was looking at Naruto fanatically. Naruto nodded and said, "I remember your name is Hayakawa Kawai, right?" "Yes, Naruto-sama," Hayakawa Kawai said enthusiastically. "Kawai, do you know if there are any bandits or something like that nearby?" "Bandits?" Hayakawa Kawai thought for a moment and said, "There are no bandits nearby. Most of the bandits around here have been defeated by us, but I heard that a few bandits have come to Shinkan Town recently." "Shinkan Town? Give me the map." "Yes." After Hayakawa Kawai handed the map to Naruto, he left. After Hayakawa Kawai left, Sasuke and others surrounded him. "Naruto, what was that just now?" "The one just now is the force I cultivated outside. After all, if we want revenge in the future, it won't be enough just for us," Naruto explained. "You still have power." Several people were very surprised. When did Naruto build up his power? Although they were a little surprised, they didn't ask any more. Naruto would tell them when the time came. "Next, let's finish your training." Naruto shook the map in his hand. Naruto turned the map over and saw that the largest area in the middle was the territory of the Land of Fire. It must be said that the territory of the Land of Fire was really large and it also occupied the richest areas. It was no wonder that other countries had always wanted to attack Konaha. Several people walked quickly on the road, and Naruto kept referring to the map as he moved forward. According to Kawai's information, the thieves should be active in this area. Naruto murmured, "Let's split up and try to find those guys." The group quickly separated, but Naruto left Xiaoli behind because he was afraid that Xiaoli's personality would disturb the thieves. Naruto had no good feelings towards these thieves, and many people had died in their hands. Ellipsis. Have you investigated the situation clearly? Naruto asked. There were more than 40 thieves in that group. No one knew where they came from, but they all had a bloody smell. It was estimated that they had killed many people. With Neji's white eyes, they soon understood the situation of the thieves. Naruto waved his hand a few times and quickly assigned a good strategy. Remember, you must not be soft-hearted. Don't underestimate these guys who are on the edge of a knife, Naruto said softly. Several people nodded in succession. Isn't that what a ninja is? If you don't dare to kill people, then don't become a ninja. Not to mention revenge for your family. Action. With Naruto's order, the three of them immediately rushed out and headed towards the thieves' camp. Inside the thieves' camp, they had not yet realized that the crisis had quietly arrived. Drink, brothers. Keep drinking. That woman was awesome last night. Deep inside the camp, a group of people were still drinking. Only a few were on duty, but they were just pretending. Ha ha ha. You know, our boss is a ninja. With the boss around, we can all eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Ha 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 ha, you're right, keep going. Ellipsis quote. After we rob a few more villages, we will move to another place to prevent being targeted by ninjas. There was a lively scene all around. Sasuke and the others listened to the voices of these thieves, and murderous intent surged. These thieves deserved to be killed. Neji and Sasuke nodded, and then disappeared into the darkness at the same time. The two appeared on the left and right of the night watchman, and the kunai emitted a cold light and appeared on the necks of the two big men. Swish! A stream of blood spurted out, and the two men trembled slightly, and then picked up the kunai again. Resisting the uncomfortable feeling in their hearts, the two attacked the enemy again, and Shaoli, on his side, began to fight with physical skills. The movement was a little louder. At the same time, the smell of blood immediately alerted the thieves' leader. Sniffing his nose, the thieves' leader shouted, "Enemy attack!" Hearing the boss's voice, the thieves were well trained and directly grasped the big swords beside them. The boss started to retreat at this time. Only ninjas could approach silently. He knew his own level. He was a genin at most. He got a ninja's tool bag by chance and became a ninja. The only ninjutsu he knew was the wind style, wind cutting. Nechi and Sasuke had already started to harvest at this moment. The thieves' boss also saw the appearance of the two people. For a moment, his tense heart relaxed a little, because the people in front of him were just a few children around 10 years old. Neji and Sasuke suppressed their nausea and continued to swing their kunai. At this time, they saw a big man slashing at them, with chakra fluctuations on his body. It turned out to be a ninja. The two looked at each other and decided to kill the ninja first. The speed of the two men soared again, and the sharp blades in their hands easily cut through the head of the thief boss, leaving only the thief boss's unbelievable eyes, probably dying with his eyes open. Soon, several people killed all the thieves around. After the killing, several people looked at the purgatory-like scene, and Neji and Sasuke couldn't help vomiting. On the contrary, Rock Lee was in a better condition. I don't know if it was because of his thick nerves. Good. Naruto's shadow clone appeared. This time he did not attack. It was the same for him the first time. He felt uncomfortable the first time. It's commendable to be able to achieve this level for the first time, but you still have a few flaws. You haven't shown your true strength at all, and your method of hiding your breath and body shape is too poor. If you were on the battlefield, I'm afraid you would be the first to die. Naruto was not wrong. Shisui taught Naruto a lot of battlefield knowledge and combat precautions. In addition to Naruto's personal practice, he is now very experienced. And they are indeed like a novice, but much better than most novices. Chapter 46. Several people thought they performed well and could not help but feel a little proud. Unexpectedly, Naruto saw all sorts of loopholes. For a moment, their pride was also restrained. Naruto walked to the ninja boss. The blood on the ground and the broken limbs did not affect Naruto's steps at all. Looking at this boss who was dead, this ninja was obviously not an orthodox ninja. He must have accidentally come into contact with the chakra refining technique and became a ninja. Judging from his previous actions, his control over chakra was pitifully low. Use fire escape to bury them. Naruto said casually. If these bodies are not dealt with, they may cause plague. Then several people collected these bodies, and Sasuke used the great fireball technique to ignite them. The raging fire devoured the bodies of these thieves. Ellipsis. In the next few days, apart from returning to Konaha, they began to hone their skills regularly. After a period of time, they had become qualified ninjas. You should first restrain your murderous aura. Wouldn't it be easy for people to suspect you if you go back to Konaha like this? Naruto frowned and said, the method of hiding murderous aura was taught in class. It is one of the necessary elements of ninja. It seems that I still can't put it into practice. I need to practice more. Ellipsis. The land of waves. Naruto's side is not mentioned for now. On Shisui's side, Meitarumi has already sent people to contact the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. This also makes Shisui a little headache. Has he been noticed so quickly? And it's the shadow of the same village. Zabuza, do you think we should contact Meitarumi now? I'm afraid they are here with bad intentions. Shisui glanced at Zabuza and said. In the meeting room, Zabuza sat upright in a chair. When he heard Uchiha Shisui calling him, he began to come back to his senses. The fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, this woman is not simple. Zabuza is naturally clear about this woman. This woman is only 1 year older than him. In terms of strength, Zabuza believes that he is definitely not as good as this woman. Regarding the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, Zabuza also knows that this is a person who hates the blood mist policy as much as he does. The difference is that he is a civilian ninja, while Meitarumi has family ninjas standing behind her, and she also has the support of the master. Although she is a woman, her own strength is also at the level of Kage, and she has 3 bloodline limits. A super ninja of molten release, dissolve release and boil release. Dissolve release. It is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra. It has super acidity. In the original work, it fights against Uchiha when he was in the state of Madara, he could even melt Susanoo. Molten release. It is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of fire attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra, which can create an effect similar to magma, with amazing lethality. And boiling release. It is a fusion of fire attribute chakra and water attribute chakra, which can create high temperature steam. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han of the Hidden Rock Village in the Land of Earth has this bloodline limit, so he is called a steam ninja. Not sure if there is one, because the Five-Tails has the ability of boiling release, so it is set here. The lethality of boiling release is unquestionable, with a widespread range, relying on high-temperature water mist to kill. It can be called a harvester on the battlefield. It is a woman who is seriously underestimated in the original work. How is it not simple? Shisui asked curiously. Zabuza. It was not an easy thing for Meitarumi to hold the position of Mizukage when the Kurigakure was in such a mess. Zabuza knew how chaotic the blood mist was at that time. Putting aside other things, Zabuza still admired this woman. However, in Zabuza's opinion, no matter how capable Meitarumi was, she was not as good as Naruto. He once wanted to save the Land of Water and the Kurigakure. But now, he wants to accompany Naruto, Shisui and many like-minded people to build a truly peaceful and prosperous world. We can try to contact Meitarumi and spread the industry completely in the Land of Water. Doesn't Meitarumi want to get a piece of the pie? Then we will help her. Zabuza said coldly. Shisui also understood what Zabuza meant. Through the industry, he could infiltrate the Land of Water and become an indispensable part of the Land of Water and even the Hidden Mist Village. In Naruto's words, it was to fight an economic war. Ninjas also have families, and their families can become members of the peripheral organizations of the umbrella. Meitarumi only wants a little money, just give it to her, and they can also tie her to their station car to form a community of interests. Ellipsis. Qingyu, go and test the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. Terumi Mei was dressed in a blue robe, with her bright red hair covering one eye tightly, her fiery red lips revealing a sexy glow, and a layer of fishnets draped over her white thighs, making her look graceful and charming. Yes. An Anbu flashed and disappeared in the room. After the Anbu disappeared, Terumi Mei's lazy look disappeared instantly, and a deep brilliance appeared in her eyes. Let me see your details. The voice of Meitarumi echoed in the room. At the headquarters of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, Qingyu, who was sent by Meitarumi, was following the people sent by the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. He saw that the people entered the headquarters of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. The next moment, the chakra fluctuations beside the river flashed by. Qingyu's figure also appeared in the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. Boundary. Qingyu was a little surprised. Looking at the room in front of him, he didn't expect that a small barrier was set up in a station. At the same time, he couldn't help but have a headache. How could he get in like this? Half an hour passed, and Chinyu still hadn't found a way to enter the barrier. He could only hide and try to find out some information. In the dark night, the door slowly opened, and a figure appeared, then jumped directly onto the roof and disappeared. Chinyu moved slightly and followed. At this moment in the room, Zabuza slowly picked up the teacup and drank it all. A rat sneaked in. The figure who went out before was Uchiha Yu. He deliberately exposed himself in front of Chinyu. After deciding to contact Meitarumi, Zabuza and Uchiha Yu rushed over, while Shisui stayed in the Land of Waves to coordinate the overall situation. There are still too few talents available. Chinyu followed Uchiha Yu to a wasteland. Suddenly, Uchiha Yu said directly, "Come out. You are sent by the 5th Mizukage." Chinyu was a little surprised. He was a member of the assassination team and his means of hiding his tracks were very sophisticated. Unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Chinyu did not speak, and quickly formed a hand seal with his hands. Open black lens bracket, the hidden mist technique. Seeing the thickening fog, Uchiha Yu narrowed his eyes. Hidden mist technique. If it was before, it might be a bit troublesome if he didn't expose his Sharingan. Now, he learned the perception ninjutsu from Shisui and got it from Naruto. Slowly launching the ninjutsu, Chinyu's figure was immediately sensed clearly by Uchiha Yu. Open black lens bracket fire style, great fire extinguishment. Close black lens bracket. A huge flame was released from Uchiha Yu's hands. It looked powerful, but it was totally different from what Madara-sama used during the Fourth World War. Chapter 47. A huge flame smashed towards Chinyu. With endless power, the air around him became dry in an instant. Even the fog of the mist hidden technique was burned away a little. Chinyu's eyes condensed, and he didn't forget to make seals while being horrified. Open black lens bracket water style, water array wall. A water wall suddenly appeared, directly blocking Uchiha Yu's fire style. But he didn't relax, because the mist hidden technique didn't affect Uchiha Yu's actions at all. The shuriken was thrown out, and the sound of breaking through the air was directly formed. You can imagine how fast the speed is. At the same time, he drew out a short knife and chopped at Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu also pulled out a long sword, and the Uchiha-style swordsmanship easily swept the kunai away. The two collided with each other, and the swords colliding with small sparks. In a short period of time, the two collided dozens of times. Chinyu was more and more surprised. He was a rare elite Jonin-level existence, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hurt the other party at all. And the opponent's swordsmanship gave him a familiar feeling. It's just that I haven't thought about Uchiha yet. After all, everyone as we all know, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Uchiha Yu's swordsmanship is his own style of swordsmanship based on the Uchiha style, which is why Chinyu feels familiar but does not know it. Who sent you? Uchiha Yu asked in a deep voice. Chinyu did not say anything and formed a seal again. Open black lens bracket water style, water cutting wave. Close black lens bracket. A high-pressure water column suddenly hit Uchiha Yu. Water style. Water cutting wave is an advanced ninjutsu of water style, water random wave. It can form a high-pressure water column with a power so strong that it can cut steel. Uchiha kept rolling, and the ground was immediately cut into gullies. Open black lens bracket fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Close black lens bracket. Dozens of shurikens flew out, and under the blessing of Uchiha Yu's ninjutsu, a flame shuriken wrapped in flames was formed, which had powerful attack power and cutting ability. Even if the flame was extinguished, the shuriken would still cause secondary damage. Looking at the ninjutsu that was shooting over, Chinyu's eyes condensed, and then he released the water array wall again, but it was a multiple water array wall. As soon as the two ninjutsu came into contact, Uchiha Yu's ninjutsu instantly penetrated the water array wall, but fortunately there were still a few people behind to resist, and the shurikens after extinguishing were still shot towards Chinyu. The shuriken hit Chinyu's body heavily, but at this moment Uchiha Yu did not have the slightest joy of success, but stared closely at Qingyu, who was hit by the shuriken. The next moment, Qingyu's body suddenly turned into a pool of water and dissipated. A hint of appreciation appeared in Uchiha Yu's eyes. Water clone technique. Interesting. Qingyu's figure appeared again, and the two collided with each other, constantly approaching the water surface. Suddenly, Qingyu was smashed and flew out by Uchiha Yu. Qingyu's body fell on the water, but did not fall into the water, but stayed steadily on the water. Uchiha Yu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Approaching again, the sword in his hand suddenly turned into a series of afterimages and slashed towards Qingyu. In a hasty response, Qingyu only felt a powerful force coming, and the whole person flew out again, falling heavily into the water. He didn't expect that the ninja in front of him was not only superb in ninjutsu, but also very good in swordsmanship. His physical fitness is also better than his, which is not far from the quasi-shadow level. Little did he know that if Uchiha Yu opened the Sharingan, he would be a quasi-shadow level. Quasi-shadow is a title between the shadow level and the elite Jonin. It has a strength far beyond the average elite Jonin, but it has not reached the level of shadow. Feeling the pain from the tiger's mouth, Qingyu had no time to think, and jumped out of the water directly, shouting, "You've been fooled." Water prison technique. Suddenly, a stream of water enveloped Uchiha Yu's body, firmly imprisoning him, and at the same time, he clenched the short knife and wanted to pierce Uchiha Yu's entire body. Qingyu placed one hand on the water prison, and stabbed Uchiha Yu heavily with the other hand. Bang! A cloud of smoke appeared, and the shadow clone. A sense of crisis instantly came to his mind. Qingyu hurriedly pulled back, but at this moment, a voice sounded in Qingyu's ears. Thunder escape earthwalk. Not good. I wanted to use the instant body technique to escape, but the power of thunder escape has already acted on Qingyu's body. Instantly, a sense of paralysis came. You were deliberately lured to the surface by me, Qingyu said in a lost voice, with a look of shock on his face. Uchiha Yu took advantage of Qingyu's paralysis and swung his sword directly. Qingyu closed his eyes in despair. But the end of imagination did not come. Uchiha Yu directly turned the sword horizontally, and the blade slapped Qingyu's body, directly slapping him onto the land, and then directly put the sword on Qingyu's neck. The cold blade seemed to make the neck feel deeply painful, and Qingyu could feel the sharpness on it. He looked at the man in front of him coldly. This man's strength was so strong that he had never heard of it in the ninja world. What Qingyu didn't know was that Uchiha Yu's strength was only raised in the past year, so naturally he didn't know. I won't kill you. Before Qingyu recovered from his shock, Uchiha Yu said again, go back and tell the 5th Mizukage that our 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce is not so easy to control. I am just an ordinary member of the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce. If she wants to touch us, she will pay a bloody price. You, the Hidden Mist Village, have just abolished the blood mist policy, so you don't want to be shrouded in blood again. If you want to cooperate, we welcome you. We need the power of Kurigakure, and you also need our power. This is a win-win situation, isn't it? If you want to talk, let the Mizukage come and talk in person. After saying that, Uchiha Yu disappeared directly on the spot, leaving Qingyu wondering what he was thinking. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Qingyu felt much better. He felt that the man opposite him didn't seem to use his true strength, but this 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce didn't seem to be simple, so he could only go back and let Lord Mizukage make the decision in person. Ellipsis. You mean, there is a strong person behind the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce. Mei Terumi looked at the report from her subordinates. A ninja above the elite Jonin is not the person behind the scenes. Could it be that the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce has a cage-level strongman? Which hidden village is he from? Or is he from the 5 major countries? Interesting. Back off. Yes. Qingyu left the Mizukage building, leaving only Terumi Mei thinking about something. Terumi Mei knew Qingyu's level. Qingyu was not his real name, but his title in the assassination team. Qingyu. real name was Kawashima Aoba. He had some blood of the Ghost Light family. He was actually beaten by the people of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, and according to Chinyu, it was the other party who let him back. Do you want to cooperate with her? What a big tone, she is the cage of a village. She would like to see carefully, what right does this so-called Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce behind the scenes have to talk to her like this? In this world, there are no more than 10 people who can talk to her like this. As a cage, Terumi May also has her own pride. Chapter 48. The Land of Waves. Shisui has learned that the 5th Mizukage May Terumi sent ninjas to test them. After this test, May Terumi must have been quite afraid of their organization. In fact, when they were exposed to the eyes of the Kurigakure, he discussed with Naruto, and the result was to hide their organization under the Kurigakure. Let the Kurigakure become the leader of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, and they would hide behind the scenes. Let the Kurigakure attract the attention of other countries. In Naruto's words, it is to grow as low-key as possible in recent years. In a few years, it will be different. In a few years, Naruto will almost grow up. At the very least, he is a cage-level strongman. In addition, the Uchiha Little Beans before are also a group of people with outstanding talents. Now they can no longer be called Little Beans. They are older than Naruto and Sasuke. The oldest one has become a Jonin, and after a few years, he has almost grown up. However, the most important thing for Naruto is ideological education. Over the past period of time, the pride of being an Uchiha has been almost wiped out by the dozen or so Uchiha boys, and they have been branded with Naruto's red ideology. In the past, the entire Uchiha clan was proud of being an Uchiha, and some of them were even extremely proud. Naturally, these children have been infected with some of the Uchiha's arrogance. Fortunately, their values have not yet been completely formed, so it is still relatively easy to change them. Shisui, what do you think? Naruto said with a smile. Recently, Shaoli has returned to Konaha. After all, he still has to practice with Might Guide during the holidays. He doesn't know the shadow clone technique like Naruto and the others. Also, Neji and Sasuke began to target some wandering ninjas. The thieves made them bleed, and now fighting with ninjas can increase their experience between life and death. However, Naruto still secretly sent clones to follow them to prevent encountering powerful ninjas due to emergencies. Shisui looked at Naruto and asked him, smiled lightly, and said, the purpose of the 5th Mizukage must be because we have threatened the people's livelihood in the land of water. At the same time, the huge profits of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce also make the Mizukage jealous. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a big industry? Since she wants it, we will give it to her. In addition, we can also hire their ninjas. Since they are going to share some of the profits, they should also contribute, right? Then we can reveal that the Hidden Mist Village is the real mastermind behind the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, and May Terumi will definitely not be able to refute it. After all, if the Hidden Mist Village is not the real controller, then it will definitely attract the covetousness of other hidden villages. So May Terumi will naturally bear this pressure. At the same time, with the participation of the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages, our Chamber of Commerce will develop better. Even if May Terumi says that the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce is not theirs, how many people will believe it in the end? At the same time, we can use this opportunity to assimilate their ninjas. Ninjas are also human beings, and they naturally have 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as our 7-Colored Chamber of Commerce is good enough, I believe that even if the Mizukage wants to eliminate us, he will be hindered by the ninjas in the village. Listening to Shisui's talk, Naruto smiled with satisfaction. Now Shisui has become more and more like a general. He has also grown a lot. Well said, but you're still a little bit lacking in consideration. First of all, you have underestimated the madness of human nature. People are greedy. It is impossible for the Mizukage to withstand all the pressure. There are other families supporting the Mizukage, and other families will definitely want to get a piece of the pie. There are also the nobles and even daimyo behind the water country. It is impossible for them to leave a cash cow entirely in the hands of the hidden mist village. The reason why they trust the ninjas is that they control the economic power of the ninjas, right? After years of development in this world, many ninjas have formed inherent concepts. Ninjas rely on mission bounties to make a living, and only those with poor family talents will be relegated to the family industry. After all, in this world, the strong are respected. The first thing you have to do is to control those nobles and make them give way to our Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, you have to secretly develop some hidden industries. It is impossible to put all of them in the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. The most important thing is that we must take control of the dominance of food. Naruto spoke slowly, and Shisui looked at Naruto with brighter eyes. He thought he had grown a lot, but he was thinking too one-sidedly. Naruto changed the subject and continued, at the same time, we will open up an umbrella company, build a high-end brand, and focus on the aristocratic market. This industry must be firmly in our hands. The umbrella company's main industry is the cosmetics industry. That's right, cosmetics. In this world, cosmetics already exist, but the concept of brand is not strong. With the experience of the previous life, Naruto naturally knows how broad the prospects of the cosmetics industry are. Many female ninjas also use cosmetics. Not to mention those noble ladies and wives. In many cases, the development of ninjas will also be affected by these nobles. After all, there are more ordinary people. If the ninja village has military power, then these nobles will have political power. As the one country one village system of Senju Hashirama became widely spread, this system gradually became a system recognized by everyone. In this world, the concept of bloodline is extremely important, so the true essence of this world is a world where nobles are in power. One of the reasons why the Wind Country is the poorest is that the daimyo of the Wind Country gives the least military expenditure to the Sand Village, and even often cuts funding, and the Wind Shadow Luasha is angry but helpless. After all, after the defeat of the Wind Country, it has to pay the defeat funds to the daimyo of the Fire Country. The daimyo of the Wind Country naturally blames Luasha for this matter. In the Naruto world, the power of these nobles is definitely the ignored party. And because of his concept, Naruto will never be soft when pitting these nobles. Isn't there a kind of medical ninjutsu that can stimulate cell activity? We can use it to develop medicines that can keep women young and beautiful, and even stimulate human cells to look a few years younger. Although this effect can be achieved using herbs, we can make a cut-down version that requires continuous use of our products to achieve this effect, so that we can continue to attract customers to consume. Naruto proposed the idea again. At this time, Shisui frowned. He didn't think many people would buy the cosmetics that Naruto mentioned. To look a little younger and more beautiful, you have to spend expensive money in exchange for a period of beauty. Will anyone really pay for it? Naruto-kun, will anyone really buy this cosmetic that has almost no effect? Shisui said hesitantly. Naruto smiled and said, Shisui, you underestimate the importance women place on their appearance. Chapter 49. Naruto looked at Shisui's puzzled expression and said, Look, aren't there a lot of women around us buying lipsticks, eyeshadows and the like? Uchiha Shisui, are there? Looking at Shisui's dull look, Naruto's face was dark. Okay, a straight man. Shisui probably spends most of his time either on the way to practice or on the way to practice, so how could he pay attention to these things? Naruto patted Shisui's shoulder and said, Shisui, it's time for you to find a wife. Shisui, what does this have to do with me finding a wife? In short, you have to remember that cosmetics that can keep people young are absolutely unique in the ninja world. After all, no ninja has used chakra to study this technology. Of course, Tsunade doesn't count. After all, their technology is not comparable to Tsunade's. They just use some medicinal herbs and chakra principles to study a cosmetic that consumes money and is not very useful to ninjas. In this world, Naruto thinks it is very easy to develop a cosmetic that is better than the one on Earth. Never underestimate the power of the extraordinary world. After all, with Tsunade's previous experience, Naruto thinks it is too easy to develop a product that is weakened to the point where it cannot be weakened any further. For example, Naruto can now maintain a short-term youth by stimulating cells, but this may consume the lifespan of the human body, so it is necessary to use medicinal herbs to achieve a weakening effect. With a little research, there should be no problem. Okay, I'll look into it later. Although it was a little incomprehensible, Shisui still resolutely carried out Naruto's orders. He felt that as long as it was Naruto who said it, there should be no problem. After all, Naruto is the savior of the world. Who among us is going to contact the Mizukage? The topic returned to the Mizukage. Naruto lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, I don't think it's possible. There is a guy named Ao next to the Mizukage, Mei Terumi. He has the Byakugan of the Hyuga family and can see through my identity as a Jinchuriki. As for you, you have already frightened the Kurigakure ninjas in the 3 wars, and your chakra has probably been recorded. If you go, it will easily expose your identity. Zabuza is even worse, as he is from the Kurigakure village. It would be better to let you go, as he can already handle things on his own. Shisui thought carefully about what Naruto said, nodded, and said, you is indeed a good guy, and he is more mature, but his strength is a little bit weaker. However, as long as he doesn't encounter a cage-level strongman, there will be no problem. It's a pity that this girl Quan hasn't fully grown up yet. Otherwise, she could be a great person. Uchiha Quan's talent is not bad, but it's a pity that her previous foundation was too poor, otherwise she would have become a strong person among the cage level in a short time. Once Susanoo is activated, she is almost at the level of the cage of a village. Coupled with the power of the Mangekyo, it is simply terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji have returned to school. Their training this time is almost over. The 2 of them are completely different from before. There is a big difference between ninjas who have killed people and ninjas who have not killed people. The 2 of them now can give people a sense of oppression just by standing there. Time flies. Mei Terumi also began to formally contact the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce. When they arrived at the place agreed by both parties, Mei Terumi couldn't help but get angry. Is this how you treat guests? Mei Terumi said angrily. Because the person sent by the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce was actually Uchiha Yu, she felt that she was looked down upon. Uchiha Yu smiled lightly and said, Lord Mizukage, don't be angry, we come here with sincerity. Haha, this is your sincerity, why doesn't your leader come out and talk to me in detail? Mr. Mizukage, we are talking about business, aren't we? Harmony brings wealth. Uchiha Yu said with a smile, implicitly reminding Terumi Mei not to ruin the purpose of both parties because of this matter. HMPH. Then we'll see if you have the strength to cooperate with me. Mei Terumi said coldly, and the chakra on her body fluctuated violently. Uchiha Yu also showed helplessness on his face, and said, sure enough, we still have to fight. Izumi. Then Uchiha Yu directly pulled out the sword behind him, and beside him was Uchiha Izumi. For this situation, it was also within the consideration of Naruto and Shisui. Sometimes, only when the strength is equal can you sit down and talk. So Izumi was placed next to Uchiha Yu as a guard. At this moment, the girl was wearing a mask. The eyes of the mask were not empty, but made of anti-peak glass, which could prevent Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan from being exposed. Open black lens bracket boiling release. Skillful mist technique. Close black lens bracket. Mei Terumi directly spit out a large cloud of acid mist, which is extremely corrosive. The 2 of them each grabbed the ninjas beside them and retreated, saying, leave here, this is no longer something you can participate in. Yes, sir. They left the scene without delay. They knew that this was no longer a battle they could participate in. At the same time, they were very grateful for the help of Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yu. After they left, Izumi's 3 Magatama turned, and the Mangekyo was revealed, but there was no change in the eyes of others. The two of them worked together to use water escape to offset the surrounding acid mist. This area is the land of water, with abundant water elements, so it is not difficult to use water escape ninjutsu. But what the other two did not expect was that the combined water escape of the two did not offset the boiling escape of Terumi Mei, so the two had to use a water escape ninjutsu again. Oh, you have some skills. Try this trick. Dissolving style. Dissolving monster technique. Terumi Mei once again sprayed out a highly corrosive liquid. This time, it was not something that could be easily broken by water style. Uchiha Yu suddenly felt a sense of pressure. As expected of a ninja who bears the title of Shadow. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire technique. He wanted to evaporate the acid of Mei Terumi, but when the fire style hit it, it only had a slight effect, which was not a big deal at all. Leave it to me. The Mangekyo pupil technique was activated, and an illusion of nothingness appeared. Mei Terumi's ninjutsu actually disappeared directly. What? What kind of ability is this? Terumi Mei was instantly horrified. Her ninjutsu was silently disappeared. What did they do? She looked at Uchiha Izumi with horror, and a deep fear appeared in her eyes. Water style. Water tornado. Quan attacked again, and her pupil technique was quietly activated, but it was not an illusion, but an amplification of all attributes. She tripled all attributes. With the blessing of the pupil technique, Quan's water style power suddenly approached beyond grade A. Open black lens bracket molten release. Burning stream technique. Mei Terumi formed a seal once again, and a hot liquid like magma spurted out of her mouth. Open black lens bracket fire style. Fire dragon flame bullet. Close black lens bracket. With the blessing of the pupil technique, the power of Izumi's ninjutsu doubled. He flew towards Terumi Mei. Just when Terumi Mei thought that the two attacks would collide, his lava style disappeared again, and a huge fire style came towards him. In a hurry, Terumi Mei only used water style, water array wall for defense, but no matter how powerful the sea-level ninjutsu was, how could it block Izumi's attack? Terumi Mei's figure quickly retreated. From the outbreak of conflict to the loss, it happened in a flash. Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Izumi with fear, not knowing what ability he and Uchiha Izumi used. Uchiha Yu on the side looked at Izumi with envy. This is the power of the Mangekyo. Without understanding, the Mizukage suffered a loss. When can I awaken my own Mangekyo? Chapter 50. Mei Terumi looked at the girl in front of her. It was obvious that the girl in front of her was not very old, maybe about 15 or 16 years old. Her immature figure was fully revealed under her black combat uniform. Her face was covered by a mask under her black hair. Her face could not be seen clearly, which highlighted her mysterious temperament. What made Mei Terumi particularly afraid was the strange ability of the girl in front of her. Unknowingly, she could make her attack seem as if it had never happened. Is it a new blood limit? Before she fully understood Izumi's ability, Mei Terumi did not dare to attack at will. Just now was a lesson for her. Moreover, the opponent's ninjutsu was surprisingly powerful. Although she was not very old, her chakra was not small. Izumi was also looking at the charming woman in front of him. Compared with the woman in front of him, he was an immature apple, and Mei Terumi was a ripe peach. With every swing and movement, she showed the style of a mature queen. The swaying papaya in front of her made most women ashamed. Moreover, the other party was the shadow of a village. As a woman, she became the supreme ruler of a village and had 3 blood limits. What a remarkable woman. The two women looked at each other. Mei Terumi had no intention of continuing to fight. She had recognized Izumi's strength. The power behind this organization, which could train such a young strong man, also made Mei Terumi terrified. It's really not that simple, isn't it? Mei Terumi murmured, licking her charming lips. Can we sit down and talk? Izumi's cold voice came from under the mask. Ever since she learned that Uchiha Itachi had teamed up with Konaha to kill the entire clan, her temperament has become even colder. Oh, haha, since you have such strong strength, You naturally have the ability to cooperate. Terumi-Mei said with a slight smile. Uchiha Yu on the side nodded to Quan, then stepped forward and said, Lord Mizukage's welcome ceremony is really not simple. Listening to Uchiha Yu's slightly playful voice, Terumi-Mei's face did not change at all, as if it was not her who had taken action before. Lord Mizukage, we all know the purpose of this time, so let's not waste words. This is our plan, you can take a look. Uchiha Yu handed the document he brought with him to Terumi-Mei's hand, and Quan had been staring at Terumi-Mei's movements to prevent her from doing anything. Terumi-Mei took it and looked at it carefully with her beautiful eyes, frowning from time to time, obviously dissatisfied with the content above. After reading the entire plan, Terumi-Mei said without hesitation, you want our Kurigakur ninjas to act as guards, and cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce to pass, and spend resources to promote the Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time provide jobs for the villagers of Kurigakur village, and retired ninjas can also work. This is the plan formulated by Naruto. In general, it seems that Kurigakur still has the upper hand. It only needs Kurigakur to act as guards and make some concessions on resources, and it can also provide jobs for ordinary people in the village. There are also a series of benefits and some cooperation matters. Terumi-Mei is generally satisfied, but what the hell is the 30-70 split? Overall, I am very satisfied, but isn't it too much that you account for 70%? Mei Terumi raised her beautiful eyes, and a faint aura emanated from her. Want to have priority mining rights. Tax exemption is fine, but the mineral vein is the lifeblood of a village. To be discussed. Mizukage is wrong. Since it's a business, we can talk about it. If you are not satisfied, we can talk about it. Uchiha Yu said with a smile. He got Naruto's explanation when he came here. This plan is indeed a bit unfair. But, business, of course, can be discussed. Very good. I think we can discuss the share. We are a big family in Kurigakur, so I think 70% is not too much. Terumi-Mei said in a deep voice. Hiss, you are really a lion with a big mouth. Uchiha Yu got angry for a moment, then Naruto's words appeared in his mind, and his restless heart began to calm down. Ha ha ha, Mizukage is joking. Our organization is also big and has many people to support. After all, sales depend on us. You guys are just contributing some effort. So there are 4 of you and 6 of us, what do you think? Uchiha Yu said with a laugh, his words were sharp. You see, the contract says that sometimes we can hire ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, and sometimes they can act as guards. After all, the Hidden Mist Village is a big village with many villagers. At the same time, we also provide convenience. There are so many miscellaneous things. So I think 60% can't be any less. Mei Terumi was like a fox at this moment, not giving in at all. Stop. 50%. Let's both take a step back. 50%, no more. After all, it is you who want to seek cooperation. If you don't cooperate, we can still find other big countries to cooperate with. You Kurigakur should have wanted to rest and recuperate in the past 2 years. With our help, you may be able to catch up with other big countries. Uchiha Yu said again, full of the meaning that he could not be refused. Very good. I agree. Mei Terumi was a little angry, but what she said was true. Without Kurigakur, there are Sand Village, and Iwagakure and the like. In fact, Naruto is more inclined to cooperate with Mei Terumi. Konaha has Danzo, and Danzo will definitely make trouble. The Raikage of the Land of Lightning is also a hot-tempered one. With his personality, he will definitely hold the 7-colored Chamber of Commerce in his hands. The Iwagakure is developing better and is not very dependent on the 7-colored Chamber of Commerce. The Wind Country is too poor. Wouldn't it be a loss to cooperate with the Wind Country? And Mei Terumi is a very good candidate. She has just stabilized and wants to develop the village. She is a woman and is constrained by various families. More, the Water Country is relatively closed and rich in aquatic products. In any case, it is a place suitable for the development of the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, Kurigakure can be put on the surface to help the umbrella organization resist lightning. It can also slowly win the hearts of the people in Kurigakure village and recruit Kurigakure ninjas to work for it. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Very good. Happy cooperation. Lord Mizukage. Uchiha Yu showed a fox-like smile. The people in the ninja world are not as good as Naruto in thinking about business wars. Terumi-Mei looks a little angry on the surface, but in fact, she is already very happy in her heart. In her opinion, she made money. After all, the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce still has to recruit people from their village to work, and at the same time relieve their pressure on retired ninjas. At the same time, they don't even have to be responsible for sales, they are responsible for guarding, which is something that ninjas are naturally good at. After all, after the cooperation, this is also their industry, isn't it? So it's natural to protect it well. And the hired ninjas will also be given commissions according to the contract. Terumi-Mei thinks she is making a lot of money, and at the same time, Uchiha Yu also thinks they are making a lot of money. After being influenced by some of Naruto's business thinking and ideas, Uchiha Yu has also become a qualified businessman. The two foxes looked at each other and said, "Happy cooperation." Chapter 51. Yu, well done. Naruto said happily while looking at Yu. Uchiha Yu on the side showed a fanatical look. Of course, Izumi's performance is also good. Naruto looked at the cold Uchiha Izumi next to him. He knew that the girl in front of him was eager to be encouraged. Sure enough, after receiving Naruto's praise, Izumi's mouth curled up slightly with a smile. Very good. With the help of the Kurigakure, we will definitely grow faster. Shisui also said with a smile. Naruto looked out the window. Reinforced concrete houses have gradually replaced the original wooden houses. The ninja world has begun the Industrial Revolution, but some places are still lagging behind. In the future, the development of industry will be more developed, and even Konaha will gradually erect high-rise buildings. The Hidden Thunder Village also has a powerful chakra cannon. If we want to say that the place with more complete industrialization now should be the Rain country ruled by Nagato, or Pain. But speaking of it, the ninja world has developed to this extent, even simple computers have been formed, but there are no developed means of transportation, let alone airplanes that can fly into the sky. Some places are still carriages. It's really a wonderful world. This made Naruto exclaim that it was magical. According to Naruto's memory, there should be trains in the snow country now. Maybe we can build an airplane to play with in the future. After all, although the travel speed of ninjas is fast, it is still not faster than airplanes. Or in the future, we can develop time and space ninjutsu and directly teleport in space. Wouldn't I be able to dominate the ninja world at will by then? Of course, imagination is beautiful, and Naruto naturally knows that it will take a long time to develop to that level. Speaking of which, there are still many people in the ninja world who are engaged in scientific research, such as Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru is very good at biological knowledge, it is shown in the original work that Orochimaru's attainments in mechanics are also not shallow. He even developed a mechanical Naruto. The air ninja that appeared in the original work also has relatively strong technological strength. There is also Orochimaru and Jiraiya's classmate Hirako, who is also a very strong guy in biology. In general, the guys in the ninja world are still very smart. Naruto's dream of the stars and the sea may not be impossible to realize. Naruto has not thought about cooperating with Orochimaru, but Orochimaru will be eaten without absolute strength without even a bone left. Now is not the time. Maybe when he leaves Konaha, he can talk to Orochimaru. The same is true for the other few people. When they don't have absolute strength, Naruto doesn't plan to find them. Ellipsis. Konaha Village. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru is playing shogi with his old man. Although Shikamaru is very young, he has shown enough wisdom. But he is a little too lazy. Shikamaru, How are you doing in the ninja school recently? Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku, suddenly asked. Hey, you want to disturb me? I won't be fooled. No longer the lazy look of the past, Shikamaru now looks energetic. There is no other way, facing his own old man, he can't help but concentrate. It's okay, a little boring, but there are a few interesting classmates. Although Shikamaru said this, he still answered the question of his old man. This time, Shikaku was a little surprised. Who could arouse such great interest in his son? Oh, is it the orphan of the Uchiha family? Shikaku asked curiously. Although Uchiha Sasuke is a genius, it's not him. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Shikamaru said slowly, and his hands were not idle. He put down the chess pieces in his hand directly, forming a pincer attack. Shikaku slowly twisted the chess pieces in his hand, and gently put them down. The clamp formed by Shikamaru actually collapsed, forming a counter-encirclement. After a few moves, Shikamaru was powerless to turn the tide. I lost. Shikamaru put down the chess piece and said weakly. Is there anything strange about Uzumaki Naruto recently? Shikaku asked curiously. Although Uzumaki Naruto is not the strongest in the class, he has been very close to Uchiha Sasuke since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and they all used shadow clones to go to school some time ago. Unconsciously, Uchiha Sasuke would show respect for Naruto, and between the two, Uzumaki Naruto was the main one. Shikamaru told Shikaku everything he saw. Hearing Shikamaru's words, Shikaku couldn't help but ponder. Uzumaki Naruto. Murmuring. Shikaku's memories could not help but drift back to the past, that sunny guy and that bright red hair figure. Minato, do you have any backup plan? Shikaku murmured. Father, what did you say? Shikamaru didn't quite hear. Nothing, Shikamaru, do you know his identity? Shikamaru immediately regained his composure. Could he be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Shikamaru combined what he heard with the rumors about Naruto the demon fox in the village and said thoughtfully. Yes, that's right. He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Don't underestimate his potential. Every Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is an absolute powerhouse. Shikaku still didn't tell Shikamaru Naruto's true identity. Although the third Hokage did not disclose Naruto's identity, as Konaha's military strategist, Konaha's think tank level existence. How could he not guess Naruto's identity? Yellow hair, Naruto's sky blue eyes. And there is Naruto's last name. Uzumaki. Born during the Nine-Tails Rebellion, who else but the fourth Hokage and the orphan of Uzumaki Kushina? As a friend of Minato, Shikaku has always felt a little guilty. Their Ino, Shikaku and Cho clans didn't dare to contact Naruto at all. They were afraid of arousing the suspicion of the third Hokage and Danzo. Little did they know that there were only 2 people left in the Uchiha clan. Shikaku didn't know that Naruto secretly saved some of the Uchiha people. Is that so? Shikamaru looked at the complicated expression on his father's face. He knew that Naruto might not be just the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but he was smart and didn't ask any more questions. He knew his father would not tell him and he must have his reasons. Okay, Shikamaru, go and have a rest. After issuing the order to expel the guests, Shikamaru left, leaving Shikaku who was not sure what he was thinking about. In the early morning of the rising sun, Shikamaru rarely looked through the family records about the history of the ninja world, especially the information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. When he saw that the first generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was the wife of the first generation of Hokage, he showed a surprised expression, and he also understood the horror of the tailed beast from a few words. And when he saw that the second generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was actually the wife of the fourth generation of Hokage, Shikamaru was slightly shocked again. And the surnames of the first and second generations of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are both Uzumaki. For a moment, Shikamaru seemed to understand something. The fourth generation of Hokage died in the Nine-Tails Rebellion, and the fourth generation of Hokage's wife Uzumaki Kushina also died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. And this term of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is named Uzumaki Naruto. Shikamaru quickly put the books he was reading back to their original place, and his mood could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 52. The new semester started again, and Sasuke and Neji returned to school again, as if everything had returned to normal. Naruto began to tease Hinata as usual. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Shikamaru would look at him from time to time. Could it be? This guy is gay. Impossible, impossible. Naruto quickly threw this unrealistic idea out of his mind. Even if Shikamaru was gay, he shouldn't have any idea about him. Sasuke is so handsome, he should go to Sasuke. Achoo. Achoo. Shikamaru sneezed twice and touched his nose. He didn't know that his image in Naruto's mind had changed. As the school bell rang, the classmates cheered happily. The time in the ninja school was not very long. The time left was actually the time for them to exercise themselves. How much they could achieve actually depended on themselves. Like the children of ordinary families, they would receive family training after returning. The larger the family, the more strict it was, and they would be more aware of the cruelty of the ninja world. This was particularly obvious in the Hyuga family. Basically, during the holidays, the families in Konaha would train their descendants in the family secrets. Children from ordinary villages, however, did not have the same awareness as the big families, and therefore there was a huge difference between family ninjas and ordinary ninjas. Ino, I heard that a new store called Seven Colors Department Store has opened in Konaha recently, and there are many good things in it. Let's go and have a look. Sakura should have fallen out with Ino at this time, but because of Naruto's butterfly effect, Sakura did not fall out with Ino now. And Naruto felt that Ino did not seem to like Sasuke as much as Sakura. What Naruto didn't know was that in Ino's perspective, she would always look at Naruto inadvertently. Naruto was no longer the last one. With the training of physical skills, his body was extremely strong and the whole person was a lot sunnier. In Ino's eyes, Naruto was mysterious and very handsome. Therefore, the thought of Sasuke faded a bit, and more attention was paid to Naruto's identity, but Naruto didn't know it. And because of the relationship between Naruto and Hinata, Ino also hid his little thoughts. Ino listened to Sakura calling herself, and came back to her senses in a trance, stunned for a moment. Well. Naruto-kun, I want to go too. Hinata pulled Naruto's clothes. Her father had finally given her a few days off. She also heard about the recently popular Seven Colors shopping mall. She really wanted to go shopping with Naruto. Naruto was a little surprised. This was the first time Hinata invited him. Naruto smiled softly, touched Hinata's little head, and said, "Okay. I'll take you there." He turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, I won't go to the practice today. You can practice with Neji and the others." Sasuke was speechless. He really forgot his brothers after getting a wife. With the current relationship between Naruto and Hinata, it's basically just a matter of verbal confirmation, otherwise anyone can see the relationship between the two. And that seven-colored shopping mall, isn't it Naruto's own business? I didn't expect it to be so famous in Konoha. Since cooperating with Mizukage Terumi-mei, the expansion speed of the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce has become faster and faster. With the Mizukage as a brand, the business is smooth all the way. As for those envious nobles, Shisui secretly used illusions to solve them. He even helped Naruto and his team expand their business. A group of people were walking on the road. Shikamaru drooped his eyes. He was pulled here by Ino, and the words of passers-by along the way reached the ears of several people. This newly opened shopping mall is really grand. I heard that he was secretly supported by a noble lord. I also said that this is the daimyo's industry. What do you know? I have a relative who works there. He said that even a famous person wouldn't dare to offend the owner of the Seven Colors shopping mall. He is a truly scary person. Old man Musashi, why have I never heard that you have such an awesome relative? Damn, A distant relative, my nephew's wife's sister's husband's brother-in-law. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Naruto was speechless after hearing these conversations. Rumors are really scary. Several people continued to walk on the road. Sasuke was not interested in these things and left directly. Isn't this Naruto's work? Going shopping in the mall is not as good as practicing. But when Naruto walked by, there were always a few villagers who looked at him strangely, but maybe because Naruto has grown up a lot in these years, these villagers did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, Naruto now has the power of a ninja. Walking into the commercial street, everyone soon saw a very lively place, that is, the newly opened Seven Colors shopping mall. There are a full range of products in it, which are classified into categories. Generally speaking, it has its own characteristics. Several people walked in and saw that not far from the entrance, there was a place selling clothes. There were many kinds of clothes, and there were many clothes that had never been in the ninja world. They were designed by Naruto with reference to the style of his previous life and the ninja world. Very popular with ladies and young ladies. Sakura and Ino chattered and went forward to try on clothes. Wow, this dress is so beautiful. The dress that Sakura liked had a cherry blossom pattern on it. The pink dress showed off her figure perfectly. It was a cheongsam suitable for little girls. Ino liked a light blue dress, also a cheongsam. The pattern on it made the girl intoxicated. Salesperson, how much is this dress? Sakura said to the salesperson excitedly. Hello, beautiful lady, this dress costs 1888 taels. Said the shopping guide with a smile. Ah, it's so expensive. Sakura said a little disappointed. The currency in the Naruto world is mainly tael, and one tael is almost equal to 10 yuan, of course, in Japanese yen. This means that the price of this dress is 18,880 yuan. Although Sakura comes from a ninja family, she is just an ordinary ninja. Sakura's pocket money can't afford such expensive clothes. If calculated according to the Chinese currency of Naruto's previous life, it would be less than 1,000 yuan. The author checked the exchange rate online. It may not be very accurate, please forgive me, just said it like this. At this time, Ino came over and said, see how much my clothes are. The shopping guide also smiled and said, your clothes are 2,188 taels. Bought it. Pack that one too. Ino said generously, and at the same time ordered to pack up the dress that Sakura liked as well. Ino, I can't have it. Sakura refused. Although she liked the dress very much, she knew that it was not okay to ask Ino to pay for it. Before she could continue, Ino blocked Sakura's mouth. Needless to say, you should know that this little money is nothing to me. When you become a ninja, you can make money and pay me back. Listening to Ino's sincere voice, Sakura showed a touching look. She knew that Ino was just saying that on purpose. In fact, she would never let her pay it back. Chapter 53. Naruto looked at the blonde girl in front of him who had the words, I'm rich, written all over her face, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. She was sending him money. Suddenly, Naruto saw Hinata's eager eyes and said, what's wrong? Do you want it too? Before Hinata could answer, Naruto took Hinata's hand and went to choose clothes, while Hinata's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Naruto-kun, someone is watching here. Looking at Hinata shyly, Naruto couldn't help but grin at Hinata's shy look. Is it okay when there's no one around? Ah, you can't do that when no one is around. Hinata's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Naruto knew he couldn't tease her anymore, or Hinata would faint right here. Ellipsis. While a few people were strolling around happily, Konaha F4 had already started a meeting in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen. Recently, this mysterious Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce has begun to be established in the 5 major countries. I think it is very likely a conspiracy of others. Take a look at this document. Danzo was wrapped in bandages, with only one eye exposed, looking gloomy and terrifying. If the few people present were not all familiar with Danzo's current appearance, ordinary people would have been restless when they saw Danzo. The third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through the documents that Danzo took out. The Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce suddenly opened in many countries within a month. It is suspected that someone supported it. At the same time, the special sales method and products of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce are widely loved by the people. Not only that, the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce has long begun to develop in various countries. For example, there is a Seven Colors restaurant in their village. What surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen was the profit of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce investigated by Danzo. Although it may not be accurate, the huge benefits above make him feel a little excited. He couldn't help but glance at Danzo. Danzo might be jealous of the huge profits earned by the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. It's just the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. What conspiracy can there be? It's just a businessman. In this world, only power and strength are the most important. Hiruzen, you have also seen that the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce not only sells various products, but also weapons and equipment. What does he want to do? He definitely has a conspiracy. I think we must find out who is behind it. Danzo's dull voice came, with a hint of desire in his tone. Yuanfei Hiruzen handed the document in his hand to Utane Kaharu and Mito Kato-en. After the two of them looked at it together, they also showed a look of surprise. A mere chamber of commerce has monopolized so many industries. It doesn't look simple at all. I think Danzo is right. They must have a conspiracy. The two swallowed their saliva, and a desire arose spontaneously. Looking at the appearance of the three people, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the three people who had always been at odds might have to stand on the same front for the first time. For some reason, he felt a little agitated in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the three people and said, "Let's wait and see about this matter. What conspiracy does a mere chamber of commerce have? But we still have to pay more attention. Prevent spy invasion." As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the eyes of the three lit up. As the same Konaha F4, how could the three not understand what he meant? What he meant was not to go too far, to do it secretly and not let anyone know, and also to charge the other party with the crime of being a spy. It has to be you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. No wonder why they say you are the Hokage. Mito Kato-en expressed his contempt for this, wanting to be a whore and also want to be a saint. Rarely, several people showed meaningful smiles. "We should first check the other party's background," said Uchiha Kaharu faintly. "Leave this matter to me, the root, because I am the root of Konaha buried deep underground," Danzo said righteously. In fact, Danzo wanted to swallow most of the benefits after the investigation was thorough. Ellipsis. Water Country, Kurigakure. Meitarumi is meeting with some high-level officials at this moment. They are all very satisfied with the cooperation with the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce, which is due to the outstanding performance of the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce in the past month. In just 1 month, they have received 100 million taels of dividends. This is because the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce is still expanding and needs a lot of money. When the industry spreads to the entire ninja world, the wealth they harvest will be even greater. By next year, they estimate that their next dividend may exceed 1 billion. So much money is still very rare for their Kurigakure. When they have money, they don't have to rely on the supply from the daimyo all the time. They can also expand the number of ninjas, build training grounds, forge weapons, and restore the strength of Kurigakure. Although they still have to provide manpower to the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce, those ninjas have commissions, which makes them even happier. Although the financial dividends this time are not much for the entire Kurigakure, the future prospects are clearly visible. Because of this incident, some different factions in Kurigakure have been more respectful to her, and they used to rely on the prestige of the marshal to support her. Okay, let's discuss that matter next. The marshal glanced around. His prestige was now even higher than that of the Mizukage Terumi Mei. Recently, there have always been unknown ninjas investigating and attacking the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce. I suspect those ninjas are from the root of Konaha. The seven-colored Chamber of Commerce has huge profits, and the people from Kurigakure who are present basically regard it as their own industry. The reason why the marshal is sure that they are ninjas from the root is mainly because those people are too ruthless and cruel. The men sent by Danzo did not wear Konoha's clothes, but from the style and ninjutsu, they are undoubtedly the roots under Konoha Danzo. Moreover, in the ninja world, they are like dead soldiers, and from the skin point of view, the ninjas in other parts of the ninja world have rough skin and their appearance is also slightly different. These subtle features are all seen by the marshal. Since they want to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth, let's make them pay the price. The crowd said angrily. Terumi-Mei looked at the people in front of her without saying a word. It was rare to see this group of people unite and face the outside world in unison. Because the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce recruited their villagers, the current Kurigakure village has begun to prosper. Business drives economic development, and after some people become wealthy, the ninjas receive more tasks. It's hard to see the hope of Kurigakure's revival, and Terumi-Mei is not going to let others destroy this industry that seems to bring some happiness to Kurigakure. Now Kurigakure's mental outlook is really getting better. If someone dares to reach out, then chop off his claws. Leave this matter to me. I will make those guys understand that the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce cannot be touched. Terumi-Mei exudes a powerful aura, and this power makes people around her feel extremely shocked. Terumi-Mei's strength has become stronger again. She is worthy of being a woman who can control multiple bloodline limits. Everyone couldn't help but show a look of fear, and then disappeared, and at the same time there was a bit of excitement. Now they are standing on a united front. The stronger Terumi-Mei is, the more benefits they will get. Chapter 54. Kill these bastards. A ninja wearing a forehead protector from the Hidden Mist village cursed and attacked the ninja in front of him. For 2 months, there have been some scoundrels who have come to spy on the details of the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce. So Terumi-Mei also sent more people. Even if no more people were sent, the Hidden Mist in front of him was willing to protect the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce. Because he was the only ninja in his family, and he was still a civilian ninja, and he didn't know when he would die in a certain mission. But since the arrival of the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce, his wife was recruited to work in the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce, and life began to become more interesting. Especially last time he was still on a mission, but his child suddenly became seriously ill and needed a lot of money for treatment. The medical level of the Hidden Mist village is not as good as that of Konaha, so the medical costs are naturally rising. Therefore, the price is expensive. He is still on a mission outside, and his wife has no choice but to borrow money from some relatives and friends, but no one is willing to lend this high fee. It's really a penny that makes a hero fall. Finally, it was his wife who went to the steward of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce to advance her salary so that her child could be cured. In fact, the salary was not enough to cover the cost of treatment, and in the end the steward even reduced half of the cost of treatment. Although he is not a hero, he also has his own integrity. Facing those who spy on the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce and want to take it for themselves, he must kill them at his hands, even if it means risking his own life. If he frowns, he, Shanchuan Zai, is not a man. Even if he dies in battle, Sayuri once said that the people of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce are very good to the people who work for them, and the orphans even have benefits, enough to support themselves. Men who have experienced the blood mist policy know. Such days have never happened before, and he will not let anyone break this peace. Open black lens bracket water style, water wave. Close black lens bracket. A ninjutsu was launched, repelling the enemy, and the shuriken in his hand was thrown without hesitation, and blood gradually stained the ground red. But Yamakawa Zai's arm was getting more and more sore. The swing of the kunai in his hand was getting weaker and weaker. The companions around him fell one after another. The wounds on his body were getting more and more. Damn it! Is this the end? On his deathbed, Sayuri and his child appeared in Yamakawa Zai's mind. A touch of happiness flashed across his lips, but at the same time, bitterness appeared. Seeing that a kunai was about to be shot at him, he no longer had the strength to dodge, and could only close his eyes in despair. Bang! Bang! Two collision sounds rang out, and the kunai that was about to kill Yamakawa's eye was actually bounced away by another kunai. While Yamakawa's eye was stunned, a beautiful figure came into view. Red lips like fire, a slim figure, fair skin, dark red hair with long bangs, only one eye was exposed, emerald pupils, and a tight combat uniform, but it did not affect her beautiful face at all. This is Mizukage Terumi Mei. Damn it. Not only did Konaha want to get a piece of the pie, but even these wandering ninjas dared to come out and rob the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce's goods. Terumi Mei's beautiful face showed anger. The people of Konaha had been beaten back before, and now even these wandering ninjas dared to make trouble for Taisui. How brave. It seems that I am too merciful. Terumi Mei revealed a murderous look, and spit out a ball of hot liquid from her mouth, which directly melted the wandering ninja who almost killed Yamakawa's eye just now. A tragic cry sounded, but Yamakawa's eye did not feel cruel, but the joy of surviving a disaster. The remaining cats still wanted to escape, but Terumi Mei directly ended their lives with a water dragon bullet. Clean up the battlefield. Yes. Mei Terumi ordered, then turned to look at Yamakawa Sawano and said, "You are very good. You will be a special jonin from now on. And you are allowed to choose a ninjutsu." Yamakawa Sawano was overjoyed. He knew that this behavior made Mei Terumi very satisfied. In addition, if he gets a ninjutsu treasured in the village, he may be able to improve his strength to the jonin level. Even an ordinary jonin is enough. Just after cleaning up the battlefield, a ninja hurried to report, "Lord Mizukage. Danzo requests negotiation." Mei Terumi laughed coldly after hearing this. Haha. This old dog really has a good plan. They already knew that it was Danzo who did it. In the days that followed, Danzo wanted half of the profits of the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce in the Land of Fire. What a big appetite. You should know that the most products of the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce are sold to the Land of Fire. The profits are so huge. How is it possible to want half of the profits of the Land of Fire right away? Mei Terumi strongly opposed it, and Danzo was helpless. After all, his behavior only represented an individual, and it was impossible to drag the entire village into the water. And there was no point in dragging the village into the water. The money probably wouldn't go into the pocket of Danzo. And other families in the Hidden Mist also sent a large number of people to resist him, Shimura Danzo. Faced with the disparity in the power of the enemy and us, Danzo retreated. And Danzo, with the help of Shisui, tied the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce to the chariot of the Hidden Mist village. What no one knew was that a company called Umbrella Cosmetics had quietly scattered its products among the major countries along with the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce. For a time, it attracted the love of a large number of women. Here, Mei Terumi had led the people of the Hidden Mist village to the location mentioned by Danzo Shimura. Lord Mizukage, needless to say, if your Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce wants to expand throughout the Land of Fire, you must give me 50% of the profits. Otherwise I will stop you from running. Danzo said threateningly. Haha, Elder Danzo is really capable. Do you really think Konaha village can control all the towns in the Land of Fire? You are really more powerful than the daimyo. Mei Terumi mocked secretly. This made Danzo a little angry, because what Mei Terumi said was right. He really couldn't control the expansion of the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce in the Land of Fire. But it is still possible to create some trouble for the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce. For example, leak the news to the Wandering Ninja. After carefully investigating the size and wealth of the Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce, Danzo was jealous. The Seven-Colored Chamber of Commerce can develop so fast. In addition to Naruto's ideas and thoughts, it is also thanks to Shisui's use of illusions to control many large and small businessmen and integrate resources into one place. That's why it can form a scale in such a short time. There is no point in saying more. Danzo, whatever you want to do, we will do it. I just want to see what you can do to us. At this time, a ninja from the Kazuna family said coldly. Their family has received tens of millions of dividends from the seven-colored Chamber of Commerce in the past 2 months. How could they let Danzo get involved? Isn't this sending their own money away? Not only that, people from several large families who had been arguing in the past also stood up. Danzo's face turned green in an instant, and the anger in his heart was about to break through the sky. He didn't expect that Kurigakure was so strong, and the families that had always been at odds actually united to resist him. Humph, I've got it in mind. Just wait and see. Danzo walked away angrily, with a gloomy look on his face. Chapter 55. Damn it. Damn the Hidden Mist Village. Damn the Mizukage. Danzo was furious after returning to the root base and smashed everything he saw around him to pieces. Master Danzo, please don't be angry, we still have a chance. At this time, a root ninja stepped forward and said. Danzo's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. A wind blade appeared, instantly splitting the ninja in front of him and spilling blood on the ground, but the surrounding root ninjas were no longer surprised. This ninja was still too young. He joined the root recently, and he obviously didn't listen to the advice of his predecessors. Master Danzo is terrible and strange, no matter what happens, it's not strange. Drag him out and deal with him. Danzo's gloomy voice sounded. Yes. A root ninja appeared and dragged the body out. Damn Kurigakure, you dare not give me face, wait until I become Hokage, I will make you pay the price sooner or later. Danzo's cursing voice echoed in the room, and his hand couldn't help but touch his right eye that was wrapped in bandages. Ellipsis. In the Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a large puff of smoke. He didn't expect that he would even fail Danzo. It seems that Kurigakure is really the one behind the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. It is very likely that in order to revive Kurigakure, the families of Kurigakure village have united to create such a huge industry. The voice of the third generation was slightly hoarse, and the air was full of smoke, causing Danzo and the other two to frown slightly, but the most important thing now is to discuss the affairs of Kurigakure village. Danzo, let's leave it at that for now. We can't start a war. The third generation knew that if he allowed Danzo to continue like this, the result would be the anger of the Kurigakure, and finally a war would break out. Although the third generation was also envious of the economic development, their fire country was already very strong and rich in resources. Therefore, the third generation did not want to reach the point of breaking out a war with Kurigakure. Don't worry about it. I've made note of this matter. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the third generation knew that Danzo would definitely not give up so easily. Danzo, calm down. It seems that the route should be reorganized. We can't afford war, understand? If a war breaks out, other hidden villages will definitely take advantage of it. The third generation said in a deep voice. Without the Uchiha clan, Konaha's combat power has declined a lot. Humph, Sarutobi, you will regret it. You are old. Danzo slammed the door again, leaving the three people looking at each other. The third generation snorted coldly. Danzo has been going too far recently, and he is not so respectful to him as a Hokage. In his opinion, Danzo is a complete reckless man, and he is not afraid, but worried that the peaceful life that he has finally achieved will be broken. What the third generation does not know is that with the increase of age, he has lost the spirit of a former ninja hero. People, in their old age, can't let go. Several people parted unhappily. As soy sauce, Kaharu Udatane and En Mitoman did not say anything and turned away. Only the third generation was left silently in the office and began to review the documents. At this time, his slightly fluctuating heart calmed down. At the same time, there was a sense of satisfaction. 2 hours later, the third generation raised his head, looked at the time, and suddenly thought of something. He took out the crystal ball. After a while, a picture appeared on the crystal ball. Naruto's figure was revealed. Naruto, who was practicing, suddenly felt a sense of peeping. This feeling, telescope technique. Naruto quickly used the chakra dialogue room to inform Sasuke and Neji who were fighting. After receiving Naruto's notification, the two quickly reduced their combat power to the level of genin, showing the normal strength of a genin, although a little stronger than an ordinary genin. And Naruto, sitting cross-legged on the ground, conceived his new ninjutsu. Naruto called it the wind control technique. In fact, Naruto disliked the trouble of using the moon step to fly to the sky, so he wanted to develop a ninjutsu that could fly with the help of wind power. Open black lens bracket wind controlling technique proficiency +6, wind controlling technique proficiency +7, close black lens bracket. The voice in Naruto's mind proved that Naruto was not wrong, his idea was effective. And this is also thanks to the huge amount of knowledge in his mind. With the ninjutsu sponsored by the Danzo base, Naruto's understanding of ninjutsu has reached a very high level. Originally, Naruto's initial idea was to directly develop the ability to fly in the sky at will, but the pitifully low progress in his mind made him change the idea of directly creating flight, and then chose the less difficult wind control technique. It sounds like wind control technique, but in fact, as long as there is air, Naruto can fly. Even if there is no air, Naruto can control chakra to form a jet to achieve a similar effect of flying. I originally wanted to conduct a flight experiment, but the old dog of the third generation was monitoring, which made Naruto's teeth itch. Although it is also possible to construct experiments in the mind, in this case, it will probably take more time to form a ninjutsu. The ability of God's reward for hard work is not omnipotent, it is just an auxiliary. It still depends on Naruto's own efforts to go higher. And God's reward for hard work gives Naruto the ability to turn the impossible into possible. The third generation looked at Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji in the crystal ball. Although he didn't know how Hyuga Neji got mixed up with them, the third generation could only attribute it to the mutual admiration between geniuses. Looking at the few people who were practicing seriously, the third generation was extremely moved. These young talents are the hope for the future of Konaha. He hasn't visited Naruto for a long time. Since the demise of the Uchiha family, the village has been short of manpower, so the third generation transferred Uzumaki Yugao away from Naruto. So no one reported Naruto's situation to him. From the previous reports, it can be seen that Uzumaki Naruto is a genius. He really deserves to be Minato's child. Thinking of Minato, the third generation couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Thinking of Naruto's life over the years, it might be that he didn't care enough about him when he was a child, and sometimes he couldn't even take care of Naruto in terms of money. No one knows whether the third generation can't take care of him or wants to tie Naruto to his side. Ellipsis. After a while, Naruto felt the spy disappear. After meditating for a while, just when he was about to try out the idea in his mind, he felt someone approaching. Naruto was very familiar with this person's chakra. It was the third Hokage's. Why is he here? Naruto was a little surprised. Then he put on a happy smile after seeing the third generation. Naruto, who had already mastered his acting skills to the maximum level, naturally came here casually. Grandpa Sanda, do you know that I have no living expenses recently? A 7-color shopping mall has opened recently, and my money is not enough. Naruto showed an expectant look, really expectant. Sanda. Forget about this. Naruto is good in every aspect, but he is a bit of a money grubber. The third generation showed a stiff smile, then took out a wallet from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. Naruto smiled and opened it. There were at least several thousand taels, and he happily accepted it. The third generation was as if his heart was pierced. This was his private money, and all his money was handed over to the family. Although he had several places to hide his private money. Damn it. Damn the hidden mist village. Damn the Mizukage. Danzo was furious after returning to the root base and smashed everything he saw around him to pieces. Master Danzo, please don't be angry, we still have a chance. At this time, a root ninja stepped forward and said. Danzo's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. A wind blade appeared, instantly splitting the ninja in front of him and spilling blood on the ground, but the surrounding root ninjas were no longer surprised. This ninja was still too young. He joined the root recently, and he obviously didn't listen to the advice of his predecessors. Master Danzo is terrible and strange. No matter what happens, it's not strange. Drag him out and deal with him. Danzo's gloomy voice sounded. Yes. A root ninja appeared and dragged the body out. Damn Kurigakure, you dare not give me face. Wait until I become Hokage. I will make you pay the price sooner or later. Danzo's cursing voice echoed in the room, and his hand couldn't help but touch his right eye that was wrapped in bandages. Ellipsis. In the Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a large puff of smoke. He didn't expect that he would even fail Danzo. It seems that Kurigakure is really the one behind the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. It is very likely that in order to revive Kurigakure, the families of Kurigakure village have united to create such a huge industry. The voice of the third generation was slightly hoarse, and the air was full of smoke, causing Danzo and the other two to frown slightly, but the most important thing now is to discuss the affairs of Kurigakure village. Danzo, let's leave it at that for now. We can't start a war. The third generation knew that if he allowed Danzo to continue like this, the result would be the anger of the Kurigakure, and finally a war would break out. Although the third generation was also envious of the economic development, their fire country was already very strong and rich in resources. Therefore, the third generation did not want to reach the point of breaking out a war with Kurigakure. Don't worry about it. I've made note of this matter. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the third generation knew that Danzo would definitely not give up so easily. Danzo, calm down. It seems that the route should be reorganized. We can't afford war, understand? If a war breaks out, other hidden villages will definitely take advantage of it. The third generation said in a deep voice. Without the Uchiha clan, Konaha's combat power has declined a lot. Humph, Sarutobi, you will regret it. You are old. Danzo slammed the door again, leaving the three people looking at each other. The third generation snorted coldly. Danzo has been going too far recently, and he is not so respectful to him as a Hokage. In his opinion, Danzo is a complete reckless man, and he is not afraid, but worried that the peaceful life that he has finally achieved will be broken. What the third generation does not know is that with the increase of age, he has lost the spirit of a former ninja hero. People, in their old age, can't let go. Several people parted unhappily. As soy sauce, Kaharu Udatane and En Mitoman did not say anything and turned away. Only the third generation was left silently in the office and began to review the documents. At this time, his slightly fluctuating heart calmed down. At the same time, there was a sense of satisfaction. 2 hours later, the third generation raised his head, looked at the time, and suddenly thought of something. He took out the crystal ball. After a while, a picture appeared on the crystal ball. Naruto's figure was revealed. Naruto, who was practicing, suddenly felt a sense of peeping. This feeling, telescope technique. Naruto quickly used the chakra dialogue room to inform Sasuke and Neji who were fighting. After receiving Naruto's notification, the two quickly reduced their combat power to the level of genin. Showing the normal strength of a genin, although a little stronger than an ordinary genin. And Naruto, sitting cross-legged on the ground, conceived his new ninjutsu. Naruto called it the wind control technique. In fact, Naruto disliked the trouble of using the moon step to fly to the sky, so he wanted to develop a ninjutsu that could fly with the help of wind power. Open black lens bracket wind controlling technique proficiency +6, wind controlling technique proficiency +7, close black lens bracket. The voice in Naruto's mind proved that Naruto was not wrong, his idea was effective. And this is also thanks to the huge amount of knowledge in his mind. With the ninjutsu sponsored by the Danzo base, Naruto's understanding of ninjutsu has reached a very high level. Originally, Naruto's initial idea was to directly develop the ability to fly in the sky at will, but the pitifully low progress in his mind made him change the idea of directly creating flight, and then chose the less difficult wind control technique. It sounds like wind control technique, but in fact, as long as there is air, Naruto can fly. Even if there is no air, Naruto can control chakra to form a jet to achieve a similar effect of flying. I originally wanted to conduct a flight experiment, but the old dog of the third generation was monitoring, which made Naruto's teeth itch. Although it is also possible to construct experiments in the mind, in this case, it will probably take more time to form a ninjutsu. The ability of God's reward for hard work is not omnipotent, it is just an auxiliary. It still depends on Naruto's own efforts to go higher. And God's reward for hard work gives Naruto the ability to turn the impossible into possible. The third generation looked at Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji in the crystal ball. Although he didn't know how Hyuga Neji got mixed up with them, the third generation could only attribute it to the mutual admiration between geniuses. Looking at the few people who were practicing seriously, the third generation was extremely moved. These young talents are the hope for the future of Konaha. He hasn't visited Naruto for a long time. Since the demise of the Uchiha family, the village has been short of manpower, so the third generation transferred Uzumaki Yugao away from Naruto. So no one reported Naruto's situation to him. From the previous reports, it can be seen that Uzumaki Naruto is a genius. He really deserves to be Minato's child. Thinking of Minato, the third generation couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Thinking of Naruto's life over the years, it might be that he didn't care enough about him when he was a child, and sometimes he couldn't even take care of Naruto in terms of money. No one knows whether the third generation can't take care of him or wants to tie Naruto to his side. Ellipsis. After a while, Naruto felt the spy disappear. After meditating for a while, just when he was about to try out the idea in his mind, he felt someone approaching. Naruto was very familiar with this person's chakra. It was the third Hokage's. Why is he here? Naruto was a little surprised. Then he put on a happy smile after seeing the third generation. Naruto, who had already mastered his acting skills to the maximum level, naturally came here casually. Grandpa Sanda, do you know that I have no living expenses recently? A 7-color shopping mall has opened recently, and my money is not enough. Naruto showed an expectant look, really expectant. Sanda. Forget about this. Naruto is good in every aspect, but he is a bit of a money grubber. The third generation showed a stiff smile, then took out a wallet from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. Naruto smiled and opened it. There were at least several thousand taels, and he happily accepted it. The third generation was as if his heart was pierced. This was his private money, and all his money was handed over to the family. Although he had several places to hide his private money. Chapter 56. The third generation showed a stiff expression, but as an old fox, he returned to normal in an instant. Naruto, you are still practicing hard. How have you been recently? The third generation tried his best to appear more kind. Naruto suddenly smiled and said, Grandpa third generation, I have been doing very well recently. I have met a lot of classmates. Look, we often practice together. It's just that training has been more laborious lately. Naruto said the second half, pretending to secretly glance at the third generation. The third generation. The third generation was very satisfied with Naruto's appearance. He knew Naruto's performance in the ninja school. He was indifferent to ordinary people. But he was more enthusiastic. Doesn't this mean that he has a very important position in Naruto's heart? However, besides being greedy for money, this is a bit bad. Ellipsis. Haha, little Naruto, next time I come to see you, I'll buy you a few kunai. After saying that, the third generation left in a hurry. Hee hee. You little brat, I can't control you anymore. A trace of disdain flashed through Naruto's heart. After the third generation left, Sasuke and Neji came over. In order to prevent the wall from eavesdropping, they talked in the consciousness space. Naruto, What is the third Hokage doing here? After being influenced by Naruto, the two of them didn't have a good impression of the third Hokage. The destruction of the Uchiha clan and the death of Hyuga Hazashi, the father of Hyuga Neji, were all caused by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, they also knew Naruto's identity. The first person to know Naruto's identity was Rock Lee. Naruto did not tell the two of them about his identity at first. Later, in order to describe the darkness of Konaha and analyze the filth of the Konaha high-level officials, Naruto told the two of them his identity. The two were very shocked when they heard the news. They thought Naruto was just an ordinary orphan. But they didn't expect that Naruto was actually the orphan of the fourth Hokage. In terms of status, he was even more noble than them. Even though one of them was the young master of the Uchiha clan and the other was the son of the head of a branch clan. What shocked them even more was Naruto's living conditions. Simply, it's even worse than the average orphan. If Naruto himself wasn't capable, he would probably have to live in hardship forever. Isn't that right in the original work? He drinks expired milk, and when buying vegetables, he has to pick out rotten leaves that others don't want, and the price is even more expensive than ordinary vegetables. This also caused Naruto's height to be even shorter than Sakura at the beginning of the original work, and he was called a shorty. Unlike Naruto now, he has a very strong physique, and because he often eats meat and practices physical skills, he looks extremely strong. However, he is not the kind of muscular man who looks strong, but a perfect golden ratio body. It's ironic that a descendant of Hokage has to find a way to survive on his own. Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, seems to be equipped with a special Jonin to act as a personal teacher. This treatment is really good. This old guy just comes to me from time to time to show his presence. This is the self-righteous method of attacking the heart of the third generation. Using fire the name of will makes others believe in him. Pretending to be righteous and moral on the surface is simply disgusting. Naruto said with disdain. In fact, I don't know how many bad things Danzo has done. Konoha will not last long in his hands. Naruto shook his head and said no more. The two of them were slightly moved, although they had heard some things about Sarutobi Hiruzen from Naruto before. However, every time they heard about the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they felt very sad. The image of the third Hokage has quietly changed in their hearts. He is no longer so respectable, but just a corrupt and dark old man who is greedy for power. Forget it, let's continue practicing. Naruto continued, and the two nodded, and then they started practicing again. The fierce offensive was displayed again between the moves. Ningqi's reaction was extremely fast. After getting Naruto's practice method for the 6 styles, Ningqi combined it with the rubbing fist and created a set of 6 style rubbing fists of his own. Because of the rubbing fist, Ningqi has a deep understanding of paper painting, and there are common principles. Sasuke focuses on ninjutsu, but Naruto does not allow him to use large-scale ninjutsu, because it is easy to be noticed by the village. Because of this, Sasuke has fallen into a disadvantage, but Ningqi can't win for the time being. Although Sasuke's physical skills are not as good as Shaoli and Ningqi, but relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he can easily capture Ningqi's trajectory. Therefore, he can defend back and forth. Soft fist technique. 8 diagrams 64 palms. Ningqi seized the opportunity and continuously sent out phantoms with his hands. Sasuke's Sharingan was already operating at high speed, but unfortunately, even though he could see the trajectory clearly, his body could not dodge. Iron block iron body. Sasuke hurriedly condensed chakra and combined with the original 6 styles to stay away, trying to resist Neji's fist. The iron block that Sasuke is using now is actually the iron block adapted by Naruto. In the original One Piece, how many people died under the iron block? They could have avoided it, but they had to go up and bear it. As a result, they were half crippled. Naruto was also inspired and made a big upgrade to the iron block with the help of the ability of God's reward for hard work. The current iron block can also be regarded as a complete training method. The lowest stage, iron body. The body is as hard as iron. As the name suggests, it is as defensive as steel. Combined with chakra, it becomes a kind of ninjutsu similar to ninja body technique effect. The defense is better than before. This is the stage Sasuke is in now. The next stage is to condense the bronze body. The body's defense will rise several levels again. And it can also strengthen the body's strength and activate body cells. If the first stage is pure defense, then this stage begins to undergo a qualitative change. Because he can enhance the user's strength like the 8 gates. However, the enhancement effect is not that strong. The advantage is that there are no side effects, and it mainly consumes chakra and physical strength. But don't forget, what is the role of the iron block? It is defense. Enhanced defense is the most important. And the realm after the bronze body is the golden body. Achievement golden body. The body is extremely hard, the defense is unparalleled, the chakra begins to be violent, and ninjutsu cannot be used. Because the chakra is in the riot stage, it is like opening the 8 gates. The combat power is greatly increased. Once the golden body is opened, the chakra consumption increases. It is not something that ordinary people can afford, and the physical fitness must be up to standard. And Naruto is only at the half-step golden body level now. There are basically no natural treasures in the ninja world that can strengthen the body, so Naruto's current physical strength is limited by his current age and body. The realm of the golden body is similar to the Reikage chakra mode. Every part of the body is a weapon. And the reason why he can achieve the half-step golden body is because the whirlpool physique and the super recovery ability provided by the 9 tails. Otherwise, it would just be a bronze body. In Naruto's imagination, there is another stage, the indestructible golden body. At this stage, Naruto's imagination should have surpassed the level of Kage, and has achieved the transformation of flesh and blood, and the evolution of life level. It is a method that Naruto came up with by referring to some fantasy and high-level martial arts training methods in his previous life, combined with chakra, but the theory is not perfect. Naruto estimates that natural energy may be needed at that stage. And natural energy seems to be able to realize Naruto's idea of longevity. And natural energy is also a very advanced ability, at least above chakra. There is the potential to challenge the 6 paths. Chapter 57. In this battle between Sasuke and Neji, Neji won with a slight advantage. After all, Sasuke cannot use large-scale ninjutsu. Sasuke still learns several A-level ninjutsu from Naruto, including the Rasengan. In terms of ninjutsu, Sasuke made rapid progress because of Naruto's guidance. And Naruto also made a lot of suggestions on Neji's physical skills. After all, Naruto is growing all the time. If it weren't for the current age, Naruto's progress would be even more terrifying. As for the soft fist, Naruto had no way, and the suggestions he made were only about what he knew in his previous life, but it also made Neji gain a lot. Especially after getting Naruto's training method on chakra control, Neji's control of chakra has reached a higher level, and from a few words from Naruto, he realized the main family's soft fist method of returning to the sky. This is a ninjutsu that only the main family's senior ninja can practice. Through Joshen's chakra points, it releases high-intensity chakra, and resists attacks and defenses through rotation. You can also attack with this trick, but you need to get close to the target. In addition, under Naruto's suggestion, Neji tried to form the chakra released from the outer layer into a chakra blade. This is a change in the form of chakra, similar to Naruto's heavy rain Rasengan, but it is more difficult for Neji to condense it into a blade. It is expected to be mastered before graduation. After the two fought, the surroundings were already a mess, but fortunately, after cleaning up the environment, it still looked like a place for a battle between middle and lower ninjas. With the strength of the two, it is not surprising that they are middle ninjas, and the village will not doubt too much. After all, both of them are geniuses and often practice together. It would be abnormal if they don't have some strength. However, the strength they show now is still within the normal range. The battle between the two has stopped, and the two sat together panting, watching Naruto try to practice what he called the wind control technique. That is, flying ninjutsu. In the ninja world, the number of flying ninjutsu is as rare as space ninjutsu. As far as they know, only the third generation of Tsuchikage can fly. The two of them don't know that there are ninjas who can fly in the Star Ninja Village. The ninjas of the Star Ninja Village rely on the stars to cultivate a large amount of chakra, so as to use the peacock magic to achieve flight. The peacock technique is a ninjutsu suitable for those with large amounts of chakra. At this moment, the two suddenly discovered that Naruto was actually floating cross-legged. Their eyes instantly widened and their pupils contracted. Expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. Did Naruto really succeed? If Naruto knew that the two had always been skeptical that Naruto could perform a flying ninjutsu in a short period of time, he would definitely give them 2 slaps. Bang! A slight sound was heard, and it turned out that Naruto lost his balance and fell down. This made the two frown. Could it be that this ninjutsu has not been truly completed yet? At this moment, Naruto's brows were also furrowed, but the voice in his mind was still ringing, indicating that he had not taken the wrong path. Open black lens bracket wind control technique +4, wind control technique +3, close black lens bracket. He kept thinking, and his ability to work hard was constantly activated. What exactly is the problem? Naruto frowned, constantly thinking about what he had missed, but he always felt that something was missing. Ideas came into his mind one by one, and suddenly Naruto felt as if there was a light in his mind. That's it. With the help of wind flow and pressure effects, a vortex is formed. Before, I was too obsessed with gravity and using the power of wind to forcibly break away from the ground. Chakra forms external wind, floats on the flow surface, and constantly changes the direction of wind according to the external force to maintain balance. Just like the plane in the previous life. Naruto started trying again, and the chakra in his body was constantly mobilized to implement it. It is always more troublesome to do than you think. But the action also gains more. Open black lens bracket wind controlling technique +11, close black lens bracket. Naruto's understanding and ideas about wind controlling technique became clearer and clearer. If he didn't have the ability of Heaven's Way rewards hard work, even if Naruto had the idea, it would take several years to develop this ninjutsu. Because it involves a lot of knowledge, Heaven's Way rewards hard work is like an epiphany that reveals a little bit of insight in Naruto's mind. No, the chakra output method needs to be changed. It wastes too much chakra. Naruto's practice of wind control is like a progress bar, constantly advancing. Kurama, lend me some chakra. Naruto appeared in the spiritual space and said to the 9 tails. At this moment, the spiritual space has undergone earth-shaking changes. It no longer looks like a dark underground sewer. It looks sunny, but the big cage looks quite unsightly. But fortunately, Naruto has enough mental power to transform the big cage, and it has become the current super large shape. The 9 tails can move its body easily in it. It is no longer squeezed like before and can't even squat. Naruto, if you use my chakra, the people of Konaha will find out. Kyuubi opened his eyes and said seriously. Kurama, don't worry. Naruto suddenly slapped the ground with his palm, and as the black seal rune spread, a small barrier was formed. Look, there's nothing wrong with this. Naruto waved his hand and said. What a great brat. Kyuubi was surprised. He saw everything Naruto did and couldn't help but think of the 6 Paths sage again. A young man would call out the names of the 9-tailed beasts and bring peace to the ninja world. Ellipsis. Take it and go. I'm going to sleep. Then he fell asleep on the ground. Red chakra gradually flowed out of Naruto's body. Sasuke and Neji, who were wondering why Naruto used the barrier technique, understood after seeing this scene. It seemed that Naruto's training consumed too much chakra, so he had to rely on the power of the 9-tailed fox. The two were familiar with the matter of the tailed beasts, and Naruto had told them a long time ago. At this moment, Naruto planned to use the inspiration in his mind to complete the practice of the wind control technique. With the cooperation of the nine-tailed fox, this chakra became much tamer, but there was still a violent breath on it. However, Naruto's current chakra control was enough to control this power. Suddenly, a huge airflow blew up from Naruto's body, and the whole person flew straight into the sky. Directly rushed to the top of the barrier. I was careless. Fortunately, it was not a simple breath-isolating barrier, otherwise I would have probably flown out. Naruto adjusted the amount again and began to fly forward, but it was difficult to control the direction. In the next few days, Naruto continued to practice wind control. After Naruto solved the problem of direction control, he found that too fast speed would form wind blades, which would be slightly painful when scraping the skin. Adjusted again, covered with a layer of chakra, and solved it. After a few days, Naruto found that there was a lot of chakra wasted again. Open black lens bracket wind controlling technique +6, wind controlling technique +7, close black lens bracket. With the blessing of God's way of hard work, Naruto began to constantly improve. 5 days later, Naruto was able to do it as if he were using his arms and fingers. The wind controlling technique had been perfected. Chapter 58. Sasuke and Neji looked at Naruto with reflective eyes. They watched step by step how Naruto perfected the wind control technique. Gradually, they changed from being incredulous to being full of envy. This is flying. Even cage-level warriors don't have the ability to fly. The third Tsuchikage said it was flying, but it should be called levitation. It's just that he used the light and heavy rock technique to eliminate gravity, and then used chakra control to achieve the effect of flying. It's simply incomparable to Naruto's flying ability. Sasuke took a deep breath and said with eagerness, "Naruto, can you teach me this technique?" Looking at Hyuga Neji, who also had an eager look on his face, Naruto smiled and said, "Why, you want to learn? I'll teach you." Looking at the two people nodding their heads frantically, Naruto couldn't help but feel that pretending to be cool is really cool. "I can teach you, but I have to tell you something regrettable. My wind controlling technique requires wind attribute chakra first. As for you, Sasuke, it's fire and lightning chakra. As for Neji, if I remember correctly, you have fire, water and earth attributes. If you want to learn, go and cultivate the wind attribute chakra first." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the two of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. Having followed Naruto for so long, and often being asked by Naruto to cultivate and acquire various knowledge, the two of them are no longer ignorant people. They have already surpassed the students of the ninja school by who knows how much, both in terms of strength and knowledge. The cultivation of chakra attributes is a subject that only the senior ninjas cultivate. If you master the nature of chakra, you can basically cultivate the chakra attributes. Everyone is born with at least one attribute. If there is a corresponding chakra attribute in the body, it will make it easier to release the ninjutsu of the same attribute. Less chakra is consumed. Kakashi, who is said to have learned thousands of ninjutsu, has mastered 5 changes in chakra properties. In fact, the original chakra attributes of Kakashi were thunder, earth, and water. Among them, he was most proficient in thunder escape. The wind attribute and fire attribute were later. He is not very proficient in the copy ninjutsu he has practiced. Although he knows it, the power of the ninjutsu he is not proficient in does not become much stronger except for increasing the consumption of chakra when fighting against the enemy. In addition, Kakashi has always been a big mana consumer, so where would he find the time to practice the 5 ninjutsu? It is better to choose to master 1 or 2. In the ninja world, it is basically like this. The wars that have broken out all year round and the complicated tasks do not allow them to master all the abilities. This will only make them know all the abilities, but be extremely mediocre. What suits you is the most important. Now Sasuke and Neji know that practicing the wind-attributed chakra property change may take up most of their time, but the ability to fly is so tempting that they don't want to give up. So the two nodded to each other and said, "No problem, we will practice this ninjutsu." Decided. You should know that practicing this ninjutsu may slow down your speed of becoming stronger, and it will take at least half a year. Naruto's words made the two of them feel nervous, and then Naruto's words made them feel relieved again. But don't worry, although practicing the wind control technique wastes a little of your time, it is really powerful in saving your life. If you can't beat them, just fly into the sky. The enemy has no way to deal with them yet. Naruto said with a smile. At the same time, the two of them were more determined to practice the wind control technique. Very good, since you want to practice wind control, I can tell you a way to save a little time. You can use shadow clones to practice. Shadow clones can share the experience of practice with the original body, but you may not be able to bear the information after the release, so I suggest that you use at most 2 shadow clones to practice. Naruto explained. Not everyone is as thick-skinned as him. The original Naruto was thick-skinned, but he didn't know it now, but his huge mental strength was enough for him to easily bear the pressure of the information sent back. Hearing Naruto's words, people were suddenly shocked. Why didn't they think of this? They just used shadow clones to skip classes to practice before. In fact, they have already started to use shadow clones to practice, but they haven't thought of using shadow clones to practice ninjutsu. When Naruto mentioned it, the two of them instantly figured out the key. 2 shadow clones are enough to shorten the time by 2/3, that is to say, at most 2 months, the two can control wind control. Ellipsis. Time went by day, and no one noticed these teenagers who were growing at an abnormal speed. Especially with sufficient resources, endless opportunities ahead, and Naruto's guidance, the two were no longer on the same level as in the original work. With their current strength, they can already rival the Jonin. You have to know how old they are now, just 10-year-old and 11-year-old teenagers. Naruto looked at the two of them, and they were a little more mature and taller than a few months ago. Their skin had turned bronze. The two successfully mastered the wind control technique, but because of their chakra and proficiency, their flying speed was not as fast as Naruto's, and their endurance was not as good as Naruto's. After all, Chatanla was not a joke. At the same time, the two's iron blocks, indestructible golden bodies, had reached the realm of bronze bodies, and this was also because they had already started to practice weight-bearing at this time. And Naruto was not idle in the past few months. He successfully upgraded the shadow clone technique. Considering that the shadow clone was too fragile, Naruto studied the upgraded version of the shadow clone with reference to the wood clone. Not only did it have the ability to withstand blows, but its existence time was also greatly increased. What's a pity is that their strength is only half of the original body, and there can't be too many of them. At the same time, they can't use the moves of the indestructible golden body. After all, their predecessor was a shadow clone, which is understandable. As for Rock Lee, he has been practicing with Might Guy recently. According to Rock Lee, Might Guy recently began to teach him a very powerful forbidden technique. Naruto knew that this should be the beginning of teaching Rock Lee to practice the 8 gates. Now Rock Lee's strength has slowly fallen behind Sasuke and Neji, although there are 6 styles. But the 6 styles are also physical skills, and they all take time. With the 8 gates, Rock Lee's strength can be improved in a short time. According to Rock Lee's current physical fitness, opening 4 gates should not be a problem. When the plot begins 2.5 years later, he should be able to open 6 gates. As for the 7 gates, it is estimated that it is a bit uncertain. After all, the 8 gates will become more and more difficult to practice later. Might Guy also practiced for more than 20 years before he reached the level of opening 8 gates. Everyone has different talents. Kai has a talent for physical skills and works very hard to practice. Lee is about the same as Kai. As for who has better talent, Naruto doesn't know. However, Lee practices both the indestructible body and the 8 gates at the same time. The physical strength of the indestructible body can reduce the side effects of the 8 gates, so he should be able to reach a higher level. Chapter 59. The first thing that the 8 gates of Dunjia requires is that the user must have a strong body to use it. Otherwise, it is impossible to bear the burden of opening the 8 gates. When Naruto created the indestructible golden body, he considered physical training. The methods of physical training in the ninja world are very rough, so ninjas are high in attack and low in defense. Only a few ninjas have strong bodies. Therefore, when Naruto developed the indestructible golden body, he referred to various physical training methods in the novels of his previous life. But that kind of body that can destroy the world is simply unrealistic in the ninja world, but Naruto also gained something. Through the method of physical blood and chakra stimulation, he formed a unique practice method. Therefore, the practice of the indestructible golden body was separated from the iron block by Naruto. It is not very appropriate to call it an iron block. It is simply named after the highest realm of the indestructible golden body. The essence is the transition of the physical body and the strengthening of cells. In Naruto's conception, if you want to successfully practice the indestructible golden body, you may have to draw natural energy into the physical body. This is a bit similar to the Sage mode. Turning on the Sage mode can greatly increase the user's chakra strength, physical body and the power of ninjutsu. But the indestructible golden body is a pure physical ninjutsu. It mainly improves defense and strength, as well as healing and recovery, and follows the physical technique route. But naturally, Naruto hasn't been exposed to it for the time being, so the practice of the indestructible golden body has temporarily stopped at the golden body stage. Shaoli practices the indestructible golden body and the 8 gates at the same time. In the future, he may not be able to get the realm of entering the 6 paths without opening the 8th gate of death. It is estimated that opening the 8 gates can beat ordinary 6 paths level existences. However, we have to find a way to eliminate the side effects of opening the 8 gates, otherwise he will die after using it once. Who can accept this? At least Naruto himself can't accept it. Even if the moment of blooming is dazzling. Ellipsis. In the land of wind, Naruto walked slowly in the desert. This figure is Naruto's upgraded shadow clone. Before coming out, Naruto asked the 9 tails for a large amount of chakra, just for the action at this moment. Now Naruto's shadow clone is just like the wood-style wood clone, and he is not stingy with the amount of chakra. And the reason why Naruto came to the land of wind this time is actually for Gaara. That's right, it's Gaara. It's getting closer and closer to the beginning of the original plot, and Naruto plans to contact Gaara in advance. Even though Naruto is only half the strength of the original body now, with the blessing of Tiondo Chukin in the past few years, Naruto doesn't know what level he has reached. Anyway, he is constantly getting stronger. With the inspiration brought by Tiondo Chukin, Naruto feels that except for the lack of combat experience, Naruto can compete with the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for the title of Ninjutsu Doctor. Of course, Naruto doesn't think he can completely suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen in ninjutsu. After all, he hasn't lived for decades in vain, but Naruto has a huge amount of chakra, and he can completely rely on the amount of chakra to drag his opponent to death. The premise is that they don't perish together with their opponents. Naruto estimates that with his current strength, he should not be a match for the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen without the 9 tails power. Naruto has the advantage in physical skills, and the 3rd Hokage is definitely stronger in ninjutsu. As for chakra, the 3rd Hokage is not even worthy of carrying Naruto's shoes. But the 3rd Hokage is cunning and experienced, and who knows what cards he has hidden, such as the Shiki Fujin. Even Danzo has the trump card of inner 4 symbols sealing technique, but it's a pity that the original work is too useless. This place is even poorer than I imagined. Naruto was flying aimlessly in the yellow sand. The Kingdom of Wind was even poorer than he knew. No wonder Sand Village had to rely on the gold panning of a village's shadow to maintain the development of a village. The reputation of the Kingdom of Wind was really deducted, and Luasha's character was relatively weak. It was not like the Kingdom of Thunder, where basically the Thunder Shadow had the final say. There was a shortage of water in the desert, but fortunately Naruto knew water escape ninjutsu. In the desert, Naruto found that it took several times more chakra to use a water escape ninjutsu with the same rules. The power of using water escape in the Kingdom of Wind and using it in the Kingdom of Water could be 10 times different. Naruto looked at the map in his hand, which marked the location of the Sand Village and some oases. It was still a long way to Sand Village, but it was very close to the oasis. Naruto immediately decided to go to the oasis to rest. The wind and sand all over the sky made him feel a little uncomfortable. In general, it was because of the water and soil. In order to save chakra, Naruto immediately stopped and walked on foot. Suddenly a big black scorpion came out of the ground and attacked Naruto. Wind style, wind cutting. Naruto had already spotted the giant scorpion and was shocked at first. After all, he had never seen such a big scorpion in his past life. But then he found that it was not very strong, and he got used to it. Not only the giant black scorpion, but there are also ants in this desert that can bite people to death. Naruto encountered it once. It was a black patch, just like the desert marching ants that Naruto saw in movies and TV shows in his past life. Naruto flew away and did not provoke them, although he could beat them. He would not admit that he had intensive phobia. Of course, in addition to ants, there are also sandstorms and sandworms. Naruto also met some ordinary businessmen from the Kingdom of Wind, but he did not talk too much. Others were also very wary of him, probably because they saw maybe it was because he was not a native of the Kingdom of Wind. Naruto continued to move forward, and soon he saw a hint of green on the horizon. The long-lost green made him seem a little happy. That's the oasis. Huh. Suddenly, Naruto felt something was wrong. A huge sandstorm appeared in the distance and blew towards this side. What surprised Naruto was that there was a caravan on the other side of the sandstorm. They seemed very panicked, but orderly. There should be a very experienced person in it. But their speed was obviously not as fast as the sandstorm. Naruto looked at the sandstorm. It was next to the oasis, not facing the oasis. But if he didn't take action, the group of people would be dead. And saving them would obviously consume chakra. Ellipsis. On the caravan side, a middle-aged man who looked experienced shouted loudly, "Hurry! Go, we will be safe when we reach the oasis." A trembling voice came, "Old Owl. It's too late. We are not advancing as fast as the dust." Damn it. Looking at the people who were beginning to get restless, Old Owl yelled with all his strength, "Gather all the goods, hold hands, and put the camels on the periphery. And put stakes on them." Old Owl knew that his method could only save some people at most, and the role of camels in the desert was particularly important. His heart was bleeding if he gave up the camels. Under Old Owl's command, everyone held hands to increase the weight. The sandstorm was approaching at this moment, and some of the goods had begun to be blown away. And even some people were blown away, but they were held by the people below. Earth escape, earth formation wall. Wind style, vacuum wave. Suddenly, a circular earth wall was erected in front of everyone, covering them all. The people who were blown up immediately fell down. The sandstorm outside, whose core was broken by Naruto, began to dissipate. After thinking about it, Naruto decided to rescue these people. Chapter 60. Outside the oasis. The huge sandstorm gradually dissipated, and the regularity inside was broken, so the sandstorm naturally could not be sustained. The dissipation of the sandstorm also allowed some people to gradually calm down from panic, followed by a sense of joy after surviving a disaster. In addition to the loss of a little bit of goods, there was no big loss. At this time, Old Owl walked in front of Naruto. He knew that Naruto was a powerful ninja, but he was not very tall. But it didn't matter. After all, the person in front of them could be regarded as their great benefactor. As Old Owl stepped forward, everyone also saw a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a long robe. He looked about 1.6 meters tall. Not tall, but everyone did not dare to be disrespectful. Because the person in front of them was not only their savior, but also a powerful ninja. Even if they didn't know much about the strength of ninjas, they knew that the adult in front of them must be a Jonin. Because the sandstorm just now could not be solved without the strength of a Jonin. Old Al walked up to Naruto and said excitedly, "Thank you for saving my life, I really can't repay you." Naruto nodded and gestured. The old Al in front of him was a middle-aged man in Naruto's previous life, but in the ninja world where the average age is less than 40 years old, he can be called an old man. After all, wars often break out in the ninja world, and the living conditions of civilians are not very good. Although there has been industrial development, some places are still the kind of feudal aristocratic society, and the lives of civilians are not very good. Therefore, few people can live to the end of their lives. It is also because people in the ninja world develop very quickly. In the ninja world, a girl of 8 years old is equivalent to about 13 or 14 years old in Naruto's previous life. In the Naruto world, a 12-year-old boy is basically independent. 16 years old is considered an adult, and you can already marry and have children. I wonder if you are a ninja from the Sand Village? Old Al asked carefully. Naruto shook his head and said, "Don't guess. I am not a ninja from the Sand Village. I just came to the desert to practice this time. Let's go to the oasis quickly, we'll see you later." Naruto didn't say much. It was not a good thing for a ninja from another village to appear in the Sand Village. But Old Al wanted to say something, but Naruto had already disappeared using the instant body technique. A sturdy young man next to him looked at the dazed Old Al and said, "Old Al, these are ninjas from other villages. Do we need to report them to the village? What if they are here to spy on our village's intelligence?" Quote. "Shut up, Shingo." Old Al interrupted him and said, "No matter which village this ninja is from, we can't repay kindness with enmity. If it weren't for that ninja just now, at least half of us wouldn't have survived. We are just ordinary people, but we also have our sense of loyalty. Even if I have to sacrifice my life for saving my life, it doesn't matter. Not everyone except the villagers is a bad person. Do you still remember how our life came about?" Although Old Al is old, his voice is loud, steady and convincing. The young man was a little ashamed. Yes, it's not that everyone except his own country is a bad person. Their lives are much better now than before. Although they are a little busy now, it is better than working in the village and getting less wages. It's not like now, you can be idle for half a month after going out. This is all thanks to the help of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. They said this is called franchising. He didn't understand what franchising meant, but it sounded very profound. They authorized the brand to them and provided interest-free loans. They are simply great philanthropists. Moreover, they also signed a confidentiality contract. There are also some preferential policies for joining the umbrella organization, and the umbrella organization will not force you to do anything. You can get preferential treatment, and the umbrella organization is not a cult. Why not join? So he became a member of the glorious umbrella. As for why it is glorious, it was the person who brought him to join the umbrella. In the future, he will be proud of the umbrella. Old Al took out a book from his arms, with a few big words printed on it. Red thought. Have you forgotten the organization's teachings? Think more, don't be blind, read more books, and you will be enlightened. That's right. Old Al is also a glorious member of the umbrella, and Old Al is also an indigo level member. Old Al was daring when he was young, and he was also smart, so he had more prestige among them. He was also the first to contact the umbrella organization, and their caravan was also organized by him, most of whom were villagers from the same village. After joining the umbrella, Old Al was gradually baptized by the Red Thought and regarded it as a classic. Abandoning the will of the wind that he had insisted on before. Old Al, who was impacted by the torrent of thoughts, began to form his own caravan, and as an indigo level member, Old Al would receive help from the organization. It also began to bring wealth to the village, and let the barren land of the wind country begin to have different colors. After that, the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce began to station in the Wind Country one after another, but because of the bad weather in the Wind Country, it could not be expanded to the entire Wind Country. There are also walking merchants like Old Owl. The young man said with shame, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. The young man in front of me has never been to school. Only Old Owl has been around a lot when he was young and can read." After Old Owl joined the Umbrella organization, he began to teach these illiterate young people to read. Old Owl often explained the contents of the book to them and made them yearn for it. "Is it really as beautiful as described in the book?" Whenever they asked, Old Owl would proudly say, "This is what we are doing in the Umbrella organization." The meaning of the existence of the Umbrella organization. The Umbrella organization will naturally not care about the most basic members of the Umbrella organization, because they are of no value, and only some valuable people will get the help of the Umbrella organization. For example, Old Owl, if Old Owl's caravan had a greater influence, he would probably be upgraded and become a blue level member. The most basic members are just registered for level, and the Umbrella organization will not care too much, and there are no restrictions. On the contrary, there are benefits for those who join. As for those who reach the indigo level, each person will be given a red thought. And there may be only one indigo level talent among 100 purple level people. Indigo level talents can truly be regarded as members of the Umbrella organization. Only blue level talents can know where the organization's branch bases are, and they must also be bound by the organization and help the organization develop. They are the backbone of the organization. When you reach the green level, you can be regarded as the upper middle level talents of the organization. You can know where the organization's main base is, and you can go to the headquarters to participate in the joining activities. This was arranged by Naruto in order to increase the sense of cohesion and belonging of the members. Shisui didn't quite understand it, but it was very useful. Old Owl didn't know much, he only knew some things about the blue level, and he was eager to become a member of the Blue Umbrella. After becoming a member of the Blue Umbrella, he would know the treatment and responsibilities of the next level. He was eager to join and fight for it, just because of the book in his hand. Naruto, God Rewards Hard Work, Chapter 61. Naruto didn't know that the old L just now was a member of the Umbrella. If he knew, he would probably sigh. Transform the ninja world, pursue dreams in longevity, and witness everything at the top. With goals and plans in mind, Naruto is not confused. Even if the future is bumpy, it is also a kind of fun. After all, this is life. At this moment, Naruto has come to the oasis to rest, and when he entered the oasis, he used the transformation technique to become a very ordinary man from the Wind Country with the appearance of all living beings. That is what modern people call a popular face. You look like anyone and look like no one. Isn't it a popular face? You can't find that kind of face in the crowd. How can you be as handsome as the readers? Naruto rested for a while and then set out on the road to the sand village again. He didn't use his flying ability to fly. After all, he had to keep his chakra. Although Naruto not only used his own chakra this time, but also asked the Nine Tails for a ball of chakra, he still had to save it. In case of any situation, he would have enough chakra and confidence. Before coming, Naruto also used a sealing technique to isolate the detection of the perception and make Naruto's chakra fluctuations unable to be captured by others. It only lasted for a month and dissipated automatically after a month. But it was enough. Naruto walked quickly on the road and began to feel the throbbing of the wind. But it was useless. The ability of God's reward for hard work does not seem to be able to be blessed on the clone. Ellipsis. After a day's journey, Naruto finally arrived at the edge of the sand village. At this time, Naruto began to be extra careful. Because there are a large number of ninjas in the sand village. Although it is not necessarily impossible to defeat them, but if you use less chakra, it will not recover. Earth Escape Nuclear Submarine. The ninjutsu was activated, and a submarine formed by Earth swallowed Naruto and began to sneak in the soil. When he arrived underground in the sand village, Naruto began to use Kagura's Heart's Eye to sense the position of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Kagura's Heart's Eye is a ninjutsu that only a few Uzumaki clan members can master. It is a super large-scale perception ninjutsu. Although it is called a ninjutsu, Naruto feels that it is a half ninjutsu from the blood. Because only the Uzumaki clan can use it, and it is a minority. If you know the other party's chakra, you can also accurately locate it. The prototype of Naruto's perception is the chakra of the nine-tail in his body. Although the chakra of the one tail is different from that of the nine-tail, they are both tailed beasts. It is easier to distinguish it from the chakra of ordinary ninjas when perceiving it, and it can also reduce Naruto's unnecessary consumption. Closing his eyes slightly, Naruto activated the ninjutsu. After a few seconds, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Found it. Naruto began to move again by burrowing into the earth. With the sealing technique, it was difficult for Naruto to expose his own chakra. As long as he didn't make too much noise. Naruto kept sneaking and gradually came to where Gaara was. What surprised Naruto a little was that there was no ninja monitoring Gaara's residence. Then he thought about it. That's right. After all, if he was monitored, he might be discovered by Gaara and killed directly by Gaara. After all, Gaara was still a problem child at this time. Thinking about what happened to Gaara, Naruto shook his head. This was all because of the ambitious people. Basically, every Chiriki was unfortunate. Power. It is always terrifying, especially the uncontrolled power. Especially Gaara's father, Rasa, is really an irresponsible father. In order to allow Gaara to control the power of Shukaku, he kept sending people to assassinate Gaara. What a clever guy. This also made Gaara gradually become a bloodthirsty person who was eager to prove his existence by killing people. Gaara didn't know the meaning of his existence. His father wanted to kill him, and his uncle was sent by Rosa to test him. Gaara thought so himself. Even his sister and brother were afraid of him. The villagers were also afraid of his existence. This gradually forced Gaara into the abyss of darkness. This is simply the blackened Naruto. If Naruto turned black, Naruto would generally have some identification with Gaara, probably because of the same identity and experience of the two. However, Naruto did not turn black in his previous life, probably because of the influence of Ashura's chakra. However, Naruto has never felt the Ashura chakra in his body. And didn't feel affected at all. Maybe it's because his strength is too low to sense it. Naruto didn't come out from the ground. It was almost evening now. Coming out now would probably attract other people's attention, even though there was no one around Gaara now. According to Naruto's observation, Gaara lived in a single family room, and there were no residents living around, probably because of Gaara's identity. As for the cage Rasa, he was not there either. He was probably panning for gold in the sand or in the cage building. Temari and Kankuro were not there either. This was a good time to contact Gaara. However, Naruto did not act rashly, but waited for the night to fall. Night is the best time to contact Gaara. Because the sealing technique of the sand village is so crude, as soon as Gaara falls asleep, Shukaku will compete with Gaara for control of his body. At this time, Shukaku can easily penetrate the chakra through the gaps in the sealing technique. This also caused Gaara to have two big dark circles under his eyes, just like a little panda. When night fell, Naruto also saw Gaara's sister and brother Kanjiro, who looked more immature than in the original book. Temari should be about 13 years old now, Kanjiro is about 12 years old now, and Gaara is about the same as Naruto now, about 10 years old. Temari's neck showed a little ninja fishnet outfit, and the outside was tightly wrapped in ninja clothes, with a pair of long legs. Even Naruto couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw the long legs. The three of them did not live in the same room. Compared with the two people, Gaara's room was a little far away. Suddenly, Naruto found that Temari actually began to take off her clothes and started to take a shower. Just facing the window, just facing the roof that Naruto had turned into a small stone. A piece of white, at least 1C is estimated by I. Suddenly, Naruto's face turned red, and he felt inexplicably sorry for Shikamaru. If Shikamaru knew, he would probably say, "Are you polite?" Just like that, Naruto waited with an inexplicable mood, while Temari and Kankuro slowly fell asleep. When the moon hung overhead, Gaara felt inexplicably uncomfortable in the room. Damn the one tail. He forced himself to look at the ceiling. At this time, a voice suddenly came into Gaara's mind. Ellipsis. Who? Gaara stood up and looked around vigilantly. Dare to come. Just come to the desert outside by yourself. The voice in my mind sounded again. Gaara was puzzled and stimulated by Naruto. Could it be another assassin sent by my father? Gaara's heart began to overflow with murderous intent. He left directly from the window, leaving the curtains swaying slightly. I don't know if it was the wind or if Gaara touched it. Chapter 62. Gaara looked at the desert outside, following the chakra traces left by the owner of the mysterious voice. It was only 2 seconds, but Gaara followed closely. When he came to a desert, the chakra disappeared, and Gaara knew that the place must be here. The moonlight was bright, the moon was in the sky, and the moonlight was scattered on the ground like crushed, and from time to time, a small wind and sand blew. A figure wearing a bamboo hat appeared in front of Gaara, a head taller than Gaara. Who are you? Gaara asked. The murderous intent in his heart could not help but boil. It was probably another assassin sent by Luasha. Gaara was used to it. Although Luasha had not sent anyone to kill him recently, he didn't care about it. Only blood is the most beautiful, and it can prove my existence. But I only love my own Shira. Hello, Gaara. Naruto threw his hat away and it got stuck on a rock in the Gobi Desert. His delicate and handsome face was revealed. His golden hair and smile made Gaara a little dazed. This smile without any negative emotions made Gaara's heart skip a beat. Ha ha ha. Killing him can prove my existence. Gaara is now bloodthirsty and in an extremely abnormal state of mind. Naruto looked at Gaara's crazy look, sighed, and felt that Rasa was a big stick. A good boy was forced to become a problem child. Naruto took 2 steps forward, clapped his hands, and a medium-sized barrier was set up by Naruto. This is to prevent being discovered by the people of the Sand Village. After all, they are still outside the village, so it's always right to be careful. Then, Naruto directly revealed the 9 Tails chakra. Shukaku, who was dozing in Gaara's body, suddenly opened his eyes, the smell of a stinky fox. Shukaku began to continuously attack the seal in Gaara's body, and the characteristics of sandification gradually appeared on his body. Feeling the abnormality of his body, Gaara thought that the one tail was going to compete with him for control of his body again. Get back! Gaara shouted angrily, mobilizing his chakra to suppress the one-tail Shukaku. Although the sealing technique of the Sand Village was not very good, it was still able to suppress the one-tail. The one-tail immediately felt a strong pressure pressing its power back. After struggling several times, the one-tail Shukaku stopped struggling because he noticed something unusual, as if the guy opposite was weird. He didn't seem to sense the existence of Kurama. Could it be that he was a human who had obtained some stinky fox chakra? Gaara felt the one-tail retreating and no longer struggling, and thought that he had given up again as usual, so he didn't think much and turned to look at Naruto. Looking at the chakra in Naruto's hand, he recognized it. It was the tailed beast chakra. Could it be? Gaara understood instantly that perhaps the other party was also a tailed beast Jinchuriki. The murderous intent in his heart suddenly weakened a little. Who are you? Me. Naruto smiled and continued, I am the same as you. I am an ominous person, but we are not born to be ominous, they forced us to be like this. When Gaara heard Naruto's words, he felt inexplicably touched in the first half, and murderous intent rose in the second half. We are the same kind of people. Gaara, do you believe in light? I am here to lead you out of the darkness. Naruto felt like he was fooling a kid. Gaara's body paused for a moment, then his face gradually became ferocious, and he shouted, "I don't need anyone, I love my own Shura." Gaara suddenly rushed up like crazy. Okay. Naruto waved his hands. After all, he couldn't beat Snake Uncle. They all said I had a mouth-to-mouth trick, where was it? It seems that we still have to fight. Naruto actually expected that without strength, others would not want to listen to what you say. Naruto looked at Gaara's angry look at the moment, and he was probably moved by him, but the long-term betrayal made him unwilling to believe anyone again. Problem children and the like, just beat them up. Then come and convince people with virtue. After all, a gentleman is not serious, he is not powerful. How can I establish prestige without heavy hands? Facing Gaara who was galloping, looking at him who had already turned one hand into Shukaku's arm, Naruto did not hesitate at all and pulled back. Feel the fear from the firepower coverage. Naruto raised the corner of his mouth, all the fears come from the fear of insufficient firepower. Earth escape quicksand strike. Naruto quickly formed 3 seals with both hands, and AB level ninjutsu was used. It was obviously a ninjutsu that Naruto had simplified. Gaara was shocked. Although he was in a state of rage, he was not without brains. With such a short seal, the opponent's strength was not weak. Gaara seemed even crazier, and the blood of the strong was even more boiling. Gaara raised the huge arm transformed by Shukaku, which had violet-like patterns on it. His eyes gradually changed, and he looked like a monster. There was even fine sand sliding down his arm, and the murderous intent that erupted from his body could scare a Jonin. The power of the tailed beast can make ordinary ninjas shudder. This is a power that is almost like a natural disaster. Naruto used Earth Escape to roll up a huge quicksand fist and hit Gaara. Gaara used the seemingly small arm of Shukaku, which actually contained powerful power. After all, it was the power of the tailed beast, which could not be ignored. Earth Style, Vortex Blast. In a flash, Naruto attacked Gaara again. The desert was full of sand and stones, which reduced Naruto's energy consumption several times. The sand and stones turned into desert vortices and rushed towards Gaara. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the sound waves formed hit the wall of the barrier without causing any ripples. Seeing that the attack hit the opponent, Naruto was not happy at all, because Gaara was wrapped in a thick ball of sand. The sand with chakra was harder than steel. Absolute protection. Naruto's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an interested look. Naruto knew that this was not Shukaku's power at all, but the power of Gaara's mother, Karura. What power could allow Karura's remaining power to protect Gaara all the time? It really interested Naruto. Since Naruto had the ability of God's reward for hard work, his research on ninjutsu has been unstoppable. Now seeing the power of unfamiliar ninjutsu, he is naturally very interested. Especially this unconscious automatic defense power. Although it looks magical, Naruto knows that this power should rely on Gaara's chakra. From the perspective of energy, this is reasonable. However, in the later period, Karura's remaining power took the initiative to form a huge sand man to protect Gaara, which still shocked Naruto. This woman is indeed very admirable. How to say it, chakra is formed by human spiritual power and cell life energy, and the most sincere will in the heart is naturally explained by being imprinted in chakra. This is also the reason why Gaara's mother took the initiative to protect Gaara later. This mother, she loves Gaara deeply. Chapter 63. Naruto's attack was blocked by Gaara's absolute defense, and he couldn't help but smile. Gaara rushed forward even more frantically. Sand Style, Desert Funeral. In the desert, Gaara didn't need the aid of the gourd to perform his ninjutsu to the limit, because there were brown sand all around. The mud and sand began to move like a river. In such a scene, Gaara laughed, as if he was about to be happy and excited to see Naruto's blood. Gaara's face was full of madness at the moment. Naruto frowned at the crazy Gaara in front of him. Problem children and the like, just beat them up. Educate them well later. Gaara has fallen to where he is today, and it's all because of Luasha's cleverness. In the end, he was killed by Orochimaru. Even the people in his own ninja village don't know. It's really ridiculous. Big Ball Rasengan. Looking at the rushing river of mud and sand, Naruto directly fired a Big Ball Rasengan to meet it. The powerful force of the Rasengan directly shattered the entire river of mud and sand. The yellow sand in the sky instantly dispersed in the air, and the power in it had been defeated by Naruto. Gaara was a little dazed. He had hardly seen such a powerful force. Except for his father. The original crazy emotion was restrained a little in an instant, and he didn't even notice it. Gritting his teeth, Gaara mobilized the sand again, forming a big hand to grab Naruto. Naruto turned over and retreated, using a somersault to retreat dozens of meters away. Then he grinned and said, "Welcome to the baptism of artillery fire. Open black lens bracket fire style. Great dragon fire technique, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire style, flame pillar. It's not over yet, the wind helps the fire. Open black lens bracket wind style, big breakthrough, close black lens bracket." Naruto formed seals with one hand and instantly used two fire-style ninjutsu, one for high-altitude attack and one for ground attack. He formed seals with both hands again, and a strong wind appeared, and the fire became even more fierce. A dull feeling rose up. Gaara felt the pressure and directly formed three walls of sand to block in front of him. Naruto's attack was unstoppable and directly broke through Gaara's three walls of sand before stopping. Gaara just wanted to take a breath. Then he heard Naruto's voice. Earth style, quicksand vortex. Wind style, tornado, combined ninjutsu, quicksand hell. Naruto deliberately controlled the power. After all, Gaara was still too young now. One tail. Lend me your power, if I die you will definitely not live. Gaara roared. The one-tail Shukaku was also straightforward, without any more arguments, and directly gave his chakra to Gaara. Because the human in front of him had the smell of the stinky fox he hated. With Shukaku's chakra, Gaara launched the ninjutsu again, which was larger in scale and more powerful. However, when it came into contact with Naruto's ninjutsu, he found that it didn't seem as powerful as he imagined. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he showed a cruel expression, as long as the opponent was not as strong as he imagined. Sand style, desert burial. With the blessing of Shukaku's chakra, Gaara was like a god. But Naruto's attacks came one after another, so many that his scalp numbed. Fire style, chain fireball technique. Art fire escape ho fireball. Lightning release, thunderbird. Lightning release, pseudo darkness. Wind style, wind cutting. Wind style, vacuum wave. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Naruto did not use the combination ninjutsu again. After all, the power of the combination ninjutsu was too strong. It was not something that Gaara could resist now. Naruto felt the 5 cards of chakra disappearing from his body, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this is a move that Kakashi can never afford to use. Naruto's moves were messy, purely for the purpose of showing off his ninjutsu. His clone had a total of 10,000 cards of chakra, of which Naruto himself provided 2,000 cards. The 9 tails alone, oh no. One-tailed beast provided 8,000 cards of chakra. 1 card of chakra is equivalent to the chakra of 1 Kakashi. In the original work, Naruto had hundreds of times more chakra than Kakashi, and this was because the remaining chakra was used to suppress the 9 tails. Now that there is no interference from the 9 tails, these chakras can naturally be used. At the same time, because of the reward for hard work, Naruto's chakra increased several times again, reaching the level of several thousand cards. If Kakashi knew, he would probably burst into tears. In fact, Kakashi has a lot of chakra, and most of it has been absorbed by the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not have failed to break through to the cage level for so many years. In addition to his own decadence, the Sharingan has been absorbing his chakra. As the saying goes, success or failure is due to the Sharingan. Maybe Kakashi will be stronger without the Sharingan, but it is different. After all, when Kakashi was young, he was a super genius. The threshold of the cage level is not difficult for him. Even Guy opened the 8 gates and reached the cage level. Naruto's ninjutsu was all smashed down, explosions sounded, and the surroundings were suddenly shrouded in smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Gaara had actually used the technique of pretending to sleep. Wow, he directly let Shukaku resist the thunder. Naruto. I can't beat Shukaku now. Don't think that Shukaku is rubbish in the original work. The Nine Tails has always used its tail to distinguish the strong from the weak. In fact, it can't stand Shukaku. And Shukaku's strength is not the weakest among the tailed beasts. Shukaku is the only one among the tailed beasts who can use ninjutsu. I don't know when he learned it. The other tailed beasts are too disdainful to learn human ninjutsu. Speaking of this, Naruto has to complain. Among all the tailed beasts, only the Nine Tails' strength barely reaches the level of Super Shadow. The other tailed beasts are at the level of Shadow. Their chakra utilization and control are terribly low. Otherwise, with their chakra, they must be Super Shadow level. Usually, they only use a tailed beast ball that is equivalent to a talent skill. No wonder they are toyed with by humans. But in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, they are invincible. Even shadow-level powerhouses have a headache because the chakra of the tailed beasts is too huge. Ha ha ha. I'm finally out. Little brat, prepare to die, said the one-tailed Shukaku arrogantly. The long-lost sense of freedom made him feel great. A huge claw grabbed Naruto, and Naruto pulled back and continued to attack with ninjutsu. Shukaku's claws smashed on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Kid, what is your relationship with that fox? Shukaku's voice was loud and rumbling. Want to know? Defeat me. Naruto teased. You are courting death, little brat. Feeling that he was being fooled, Shukaku was furious and started to use ninjutsu directly. Open black lens bracket wind style, air training bullet. Close black lens bracket. Naruto used earth style to dive deep into the ground. Shukaku smashed a big hole in the ground and Naruto got out again. Hey, I'm fine, come again. Naruto continued to taunt. Shukaku grabbed Naruto with one claw, but missed. Naruto had already hidden underground again. He came out from another direction. Hey, I'm fine, I'm just playing. Naruto came out again, which made Shukaku furious. He kept hitting Naruto. Naruto dodged Shukaku's attack again and again. If he can't beat me, can't I dodge? Damn brat. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will tear you into pieces. Shukaku was furious, and a ball of black energy gradually began to take shape. It turned out to be the tailed beast ball. No way. You can't afford to play with me. Naruto hid underground again, but still felt unsafe, so he continued to drill underground. No, it's still not safe. Naruto dived in another direction again, sneaking a few hundred meters. Carrying out the way of hiding, it is my duty. Boom. The ground shook. Naruto felt it even though he was hundreds of meters away. It is worthy of being the tailed beast ball. Sly kid, come out. Shukaku shouted loudly. Naruto didn't come out for a long time. He thought Naruto had been smashed into pieces by the tailed beast ball. Even if he hadn't, he would probably have been deformed and squeezed into a pancake by the ground. Ha ha ha, this is what happens when you dare to play tricks on me. Shukaku's loud voice echoed in the barrier. Naruto, who had just returned, heard Shukaku's loud laughter and got out from behind him. What are you laughing at? ellipsis quote. Chapter 64. Shukaku turned around and looked at them, staring at each other for a moment. Naruto stood in the distance intact, staring at Shukaku with his big eyes. Hey, dude, what were you talking about just now? Naruto put his hand next to his ear, tilted his head, pretending not to hear what it said, looking particularly annoying. Little brat, are you looking for death? Shukaku was instantly furious, and the sand around him unconsciously rioted. It directly formed sand iron, and with Shukaku's huge body, Naruto suddenly felt like a sky full of yellow sand. Oh my god, are they serious? Shukaku has the ability of magnetic escape in Naruto's impression. At this moment, he mobilized a large amount of iron sand to hit Naruto. Whoosh! Naruto disappeared from the spot again, and the whole person escaped directly underground. He knew how powerful this was. Without Naruto, Shukaku was furious, and the storm around him became more and more violent. Shukaku kept releasing air training bullets to hit the surroundings, and even one bullet hit the barrier. The transparent barrier instantly revealed its traces and returned to its original state. Gaara was in a dozing state at the moment, as if all this had nothing to do with him. After Shukaku swept past, Naruto ran out again to taunt. His expression was as arrogant as he could be. Hey, isn't this the one tail? Why is it so powerless and furious here? Naruto had just finished speaking when the huge claws slapped down. Boom! Covered with a huge amount of chakra. The ground suddenly sank, and huge smoke and dust filled half of Shukaku's body, and Naruto disappeared again. The ground cracked, and the quicksand slowly flowed down, looking like a funnel. Shukaku's face became more and more hideous, and the violet flower pattern became more and more charming. A few minutes later, Shukaku was constantly venting. He didn't know why the little bug in front of him was so good at hiding. Once it disappeared, the chakra traces were almost imperceptible, and the position could not be confirmed at all. Shukaku began to mobilize chakra to stir the surrounding ground. A large amount of chakra penetrated into the ground, trying to pull Naruto out. What surprised him was that there was no trace of Naruto within 100 meters underground, and there was no breath of a person within a radius of hundreds of meters. Little did he know that Naruto had already escaped to a place thousands of meters away. After Naruto's continuous improvement of the earth escape technique, it was not only fast, but also greatly enhanced the depth of escape. It's just that the air underground is scarce, so you need to breathe from time to time, or directly use the earth escape technique to open a small passage leading to the ground. After Shukaku finished venting, Naruto came out again and taunted Shukaku. The big cat in front, didn't you eat? Oh, it seems that you don't need to eat either. Naruto taunted in a very jumpy way. If Naruto's real body was here, he would definitely not say this. Who knew that the shadow clone was fine when it came out, but now it has let itself go. You little brat, you have completely pissed me off. Shukaku's murderous intent continued to rise, and the tailed beast ball condensed again. I say, One Tail, your chakra control is not that good. Isn't it just rolling a ball? You act like no one can do it. After saying that, Naruto immediately performed a ball rolling. This is a small meatball, this is a big meatball, and this is a braised meatball, this is a flat meatball, and this is a meatball skewer. Rasengan began to appear in Naruto's hand, including a large Rasengan, a Hauyan Rasengan infused with fire attribute chakra, a Rasengan that changed its form into a flat shape, and a row of Rasengan in his hand. Naruto's attitude made Shukaku even more angry, and even the tailed beast ball was blessed to a great extent. After Naruto showed off, he disappeared again. 2 people. No, it should be said that one person and one tailed beast. After tossing for several hours, even the sky was a little bright, but this had nothing to do with Gaara. He finally got a good night's sleep. Ellipsis. Little brat, I'm going to use my ultimate move. Shukaku's rumbling voice came, and Naruto's heart froze. Could it be that he has some other moves that I don't know? I won't accompany you anymore. Goodbye, little brat. Naruto was dumbfounded. Shukaku threw a ball of sand at Gaara, who woke up and was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were traces of ninjutsu attacks all around him. And Naruto's figure in front of him was intact. Could it be that the one tail couldn't do anything to him? It's unethical. Naruto was a little exasperated when he saw Shukaku's unethical way. Shukaku, who returned to Gaara's body, laughed. You never thought, little brat, I fooled you, right? I told you not to fool me. Although he was fooled, Shukaku was still a little happy. After all, he finally got out of the body. It was like a vent, and no one stopped me. It was better than being trapped in a cage. Gaara looked at the scene in front of him, and he felt comfortable for no reason. He hadn't had such a rest for a long time. Naruto gradually recovered at this time. He almost played too much and forgot about the business. Naruto came back to his senses and looked at Gaara calmly. At this moment, Gaara was also looking at Naruto with a fearful look. The guy who couldn't even do anything to the one tail must be not simple. Naruto looked at the vigilant red panda in front of him. As expected, if he didn't convince others with virtue, the other party would not listen to him. Gaara, I have no intention of being your enemy. We are all the same kind of people, both Jinchuriki, we should help each other, right? Naruto said slowly. He lied. He is not the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at all, he is just a guy who got the Nine Tails power. Shukaku's voice was in Gaara's mind, and Gaara, who thought Naruto was right, reacted instantly. You lied. You are not the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at all, what is your purpose? Gaara's dull voice sounding a little excited, more like he was dissatisfied with Naruto's deception. Naruto was slightly stunned. He frowned, then thought of the one-tailed Shukaku, and then he was relieved. Did the one-tailed Shukaku sense that there was no nine-tailed fox in his body? You misunderstood. I am the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. What's in front of you now is just one of my shadow clones. Naruto explained. But in return, Gaara looked at him as if he was a fool, as if to say, have you ever seen such a perverted shadow clone? Gaara, I know you don't believe me, so I'll prove it to you. Naruto took off his upper body, and there were several seals on it. Release. Naruto removed the seal, but it was not over yet. Naruto started to make hand seals and slightly changed the technique of constructing the character in the shadow clone. Naruto's upper body turned into a translucent chakra aggregation similar to the form of Susanoo. Gaara was shocked. The person in front of him was actually a shadow clone, or a chakra aggregation. But the amount of chakra was too terrifying. What kind of shadow clone was this? Not only Gaara, but even Shukaku in Gaara's body was shocked. A shadow clone actually entangled with it for so long. Isn't it easy for a shadow clone to dissipate? Chapter 65. This time, not only Gaara, but even Shukaku believed Naruto a little. Naruto changed back to his original form and sealed himself again. It is not difficult to show the chakra appearance of the shadow clone. Others' shadow clones may be just a shallow empty shell, but Naruto's shadow clone is a collection filled with chakra. All he needs to do is change the way the chakra of the anthropomorphic form is running. It is very simple for Naruto. Gaara, we are not enemies, we can be the same kind, partners. Naruto continued, his tone full of sincerity. Life is not all gloomy. The world is not all Sand Village. Gaara, you are not without meaning to exist. Naruto knows that if he wants to recruit Gaara, he must appeal to his emotions and courtesy. And Gaara is an important part of Naruto's mastery of the Kingdom of Wind in the future. As long as Gaara succeeds in becoming the Wind Shadow as originally estimated, then Sand Village will basically be in his pocket. And now the most important thing is to open Gaara's heart and pull Gaara out of the darkness. Naruto knows very well that people like Gaara who seek the meaning of their existence by killing people are actually very eager to be recognized by others. He is no different from others, but he is forced into this by life and rasa. What Naruto has to do is to become the light that can pierce the darkness in Gaara's heart. And Naruto also hopes to redeem Gaara. Ellipsis. Konaha Village, Ninja School. Naruto was flirting with Hinata as usual, and he didn't know the progress of Naruto's clone yet, but the clone didn't dissipate, probably nothing went wrong. Naruto smiled and touched Hinata's head. Hinata blushed, and his other hand accidentally touched Hinata's arm. Hiss tilde. Hinata subconsciously took a breath, Naruto frowned, and said, "Hinata, what's wrong?" "Naruto-kun, it's okay," Hinata said softly with a ruddy face. Naruto gently grabbed Hinata's hand and lifted her sleeve. The scene he saw afterwards made Naruto frown, and an unknown anger rushed to his heart. Hinata's arm was bruised and swollen in several places. It looked like someone else had beaten her, very similar to the acupuncture of the Hyuga family. Then Naruto thought about it and understood the cause and effect. It was likely that she was injured when fighting with someone in the family. In the Hyuga family, there was probably no one else who could attack Hinata, the heir of the main family, and beat her like this. Except for Hinata's father Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hanabi, there was probably no one else. "Hinata, tell me who did it." Naruto's expression was serious and cold, which scared Hinata, but she could still hear the concern in Naruto's tone, which showed that Naruto cared about her very much, and her heart was slightly warmed. "It's okay, Naruto-kun. I did it by accident." Seeing Hinata's expression, Naruto was a little helpless. "Hinata, if you don't tell me, I won't be able to eat or sleep well, and I'll think about it every day, please tell me." Naruto pretended to be pitiful, because he knew that only in this way would Hinata be able to tell the truth. "Ah, don't. I got hurt when Hanabi and I were sparring." Hinata told Naruto everything, including the fact that she lost to Hanabi. Naruto gently stroked Hinata's little head and said, "Hinata, can't you bear to hurt your sister?" Hinata looked at Naruto's sunny face and nodded. Naruto saw Hinata nod, and knew that Hanabi should be a little over 5 years old now. Even if Hinata's strength is weak now, she should be able to fight to a draw. But with Hinata's character, she certainly can't bear to hurt a younger sister. This is basically fatal in a large family, especially as the heir to the main family. Naruto took a look and pulled Hinata out. Then he used the shadow clone and used the transformation technique to turn into Hinata's appearance. Then he pulled Naruto out of the ninja school. "Naruto-kun, it's not good for us to skip class like this, right?" Hinata whispered, looking at the hand held by Naruto. Her fair neck suddenly turned pink. In the past, she would have fainted directly, but after such a long time, Hinata was much more immune to it. "It's okay. Haven't you mastered most of the content in these classes? Besides, I've used a shadow clone to attend the class in your place, so no one will notice." "Hinata, we are already so familiar with each other, you should just call me Naruto from now on. It's always Naruto-kun Naruto-kun, I think it's a bit strange." "Okay, Naruto-kun, ellipsis quote. Okay, Naruto, ellipsis quote. That's right." Naruto happily took Hinata's hand and rushed to the place where they usually trained. The simple secret base at that time has changed at this moment, and even the small cave at that time has become a built-in house with several rooms. It is the place where Naruto and his friends rest. Sometimes Neji will stay here overnight. He is really too hard for training, and Xiaoli is also. Hinata looked around curiously. It seems like a secret base. "Come here, I'll treat you." The two came to a lawn, and Naruto used the palm fairy technique to treat Hinata. There are medical ninjutsu in Danzo's collection scrolls, and because of the biological experiments, medical ninjas are the key, so there are many books on medical treatment. Green light appeared, and Hinata's injuries healed quickly. Hinata stared at Naruto while he was treating her. Naruto was particularly handsome today, and Hinata seemed to hear her own heartbeat. Ellipsis. Land of Wind, outside of Sand Village. Naruto was still introducing it to Gaara, and Gaara suddenly wanted to see the life that Naruto was talking about. As the head of the organization, Naruto's words about the leader were also polished to a certain extent. Although Naruto did not do it deliberately, he continued to improve when teaching Shisui. At this moment, something called leadership temperament emerged spontaneously, which was convincing. "I love Luo, this world is chaotic, it is bad, even people are bad. I hope to change it, make the mountains and rivers beautiful, let the sun shine on the earth." Gaara, we are unfortunate, but we can help more people like us escape from the sea of suffering. We can help people in the ninja world no longer distinguish between countries. Let the people of the wind country go to see the sea, the people of the fire country can see the oasis, and the people of the earth country can see the beautiful plains. Let everyone be able to go anywhere at will. The ninja world is corrupt and dark, but we are bright and shining. Gaara, I need you. Naruto's words were like a dimensionality reduction blow to the love-starved little panda in front of him. No one had ever said that they needed him. No one had ever said that he could live a wonderful life. No one had ever said that he could be loved by others. Gaara's tears instantly welled up in his eyes, and he cried, "Can someone like me be needed?" Naruto hooked his hand around the back of Gaara's head, and their foreheads were pressed tightly together. Gaara, look at me, I need you. The world needs you too. Naruto grinned, revealing his white teeth, confident and calm. This was a smile Gaara had never seen before. He was used to fear, disgust and disgust. This smile became the only one, the light in his heart. Chapter 66. Next to the grove. Naruto carefully used medical ninjutsu to recover all of Hinata's injuries. Then he looked at Hinata with heartache. Naruto actually did not recommend this girl in front of him to become a ninja, or to be more precise, he did not recommend her to become a ninja who specializes in combat. This is why Naruto has no plans to improve Hinata's strength for the time being. In this world, Naruto feels that it is more about diversifying power rather than becoming a killing weapon alone. This is simply a cruel thing for a girl who is naturally kind. But now, the girl he cherishes has been hurt. And they are her family members. He can't just rush to Hyuga to beat up Hyuga Hiyashi and his sister-in-law. Besides, wouldn't that expose him? After thinking it over and over again, Naruto felt that Hinata should still have a certain amount of power. After all, he couldn't stay with Hinata forever. So he took Hinata's hand, as if he didn't see Hinata's flushed face. Hinata felt that she was about to faint, and sweat began to appear on her head. Hinata, I know you don't want to hurt Hanabi, but you can't do this. As the heir to the main family, you must have a certain strength. Naruto spoke slowly. For a big family like the Hyuga, his daughter is indeed cowardly and timid. She can't even fight as well as her sister Hanabi, who is 5 years younger than her. This is why Hyuga Hiyashi is so strict. Some elders in the main family put pressure on her, and there were even rumors of reselecting the heir to the main family, but these news were circulated within the main family. Naruto has a general understanding of the Hyuga, and he learned more from the original work. However, no matter how much Hyuga Hiyashi bears, this is not a reason for Hinata to be bullied. Should the responsibility of the family really be placed on Hinata? You know, Hinata is only 10 years old now. Hinata listened to Naruto's words, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. He thought of his father, who also emphasized her identity as the heir to the main family. Strength is a must, at least not too weak. Seeing that Hinata's tears were about to fall, Naruto hurriedly said, "Don't cry, Hinata, I don't mean that. What I mean is, let me help you practice in the future. Hinata, you are not bad in talent, but you are kind-hearted. I know fighting and killing may not be suitable for you, but sometimes, strength can also be used to protect the people you love. Just like I want to protect you." Naruto said with a smile, and Hinata's slightly sad heart suddenly became lively, but Naruto's words made her face red again. "Well, I also want to protect you, Naruto," Hinata whispered, and Naruto could hardly hear what Hinata said. "Hinata, strength is not just for fighting and killing, sometimes it can be transformed into the power of protection. Ninjas don't necessarily have to go to the battlefield to kill enemies, the power of ninjas can also be used to benefit the people. It's just that people now have a qualitative thinking about the profession of ninja. You may not understand these, but ninjutsu comes from life, from fighting, and from thinking." Naruto's words are indeed difficult for Hinata to understand, and even a shock. Don't ninjas exist just to kill people? This is the inertial thinking of most ninjas in the ninja world. Ordinary people pay remuneration in exchange for the protection of ninjas, and ninjas protect ordinary people. The daimyo is in charge of politics, and the ninjas are in charge of fighting. The daimyo maintains the needs of the ninjas, so military expenses are distributed, and at the same time, the ninjas complete tasks and earn money. This is the one country, one village system. In theory, the shadow and the daimyo should be at the same level, but because the daimyo controls the economic lifeline, the status of the daimyo is slightly higher. From the fact that the shadow needs to be reported to the daimyo, although it is just a situation, it can be seen that the status of the daimyo is a little higher. You may not understand now, it doesn't matter. Naruto touched Hinata's head again and added, but I will train you in the future. You will understand that the power of protection is the most powerful. Isn't it? If anyone dares to hit Hinata, Naruto doesn't mind releasing the 9 tails and let him experience what it means to be a man relying on the power of a fox. Human-shaped cannon. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. The two of them stopped talking and snuggled up to each other warmly. The sun shone on them, and they looked so peaceful. Time passed slowly. Ellipsis. Good morning, Naruto. Miss Hinata, why are you here? Suddenly a voice sounded, full of shock. Oh, brother-in-law, you are here. Ellipsis quote. Neji knew that Naruto and Hinata had a good relationship, but he never thought that Hinata would skip classes to date Naruto. But then he showed a knowing smile. If an ordinary person dared to harass Hinata, Neji would definitely beat him up so that he couldn't take care of himself. If this person was Naruto, Neji would definitely agree with it. Okay, since you are here, I will not waste my words. You can come and train with Hinata today. You probably know Hinata's situation in Hyuga. Hinata's personality is not suitable for fighting and killing. Ninki looked at Naruto in surprise. Hinata's personality is not only not suitable for fighting and killing, to put it bluntly, it is, a bit cowardly. Although Ninki felt that it was not good to frame Hinata in his heart, it was indeed the truth. Ninki, I know, but I can't just watch Hinata get bullied. You help me teach her for a few days, and then I'll be able to improve Hinata's strength. And don't hurt Hinata, or you'll know what will happen. Naruto knew what Nechi was thinking when he saw his expression, and after saying a few words, he put his hands together at the same time, and the knuckles made a crackling sound. Nechi swallowed and nodded, because he knew how hard Naruto's fists were. Hinata, you have to know that sometimes learning ninjutsu and taijutsu is not to hurt anyone, but to prevent more people from getting hurt, understand? I may get hurt in the future, and I need you to protect me, Hinata. Naruto knew that if he wanted Hinata's strength to improve, he had to change Hinata's mind first, and let her understand that strength is not just a tool to hurt others, but can also be used to protect the people she loves. Yeah, Naruto, I will study hard. Hinata nodded, and a strange emotion arose in her heart. No one had ever told her that strength could be used to protect others. All she had heard was that as the heir of the main family, she should shoulder the responsibility of the main family and not let people down. Strength is everything, you are so disappointing. Hinata always heard scolding, harshness and a lot of demands, and no one ever considered her feelings. Only Naruto really cared about her, and tears welled up in her eyes for a moment. Ellipsis. Little cat, you won't look good if you keep crying. I won't like you if your face is all red from crying. Naruto said jokingly. Then, who does Naruto-kun like? Seeing Hinata like this, Naruto was a little amused. Little idiot, I was just joking. Naruto explained, and Hinata started laughing again. Chapter 67. Ninki, Hinata is now in your care. Hinata's foundation in taijutsu is too poor. Please help her train again. Naruto had practiced taijutsu in his early days. Basic taijutsu had already formed a theory. There were still too few taijutsu practitioners nowadays. Relatively speaking, they were a bit too crude. Even some taijutsu from big families seemed too simple for Naruto. Ninki nodded. Naruto, Is there really a way to improve Miss Hinata's strength in a short period of time? Ninji said, and it was obvious that he had remembered what Naruto had just said. Naruto was stunned, then said, "It's true, but it may not be suitable for you. You can learn it when the time comes." Naruto naturally has a way to improve Hinata's strength. As long as Hinata's mentality changes and she is no longer so afraid of power, she can naturally improve her strength. The way Naruto thought of was that the others were too fierce, so Naruto thought of an ability that was very suitable for Hinata. That is Tai Chi. Tai Chi is very suitable for Hinata, and it is somewhat similar to the concept of the main family. The boxing in Konaha is roughly divided into steel fist flow and soft fist flow. The soft fist is represented by the Hyuga, and the steel fist flow can be reflected in Might Guy. The soft fist mainly relies on acupuncture to block the enemy's chakra, and sees through the chakra meridians through the white eyes, so it belongs to the exclusive boxing of the Hyuga clan. And because the soft fist is suitable for combat, it is actually mainly based on killing, soft with hardness, but it is too hard. Tai Chi, on the other hand, pays attention to the combination of hardness and softness, using stillness to control movement. Although moving, it is still still. Tai Chi is originally infinite, giving birth to all things, and it is more of a health concept. But don't think that Tai Chi boxing has weak actual combat ability. While Tai Chi is hard with softness, soft with hardness, and hardness and softness are combined. How can the concept of it be compared with the soft fist of the Hyuga clan? Naruto feels that if the people of the Hyuga clan get Tai Chi, they may be able to develop more powerful soft fist moves. Tai Chi is a dimensionality reduction attack for soft fist. Tai Chi is a systematic school, and there were many schools in Naruto's previous life. Naruto didn't know whether Tai Chi could be used in actual combat in his previous life, but in this world with extraordinary power. With the blessing of chakra, Tai Chi will burst out with terrifying power. Naruto plans to refine the Tai Chi he knows and form a ninja version of Tai Chi, and Tai Chi is almost equivalent to a method of practicing a ninjutsu. In the following days, Naruto started practicing Tai Chi every day. After practicing, Naruto found that Tai Chi is really not that simple. The artistic conception is vast and boundless. However, with the help of God's reward for hard work, it is like God's help. Open black lens bracket Tai Chi concept +5, Tai Chi +8, balance +1, close black lens bracket. Since Hinata was convinced by Naruto's idea that strength can also be protection, she has gradually started to pay attention to training, because she wants to protect Naruto, not just be a vase. As she followed Neji to re-examine the basics of physical skills, she found that this seemingly simple physical skill foundation is actually very complicated. As the daughter of Hyuga Hiyashi, she still has some vision. This surprised him a little. From Neji's explanation, he knew that these were all summed up by Naruto. Well, Naruto is indeed a genius. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. In Hinata's eyes, nothing Naruto does is strange. Ellipsis. Open black lens bracket Tai Chi breathing method +5, Tai Chi +15, close black lens bracket. These days, with the help of God's reward for hard work, Naruto has been madly brushing up his Tai Chi proficiency. Even some concepts that he doesn't understand will suddenly become clear in the inspiration of God's reward for hard work. As for bottlenecks, with the help of God's reward for hard work, Naruto has no bottlenecks. Open black lens bracket Tai Chi +11. Lifespan +0.01. It seems like something strange has been mixed in. Lifespan. Practicing Tai Chi still increases lifespan. Naruto was surprised, but when he thought about the fact that Tai Chi has the ability to maintain health, plus the blessing of God rewards hard work, it seemed to be commonplace. In Tai Chi, the most important thing is to exert force and breathing method. It is not difficult to exert force. With Naruto's physical attainments and God rewards hard work, he has already practiced it. However, what Naruto lacks is the breathing method, but he still got the blessing of God rewards hard work deliberately. Naruto invented a breathing method himself. The help of God rewards hard work is indispensable. Stirring up chakra with a special frequency can slowly improve physical fitness. It is not as rough as the steel fist flow, but it will not leave any hidden injuries. And the more he studied, Naruto found that there seemed to be an inexplicable energy from the outside world that would slowly flow into the body to temper the body. The number is as rare as silk thread. The advantage is that it flows slowly. Naruto suspects it is natural energy. Naruto is still not very clear about why Tai Chi breathing method can attract natural energy. It may be that Tai Chi implies the beginning of heaven and earth, and emphasizes that heaven follows earth, and earth follows heaven. Leverage the power of heaven and earth. Unity of heaven and man. Tao follows nature. This is very similar to the immortal cultivation methods that Naruto saw in his previous life. And these natural energies are similar to the energy of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, there are unexpected gains, which makes Naruto a little happy. Naruto feels that he has made rapid progress, but in the eyes of Neji and Hinata, Naruto is just a slow boxing, and there is no power at all. If you say this is a soft fist, he admits it. It is even softer than their Hyuga soft fist. Can this have offensive power? Can such a slow fist hit people? Naruto, does your boxing style really work? Neji asked hesitantly. Hinata was also a little confused, but she chose to believe Naruto. Naruto must have his own ideas, maybe she couldn't understand. Ninki, how many times have I told you, this is Tai Chi? If you think you can't do it, then come and practice with me. Naruto also knew that Neji and the others were puzzled. In addition to the training during this period, Naruto also wanted to find an experimental subject. Isn't Neji walking into trouble? Neji, you are still too young. Come on. Ninki also wanted to see where Naruto's boxing skills were strong. Remember to focus on strength, relax your body, and concentrate your spirit. Naruto directly faced Neji with his starting stance. Neji also used his soft fist stance. 8 trigrams chain palm. Neji attacked Naruto directly, and Naruto hadn't moved at all at this moment. Neji didn't relax at all. Although he didn't know Tai Chi, he never underestimated Naruto. When Neji was about to reach Naruto, Naruto moved. Left and right, hold the bird's tail. Raise your hands forward to form a circle, and use your strength in your palms. Press your hands to exert force on the back of your hands, and press your hands to exert force on your waist. Ninki frowned, and suddenly felt that all the flaws around Naruto disappeared. He changed direction and attacked Naruto again, and Naruto actually stuck to him. Watch out Hinata. Naruto kept sticking to Nechi, and while he was moving around, Nechi had no place to use his strength. A little force can defeat a great force. Neji launched a large number of attacks, but he didn't gain the upper hand at all. The two of them responded with only moves, without using any extraordinary strength. White crane spreads its wings. Double peaks pierce the ears, left leg kick. Tai Chi cloud hands. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. During the struggle, Naruto kept showing Hinata his moves, which made Hinata's eyes brighter and brighter. And Neji was also shocked by the exquisiteness of this set of boxing techniques. This is the most powerful soft fist. Chapter 68. Naruto carefully displayed his moves in front of Hinata, keeping his strength at a level similar to that of Nechi. However, even so, Nechi was still at a disadvantage, and he became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Although Naruto's movements were slow, he was always able to strike back first, and the constant fighting made him feel as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Nechi estimated that if Naruto hadn't wanted to practice his moves on Hinata, he would have been defeated long ago. Nechi felt extremely aggrieved, and if he hadn't seen Naruto trying to pass the moves to Hinata, Nechi would have admitted defeat long ago. He had never experienced such a frustrating battle before. But he still cooperated with Naruto and practiced it to the end. Okay, that's all the moves. Naruto said to Hinata, and Neji was relieved because Naruto also stopped. It was really uncomfortable to feel that his body was not his own, and he was completely caught up in Naruto's rhythm. Naruto, this is the Tai Chi you mentioned. This feels too badass. Ningji said in shock. Ninki, Tai Chi is about using the opponent's force to counterattack. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. It contains the most basic meaning of yin and yang, the foundation of all things. Compared to the soft fist of your Hyuga family, Tai Chi is the real soft fist. The Hyuga soft fist is really soft with strength, but it is too strong. As for Tai Chi, you should feel its power, but because I showed it to Hinata, I didn't show its killer moves too clearly. Naruto spoke slowly, and told the two people the concept of Tai Chi in a simple way. Tai Chi is divided into yin and yang. Yin is soft and yang is hard. Nature is a combination of hardness and softness, complementing each other. Tai Chi contains the changes of all things and the principles of the 8 diagrams. The changes are endless. What degree it will reach in the end depends entirely on you. Even I don't know where its limit is. Hinata and Nechi looked at each other. Neither of them was stupid. Nechi was able to rely on his own comprehension of the secret of the main family, the soft fist method to turn the tide. Naturally, his comprehension is very strong. In Naruto's explanation, fragments kept flashing through his mind, and his understanding of the principles of the 8 diagrams increased rapidly. The original 8 diagrams 64 palms felt that there were still many loopholes. Looking at Ninki, who was thoughtful, Naruto nodded. He was worthy of being Ninki. He understood the concept of Tai Chi so quickly. He deserves the title of genius. But I have a cheat. After a moment, Ninki raised his head again and said, Naruto, to what extent can this complete one be achieved? You mean the attack after combining chakra? Watch out. Naruto slowly began to make a gesture, and an invisible wind surrounded Naruto. The blue chakra slowly covered Naruto's body, and in a moment Naruto moved, and the chakra around him began to become violent, but it was extremely stable. A powerful momentum came out of Naruto's body. Open black lens bracket ninja Tai Chi +5, close black lens bracket. As Naruto moved, Heaven Rewards hard work was activated again, providing Naruto with strength every moment. As Naruto moved, a palm of chakra came out of his body, easily destroying the big tree in the distance, and the leaves rustled. Is this a ninjutsu? The slow and quiet movements before didn't look very good, but now after adding chakra and the operation method, it actually burst out with such a strong power. This is the soft fist secret that is stronger than the main family secret technique. Although Neji was shocked, he still suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to watch. Naruto's next move shocked Neji even more. He seemed to see the rotation of the 4 seasons and the birth of the world. Hinata's eyes were also full of brilliance. Yin and Yang converged, and the 8 trigrams grew. A yin and yang 8 trigrams pattern appeared, forming a strong airflow. What is this? Ningji opened his mouth in shock and could not help but step back. This is the secret of Tai Chi. Tai Chi domain. In the Tai Chi domain, defense is unparalleled, and the invincible method of close combat protection. The rhythm is in my hands. No one of the same level can break the Bagua domain. Naruto's voice sounded, and at this moment, Naruto's mind rang wildly, and Naruto seemed to be in enlightenment at this moment. Open black lens bracket Tai Chi domain +3, Tai Chi domain +5, Tai Chi boxing +4, Tai Chi concept +25, close black lens bracket. Naruto's mind was filled with inspiration, and the accompanying artistic conception attracted the two people who were watching from the side. Their comprehension of Tai Chi was just like eating and drinking water. As for how much they could absorb, it all depended on their comprehension. Ellipsis. The distant kingdom of wind. Naruto's clone has been teaching Gaara here for half a month. Naruto wants to take Gaara as his younger brother and then control the entire sand village. Naturally, he will not be so careless. Gaara still lacks a lot, not only strength, but also ideas. After half a month of the influence of the red thought, Gaara admires Naruto even more. Naruto actually wants to completely reform the ninja world. He wants to unify all countries and achieve great unification. He even secretly began to develop and lay out the ninja world. He estimated that what Naruto told him was only part of it. In fact, it is true. In Naruto's teaching, Naruto must first change his character, and then begin to accumulate strength, and must not expose his true strength. Naruto's real positioning for Gaara is to fully control the Sand Village after the Konaha collapse plan. Compared to Gaara's official popularity in Shippuden, Naruto is ready to advance 3 years. This is a big country. Compared with the 5 major countries, it is the best country to attack. After all, the current Sand Village is in a period of transition and only has one Luasha to support it. Chio and others are old. And now he is also in a semi-retired state. A few years later, Gaara will be the highest combat force in the Sand Village. With the help of Naruto's forces, it will not be difficult for Gaara to secure the position of Wind Shadow. Naruto has seen the industry of the 7-colored Chamber of Commerce in the Sand Village, and the industrial chain that has gradually formed. If Gaara does not become the Wind Shadow in the end according to the original work, the worst-case scenario is to cut off the source of funds and withdraw the 7-colored Chamber of Commerce. And that part of the people in the Wind Country will be unemployed. Under the mobilization of public anger, there is no reason why Gaara cannot become the Wind Shadow. The original work has become it, and it would be strange if he still cannot become it with the help of Naruto. What makes Naruto most comfortable is that Gaara really has potential in this area and can draw inferences from one example. It's just that he has never been exposed to this knowledge before. In order to prevent Gaara's changes from being abrupt, Naruto also designed a route of change for Gaara, so that people can gradually get used to Gaara's changes and begin to control the Sand Village little by little. And in order for Gaara's strength to grow steadily, Naruto made a deal with Shukaku. At first Shukaku was reluctant, but Naruto just whispered the names of the 9-tailed beasts, and the deal was done. The main thing was to prevent Shukaku from competing with Gaara for control of the body, and to lend chakra to Gaara when necessary. For this, Naruto promised to set Shukaku free in 10 years. Chapter 69. Shukaku didn't believe everything Naruto said, because he saw that Naruto seemed to value Gaara very much. Moreover, the tailed beast separated from the body of the Jinchuriki at the cost of the Jinchuriki's life. What made Shukaku really believe in Naruto was that Naruto casually called out the names of the tailed beasts, which made his thoughts begin to diverge. The boy with blue eyes shouted the names of the 9-tailed beasts playfully. He will bring changes to the world and bring peace to the world. The two people overlapped inexplicably, and Shukaku was silent for a rare time. Naruto smiled lightly. He knew Shukaku would agree. Over the years, he has reached a high level of grasp of people's hearts, even if the other party is just a tailed beast. But he has wisdom. What made Naruto happy was that Gaara could actually use magnetic escape, which was a surprising thing. Why didn't it show it in the original work? Then Naruto got the answer from Gaara's answer. It's funny to say that the reason was actually Rasa. Rasa keeps sending people to assassinate Gaara. In his heart, this is not his father, and therefore Gaara is unwilling to use the magnetic escape technique inherited from Rasa. Here is an explanation. Gaara is set to have magnetic escape technique. The official Gaara secret technique has it, but the orthodox one should not have it. The reason why it is set here is to enhance Gaara's strength. I hope everyone understands. Gaara, this power is yours. It doesn't matter who owns it. Power has nothing to do with right or wrong, but it depends on the person who uses it. Luo Sha is not a qualified father, but you still have me, and in the future there will be more people who will become partners of Remember. And strength is used to protect partners and achieve our goals. You don't owe him anything, so feel free to use the power of magnetic escape. It will be of greater use in the future. Naruto added, if possible, please ask Shukaku to help Gaara develop the power of magnetic escape. Naruto used honorifics for Shukaku, which made Shukaku feel quite comfortable. Their tailed beasts also have names, not one tail, two tail or something like that, which is simply unpleasant. Naruto's mystery, plus the fact that Naruto can call out the names of their tailed beasts, and Naruto promised them freedom, made it have a preliminary sense of identity with Naruto. Humph. I know, don't forget your promise, kid. Shukaku's voice sounded in Gaara's consciousness space, and was also conveyed to Naruto through Gaara. Old man Ludao, could he be that young boy? In Gaara's consciousness, Shukaku's eyes were blurred and he murmured. Ellipsis. Naruto is still carrying out his plan, while Shisui is also developing rapidly. The existence of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce has brought benefits to most civilians. At the same time, it has offended most of the nobles, and even touched the interests of some ministers of the country and even daimyo. Facing these people, Shisui will not take soft means. As long as he finds that these people are plundering the people's fat and blood, and even have many sins in secret, Shisui will use illusions to forcibly control these people. There are also many friendly people among the nobles, and there are not many acts of oppressing civilians. For these, Shisui will even take the initiative to cooperate with them and give them opportunities. Although they want to change the world, they are not irrational and hostile to the world. The Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce is in the light, and the Umbrella Organization is in the dark, and it is madly absorbing members. Each level represents different levels of talents, and it covers the whole world, not just ninjas. Sometimes high-end ordinary people, such as scientific and technological talents, are more important than ordinary ninjas. With the Kurigakur taking the blame, the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce is in its heyday, and the Umbrella Organization has been greatly developed. However, as long as it exists, people will eventually find traces of its existence. For example, a fat sheep who likes gambling. Ellipsis. Tansho Street. A blonde loli is drinking, but her body is extremely hot, a legal loli. The chariot on her chest makes most people feel ashamed. At this moment, she is already drunk. Lady Tsunade, please drink less, we have no money. The speaker was an adult woman in a fishnet outfit, who looked slim and graceful, with skin as tender as water. At this moment, she said helplessly to the hot loli in front of her. Yes, the loli in front of her was Tsunade. Half an hour ago, Tsunade became like this in order to avoid gambling debts, but only her face changed, her figure was still there, and the one holding the piglet beside her was naturally Shizune. Shizune, you drink too, this wine is really good. How did the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce develop such delicious wine? Drink, drink, ha 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 drink. Tsunade blushed as she looked at Shizune in front of her. Shizune, how did you become two? Shizune in front of Tsunade suddenly became a huge figure, dazzling. Ha, ha, ha. Tsunade suddenly fell down, and even the transformation technique could not be maintained. Hey, there's really nothing I can do. Shizune looked at Tsunade helplessly. Come on, the big fat sheep is here. At this time, someone suddenly shouted outside the tavern. As the man shouted, the outside soon became restless. Shizune picked up Tsunade and disappeared the next moment. In the early morning of the rising sun, the breeze blew the yellow leaves, bringing the late autumn. Tsunade woke up with her head covered. What caught her eyes were the fallen sycamore leaves outside the window, scattered all over the ground. Looking around, it was obviously a country house. Tsunade vaguely remembered what happened last night, and then thought of the good wine last night, and couldn't help licking her lips. Looking into the distance, there was a group of people gathered, and I don't know what they were doing, even Shizune was there. Tsunade got up curiously and walked over there. When she got a little closer, Tsunade finally heard what was being said inside. Villagers, you can send your children to our umbrella school to study for free. The adults said that studying is the way out. Those who perform well can be selected as ninjas. Even if you don't have one, you can still learn a skill and you won't have to worry about making a living in the future. The speaker is Shingo Tanaka. My name is Shingo Tanaka, an ordinary person who almost died. A man named Zabuza saved me. He looked very fierce. He told me that he was from Umbrella. He taught me the meaning of life and gave me a new life. Lord Zabuza said that it was not him who saved me, but another adult. You can call him the Lord of Truth, the source of hope, or the leader. The code name of the leader is Ming. And he handed him a book. The name of the book is Red Thought. The content of the book shocked him and made him find the meaning of life. After being recommended by Lord Zabuza, he came to Umbrella and became an Indigo level member. Finally, after training, he chose to become a messenger to spread ideas for the villagers. Because he wanted more people to be saved, there was a kind of high-yield food in the organization. His contribution could be exchanged for some points, which could also be used to exchange for materials, and could also be used to upgrade the level. After a year, because of his enlightenment and contribution, he became a more glorious member of the Blue organization. He liked this job very much. He traveled among the villages, taught the villagers to read, provided convenience for the villagers, and spread the red thought at the same time. Chapter 70. Tsunade was mixed in the crowd, but she was not too conspicuous, because everyone present focused their attention on Tanaka Shingo, and was obviously attracted by everything Tanaka Shingo said. Only Shizune noticed Tsunade's arrival, and was signaled by Tsunade with her eyes not to say anything. The two continued to listen to what Tanaka Shingo said. For those who perform well, the organization will give you many benefits and even help you build a more beautiful house. You will have a house and you will have money. As long as you work hard and contribute to the organization, one day you will live in a big house of your own. Remember the tycoon Gen Hoshino. You can also live in the same luxurious house as him. Tanaka Shingo became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was infected. Gen Hoshino was a well-known figure in the surrounding area. He was considered a rich man, but in fact he was just a small landlord. No one knew him outside the area. Shingo Tanaka used him as an example to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. They were very excited to think that they could live in the same house as the tycoon. They all said, "Shingo, are you serious? Can we live in a big house like that?" Shingo Tanaka saw this and couldn't help but feel satisfied. The adult who taught him in the organization said that if you want others to work hard with you, you must not only talk about benefits, but also learn to paint a rosy picture. Shingo Tanaka deeply agrees with this. Although what he said was a bit exaggerated, the treatment is real, and it is also true that you can live in a big house, but only for a few people. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be an elite. However, even the most ordinary people can save money for a big house in a few years, which is better than being exploited by landlords or even nobles here all day long. Children can also have a better learning environment and become a more useful talent, and even become a ninja. In this world, the number of ninjas is actually not that large compared to ordinary people. And the power of ninjas also makes ordinary people very odd. Everyone, how could I lie to you? It's all true, but the adults are willing to help you. You also have to work hard. The adults are willing to lead everyone out of poverty and into prosperity. We may be the villains who forget their principles for the sake of profit. Tanaka Shingo warned, with a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, so that they would know how valuable this opportunity is. Ellipsis. In the following days, Tsunade and Shizune followed Tanaka Shingo secretly and witnessed Tanaka Shingo promoting the red ideology. At first, Tsunade was a little confused, but later she gradually discovered that the organization behind Tanaka Shingo seemed to be really not simple. The red ideology also shocked Tsunade. At the same time, he also learned about the levels of members of the umbrella organization: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple. In Tsunade's discovery, it seemed that every villager around had joined the umbrella organization and became the most ordinary purple member. Tsunade didn't know what the purpose of this organization recruiting these ordinary people was, and it didn't seem to care about them. It seemed that only the indigo level members were worth contacting. Tsunade kept following Tanaka Shingo and found that this person seemed to be really just for the good of these villagers. The behavior shown by the whole person also made Tsunade very appreciative. Although he was not a ninja, his heart was still admirable. This made Tsunade more and more curious about this organization that she had never heard of. Ellipsis. Wave Country. Uchiha Shisui is having a meeting with Uchiha Yu, Zabuza and some other key members. How's the expansion going recently? With the passage of time and the growth of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, Umbrella began a steady expansion policy under the guidance of Naruto and the leadership of a group of leaders such as Shisui. Zabuza stood up and spoke slowly. It's satisfactory. Some places have been promoted smoothly, but some places are still not so easy. Some civilians don't trust us very much. In addition, the speed of recruiting ninjas is getting slower and slower, and the ninjas we trained ourselves have not grown up yet. Zabuza briefly introduced the situation he was responsible for. After Zabuza finished speaking, Uchiha Yu stood up again and said happily, "The situation here is very good. The number of members has greatly increased, and at the same time, several mechanical talents have been recruited. And in some areas, our ideas have been regarded as the light of hope. In addition, we have recruited 2 special talents, Kato Shizune and Kato Shizuka, who are medical ninjas who have mastered the palm immortal technique." Uchiha Yu looked at Zabuza and smiled proudly, squinting his eyes, as if to say, "I performed better than you." But Zabuza didn't care about his mood, which made him curl his hands. "Have you checked their backgrounds?" Shisui nodded with satisfaction. They were in great need of medical ninjas, especially those who had mastered the palm immortal technique. There were not many such ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages, so Shisui was a little worried that they were spies sent in by others. "No, aren't there enough homeless people in the ninja world? My subordinates just reported it, and I haven't had time to investigate it yet," Yu said helplessly. Shisui nodded and said, "Leave these 2 people to me for personal investigation. Senior members of the Umbrella organization must be tested to prevent spies from other ninja villages or other organizations from infiltrating. And the structure of the entire organization is in an umbrella shape, with the central umbrella being the absolute position led by Naruto. Then it will gradually spread. Each level will not know too much information across levels, and many small bases have been established, with funds coming from the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce. The main reason for doing this is to spread the red ideology and slowly change people's thinking, not to bring them all into the organization. This makes some people depressed, such as Tsunade. She originally wanted to infiltrate the Umbrella organization to find out who can create such a shocking theory and see through the essence of the ninja world in the most fundamental way. Tsunade thinks it might be a wise man who has studied for a long time, or a very old man. But now, what makes her most helpless is she can't contact the upper level at all. They said they had to wait for notification because they didn't know the existence of their superiors. Most of them were in single-line contact, and they had a set of secret codes for contact. Such a meticulous operation method made Tsunade panic, because you don't know whether any ordinary person around you is a member of this organization. No one will pay attention to an ordinary person unless this ordinary person is particularly different. This organization is like a big net spread in the ninja world. When the net is closed, it will definitely burst out with unimaginable power. Tsunade was thinking about the power and meaning behind this organization. As for Shizune, in addition to being shocked by the concept, he also thought that this organization was good because he saw many ordinary people being helped by the Umbrella organization. To their surprise, the Umbrella organization seemed to have a vague connection with the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce. It was not conspicuous, but it definitely existed. Chapter 71. Lady Tsunade, what should we do now? Shizune said to the somewhat mature woman, looking at Tsunade's chest, and then looking at herself. Why, even the person that Lady Tsunade transformed into was so big. Tsunade's current identity is Kato Shizune's sister, and because Tsunade is too recognizable, she had to use the transformation technique to become like this. Kato Shizune is the niece of her former lover Kato Dan. Since Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, she has brought Shizune with her to teach. As for the reason why Tsunade left Konaha, was it because of the death of her lover or because of the darkness of the village, I'm afraid only Tsunade herself knows. Anyway, she is already alone, it is better to leave this place that makes Tsunade sad. Don't be anxious, didn't the person before say that they would arrange for us soon? But you, it seems like you've already enjoyed yourself a little bit. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Shizune, whose hands were now covered with cream. It must be said that this organization attaches great importance to talents. When the two of them arrived, they attracted great attention from the person in charge after their self-destruction ability. The two of them forged their origins to be the Kingdom of Rivers, and their mothers had helped a medical ninja from the Kingdom of Whirlpools, so in order to repay them, they left them some medical ninjutsu. Although there are many loopholes, no one has confirmed that some citizens of the Kingdom of Whirlpools did drift into the ninja world. Moreover, in the ninja world, there are many people who have obtained the training methods of ninjas and embarked on the path of wandering ninjas. Hee, Lady Tsunade, the food here is really good. Shizune said a little embarrassedly. Having followed Tsunade for these years, most of the money was taken by Tsunade to gamble, so the food was naturally a bit worse. Besides, even if it was delicacies from land and sea, it was not as good as the food here at Umbrella. Naruto's arrival brought not only ideas, but also delicious food. This is also a good way to make money. After all, food, clothing, housing and transportation, people basically cannot live without these. The two were still communicating, and suddenly a voice came from a distance. Lady Shizune, we need your help. A man in his 30s ran over, sweating profusely. What happened? Shizune asked in surprise. The old man in our village broke his arm and injured his internal organs. We need your help. If it were a normal case, we wouldn't bother you, but this. Stop talking, let's find out the situation when we get there. The most important thing is to save people first. Shizune said hurriedly. In the past few days, Shizune accidentally treated several ordinary people and promised that anyone who was injured could come to her. Unexpectedly, something really happened. Those people were ordinary people recruited by the Umbrella organization and belonged to the Umbrella Company. In the Naruto world, there are also companies and other systems, such as the Cardo group that appeared in the original work. Shizune followed the man to the place where the old Sentu had an accident. On the way, the man told Shizune what happened. The man was called Yamamoto and had no surname. It turned out that the old Sentu wanted to make more money and work in the Umbrella Company. The salary was quite generous, and overtime could be paid for overtime work, which made the old Sentu, who was originally living in poverty, particularly happy. Every time he worked very hard and often worked overtime. Today, didn't the old Sentu, who often didn't have a good rest, have an accident? He fainted and fell off the bridge. The old Sentu's original name is no longer known, and everyone likes to call him Old Sentu. Since the location was not very far away, the two arrived at the scene in a short while. Everyone gathered together, and Shizune hurriedly called out to everyone to leave quickly. Don't gather together, keep the air circulating. Quick, listen to Master Shizune, get out of the way. These people also knew that Shizune was a ninja, so they quickly stepped back and made room for him. Shizune stepped forward and saw an old man who was about 50 years old lying on the ground with a pool of blood. Shizune hurried forward, first straightened his bones, and finally used healing techniques to connect the bones. What made her frown was that the other party's internal organs were damaged. And there was dirty blood blocking it. After a careful inspection, Shizune used the chakra scalpel to quickly cut open the patient's chest. In order to prevent the other party from waking up, Shizune had used chakra to paralyze half of the other party's body. Ordinary people's injuries are not very difficult for Shizune, who studied under Tsunade. Soon, the old man's wound was sewed up again. This series of operations dazzled everyone present. No wonder they said he was a ninja. Seeing everyone showing a look of relief, Shizune couldn't help but show it. Smile. Perhaps this is the reason why she chose to become a medical ninja. In the distance, Tsunade leaned against a tree, looking at Shizune in the distance with a smile. In the past few days, he also knew that these people were all poor villagers recruited by the Umbrella organization. Some had some skills, and some could only do some hard labor, but the remuneration was quite good. Although it is not worth mentioning for ninjas, it is already a very generous existence for ordinary people. Is this so-called umbrella organization really an umbrella for the people? Tsunade once again became very interested in this organization, and then Tsunade took out the book issued for joining the organization from the scroll she carried with her. There were a few big words written on it, Red Thought. Opening it, you can see that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. There are also some words that are specially marked, saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. There is also a pacifist policy. There are some small stories on it. In short, it is very detailed, and the content above is all deafening speeches, such as practice is the only criterion for testing truth. And science and technology are the primary productive forces. Tsunade didn't understand what science and technology were, but what shocked Tsunade was the next Ming said, who is Ming? Did he propose the Red Thought? In short, this person named Ming profoundly summarized the root causes of war in the book. War does not come from hatred, but from the uneven distribution of interests. This sentence alone made Tsunade stunned as if she had been enlightened. Tsunade is not stupid. Years of experience made her understand this sentence instantly and fell into deep thought. The book also introduces multiple countries and multiple ideas. The uneven distribution of interests will lead to the seeds of disputes. At the same time, the book also implicitly mentioned that if there is only one country in the world, then it can agree to allocate resources, instead of some places having excess resources and some places being poor. Down. Tsunade's book fell to the ground with a bang. Does the owner of this book think that the one country, one village system of the great-grandfather is wrong? Suddenly, Tsunade picked up the book again and read it again. Tsunade spent the whole day reading. Some of the views in it made her feel greatly shocked, even to the system. Tsunade and Shizune were temporarily classified as blue-level talents, because the red thoughts they issued were different from the previous level, and they began to introduce the existence of ninjas. But there was not much introduction. But one sentence in it made Tsunade agree very much. Ninjutsu originated from life and also from war. Since it can be used for fighting, it can naturally be used in life. And it comes with a ninjutsu, the technique of turning the soil. The name is very simple. It is a ninjutsu related to farming, and it comes with a chakra refining method. This once again made Tsunade's heart churn. What is the purpose of the umbrella? Is it to make the chakra practice method public? Chapter 72. In the past few days, Tsunade has been immersed in the book Red Thought, and she even stopped gambling. This surprised Shizune. It turned out that Lady Tsunade would feel uncomfortable if she didn't gamble for a day. Now she is immersed in books. Shizune glanced carefully, and it seemed to be the book they were given when they joined the organization. No way. Shizune joined the umbrella organization completely because she was dragged by Tsunade, and Shizune didn't even read the book. Could it be that this organization has brainwashed Tsunade? Shizune has heard that there are some cults in some places that will brainwash people. Could this so-called umbrella organization be such an evil organization? Shizune couldn't help but be a little worried, because Tsunade's behavior was too abnormal. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? Shizune asked cautiously, looking at her sitting at a fairly tidy table, leaning her head against the table and flipping through a book. Although she looked beautiful, Shizune felt that something was wrong with Lady Tsunade. Tsunade twirled her fingertips and slowly flipped through the book in front of her. She had read this book many times in the past few days, and every time she read it, she felt that she had gained something different. Looking at Tsunade who seemed not to have heard, Shizune asked again in a low voice, this time getting closer. Lady Tsunade. Are you okay? This close, even a blind person would know that there was someone next to her. Tsunade heard someone calling her, and suddenly looked up. Is it Shizune? What's wrong? Shizune pointed to the book that Tsunade was reading and said, Lady Tsunade, you have been reading it repeatedly for a few days. I feel that this organization seems a little weird. Tsunade suddenly looked at Shizune, and seeing Shizune's hesitant look, she suddenly seemed to understand something. You little girl, don't you think I've been brainwashed? Tsunade pretended to be angry. Oh no, how could Lady Tsunade be brainwashed? Shizune waved her hands quickly, but the expression on her face betrayed her, and it was obvious that she felt this way. Tsunade rolled her eyes at her and said, Shizune, you will know if you read this book yourself. I feel that this is a path that my great-grandfather has always pursued. Things are really becoming more and more interesting. I can't help but want to see who can come up with such a shocking theory. This is a true pacifist policy. Tsunade, whose mind was opened up, deeply understood how crazy the content written on it would make people, especially those who yearned for peace. They might even use their lives to implement this idea. Some of the theories on it were refreshing for Tsunade. Especially if there was no value, then it was to create value. Resources could also be created instead of being taken from nature. The allocation of resources could make a group more friendly and burst out with amazing unity. Ellipsis. It profoundly explains how to create value and the importance of value. Everyone has their own value, and how much value can be created depends on themselves. Tsunade understands this very clearly. For example, a medical ninja, his role on the battlefield is unparalleled and can greatly reduce personnel losses. This is also the reason why she originally proposed to add a medical ninja to the team. But it is not as detailed as the book. And the book says that the control of resources is mostly in the hands of a small number of people, and the opening of resources can create more value, but for some reasons, it cannot be obtained. The book introduces it very deeply, most of which are shallow and core issues. These issues are enough for ordinary people to think about for a long time. Tsunade has a high opinion of the book Red Thought. Shizune couldn't expect Tsunade to identify so deeply with this book, and couldn't help asking, is it really so magical? Yes, it is magical. In Shizune's heart, it is an extremely incredible thing that Tsunade can praise it so much and praise it as the peace policy that the first generation of Hokage has been looking for. Such a high evaluation is rare in the world. Maybe I should also go and see if it is as magical as Tsunade said. Shizune couldn't help thinking. Ellipsis. In Konaha village. Naruto had no idea that Tsunade had actually sneaked into the Umbrella Corporation and had such a high reputation. If he knew, he would probably be very happy. After all, Tsunade herself is a top talent. She is also a cage-level master. She is very popular in Konaha and the Land of Fire, and is also a princess named by the Land of Fire, so Tsunade also has the title of Princess Tsunade. As time goes by, Hinata's strength has also begun to improve slowly. Naruto doesn't need Hinata's strength to be strong, but at least it won't be difficult for Hinata to do in the Hyuga family. At least it has to cover up Hanabi. This can also shut up some of the elders of the main family. So as not to talk about Hinata's lack of strength all day long. Hinata is now fighting with Neji. The current Hinata is no longer the Hinata at the beginning. The defense is in order. Hinata learned the main defense part of Tai Chi and integrated it with her own soft fist. And Ningqi's strength has also made great progress. He has comprehended part of the true meaning of Tai Chi, and his gestures have already shown the meaning of combining hardness and softness, and clear distinction. When the Hyuga soft fist is just beginning to be learned, it is easy to cause the phenomenon of steel being easily broken. Only when the soft fist is practiced to a certain level can one experience the realm of combining hardness and softness, and being able to send and receive freely. And Ningqi is obviously close to this realm, and has achieved the effect that others have achieved in decades. And all this is thanks to Naruto, but Ningqi's own talent cannot be ignored. Ningqi's current strength is far higher than Hinata's, but in order to help Hinata train, Ningqi suppressed his strength to a very low level, but Hinata's defense also surprised him. It can completely defend against attacks from the same level, and I'm afraid even the return of the sky is not much behind, and this is still Hinata has not practiced to a high level. If you practice the secrets of Tai Chi like Naruto, I'm afraid you can only rely on brute force to break it. Either you exhaust Hinata's physical strength and chakra, otherwise it will be difficult to break Hinata's defense head-on. This is the fighting method that Naruto designed for Hinata based on Hinata's situation and combined with Tai Chi. After a while, Hinata began to pant, and her chakra was almost exhausted. Nechi was in good condition and seemed to have a lot of spare energy. After that, Hinata would come to Naruto for training every now and then, and sometimes she would practice with Nechi. Now Nechi's strength is probably about the same as that of an ordinary Jonin, and the only difference is the Jonin's iron and blood combat experience. And Nechi is only 11 years old now. It's not much different from Shisui when he was young. Thinking of Shisui, Naruto felt more and more that it was the right decision to save Shisui at the beginning. Shisui was just easily fooled, and whoever fooled was not fooled. And Shisui is not stupid, he just didn't think of it in some aspects. It's just that he is lacking. Now Shisui has not only greatly increased his combat power, but also made great progress in his understanding of politics and the overall situation. In the past few days, Tsunade has been immersed in the book Red Thought, and she even stopped gambling. This surprised Shizune. It turned out that Lady Tsunade would feel uncomfortable if she didn't gamble for a day. Now she is immersed in books. Shizune glanced carefully, and it seemed to be the book they were given when they joined the organization. No way. Shizune joined the umbrella organization completely because she was dragged by Tsunade, and Shizune didn't even read the book. Could it be that this organization has brainwashed Tsunade? Shizune has heard that there are some cults in some places that will brainwash people. Could this so-called umbrella organization be such an evil organization? Shizune couldn't help but be a little worried, because Tsunade's behavior was too abnormal. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? Shizune asked cautiously, looking at her sitting at a fairly tidy table, leaning her head against the table and flipping through a book. Although she looked beautiful, Shizune felt that something was wrong with Lady Tsunade. Tsunade twirled her fingertips and slowly flipped through the book in front of her. She had read this book many times in the past few days, and every time she read it, she felt that she had gained something different. Looking at Tsunade who seemed not to have heard, Shizune asked again in a low voice, this time getting closer, Lady Tsunade. Are you okay? This close, even a blind person would know that there was someone next to her. Tsunade heard someone calling her, and suddenly looked up. Is it Shizune? What's wrong? Shizune pointed to the book that Tsunade was reading and said, Lady Tsunade, you have been reading it repeatedly for a few days. I feel that this organization seems a little weird. Tsunade suddenly looked at Shizune, and seeing Shizune's hesitant look, she suddenly seemed to understand something. You little girl, don't you think I've been brainwashed? Tsunade pretended to be angry. Oh no, how could Lady Tsunade be brainwashed? Shizune waved her hands quickly, but the expression on her face betrayed her, and it was obvious that she felt this way. Tsunade rolled her eyes at her and said, Shizune, you will know if you read this book yourself. I feel that this is a path that my great-grandfather has always pursued. Things are really becoming more and more interesting. I can't help but want to see who can come up with such a shocking theory. This is a true pacifist policy. Tsunade, whose mind was opened up, deeply understood how crazy the content written on it would make people, especially those who yearned for peace. They might even use their lives to implement this idea. Some of the theories on it were refreshing for Tsunade. Especially if there was no value, then it was to create value. Resources could also be created instead of being taken from nature. The allocation of resources could make a group more friendly and burst out with amazing unity. Ellipsis. It profoundly explains how to create value and the importance of value. Everyone has their own value, and how much value can be created depends on themselves. Tsunade understands this very clearly. For example, a medical ninja, his role on the battlefield is unparalleled and can greatly reduce personnel losses. This is also the reason why she originally proposed to add a medical ninja to the team. But it is not as detailed as the book. And the book says that the control of resources is mostly in the hands of a small number of people, and the opening of resources can create more value, but for some reasons, it cannot be obtained. The book introduces it very deeply, most of which are shallow and core issues. These issues are enough for ordinary people to think about for a long time. Tsunade has a high opinion of the book Red Thought. Shizune couldn't expect Tsunade to identify so deeply with this book, and couldn't help asking, is it really so magical? Yes, it is magical. In Shizune's heart, it is an extremely incredible thing that Tsunade can praise it so much and praise it as the peace policy that the first generation of Hokage has been looking for. Such a high evaluation is rare in the world. Maybe I should also go and see if it is as magical as Tsunade said. Shizune couldn't help thinking. Ellipsis. In Konaha village. Naruto had no idea that Tsunade had actually sneaked into the Umbrella Corporation and had such a high reputation. If he knew, he would probably be very happy. After all, Tsunade herself is a top talent. She is also a cage-level master. She is very popular in Konaha and the Land of Fire, and is also a princess named by the Land of Fire, so Tsunade also has the title of Princess Tsunade. As time goes by, Hinata's strength has also begun to improve slowly. Naruto doesn't need Hinata's strength to be strong, but at least it won't be difficult for Hinata to do in the Hyuga family. At least it has to cover up Hanabi. This can also shut up some of the elders of the main family. So as not to talk about Hinata's lack of strength all day long. Hinata is now fighting with Neji. The current Hinata is no longer the Hinata at the beginning. The defense is in order. Hinata learned the main defense part of Tai Chi and integrated it with her own soft fist. And Ningqi's strength has also made great progress. He has comprehended part of the true meaning of Tai Chi, and his gestures have already shown the meaning of combining hardness and softness, and clear distinction. When the Hyuga soft fist is just beginning to be learned, it is easy to cause the phenomenon of steel being easily broken. Only when the soft fist is practiced to a certain level can one experience the realm of combining hardness and softness, and being able to send and receive freely. And Ningqi is obviously close to this realm, and has achieved the effect that others have achieved in decades. And all this is thanks to Naruto, but Ningqi's own talent cannot be ignored. Ningqi's current strength is far higher than Hinata's, but in order to help Hinata train, Ningqi suppressed his strength to a very low level, but Hinata's defense also surprised him. It can completely defend against attacks from the same level, and I'm afraid even the return of the sky is not much behind, and this is still Hinata has not practiced to a high level. If you practice the secrets of Tai Chi like Naruto, I'm afraid you can only rely on brute force to break it. Either you exhaust Hinata's physical strength and chakra, otherwise it will be difficult to break Hinata's defense head-on. This is the fighting method that Naruto designed for Hinata based on Hinata's situation and combined with Tai Chi. After a while, Hinata began to pant, and her chakra was almost exhausted. Nechi was in good condition and seemed to have a lot of spare energy. After that, Hinata would come to Naruto for training every now and then, and sometimes she would practice with Nechi. Now Nechi's strength is probably about the same as that of an ordinary Jonin, and the only difference is the Jonin's iron and blood combat experience. And Nechi is only 11 years old now. It's not much different from Shisui when he was young. Thinking of Shisui, Naruto felt more and more that it was the right decision to save Shisui at the beginning. Shisui was just easily fooled, and whoever fooled was not fooled. And Shisui is not stupid, he just didn't think of it in some aspects. It's just that he is lacking. Now Shisui has not only greatly increased his combat power, but also made great progress in his understanding of politics and the overall situation. Chapter 73. These days, Hyuga Hiyashi was very surprised by Hinata's changes, especially the changes in Hinata's fighting. Hinata's original punches were soft and her own strength was not fully exerted. Hiyashi was also very troubled. This was caused by her personality. He had no way to deal with his daughter's natural cowardice. The only thing he could do was to strictly require Hinata. But Hinata had no fighting spirit at all. The soft fist she punched was not hard at all, only soft. Even Hanabi, who was 5 years younger than her, couldn't beat her. But recently, Hinata not only began to work hard in training, but also began to become serious in the battle with Hanabi. Although they also stayed behind, Hinata's defense shocked Hyuga Hiyashi. It seemed to be a soft fist, but in fact it looked mysterious. Hanabi was often brought into the rhythm by Hinata, as if mixed into a quagmire. Not only did she not hurt Hanabi, Hinata herself could still stand firmly on the upper hand. But what really surprised Hyuga Hiyashi was that the soft fist method used by Hinata had the shadow of their Hyuga soft fist, but also had another style. Could it be the soft fist method created by Hinata? After a while, Hanabi was already sweating profusely. No more fighting, no more fighting, sister is playing tricks, like a loach, I can't hit her even if I hit her. Wahuo said dissatisfiedly. Her pouting little mouth was probably enough to make soy sauce. Well, good performance. What is this soft fist technique? Seeing her usually strict father showing a satisfied look, Hinata's heart couldn't help but surge with some waves. A happy look appeared on her face. Hinata couldn't help but be stunned when she heard her father's question. She thought of Naruto. If it was discovered that it was Naruto who taught her, Naruto would probably be in a very bad position. Will father embarrass Naruto? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Hinata's little head. Finally, Hinata looked up and said, I created it. Hyuga Hiyashi once again forced out a smile and said, You are worthy of being my daughter, Hyuga Hiyashi. Keep up the good work. Hinata also nodded. After that, she said to Hanabi with a stern face, Keep up the good work. Then she turned around and left. Hanabi made a face at Hyuga Hiyashi's back. When Hyuga Hiyashi walked away, Hinata grabbed Hanabi and rolled her eyes. Don't be like this, Hanabi. Hanabi ignored him and made a face at Hinata. Hinata looked at Hanabi with caring eyes and rubbed Hanabi's head without saying anything. Sister, what was that move you just did? Can you teach me? Facing Hanabi's question, Hinata was stunned. She didn't expect Hanabi to want to learn Tai Chi from her. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that Naruto-kun didn't say that she couldn't teach others, but this was taught by Naruto-kun, so she could ask him when the time comes. Let me study it when I get back. After all, I'm not sure if I can teach you. Hinata said in a low voice. Humph, didn't your brother-in-law ask you to teach me? Wahuo pouted and tilted her head to one side. What are you talking about? Hinata's face instantly turned red. Tisk tisk tisk, I don't know who it is who always calls Naruto-kun when he's asleep. Although Hanabi is young, she is very clever and looks at Hinata meaningfully. No. Hinata said with a red face. Lululu, my sister is shy. Hanabi. Hinata was immediately a little angry and pursued Hanabi. Seeing this, Hanabi immediately started running, teasing as she ran. Ellipsis. After Hinata Hiyashi returned, his serious expression relaxed, but his brows were slightly furrowed. Hey, Hinata. How could Hinata's acting skills fool Hyuga Hiyashi? No one knows a daughter better than her father. Hinata obviously has some unspeakable secrets. But when Hyuga Hiyashi thought that his dear little cotton-padded jacket was beginning to leak, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Hinata's soft fist must not be practiced by herself. Such a flexible soft fist requires at least decades of attainments. And Hinata's performance is still very immature. Obviously, this fist has not reached the highest level. The general pioneers will have a proficiency in it that is unmatched by ordinary people. And Hinata has been coming home late for the past few days. Could she be practicing this special fist? But who else can reach this level in soft fist except the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hiyashi also has deep doubts, but it seems that this situation is still beneficial to them, the Hyuga clan. However, for Hinata's safety, some plans must be made. Hyuga Hiyashi summoned an elite chunin from the branch family and ordered, investigate Hinata's recent itinerary recently. Tell me if there is anything unusual. Yes. The ninja from the branch family knelt on one knee, then used the instant body technique to disappear directly into the room. Ellipsis. In the room. Under the gloomy candlelight, the shadow of a figure was stretched very long. He knelt on one knee on the ground, wearing a chunin vest. He said in a leisurely tone, report to the head of the family, Miss Hinata has been with Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji recently, except for classes. Huh. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. How did they get mixed up? And Neji's nephew? Thinking of the latter, Hyuga Hiyashi's face also showed a trace of guilt. Then he thought about why they got mixed up. It seems that it was just a few children mixed together, but Hyuga Hiyashi knew that this matter was not that simple. Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, can be said to be the most important existence in Konoha now. And Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha family, has a very sensitive identity. As for Neji, although he was only a member of the branch family, he was the son of his younger brother and the top student of his class. It stands to reason that he should not be mixed up with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who were one class apart. Hinata Hiyashi frowned, constantly thinking about the connection, and he did not notice that his subordinate had a strange light flashing in his eyes. Ellipsis. In the back mountain, on the training ground, Naruto was gathering with Sasuke and Neji, while Lee was still training with Might Guy. Naruto, why did Lord Hiyashi send someone to investigate us? Ninji said. Don't you have the answer in your mind? Naruto said, looking at Neji with a smile. Neji touched his head and said with a smile, I just want to hear your analysis. Since temporarily getting rid of the threat of the bird in the cage, Neji has become much more cheerful. Is this something that needs to be analyzed? Hinata's strength has improved so quickly, and with the unfamiliar Tai Chi, it would be strange if he didn't investigate. Naruto said. By the way, Naruto, what is your purpose in controlling Hinata Sosuke? Stupid. The organization is already short of manpower, not to mention reconnaissance talents like Hyuga. Naruto must want a few Hyuga talents. Sasuke said coldly, although he looked down on Hyuga's bloodline limit, the Sharingan was no match for the Byakugan in terms of reconnaissance. Humph. Nechi turned his head away and snorted coldly. The two of them usually didn't get along and often said sarcastic things. This was not the first time, but they were still very reliable at critical moments. Nechi was too lazy to explain. Didn't he know? He just wanted to ask Naruto about his plan. Chapter 74. The organization is quite short of manpower recently, especially reconnaissance talents. Naruto touched his chin and looked up thinking. By the way, Ninki, have you contacted the people from the branch family? Naruto suddenly said. Not yet. I'm afraid of alerting the enemy. No one can guarantee that they will not reveal us. Neji waved his hand. He was telling the truth, and Sasuke nodded. After all, Naruto's existence is too important. In Konoha village, they are walking on thin ice and dare not relax at any time. Well, it's always better to be cautious. Neji, you can do this. First trick them out, but don't reveal my existence. Then control them. Then help them get in touch with the control of the caged bird. Let them take a long-term mission outside the village, and let them help Shisui and the others. Just come back regularly. Naruto spoke slowly, and Neji began to think about it. He felt that this was very safe, and the risk of him and others being exposed was very small. Otherwise, if they were exposed now, he and Sasuke had practiced very hard, and now they were only ordinary jonin. There were a lot of such people in Konoha, and they were still limited by their physical fitness. As for Naruto, his current strength is unknown, but he is not the opponent of so many people in Konaha, so hiding now is necessary, just for a better tomorrow. No problem, but in order to prevent it from being too abrupt, I can only win over 2 or 3 people. It's enough. After all, they don't have to go out to fight. Naruto nodded. Ellipsis. Another training ground. At this moment, green energy bloomed around Shaoli. This was the reason for the agitation of life energy. Shaoli had already opened 3 gates at this moment. This was the 8 gates of Dunjia that Might Guy taught Shaoli. It was an extremely dangerous forbidden physical technique, but it was also a powerful amplification physical technique. There were 8 gates in total, and each time a gate was opened, the corresponding power would be gained. The first gate was the opening gate. After opening the opening gate, the restrictions on the brain area could be lifted. While overloading the body's energy, the strength and speed could be greatly improved. At this time, the lotus flower could be used. The opponent could be kicked away with a high-speed continuous kick, and the opponent could be quickly behind the opponent, and the opponent could be tied up with a bandage. After high-speed rotation, the opponent could be violently hit to the ground. The second gate was the rest gate. After opening the rest gate, the restrictions on physical fatigue could be lifted, and the body's energy could be overloaded to restore physical strength, offsetting the fatigue caused by the speed of energy consumption when opening the gate. At this time, the strongest move was still the lotus flower, which could be used in conjunction with physical techniques such as Shadow Dance Leaf and Konaha Great Tornado. This stage would not endanger life. This stage was developed to solve the side effects after opening the gate. The third gate was the life gate. After opening the life gate, the strength and speed are further improved. At the same time, the body begins to become red with blood. The life gate is the last safe zone of the 8 gates. The body begins to emit green energy, which is the basis for the use of Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua can hit the opponent at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, and has great lethality. At this gate, the power of cells in the body has begun to be used, and it has begun to have a strong lethality. The fourth gate is the wound gate. After opening the wound gate, the strength is increased again on the basis of the life gate. This stage begins to be the dangerous stage of the 8 gates. It is the 8 gates in the true sense. The speed is very fast and can increase the attack intensity of Li Lianhua. Xiao Li in the original work, after using this wound gate, his veins swelled. His own body and strength have also been improved to a terrifying level. The 5th gate is the Do gate. After opening the Do gate, the speed of the ninja will reach the critical value, enough to drive the air to lift the ground when moving, but it is very heavy on the body. A whole human turret. The power is extremely great when it is casually attacked. In the original work, Shaoli opened the 5th gate and directly pressed Gaara to blast. If Gaara's sand hadn't been too foul, and if Li hadn't been too burdened, Gaara wouldn't have won. At that time, Li's strength had already reached the level of a Jonin. Among the 12 Konoha ninjas at that time, no one could have blocked Li's attacks except for cheating. After all, Gaara had been assassinated since he was a child, and some of Shukaku's abilities could be used. Although Gaara was young at that time, the missions he had performed were not comparable to Li and others, and there were more than 1 or 2 Jonin who died in his hands. The 6th gate, Jingmun. After opening the Jingmun, you can enter a semi-open buffer state, that is, maintain the green energy emitted after opening the door, but the body does not change at all to reduce its own consumption load and damage. When needed, you can instantly open your full combat power. It is the basis for performing the peacock, and attack the enemy by rubbing the air to generate flames. In the original work, Might Kelly easily defeated Kisame with this trick. You must know that Kisame is not an ordinary shadow-level ninja. That's the man known as the tailless-tailed beast. The 7th gate, Jingmun. The shock gate is the last gate before the death gate. The body begins to emit blue steam generated by the evaporation of sweat. After it is released, even if the body is slightly touched, it will be extremely painful. At this time, you can use the Day Tiger to attack the enemy with a concentrated ultra-high-speed punch, forming a tiger-shaped air cannon with powerful power. This gate is close to the death gate, and the pressure on the body has reached an unimaginable level. At the same time, the power has reached a terrible level. From the original work, Kisame has almost no power to fight back. It can be seen that Might Guy, who used this move, may have reached the Super Shadow level, but the burden is too great to use it frequently. The pain after the release alone is not something that ordinary people can bear. The 8th Death Gate. The peak state of the 8 gates of Dunjia, because burning life will produce red steam, with a power that is more than dozens of times that of the 5 shadows. At this time, the strongest move is Night Guy, which uses a superpower that is enough to distort space to kick the opponent fatally, which is very burdensome to the body. During the Third World War, Might Guy's father once opened the 8 gates of Dunjia. Directly kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen to pieces. The power is estimated to have reached the Super Shadow level. It is expected to be above Might Guy's 7th gate. And now Might Guy has already surpassed his father, and the power of the 8 gates is even stronger, and he almost kicked out the finale. And next to Xiao Li, there are 2 other men, one is Might Guy, and the other is Kakashi. At this moment, Xiao Li's performance moved the two. Especially Kakashi, as Might Guy's best friend, he knows how high the 8 gates requires for human physical strength. Now Xiao Li has surpassed Might Guy of the same period. I knew this kid would succeed. Might Guy showed Kakashi his sparkling white teeth. And gave him a thumbs up. Kakashi also agreed and said, well, this is indeed possible. They all saw Li's efforts, and Li was able to open the first 3 gates of the 8 gates at such a young age. Although the requirements for these gates are not high, being able to open the first 3 gates at this age is considered a good talent in physical skills. As for genius, that's still a bit short. After all, they were already fighting on the battlefield when they were younger than Li. Chapter 75. Just as the two were talking, suddenly a sound came. Green energy surrounded Xiao Li, veins on his forehead bulged, the surroundings began to burst, and his skin turned blood red. His expression was ferocious. What was this? Xiao Li actually opened the 4th gate of injury. The 4th gate has exceeded the safety limit of the 8 gates of Dunjia, and greatly increases the power on the basis of the life gate. However, the side effects of this level of 8 gates of Dunjia also began to appear. Immortal Golden Body, open the injury gate. Xiao Li used the immortal golden body to strengthen his body. After entering the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia today, Xiao Li felt that his strength had increased exponentially, and the power continued to emerge. However, the first time he entered the injury gate, he could feel that the injury gate was damaging his body, accompanied by pain. This is the price of gaining power. Xiao Li punched the ground, and a big hole appeared immediately. Swish. Xiao Li, stop using the 8 gates. Quick. Might Guy and Kakashi appeared beside Xiao Li one after the other. After hearing what Might Guy said, Xiao Li hurriedly stopped, although he still wanted to continue to try the power after opening the 4th gate of the 8 gates. He felt that after using the indestructible golden body, the burden brought by the 4th gate seemed to be slightly more than the 3rd gate, and it was completely unable to reach the pressure that Might Guy said. Xiao Li, don't force yourself. Forcing yourself into the 8 gates will put you in danger. Might Guy said worriedly. Xiao Li was about to say something, but when he saw Might Guy's concerned expression, he swallowed his words. Akai, you are too concerned. There are traces of another kind of taijutsu on Xiao Li's body, and it can be superimposed with the 8 gates. Not only is the endurance greatly enhanced, but even the side effects are much smaller. Kakashi looked at Xiao Li with deep eyes, as if he had seen through everything. Xiao Li's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Kakashi to be able to see through his background. He was worthy of being called a ninja with great wisdom by Naruto. You are right, I was too anxious. After observing, Kai calmed down. He also found that there was a special aura on Xiao Li, which made him stronger. Especially after feeling Xiaoli's body, Xiaoli was not as bad as he imagined. He has always found that Xiaoli's basic physical skills are very good. He originally thought that Xiaoli had a family inheritance, but Xiaoli is an orphan. Although Might Guy is a bit nervous, he is also careful. Xiaoli has his own secrets, and he didn't ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Kakashi took a deep look at Xiaoli, and his deep eyes made Xiaoli feel like he was seen through. Could it be that Mr. Kakashi, who is called 50 to 50 by Naruto and has white hair due to kidney deficiency, knows that he is hiding his strength? Xiaoli thought to himself, feeling a little guilty when being looked at by Kakashi. Xiaoli with thick eyebrows and big eyes has also become bad after being influenced by Naruto. As for Kakashi, he is not what Xiaoli imagined, but Kakashi knows that what Xiaoli knows is probably from Naruto. After all, since he overheard the truth from Naruto, he has paid more attention to Naruto. Xiaoli often practices with Naruto, and he knows that Naruto's real strength is not simple, but Might Guy doesn't know it. But why would Might Guy be entangled in this regard? Suddenly Kakashi said, "Xiaoli, I wonder if I can make a deal with you. I will use my lightning release ninjutsu S-level Reikiri to exchange your method of practicing physical skills." Kakashi, you. Might Guy was a little bit unbelievable. Kakashi actually said such a thing. It was a bit abrupt, and it was not a very polite thing. Although Kakashi was sincere, it was an S-level lightning ninjutsu. How many S-level ninjutsu are there in the ninja world? It is simply rare. And as an elder, it is a very embarrassing thing for Kakashi to ask a junior for a deal. Is Kakashi really weird recently? Not only did he take the initiative to fight with him, but also asked him for advice on the 8 Gates ninjutsu, and he also picked up the old white fang sword technique again. In Might Guy's opinion, Kakashi has completely walked out of the shadow of the past and wants to become stronger. Kakashi, my dear friend, you did a good job. He gave a thumbs up and showed his iconic teeth. The white teeth looked a little dazzling in the sunlight. Kakashi looked at Might Guy. Did you misunderstand something? Kakashi did start to practice hard, but because the Sharingan continued to absorb his chakra, Kakashi's chakra was not much, so it was impossible to practice ninjutsu and develop ninjutsu. Because it won't be long before there is no chakra, and if you want to make further progress in your strength, you can only make progress in physical skills. Therefore, Kakashi picked up the white fang sword technique that he had given up. Not only that, Kakashi also asked Might Guy about the practice of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Although he had learned it before, he only opened the first gate. He didn't plan to develop in this area before, and although it is very late to practice physical skills now, as long as he can open the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, plus the Sharingan and the white fang sword technique, Kakashi's strength is also firmly at the level of Kage. And Kakashi's the purpose is very clear. After his investigation, his father's death is related to one person, that is Shimura Danzo. Although Kakashi had already known it because he had eavesdropped on Naruto's words before, what he found out by himself made him believe it more, didn't he? And if he wants to get justice for his dead father from Danzo, he can't do it without strength. Moreover, there are many root ninjas around Danzo. Before, Uchiha Shisui opened the Mangekyo and was not Danzo's opponent. Kakashi can only think of ways to become stronger, even if it is asking the younger generation. He knows that Rock Lee is a physical ninja, but he knows that Uchiha Sasuke in Naruto's small group needs lightning release ninjutsu, and his own Reikiri and Chidori are a perfect match with the Sharingan. Based on his observations, they will agree. Before Rock Lee could speak, Might Guy said, Kakashi, although you have become more motivated during this period, my disciple, like me, does not know ninjutsu. I believe that he can become a great ninja even if he doesn't know any ninjutsu or illusion. Kakashi ignored Might Guy and said, if you figure it out, you can come to this training ground to find me. Then, he turned around and started practicing. He must seize the time to become stronger. Kakashi, my dear friend, let's compete in training. Full of passion, Might Guy couldn't help but feel excited when he saw Kakashi's current state. Kakashi, who was obsessed with training, was better than reading the works of Master Jiraiya. Might Guy joined the training happily. Lee, who stayed behind, was thoughtful. Might Guy didn't care about the deal between them at all. He believed in Kakashi and Lee. Chapter 76. Oh, are you saying that Kakashi wants to exchange the training method of the indestructible golden body with you? Naruto looked at Xiao Li with interest. Yes, but he seems to be talking about us. Does he know us? Xiao Li answered seriously. Even Neji and Sasuke looked solemn at this moment. Don't worry, I was the one who let Kakashi find us, but he doesn't know our true strength. Kakashi is an ally that can be won over. Don't worry too much. This transaction is not only a test for us, but also a real interest in the indestructible golden body. Naruto's mouth curled up a smile. Kakashi was able to wait until now to contact him, and in this way. Kakashi is really smart. What Kakashi didn't know was that Naruto already knew that Kakashi knew of their existence. How much do you know about Kakashi? Naruto asked again, looking at the others with a smile on his face. Kakashi, I don't know much about him, but he is said to be a powerful Jonin. Neji said with a frown. Sasuke didn't care about anything other than training. I know. Naruto once said that Kakashi is a white-haired man with great wisdom. Xiao Li said confidently. Naruto couldn't help but glare at him. He knew he was slandering him. How could he say that? I know you don't know, so let me introduce Kakashi to you. Naruto used Earth Escape to create a few wooden stools, and after they sat down one after another, looking at their curious expressions, Naruto said, Kakashi, his father is Hitaki Sakumo, who is known as the White Fang of Konaha. His father's strength is no less than that of the third Hokage. He is also much stronger than the current Kakashi. His White Fang swordsmanship is superb and he can be called a battlefield harvester. Ninjas from other ninja villages are allowed to give up their missions when they meet him. When Naruto said this, several people were shocked. You know, in this world, missions are extremely important to ninjas. I didn't expect Kakashi's father to have such a deterrent power. Naruto continued, and Kakashi is the son of Konaha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo. At that time, he was known as a super genius, overwhelming a group of geniuses, the best of that class. Sasuke and Neji looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They didn't expect Naruto to describe Kakashi so highly. Kakashi was a genin at the age of 5. He graduated in the same year. He was a chunin at the age of 6, and created the A-level lightning-style ninjutsu Chidori at the age of 12. At the age of 13, he created the S-level lightning-style ninjutsu, Chidori's advanced ninjutsu Reikiri, which is said to be able to cut off lightning. Naruto didn't waste any words and directly told him Kakashi's information. Sasuke and Neji looked at each other again, their eyes full of shock. Kakashi was so amazing. He went to the battlefield as a genin at the age of 5, and he was a chunin at the age of 6, and he created a high-level ninjutsu when he graduated almost as soon as they did. What kind of talent is this? Sasuke, Kakashi is Uchiha Itachi's predecessor. Naruto mentioned casually. A murderous intent rose up instantly. Naruto frowned and shouted, Sasuke, calm down. After Naruto's scolding, Sasuke calmed down and said with a gloomy face, sorry, I lost my temper. Several people also knew about Sasuke's situation, so they naturally understood it, and quickly moved on from it and returned to the topic of Kakashi. Kakashi is such a genius, why haven't we heard of him before? Ninki said puzzledly, he only knew a little about Kakashi. Others' rumors about him were just that he was a powerful jonin and an outstanding ninja. Kakashi's title as a copy ninja was rarely spread out, and it was basically circulated in the ninja circle. Ninki and the others naturally didn't know. If Kakashi is such a genius, why is he still a jonin now? Sasuke frowned, finding something unreasonable. Seeing Sasuke's strange expression and even Neji's puzzled expression, Naruto spoke again. Kakashi used to be a genius, but only before the age of 13. After that, Kakashi fell into a period of depression for a long time because of the death of his best friend, and he was obsessed with Jiraiya's works. What is Jiraiya's work? And who is Jiraiya? Idiot, you don't even know Master Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya is the legendary Sannin. But I really don't know what works Master Jiraiya has written. Neji looked at Sasuke with disdain, and then fell into deep thought, thinking about what works Master Jiraiya has written. Ha, you don't need to understand this. Ha. Naruto laughed awkwardly. Can I tell you what book it is? Can I tell you if my fame still exists? But Jiraiya does have some talent in this area. Having said that, I think this deal is feasible, and according to what Kakashi said, he must know about us, and his ninjutsu this time is probably prepared for Sasuke. Naruto smiled in his heart. Since Kakashi wants to get in touch with me in this way, I will help him. Although the indestructible golden body is precious, Kakashi's ninjutsu is equally extraordinary. And now the indestructible golden body can only be cultivated to the level of Raikage. That is the level of the golden body. As for the next stage of the indestructible golden body, Naruto is still conceiving, and he needs to borrow the power of natural energy. However, judging from the current situation, there is no need to think about natural energy within 1 or 2 years. Although there is the ability of God rewarding hard work, it is really a bit difficult to create something from nothing, because if it is not used well, it is very likely to be assimilated by natural energy. Therefore, Naruto is currently very careful in his research on natural energy. After Naruto's last epiphany, he has been able to sense the existence of natural energy from the surrounding environment. However, he still has no idea how to use it. The 3 holy places in the original work have a high degree of recognition of natural energy. Myoboku Mountain failed and turned into a toad, and the same is true for Raichi Cave. After failure, it will either turn into food or into a snake man stone statue. As for the wet bone forest is similar, but it rarely succeeds. Among the 3 holy places, only Myoboku Mountain is relatively docile to absorbing chakra, and has the highest success rate. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze and later Naruto have successfully cultivated into Sage mode there. The technique used after entering Sage mode can be called Sage technique. The combat power is expected to be Super Shadow level. And to enter Sage mode, the minimum requirement is Shadow level. Naruto does not want to practice the Sage mode of any of the 3 holy places, because Naruto thinks that the Sage mode of the 3 holy places is weird. Or the upper limit is not high, there is always a kind of incomplete version. The sages of the 3 holy places are very long-lived, and humans who have learned the Sage mode seem to have no lifespan bonus in addition to a great increase in combat power. And these 3 holy places cannot help you for free. As long as they are intelligent creatures, they will always have something to ask for. Therefore, Naruto cannot risk the hidden dangers to go to the 3 holy places to learn Sage mode. The best way is to constantly use the ability of God's way to reward hard work to develop his own Sage mode. Chapter 77. Naruto has already finalized the deal with Kakashi, so Lee found Kakashi the next day. Might Guy was not there, and it was said that he was on a mission. Kakashi's actual mission was not easy, but now he wanted to improve his strength, and he was devoted to it, and the 3rd generation also approved Kakashi's leave. There is no shortage of elite Jonin in the village, but what is lacking is the real high-end combat power. Konaha is getting more and more withered now, and there are only a few shadow-level existences now. Therefore, the 3rd generation hopes that Kakashi's strength can be improved. After all, in the eyes of the 3rd generation, Kakashi and he are in the same group. Kakashi in his early years was dazzling, but Kakashi in recent years is indeed a pity for the 3rd generation. When he was as old as Kakashi, he had steadily entered the shadow level, but Kakashi has hardly made any progress in these years. The development of ninjutsu itself has completely stagnated, and now it relies particularly on the Sharingan, which makes the 3rd generation a little disappointed. Kakashi's own talent is above the 3 Magatama. Kakashi's talent is even stronger than White Fang's when he was a child. At this moment, there are several more people on the number 8 training ground. The number 8 training ground has been reserved by Kakashi. In the past month, no one will come to this training ground. Unless they are told that there is a vacancy in this training ground. Naruto appeared on this training ground with Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji and Rock Lee. At this time, Naruto stepped forward and said, "Hello, Kakashi Jonin, regarding your proposal for this transaction, I believe you also know that Rock Lee is a physical ninja and can't use your ninjutsu, but Sasuke and your ninjutsu are very compatible. If possible, I hope you can change the object of the transaction to Sasuke." Kakashi squinted one eye, and the other eye was tightly wrapped under the forehead protector. He looked at Naruto's appearance and listened to Naruto's slow talk. He also knew that his test was seen through by Naruto, and he also got the answer he wanted. Naruto had bought all the people in Konaha before, so there was no reason why he hadn't been discovered at that time. However, he was not sure. This time, he got the answer he wanted. It was Uzumaki Naruto who deliberately let him know the truth. His presence here was evidence and a symbol of a hidden showdown. The two looked at each other and understood each other. Yes. Kakashi said it briefly, without letting the young Sasuke and Neji see it. Sasuke and Neji also began to look at this guy who was called a super genius by Naruto. He was wearing a Jonin vest, with white hair standing high, and his forehead tilted to cover one eye. It should be the Sharingan that Naruto mentioned. The whole person seemed a little lazy, but his eyes revealed a gleam. He looked a little bit capable, but not like a master, right? Of course, the two would not judge people by their appearance. According to Naruto's explanation, the two took Kakashi very seriously. Kakashi claimed to have learned thousands of ninjutsu, which was not something that ordinary people could do. This also meant that Kakashi had many battle plans. In fact, this was also the origin of his nickname, 50 to 50. The rich ninjutsu allowed him to deal with any type of ninja calmly. The gap was too big to mention. Sasuke, the next one will be your teacher. Study hard, his ninjutsu is very suitable for you. Naruto turned and said to Sasuke behind him. Sasuke nodded. Naruto had told him before that after learning Kakashi's ninjutsu, his strength would be greatly improved. Sasuke nodded and looked at Kakashi. After a 2-second pause, Sasuke said, "Kakashi Jonin, I heard that you are a powerful ninja in the village, and you also have the title of Konaha Technician Copy Ninja Kakashi. Before that, I hope to challenge you." Kakashi was a little angry and laughed. The boy in front of him actually challenged him without knowing his own limitations. Naruto was okay, Kakashi was not sure, but he didn't take Uchiha Sasuke seriously. "I also want to challenge you, Kakashi Jonin." Ninji stood up and said, and bowed to Kakashi with respect in his tone. There was no problem with etiquette, as expected of a member of the Hyuga family. Naruto put himself and Kakashi on the same level. "Okay, let me show you, come on together." Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who didn't move at all, obviously acquiescing to the two's behavior. He didn't know whether they were sent by Naruto to test his strength or they were just two young and frivolous teenagers. Naruto smiled lightly, and gave up the venue with Shaoli. At the same time, he nodded to Sasuke and Neji. The two understood immediately, meaning not to show all their strength. "Let's get started, Mr. Kakashi." The two of them took their positions and used the chakra dialogue room developed by Naruto to start communicating. In a moment, they formulated a strategy. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. The hand seals he had practiced in the past few years were not in vain. Sasuke's current hand seal speed was no worse than any Chunin. Even comparable to Jonin. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire Technique. 8 diagrams Fierce Wind Palm. Fire borrowed from the wind, and the power of Sasuke's ninjutsu increased again, and he hit Kakashi. The powerful ninjutsu hit Kakashi instantly. Bang! A cloud of smoke appeared, which turned out to be a substitute technique. The two did not hesitate and hit another place, and it was Kakashi's figure. Kakashi quickly formed a seal, and the speed of forming a seal was slightly faster than Sasuke. Facing the attacks of the two, Kakashi countered them. He was very good at ninjutsu. The two people's eyes lit up. Kakashi's combination and use of various ninjutsu were indeed refreshing. Earth style, earth flow wall. It's just that. Kakashi's earth style always carves a dog's head. Is this a way to increase the power? The two's attacks hit the earth flow wall, and they found that it was no different from an ordinary earth flow wall. Naruto on the side was speechless. Does Kakashi have too much chakra? I have so many cards, but you can't play as many tricks as me. The head can be cut off, the blood can flow, and the dog head earth flow wall must be there. Sasuke and Neji also showed solemn expressions on their faces. Kakashi is really not simple. Facing the joint efforts of the two, he can even carve a dog head on the earth flow wall. Although the two did not fire at full power. The immortal golden body. The two of them immediately used the immortal golden body, and different colors bloomed on their bodies. A more powerful aura emerged from their bodies. Kakashi's eyes condensed. Is this the physical technique that Shaoli practiced? It's really not simple. Except for the color change and the strength increase, there are no other changes in the two people. This means that the two people do not have side effects like the 8 gates of ninjutsu, or it may be that the side effects can be within the range of the body's tolerance. In an instant, Neji and Sasuke's speed soared, and Kakashi directly revealed his Sharingan. In a flash, the three of them collided. The two were pushed back 3 steps by Kakashi's White Fang sword technique. Kakashi took a step back. The speed reached the level of an ordinary Jonin. The strength barely reached the level of an ordinary Jonin. With the rich methods of the two and their own bloodline limits, one of them can rival a Jonin. Kakashi was a little shocked. These two were even more perverted than he was back then. Kakashi was on the battlefield back then, so relatively speaking, his training time was not as long as the two, but the tempering of battle was far beyond the ordinary training. From this point of view, who is stronger and who is weaker between them is a matter of opinion. Chapter 78. Sasuke and Neji looked at each other, and seeing that they had been unable to defeat Kakashi for a long time, they suddenly had some understanding of Kakashi's strength. There is no false reputation under a great name. Even though Kakashi's strength has improved slowly over the years, it can be said that there are almost no people who can defeat Kakashi at the level of Jonin. Unless they are cheating. But how can there be so many cheating people these days? Kakashi on the side was also secretly shocked by the strength of the two. Sasuke's attack is mainly based on lightning escape, supplemented by fire escape, and secondly on physical skills. However, his attack is a little immature, but his chakra control is still excellent. Hyuga Neji is a soft fist, but the style makes Kakashi a little strange, as if it is different from the soft fist he knows more. One is mainly for long-range attack, and the other is for close combat. Sometimes they can even switch between each other. They are worthy of being the pride of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. With such strength, it is no problem for the two to join forces to defeat an ordinary Jonin. But Kakashi is not an ordinary Jonin. It's time to end the battle. Reikiri. A huge lightning flash appeared from Kakashi's hand. The highly condensed chakra aggregate looked extraordinary in strength. Naruto's mouth twitched at the side. Kakashi, is that necessary? He even used Reikiri. Kakashi's speed soared again under the stimulation of the lightning attribute chakra. The powerful aura emanating from Reikiri instantly shocked the two people. What made Naruto a little speechless was that Kakashi shamelessly used the killing intent to deter the two people. Under such an offensive, the two people's bodies froze, and Kakashi had already passed in front of them. The two were fine, but the surrounding training ground had been cut into a deep gully by Kakashi. It was obvious that Kakashi changed the attack path. Sasuke and Neji stared at the scene in front of them blankly. Is this the strength of a Jonin? The two were a little arrogant before, thinking that even a Jonin could be defeated, but now they were easily defeated by Kakashi, and Kakashi had not become stronger for a long time, so he still remained at the level of a Jonin. Elite Jonin is also a Jonin, right? How powerful would the shadow level be? For a moment, the pride of the two was severely hit by Kakashi. Naruto, who was watching from the side, thought it was a good thing. After all, the gap between their current strength and that of the students in the ninja school was too big, which made them a little bit inflated. If it weren't for Naruto's pressure, Sasuke might have been as arrogant as in the original work. He could also see that Kakashi's purpose of doing this was to show his strength and show the power of his ninjutsu. Moreover, the Reikiri that Kakashi showed now did not require hand seals, which attracted Sasuke and Naruto's attention to Reikiri, or to Kakashi's attention. Kakashi's Reikiri can be hand-sealed or not. The hand seal is to better mobilize chakra and reduce loss. In the original work, Kakashi used the hand seal of Reikiri when facing Zabuza, and later when facing Orochimaru, he used a Reikiri directly, because when facing a strong man, sometimes the gap between hand seals can also lead to his own defeat. Okay, let's stop here. Naruto clapped his hands and walked in front of the people and said, I told you not to look down on the world, now you see it. Naruto's words also alerted the two of them, and they all showed guilty expressions. Sorry, Naruto, we were too arrogant. They both apologized to Naruto. Naruto, you have also seen Kakashi's strength. I wonder how long it will take to defeat him. Sasuke suddenly asked curiously at this time. Hearing Sasuke say this, Naruto's mind automatically added a battle scene. First, a set of ninjutsu baptism, and then a set of ninjutsu plowing. With the advantage of chakra, I'm afraid Kakashi can't hold on for 10 minutes. If he uses the wind escape spiral shuriken, if Kakashi doesn't use Kamui, cough cough, whoever he hits will die. Naruto's current strength, with the blessing of God's reward for hard work, has reached a terrifying level. Ahem. If I use ninjutsu, 10 minutes will be no problem. Hearing Naruto's words, the two nodded. Naruto's strength is indeed unfathomable. Even Kakashi can be defeated in 10 minutes. Kakashi on the side narrowed his eyes. He also consumed a lot. After listening to Naruto's words, use ninjutsu. Should he rely on the huge chakra of the Uzumaki clan to drag himself to death? It is indeed enviable, but Kakashi does not think that he can't hold on for 10 minutes. But if there is a high probability that Naruto will win, Kakashi also agrees. He should not be able to see through Naruto at all, but instead has a feeling of being seen through. How to say it? Should he say that he is worthy of being the teacher's child? Thinking of Naruto's conversation with Shisui, and then thinking of Naruto's identity and his father's affairs, Kakashi secretly made up his mind. Kakashi, Jonin, you are also a smart person. I will tell you straight, your ninjutsu is S level, but our indestructible golden body is also not bad, and we can currently cultivate to the level of the golden body. In other words, he can practice to the highest level of Kage, and his physical body can be as strong as the chakra armor of the Reikage. It is no problem for him to match your S-level Reikiri in level, and he also has subsequent training methods. What? Kakashi's originally dull eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Naruto in disbelief. He originally thought that the strength of the indestructible golden body was at most at the level of Kage, but he didn't expect Naruto to throw such a bomb at this moment. After he got over his surprise, he naturally understood what Naruto meant by saying this, which was that it was not enough, and he had to pay more. What do you mean? Kakashi glanced at him. Naruto smiled. It's good to deal with smart people. It doesn't take much effort. Let's exchange sides. You help Sasuke practice ninjutsu, and I'll help you practice the immortal golden body. We don't have time to waste, what do you think? If I build it myself, it will probably take 3 months. With Kakashi's help, Sasuke can master it in 1 month. Kakashi is the same, so he naturally won't refuse. Happy cooperation. The two held hands tightly and smiled at each other. This was the first step of their cooperation, But I'm afraid only the two of them knew that this was not a simple transaction. Sasuke stared blankly at the two people in front of him. Naruto did all this for himself, and he had no benefit at all. But he was still willing to do this for himself. In fact, there are very few such people in the ninja world, except for the closest people. In the following days, everyone spent almost all their time in constant training, and over time, Sasuke's name for Kakashi became Kakashi Teacher. Because sometimes Kakashi would teach Sasuke some insights on the use of the Sharingan. And he would also explain some fighting experiences, which benefited Naruto a lot. Open black lens bracket battlefield fighting +5, combat skills +6, close black lens bracket. Naruto's mouth curled up. What a pleasant surprise. Chapter 79. When teaching Sasuke and the others, what Kakashi found incredible was that Sasuke and Neji were still within the normal range of geniuses. And according to his observation, they might have seen blood. When explaining, he just hoped that they could absorb some experience. Sometimes there is a difference between not fighting and fighting. Especially the battle of life and death. And Naruto was not only able to fully absorb what he said, but also felt like he had really been on the battlefield. The whole person had a solemn temperament. If he didn't restrain his breath, others might think that Naruto had really participated in many battlefield battles. And Naruto also felt as if he had fought on the battlefield for several years. He didn't expect Kakashi to gain so much from explaining these. Of course, this all depends on the ability of God to reward hard work. Ellipsis. Time passed slowly, and the shadow clone sent to the Kingdom of Wind had already returned. The shadow clone taught Gaara there for a month, and in order to develop Gaara's magnetic escape, Naruto got a lot of knowledge about magnetism and electricity. The ninjas in the ninja world still have two one-sided understanding of magnetic escape, and they only know how to use it to control metal. If Gaara forms electromagnetic force on the basis of magnetic force, this is one of the four basic forces in the universe. Developed to the top, it is definitely an extraordinary existence. For example, if the electromagnetic force field is developed, it is just a matter of sprinkling water to achieve flight. And first of all, it is to let Gaara master the key to magnetism and electricity. Then form electromagnetic force. If it is developed well, Gaara may not be able to reach the super shadow level in the future, or even stronger. During this period of time, in addition to training, Neji also won over two ninjas from the branch family, whose strength is both elite Chunin level. At the age of a teenager, it is also a very good branch family ninja. The two may not be able to become elite Jonin in the future, which can be regarded as the level of little geniuses. And because of this, the two are even more indignant about becoming a slave like a branch family. This is when Neji found an opportunity and sent it to Naruto. Master Naruto, as long as we can remove the caged bird curse, we are willing to do anything you ask us to do. The two Hyuga branch ninjas knelt on one knee in front of Naruto, shaking uncontrollably, obviously very excited. The two of them were almost obsessed with being able to remove the caged bird. And now, Naruto gave them this opportunity. I can free you from the control of the caged birds, but this is not free, you have to serve me for 3 years. My seal is only for 1 year, if you reveal my existence or betray the organization, you will continue to be your caged birds. Of course, in just 3 years, you can be completely free. Naruto held a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. In 3 years, the two agreed without any hesitation. 3 years in exchange for lifelong freedom for the two of them, obviously what is more profitable, the two of them naturally understood. What are your names? Introduce yourself. Naruto looked at the two and said. My name is Hinata Shoyo. Chakra attribute is earth. I am good at Hinata style boxing. My name is Hyuga Kai. My chakra attributes are water and wind. I am good at Hyuga style boxing, and I have learned some medical ninjutsu. The two introduced one after another, but the latter made Naruto's eyes light up. Medical ninjas are rare, let alone medical ninjas from Hyuga. In Naruto's eyes, the Hyuga clan is really suitable for medical ninjutsu. The Byakugan can see through the body's meridians, and they know much more about the human body than ordinary ninjas, and can also learn medical ninjutsu better. Let me make it clear first, I am only using the sealing technique to free you from the control of the caged bird. If you want to truly remove the caged bird curse, I am afraid I can only research it in a year. After 3 years, I can truly remove the caged bird for you. In these 3 years, if you work hard to contribute to the organization, I may be able to help you remove the caged bird in advance. You guys take care of yourself. After saying that, Naruto directly began to cast a sealing technique that could cut off the control of the caged bird on the two of them, and asked the two to go to the location where Shisui was, leaving a communication code and some communication methods, and Naruto let the two leave. After the two left, Neji said a little worriedly, "Naruto, do you really want to let them go to the base camp?" "It's okay, I know you are worried. Actually, I am worried too, so I tampered with the sealing technique. If they betray me, the sealing technique I cast may not be another bird in a cage. If they work hard and have no ulterior motives, the caged bird curse will be lifted for them in 3 years." Ninki didn't expect Naruto to have thought the situation through, and he understood it immediately. That's right, when has Naruto ever made an unsure account? But there was still something that puzzled Ninki, and he couldn't help but say, "Naruto, they are very good reconnaissance ninjas, and their future combat power may not be able to reach the level of elite Jonin. It's only 3 years, right?" Ellipsis quote. Ha ha ha, Ninki, I knew you were going to ask this. After 3 years, I can indeed let them go. After all, this is a deal. But if they are reluctant to leave after 3 years, it's not my problem. Naruto patted Nechi on the shoulder and smiled. What if they want to leave? If they really want to leave, it means we are really a failure. If we can't even subdue them, how can we conquer the ninja world? Naruto said in a deep voice. Neji was slightly startled, then smiled at each other. Since you have already made up your mind, let's bet everything. Ellipsis. Hinata Shoyo and Hinata Kai, who had just been sent over, had brought Naruto unexpected gains in just 1 week. Naruto opened the letter from Shisui and read it slowly. After reading it, Naruto's mouth curled up slightly, and he murmured, "I didn't expect Tsunade to run to Shisui's hands. Since she has entered the umbrella, she should stay and work obediently." Naruto immediately wrote back to Shisui and handed the letter to the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce in the village. It was composed of special codes, and no one could understand it except them. Ellipsis. Shisui here just received the letter and couldn't wait to read it. He had never thought that the 2 new medical ninjas in the organization were actually Tsunade, one of the famous 3 ninjas. The 2 people from the Hyuga clan used the Byakugan to explore Tsunade's identity. The huge chakra in Tsunade's body aroused Shisui's suspicion, so he sent people to investigate. Speaking of this, it was because Tsunade was not strict enough, and Shizun's identity was discovered, or it was discovered by ordinary people in the organization, because Tsunade had wandered the ninja world with Shizun before, and Shizun had always been by Tsunade's side. The so-called Kato Shizuka's huge chakra, except Tsunade, I'm afraid there is no one else. Once Shisui met Tsunade, it might disrupt Naruto's steps. Shisui and Tsunade have met several times. Only then did he ask Naruto about his plan. After reading Naruto's letter, Shisui couldn't help but mourn for Tsunade. In the letter, Naruto replied that Tsunade should not be allowed to see the top for the time being, and let her climb up step by step, in order to prevent Tsunade from losing patience. This time is set to more than a year, and by this time, Naruto should have graduated. By then, it won't be a problem even if the organization is exposed. And there are many divisions of medical technology in the organization. This is the medical system of Naruto's previous life. Although he doesn't understand technology, it doesn't prevent him from proposing the system and then letting it be studied. A complete medical system road, Tsunade should be very interested. First squeeze out her medical technology. This is not considered exploitation of labor. Chapter 80. Oh, have you found Fenghua Xiaoshui? At this moment, in the land of waves, Shisui looked at his men in front of him and said. As their organization continued to grow, the shortcomings of the land of waves began to emerge. It was small in area and its geographical location was not very advantageous. Located in the southeastern coastal area of the Land of Fire, there is only one bridge leading to the outside world. Although it is relatively hidden, basically no ninjas from other places will come to this small country. But there is no hidden place, and it is adjacent to the hidden mist village. So Naruto and Shisui plan to move to a suitable place, try to get to the south, and there is another place, the Land of Snow. In the south, choose the Land of Tea. It is isolated from several major countries and surrounded by the vast ocean. Only the Land of Fire is relatively close. However, due to its geographical location, it is not troubled by war, but its land area is not small. As the saying goes, eggs cannot be put in one basket. It is very normal to develop everywhere. Their organization members are all over the world, and the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce almost covers the ninja world. So it is not a problem to establish several bases. The business of the Land of Tea is very developed, and it is a grain exporter of 30% on the market. Therefore, it is necessary to establish an umbrella base, which can also become a food pocket for the umbrella, thereby controlling the lifeline of food in the ninja world. Although it will not lead to death, if the Tea Kingdom does not sell food, it will definitely be injured. After all, ninjas are also human beings, and humans need to eat. Once a battle occurs, a supply of food and grass is needed. Therefore, Naruto must win this country. The Tea Kingdom is also a country without a ninja village, so it is easy for Shisui and others to take over this country. As for the Snow Kingdom, Naruto had proposed to seize the power of the Snow Kingdom before, mainly to obtain the chakra armor technology of the Snow Kingdom ninja village. However, the information obtained before was that the chakra had not been completed yet, and now the chakra armor has been researched, so it is time to pick peaches. Now there are a lot more people. In order to cause unnecessary waste, it has been delayed until now. The purpose of searching for Fenghua Xiaoshui is to legitimately change the regime. After all, this world attaches great importance to bloodline. This is why Fenghua Xiaoshui's uncle planned for so long to get the throne of king, and finally Fenghua Xiaoshui's supporters and Naruto and others regained the throne. He got the throne in an unjust way and lost the support of the people. At the same time, this is also a more ambitious character. He wants to use the chakra armor he developed to become a great power. However, due to insufficient research funds, he hid the treasure of the snow country. However, this so-called treasure is just a geothermal device. In the end, it had to end miserably. Shisui looked at the information collected by his men. Fenghua Xiaoshui, the daughter of the former daimyo of the snow country, was forced to leave her hometown by her uncle. Now she goes by the alias Fujisan Fengshuihui and has become a well-known actor. The current Fenghua Xiaoshui is not what she will be a few years later, so her reputation is not as loud as it was then. It's really dark under the lamp. Who would have thought that a famous actress is actually the daughter of a famous person? Even Fenghua Nudao couldn't have thought of it. Shisui looked through the information and a playful smile appeared on his face. What has Zabuza been busy with recently? Why has he attended fewer meetings? Shisui asked warmly, looking at his subordinates standing below. Lord Zabuza seems to have been practicing hard recently, as if the strength of the Uchiha family has improved rapidly recently, and Lord Zabuza has a sense of crisis. The person who spoke was Hinata Shoyo, who was kept by Shisui as an assistant. He was also very surprised when he first came, and even thought about reporting the situation here to the village, but after a few days, he gradually let go of his prejudice against Uchiha. The life here makes him feel very relaxed. Unlike the oppressive feeling in the clan, he began to gradually like the life here and the ideas here. Here, ability is very important. And everyone here works very hard, just like Lord Zabuza mentioned just now. He has heard of the reputation of this adult, the legendary demon Zabuza, who killed all the candidates of the same period during the graduation examination, and later became a rebel ninja because of the assassination of the Mizukage. The cruelty is outrageous. But after getting along with him, he found that this adult is not bad. Although he looks cold, he is actually a pretty good person. People. In fact, the reason why Zabuza killed his classmates was to fight against the policy at that time. The Blood Mist Village was very cruel at that time, and killing and blood filled the Hidden Mist Village. Zabuza's killing also successfully made the Hidden Mist Village change its assessment policy, but it was only a temporary solution. Coupled with Obito's secret control, the Hidden Mist Village fell into the Blood Mist again after a period of time, and it lasted until Zabuza failed in the assassination. Recently, Uchiha Izumi has grown up thoroughly and has stabilized at the level of Kage. And Uchiha Yu's strength is also around the quasi-Kage. In addition, the Uchiha Little Beans have grown up one after another, and the older ones can already stand on their own. With the blessing of hatred, their Sharingan opened quickly and their strength improved quickly. Naruto is worried about what kind of psychology those kids from the Uchiha family have. Problems, and people have been sent to guide their psychology. After all, there are very few normal people in the Uchiha family who have opened their eyes, or there are many abnormal people in the ninja world. If this situation were in Naruto's previous life, it would be a mental illness. So Naruto first proposed the term, psychologist, in the ninja world. Of course, it is now only circulated in the umbrella protection. In order to train psychologists, Naruto used dozens of shadow clones to explain. The core members of the umbrella protection need to go to the psychological counseling center to see a psychologist regularly. Coupled with the education of red ideology, most members of the umbrella organization have very positive outlooks and a fanaticism. It can't be completely normal, it can only be said that their fanaticism is very suitable for Naruto's requirements. It is also suitable for sacrificing their lives for the organization. Naruto feels that the ninja world needs the profession of psychologist too much, it is really indispensable. Few people pay attention to this psychological issue. After all, in the eyes of others, isn't it normal for ninjas to kill people? The reason why Uchiha Itachi was so easily deceived by the third generation and others, and even felt that he did nothing wrong, thinking about this and that all day long, and not communicating with anyone except Shisui, is that there are psychological problems. In addition, the speed of opening the Sharingan is too fast, it would be strange if he didn't have some mental illness. Maybe he realized his mistakes in the later period, but there is no turning back. He can only choose to bear everything by himself and put all his hopes on his younger brother Sasuke. In other words, many people in the ninja world are not mentally normal. Uchiha Madara, not to mention big problems, must have small problems, and Uchiha Obito has very serious psychological problems. In addition, the death of Nagato and Yahiko directly made him like a different person. What about the third generation? What about Danzo? If you want to say who is the most normal and has the most correct values in the ninja world, it is probably Jiraiya. He has his own ninja way, understands politics, and has no big ideas about power. In addition to the personal problem of lust, this is a very admirable person.